1991. Mr. Lloyd, what is that? Right. Yes, it is. Why was it? What's the secret? If you make partial with shown people together, maybe that's wrong. It was originally not hung open. He wrote an earlier version of the Silverstone discovered in the Soviet archives, and it's brilliant. It's, in my humble opinion, way better than what we've been studying for 250 years, because it's a dialogue between. Okay, I'll tell you quickly. But it's such an amazing book. But here it is. The original Mr. Sharpley wrote has this guy. It's hard to really characterize him, but if you were to make him a 21st century guy, he'd be kind of like a well-rounded guy. He appreciates Torah. He likes learning. He also likes science and sports and culture. He's got kind of like a broad, everything sort of goes up. But it's always funny. What is the difference between class? You might think it's real. It's really not that way. What are those class? What motivates them? What's the understanding? One day, right? He sees a whole high school friend of his who flipped out Shiva, and now he's like wearing all black and a black hat, about 6 feet across there. And he says, "Oh, great! Brandon goes up and says, hey, how are you? I've seen you since high school and stuff." And he says, "Listen, mind if I ask you some questions? I noticed you become like Haredi." Let's use what Haredi was, because it's already in the 18th century. But he says, like, what do you see in it? How can you run for something to go in so long? How can you stop in so long? What's going on in your life? And they begin this conversation that goes through the entire Mesilas Yesharim. And of course, within a few chapters, by the time you get to the cues, the regular guy who calls it Chacham is completely blown away by the question, and he just says, "Well, you just take the wheel and drive me anywhere you want, because I really need to hear, but I do appreciate the work." And that's what is different. Original versions of Sharp is different. Now, why did the Ramchal publish the first version? He had it written in his own handwriting. Why did he publish the second version? Yes, Mr. Rush. I'm sorry? Adjustability. Digestibility. Good argument. Although I would say that the original is way more than that. Like, you want to find out the characters, like it's one safer style. It's one safer style, but the Ramchal had no problem with that. It was plays. You know, having dramatic plays. Like the character, the Durant's. Let's begin with an interesting game, something like that. Here to Hard steps in, but I would think either of more people would be interested. But you guys don't know the answer for sure. One of the things that have linked he got this so badly all the time. He was put under house arrest, his writings were seized in Frankfurt, and because people didn't know whether it was on the courses, they actually buried it and then lost it. They forgot where they buried it. Somewhere in Frankfurt, Germany, there's a massive chest of the Ramchal's writings that have never seen the light of day, that maybe one day we discover. But I'm waiting for you guys to give me, how many times I've given you English with history? Time exactly. David Sklar, who had a PhD dissertation on this, argues that the reason they published personally because the publishers were not credited. They lost the backing. People were paying for the publication. Why? Because the original version, a few places, and a few things that you know involved, but identify them. You can say, "Oh, it's writing about this guy here. Describing certain kind of personality." I know what he's talking about. And it was just way too incendiary. So he gave up. And his students said, "No, Rabbi, this is such a great book. The world will love it. Please do what the editor says. Let's remove those personalized material and let's publish it in a standardized version. And Ramchal said, you can read this and read the introduction and conclusion of the book where he thanks his students for working on it. He says, okay, whatever you want, you take care of it. And his students edited it to the version that you guys read now. Way more sanitized, way cleaner, but it's just a mind-blowing thing to the world. Now, why was it pursued? That's why I'm including here. It was first pursued because there were individuals in Eastern Europe, including Moshe Rabbi, Moshe Rabbi, the son of the Chacham Tzvi. The Chacham Tzvi was the number one Shabbatite hunter of the era. He's looking for anybody who has victory. His son continued it, but by the time he gets to his Ramchal age, there are very, very few big Shabbatites left. But the Moshe Rabbi identified him and pursued him throughout Europe. Until finally he ended up relatively liberal in Amsterdam, where he could be, more active. But the Mesilas Yesharim itself is an artifact of this hunt for heresy that was the remnant of the book 17th era. Okay, arguments, questions, discussions? Okay, so let's look at a map here. Just to orient ourselves, and then we're going to dive into Exodus. This is who was operating in Europe in the first half of the 19th century, meaning at the end of the we're looking at. You can see great destiny, particularly in what we put in Poland and Western Ukraine. That's the greatest concentration. Still some significant concentrations in Western Europe, because even though we have this massive migration to the east, as we discussed last week, there's still no concentration living far down. Not so much in France, which they have been actually banned from there since 1306, although we will have a weak assertion of Jewish population, particularly in the south here, and not in Spain, because Spain is still officially Lutheranized, and main concentration in the regions of Romania, Poland, Belarus, and Western Ukraine. How does that map onto the three great asteroids of the century? So the Hasidic movement is primarily in the southwestern part of the Russian Empire, down here in Western Ukraine, so it's Poland. But there are definitely Hasidic who are active further north. The one example that I've been concentrating on Chabad is ironically an exception, because Chabad is a Lithuanian Hasidic movement. Then you have the Mishnah, the opponents, who are definitely much more concentrated on the Baltic coast, in the regions of Prussia, and of course the homeland, Lithuania itself, with its epicenter at Vilna. And then finally you have the Maskilim, the adherents of the Haskalah, that's most Protestant, who are much more associated with Germany in particular, compared to the West. But what you notice about a Venn diagram is that they overlap, right? So you can have regions where you easily have Hasidim, Misnagdim, and Maskilim living cheek to jowl, arguing with each other, influenced by each other, and so on. Mr. Burnham. You mentioned that the European cases today, right? So, it's a great question, because how does it affect the denominations? The denominations derive primarily from the Haskalah. And the whole idea of what we call today a denomination is in itself a major breakaway. Because even when they are fighting, trying to strangle each other with the most violence, none of the Hasidim or the Misnagdim were saying that the others are Jewish. And none of them were arguing that you don't have to follow cardiac mitzvahs. The Maskilim were the ones who kind of broke that open and said, well, wait a second. And so the denominations really are an option to come up. Of course, once the denominations were really created in the 19th century, then they might dip back in and say, oh, let's be, Hasidic flavored, or let's be, Misnagdim flavored. But related to alcohol. Mr. Krantz, that's on average. What is the film setting? They're well trailers doing these writers of masculine complicated. Yes, that's what Missouri and Saturday, that's when they're starting and all this things can be together with the or also the Shem, we're all trying to feel also the we kept the side of Tesla. I have a one-word answer for Mr. Krantz. Monday. Monday, we're going to keep it for that. Okay, at this point, it makes sense to stop. Here we go. We're looking at last week, like last century, we were talking about negative pressures that would be Jews exported out of Western Europe, right? What kind of pressures? What was it from? What to do out of Western Europe, the Mediterranean here, barbaric crusaders, right? Exactly, the massacres of Shillington 96 and onward, good. What else? Governments kicked them out, right? You've got expulsions in France from 1182, and like 5 or 6 of them through the next century and a half, and England to 90, right? Yeah. Why are they kicking them out? Generally speaking, when the peasants owed you money, you have a rebellion. When the nobles owed you money, you have an expulsion. Right? That's just because that's how they deal with it. Then, of course, they end up inviting them back. Right? What about some of like the really bizarre ideas that are circulating over time that made Jews feel that welcome? Or celebration of welcome? Blood libel, social desecration, good. But ritual murder? Good. Close. The Nazi use what were they probably still that that was most desecration. Most of the attackers, kill crackers. Okay, well said. A ritual murder is technically the earlier stage of blood libel. The ritual murder charge begins in 1144 in Northern Kingdom is the idea that Jews must, for some bizarre reason, reenact the crucifixion, and so they ritually murder a child. God forbid, that's the martyrdom. Later, they added to that the blood aspect of it. Okay, so we've definitely got an environment where Jews are distinctly uncomfortable in Western Europe. At the same time, we're going to find this poll, this actual invitation for Jews to please come to Eastern Europe. Okay? One door is shutting, another door is opening at the same time, and this is going to be the basis of the great Eastern European Ashkenazic Center. Because even though, as we saw in our very first course, looking at the genetic history of Ashkenazim, even though the vast majority of Ashkenazim descend from the eastern regions of Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine, and Belarus, to certain Russia, that's a phenomenon from the 13th through the 18th centuries in particular. They're moving from Western Europe. Okay, historical truth. Let's just think for a second about historiography before we get into this hearing. We've already seen Salomon, we talked about him a few weeks ago. He's a very important 20th century historian. I think he died in 2008, something like that. He was especially known for his conception of the lachrymose vision of Jewish history, meaning that he's criticizing the tear-filled definition of Jewish history, that it's all persecution, and yet we overcome persecution, do great things and stuff like that. So we talked about him for this, and I'm going to come back to him in just one second, but I want to introduce you to two other great historians who made a huge impact on the way we think about history. This man, Leopold von Ranke, not Jewish, I just got talking. Von Ranke was one of the first people to really try and figure out what is history, what do we mean by this discipline we call history. Notice his years, right? He's kind of quite late, 19th century. That means that all those people who know history centuries before him were not necessarily writing history the way modern historians write history. What could possibly be different about a history written in the year 1000 than a history written in the year 2000? What's different? instead of whole entire things that they're not doing it. Okay, good. More use of sources, but even more basic. What sources do you use? Well, the fact is there are more facts on the direct. What do you mean by that, direct facts? What is a direct fact?
Just things that actually happen, maybe instead of locations and stories.
I'm so glad that you said that. Can you repeat that? No, before you said that, you said exactly quote. You were my founding to the great phenomenon. So when you said things that actually happened, remember you said that? Right? History is Geschichte is was es eigentlich gewesen war. Translation, what actually happened. History is what actually happened. And that's what his big deal. When Rabbi said, you know what? Too much of this all in country that's been written about now, it's not loss of identity makes the law. Sometimes what actually happened. What are people writing? They're writing silver suggesting stories, edification. They're writing narratives. And the purpose of these earlier histories are not to chronicle the facts, what actually happened, but to try and make people feel a certain way, to feel patriotic, to feel religious, to feel whatever it is. They're more of an art form than a science, to be sure. And from Rabbi said, we have to really think about what we're doing, because history is not supposed to be fiction. There's supposed to be a big line in the shelf in the library. On the left is fiction, on the right is history. But in reality, until from Ramke, a lot of history was still pretty fictionalized. Like there was no problem going between mythology straight into like wars and stuff like that. So this is a huge step forward in history. He would later be really criticized in the 20th century, saying, well, I think it's not very well. But that's really important, sort of turning point in how we understand history. Is history supposed to be for something, like to inculcate certain values? Chances are when you went to study history in high school, particularly if you studied Jewish history in high school, they were trying to teach you a certain value set rather than teach you a bunch of facts. And that was, it's appropriate because we want to build up people's identity in one way or another, but it's not necessarily the history on the left here that we have here. Another really important point is that right here is it's got a Wellhausen. Wellhausen is not a friend of Widerstand. That is how you all thought. Definitely not a friend of Widerstand. He is the founder of modern biblical criticism. As distinct from some precursors like Paulo Spinoza, but Wellhausen was the first person to really try and use history to undermine the way in which we read from life. And so we had an incredibly corrosive impact on how everybody is history coach. And we're not going to go into this series, but one of them is so important for us that we can't avoid putting them on the board here. And that is a very, very valuable insight that history tends to reveal more about the period in which it is written than the period in which it is writing about. What could that possibly mean? History reveals more about the period in which it is written than the period which it is writing about. Please, Mr. Alone. Yes.
So the people who are writing history are people who were living during those times, and they are trying to leave impartial witness to what's going on, to reveal more about their personal views on the matter than what actually do.
Nice take if you are a primary source. But for example, I wrote a dissertation on the period 1917 to 1920. Contrary to my looks, I am not that old. I was not around in 1917.
I'm sure you're using primary sources for your research.
Right, but I was running history in the 1990s. So how could what I'm doing in the 1990s be more reflected in my book on 1917 than what actually the whole book was about? Mr. There, I definitely wasn't there. So, bias here, political reality of what's going on. Very good. How you get that? Because obviously I'm using sources from 1917. I'm reading newspapers, I'm reading diaries, I'm looking at documents, I'm looking at archaeology, I'm looking at 1970 sources, but I'm writing it with a mindset of 1995. Thinking all my 1995 issues, and I'm filtering everything I know historically through 1995. So I also consider saying the mindset is the clarity of here actually I can the legends. Perfect, very nice. That will be here. Circumstances were actually aligned by concept. Exactly, but we're looking backwards. Perspective is today. So we're not trying to understand everything through today. It's like, for example, sometimes people will look at biographies of great individuals, and they'll see that occasionally they may say something that jars us by our common sensibilities. Like they jar us when they say something about slavery, or unnecessarily being, saying, "Oh, we hate slavery; it's bad." Just a bit over the or they aver, for example, that national colors, that women are like-minded. Oh man. Well, they weren't misogynists in the 12th century. That was like everybody thought like that. But if you view that person's attitudes as if you lived in the 21st century, then we'll make these facile character judgments, which is bad history. But that's what Bellhausen's main point is. When we tend to view history from the perspective of where we're living today and bring to that history all of our contemporary biases, and it takes a tremendous amount of intellectual work to try and bring free of them. Some historians, some philosophers would say it's impossible to bring free of them, but that's not right to say. Finally, Saruman is home, as he says, that's what's going on with the history that we're going to look at today, which has a tremendous amount of biases built in by a contemporary situation. We tend to look at what actually happened, but we look at a narrow slice of it without looking at a broader picture of what actually happened, as I'm going to demonstrate in the next 45 odd minutes. Right? For example, if you think about what's going on in Ukraine right now, and I made this this part of this lecture a couple of years ago, when the war broke out in 2022. Now it's even weirder because we're in a strange moment with the U.S. and Ukraine and with Russia. But this, I like this picture in particular because a lot of stuff that we're going to talk about today deals with the conflict of Jews and Ukrainians in particular, which was like horrific and epic in the 17th century in some ways. But here we are in the 21st century. Here's a little Jewish guy flanked by these two big, scary-looking Ukrainian guys, it's just such a jarring reminder of how much things have changed. And I believe that actually many people look at Ukrainian Jewish history very differently today because of the contemporary political climate. They would look at it totally differently 50 years ago, 100 years ago, it's the same history. Nothing changed because once the past is over, it's that way. But actually, that's not true. William Faulkner said the past is not dead, it's not even over. You still keep reliving the past, but I wax philosophical. Let us now, with that kind of like introduction to historiography, which I think made it a bit more mysterious than actually clarifying, but hopefully we'll come back to these ideas that they are revealed. Let's talk about the migration pressures and so on. Here's a map that basically shows the movement of Jews from central Germany. It's a little bit, I want to put this level part a little bit higher as well, but this making their way specific years to many communities in what would later become Latvia, Estonia, not so much Latvia, here, Lithuania, Poland, Belarus, Ukraine, and Russia. This is, here it's labeled just as Russia because this map is sort of reflecting the 19th century Russian Empire, but as I'm sure all of you are aware, the Russian Empire, which was succeeded by the Soviet Empire, fell apart in 1991, revealing itself to be full of much smaller important countries like Ukraine, Poland, Belarus, and so on. But we've got a significant eastward movement of Jews, pressured from the nasty things we talked about last week, but at the same time invited into Eastern Europe. So you have to figure out, why are they invited into? Okay, let's look at it. Here is the political map of the largest country in Europe for much of the later Middle Ages and pre-modern period. It's a country known as the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The reason why it's called the Commonwealth is because it was produced as a result of a dynastic union between the monarchies of Poland and Lithuania. And as you can see, it's massive. It stretches all the way from the Black Sea, the Baltic Sea, almost down to the Black Sea. Here, this is by the Ukraine, Crimea, still a contested region, contemporary Ukraine held by Russia. And actually, I'm looking how ironic this is more or less the front line of the Russian-Ukrainian war today, too. Right? Russia has most of this, although the Ukrainian has some of the encrypted territory from Australia, and the Ukrainians left here is part of Russia, although this part is still in Ukraine. But we push it everywhere. Ukrainians, they don't even deal with this. Right? So Central Europe, way over here with England, right? But it's a big, big country. And more significantly, it's actually filled with several distinct ethnicities. There are Ukrainians and Belarusians who are Eastern Orthodox, right? The Christian church has an Eastern section called Orthodox. It's ruled by 7 patriarchs. The Western church, Poland in particular, is under the Catholics. There's a little chunk of Ukrainians here who are also Catholics. And they're also speaking closely related Slavic languages for the most part. Ukrainian and Belarusian are both written with a Cyrillic alphabet, like Russian, with a handful of letters different, both in shape and in pronunciation. Poland is also a Slavic language, but written with the Roman alphabet, the one that we use for English. Lithuanian and Latvian, Estonian are a totally different language family altogether. So many different people there. You also have a certain amount of Greeks and Armenians, but the next biggest minority, of course, would be the Jews. The Jews first enter this area, as far as we can tell, from the Crimean Peninsula, where they were first there with the Greek trading organizations back by around the year 0. And then you also have some visiting and Khazar migrations, specifically to the region of Kiev, is this thing in English. Actually, let's clarify that for a second. Kind of a weird thing. When you listen on the radio, everybody says Kiev. Kiev is not a place. I don't know why they say there's 2 things in that word. In Russian, it's pronounced Kiev or Kiev. And that's why in English, for the longest time, that's what we said, Kiev. Just like, you know, I don't know, Paris. Yeah, that's the name. But in Ukrainian, they have a slightly different vowel combination. The sounds are silently, and it is pronounced K-E. K-E, 2 syllables. I don't know why people say Kiev, but it's K-E. So anyways, Kiev, Kiev, the city right about here was actually the center of the medieval period of a massive princedom, really a kingdom, that was later regarded by Russians, Ukrainians, and Poles, and Belarusians as their homeland. But in many ways, they're totally separate. And in fact, after the Mongol invasion of 1240, they were literally separate because that would live for. We do know that there are lots of Jews active in Kiev from the year 1000 on. There's lots of archaeological evidence. There's topographical evidence, places like the Khazarian Gate and so on. And I believe we discussed, we did, the famous Otis Rameni effect, the chronicle of bygone years where it's below the mirror and assigned between religions. So that dates from about the year 999. So we definitely know that Jews are very active in this system from a very, very long time ago. Then you've got this massive influx that comes in from Germany, And this is really where we get the huge bulk of Jewish population. So much so that they're really involved, among other things, in the very first mints in Poland, meaning making money, literally making money. There's a whole pile of very early Polish coins, and you notice anything unusual about them? They have Hebrew all over them. They are like totally Hebrew. Why are the Poles minting money with Hebrew letters? So, good. So, yeah, but why do you want to attract them if he has Poles already in the country to do this? Maybe I'm answering that question. They didn't know how to do it. The Jews already, by the time we get to 1300, they've got a long track record of being extremely strong in finance. The reason we discussed a couple weeks ago, right? They've got a basic monopoly on money lending because the church is well and the many people allowed to that. They're literate in reducing coinage, and so the Poles were saying, you know, it's so hard to get us from this old barter economy where people are buying things with like rabbit skins and bushels of grain. We need to like move to that more advanced money economy like they're doing in Germany and France. Let's get some Jews over here to do this for us. And the Jews are very happy to come in and start working on these things. You see lots of other folks out there. This one's my favorite. It says Mastro Caro, King Eshko, which is, you know, it's great. Caro is king in Polish. It's just amazing things. The Going back to this year, a lot of them settle in particular in right bank Ukraine. Explain why that is so significant momentarily. But what this term right bank means is because there is a major river that bisects Ukraine. It runs from Chernobyl, right? Chernobyl Rabbi, Chernobyl disaster. It runs from the north down into the Black Sea. And as it flows southward and you're facing the water's flow, the right hand is called the right bank. And the left side is called the left bank. The Jews are chiefly concentrated in the left bank primarily because of an economic institution that was especially welcoming for them. That's called the Aventa. So hang on to that word Aventa because we're going to have something like 40,000 Jews lived there in 1648, which is an important date because it's the outbreak of the Great Kalmytsky Rebellion that went through that. But if you look at this map here, it just gives you a sense of the tremendous scope of Jewish settlement. Each one of these place names represents a place that has Jews living there by the time you get to the 17th century. Huge spread of Jews, unlike in Speyer, Worms, and Mainz, where you have a tiny little group concentrated in two places. Here, Jews are spread out. There's small numbers. They tend to be village and town based, some cities as well.
Why did they put that? What's the more large deal?
This looks like a good question for the musical answer. Why do they prefer this setup rather than a really concentrated urban environment? Money, thank you. Right. Money, that's the word you're
Oh, yeah, why money?
Economic opportunity. You know, like you opportunity. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. As we shall see, the kinds of economic opportunity that this environment afforded, especially good for much smaller pockets of Jews, rather than the massive concentrations you would get with industrialization, where factories start developing and new industries like department stores, things like that. That's really when you start seeing Jews really big communities like Warsaw, places like that. But in these tiny little settlements, which were the shtetl in Yiddish, the word shtetl is the singular. Shtetl is a Yiddish form of the Ukrainian word shtetl, which simply means village. So shtetl is like a little village. The L at the end of Yeshua is diminutive, making it smaller. And so shtetlah is the plural of shtetl. So they're setting up all these shtetls over here. It's the river, so this is all right bank over here. Okay, we're going to talk about the specific environment. The invitation of the Jews, to come in and please do this stuff for us. The main thing turned out to be fairly short-lived, but the Arendo, which I'm going to describe now, is much longer. This happens to be a 19th century depiction of the Jews coming to the king, and the king saying, "Well, how come the Jews are getting beat up like this? You've got to invite them here." You see the Jews are like, "Oh, please let us in." This guy looks under Mosaic, but it's unusual to see him, but I'm sure that he doesn't have the 19th century adaptations. Nevertheless, it was so good for the Jews for hundreds of years in Poland that the tradition goes that Poland, or Poland in Yiddish, was really an acronym for the Hebrew words "Pol," here, "Lin," we will rest, like Lina. Oh, here we will rest. After all our wanderings to Western Europe and North Africa and crusades and the flood Bibles, finally here, oh, here we will rest. That was a year. And we talked about some of the nasty things that were pushing them over there and so on. One of the most important things that brought them there was this thing called Magdeburg. This is really important. Magdeburg is the name of a town in Germany that was one of the first to codify the rules of being a citizen of that town. Usually citizens that are going to apply like equal rights, but that concept would be used in their religions. But if you were like an authorized resident of Magdeburg, you had certain rights that were carved up for you and your community group. And the Jews in particular have this Magdeburg Recht, which gave them, when they came into a specific town, gave them specific rights and responsibilities. Spoke about it briefly. I'm talking about the early Russian apps, but the kinds of things that Jews could insist on, for example, was that they could be given monopolies in certain industries. Such as we shall see, for example, alcohol distillation and sale. They can be allowed to be the only people allowed to sell alcohol. They can be allowed to be the only people to engage in taxation, tolls, things like taking tolls, whatever industry. Sometimes, like if you go to get your dry cleaning done here, anywhere in North America, I think, 9 out of 10 times you're going to be dealing with Koreans. Why that is, I don't know. But like a lot of Koreans, I guess, gravitate to that industry. If you get your hair cut in Queens, for sure it's going to be the Korean guy. It's like every barber in the 50-mile radius of agriculture man is a Korean guy. Because there's some kind of like sort of say, what am I going to do with myself? I go, oh, I know, you should be a barber. My cousin is a barber. So, well, I'll give you some tips. So there's one of those industries that was really in Jews was alcohol production, as we shall see, but most industries. Magdeburg also reinforced a lot of the techanos that the Kehillah had imposed, including the Cherem HaYishuv. You remember what the Cherem HaYishuv was? Exactly. The Cherem HaYishuv was literally the ban on settlement, that you can only move into town if you have permission of the God. You can't come in here and open up a competing Asian restaurant. Even if your egg rolls are way better, doesn't matter. We control how many people will be engaged or whatever. So Magdeburg Recht is kind of like, more like, these are pretty modern societies. They don't have extensive bureaucracy. This is pre-Doge, right? Nobody's downsizing these massive bureaucracies. And so the government essentially hands over a lot of the self-governing past to the cities, and the cities will set these things up. Why do they want to give these kind of rights? the Jews, the black ones, would you say that profit money and being so allowed to split so that I would say not so much number one, maybe not so much number three, but number two. There's three answers you gave. The first one was allow the Jews to live. The third one was, allow the Jews to live sort of like happily. I don't think it makes sense. But make money, everybody likes that. We have something like that. Once again, right? The whole idea is that the Jews are prosperous, the king can tax them. They're not the only, he's not the only one who tax them. The openness God can tax them too. And so there's an open recognition that Jews are very good at making money through a lot of skills that are not widely shared in the population, like lettuce and university. And so let the Jews live here, give them the privileges they want so they can set up shop, and then we will tax them. Right? Kind of like Lahavdil, why a spiritual community might want to open up a gambling casino. Right? They might not like here in Queens, there's no gambling in Queens. Is there two gambling by the highway or something? Okay, by JFK, there's like a racetrack. Yeah, so people, why would you want to have a gambling casino? You think it's going to attract people who are maybe not so solitary, a lot of despair. Why would you want to have that in your neighborhood? What's for money? Thank you, right? Because you can tax it. It's a vice. People are going to pay taxes on vices. That's why I say drugs are so expensive. But you don't want to put it in your center of the residential area. They have too much pushback. So the Jews were a little bit like that. Nobody really wanted the Jews to live there. So many of them are not Christians. They don't believe they're best like that. But you know what? It makes a lot of money. So as long as they keep to themselves, they'll be happy. And popular rent was like a whole body of laws that was good for Jews. It gave them rights and protections and privileges, and it regulated the degree to which they get in the same size. And let's see what was that conclusion. Yes. Oh, yeah, thank you. It was started, it's named after one town in Germany, but it was copied over and over again throughout Eastern Europe. As the Jews moved eastward, they said, oh, you want us to move to this town? Fine, we'd like to have some Magdeburg rents. And they'll say, well, the Magdeburg rents, I'll tell you. And then they would set up the same kind of thing. That's like the classic thing. So by the time you get to the 18th century, just look at the density of Jewish settlements here in what would be called Lithuania. It's massive, right? It's really hospitable, especially in both Ukraine. Okay. Now, we only got to get to the 11th. I'll talk about the Council of Grants first. Here is one of the most amazing things about this period of time, which if you want the early dissertation of Europe of the great Jewish historian Shimon Gutman, who is a phenomenal historian of Eastern Europe. He lived until 1941 when he was shot dead by the Nazis. His last words to his students who came crowding around his body as he fled out, he said to them in Yiddish, Schrein und Vorschlag. Write and record. And he makes the gave a series to his last students, the last will. Keep recording, keep writing it down, let people know what happened. But anyway, he wrote his dissertation on the Great Council of Grants. This is what happened. You have like in all of these tiny sheds all over, you have kahal. So we talk about the kahal structure with the Beit Din and the Parnas and the pillars and stuff like that. So each kahal is making its own rules, which are basically Talmudic in nature, but they're going to have some variation in local customs, things like that. But after a while, they say, you know what? There's so much stuff that we share amongst our fields, and that we could actually standardize ourselves, even organize ourselves into a kind of super kingdom, one big kingdom, one big council that would pass legislation for all fields in accordance with the main parliament. And the top power, that's what they did. They set up first thing they called 4 lands, then they called 5 lands. I'm just calling it the Council of Lands for simplicity. This was essentially a super government, which was ironically way more sophisticated, provided far more services than the actual government of Mauritania for about 200 years. This is like an incredible time point of Jewish self-government, where every single Israelite was operating under the same legal system, same kind of avenues of appeal, and allowed for tremendous expansion of the Jewish movement. So, like, this is not exactly not on its own Jew, the Council of the Four Lands. So, really, an amazing institution. I'm just curious, what kind of things do you think that they were involved in? What did they pass legislation on? Mr. Abrams? Taxes. Taxes are good, right? Like internal taxes, food taxes, definitely good call. What else?
How to deal with people who are out of line, for example, some of the usual.
Yeah, good point, Mr. Rubin. You're absolutely right. How to deal with people who refuse to recognize authority. Like, let's say you're living in Pinsk and the basin sends you a serial, you got to show up to court. You say, I'm not going to listen to the court. I'm going to go and move to Minsk, right? So if there's no central government, so now you live in Minsk. That's kind of like America is like that today, right? You don't like the base in Detroit, so then you move to Seattle because you can, right? And unfortunately, our base doesn't have the power to come chase you to Seattle. But the front of our vote did. They could say, oh, really? Can escape the rules by going to Minsk? No way. There's a harem placed on you in Minsk. You are also going to be under harem in Minsk, which was like huge. Again, remember, there is no secular Jewish identity at this point. The only way you can escape the power of what they did is if you become Christian. There's no sort of like, I'm just not going to kill you. That's something that happens in the 18th century and wrong. Afterwards, first in Western Europe and eventually go Eastern Europe as well. But it's not an all truth council. So in other words, wherever you went, there was an incredible system going around. One other area that you might go, like where you feel it, see it a lot, for example, is in Gittin. The guy wants to not give his wife a get. And he says, I want to punish my wife. I'm going to move to Minsk. And his wife is stuck in Minsk. Well, they can go send Rabbi to Minsk and pick him up and bring him back to Minsk. And of course, he's going to get. That's the power of this incredible thing that stretched again through what would be today 6 countries. Yes, Mr. Rubin.
I know in Bohemia they had prisons for Jewish people who it was better they're on the Jewish end than being treated in non-Jewish prisons. Was this applicable?
It was absolutely applicable, although flogging was more common than prison. Because prison involves a great expense, right? You've got to keep people up, feed them, all kinds of things. But if you flog them once and it's done, and it's a physical pain, people aren't afraid of it, so flogging is far more common. You go through Eastern Europe, you find like some, flogging pillars where they would actually, this is where they flogged. Schmeichel was flogged there, that kind of. Okay, one other thing you might find surprising, but I guarantee you see it every single day, it is an innovation of the ROTHSCHILD. Can I give you a hint? I don't know if I can give you a hint. What do you see when you first open up the book at Hebrew book? Copyright? Close to copyright, yeah. Well, what do we call it? Haskama, right? What is Haskama? Certification. And what is a certified? I guess it's more like, it's like, regular you see like a course or another. It's an emotional good, right? Yeah, right. Yeah, good, Mr. Abrams. Credibility in what sense? Credibility in the sense that it's like who writes stuff? Good rabbis, right? Good rabbis say, right? I've never a big rabbi writes. I didn't have a chance to read this book, but everybody tells me that the author is a really nice guy and he signs it, right? Until he later reports it because he found they moved our roles in it, right? Well, that's how we use Haskam today. But Haskams were invented by the ROTHSCHILD because of the new technology of printing. Because it used to be when you wrote a sefer, that basically once anyone had the manuscript, they could, if they wanted to, spend the time to copy it out. Big expensive procedure, but let's copy it out. But once everything printing happened, and the price of printed books dropped significantly, and then it suddenly became a great adventure. Oh my gosh, I found this manuscript here. I can just put it into typeface, print it off, and I'll make a million zloty. which is like $12. I did not, but people were saying this is great. And so, and you can also do that with someone else's printed book. So let's say, for example, you live, I don't know, up here in Danzig, and you visit Krakow, and it's a great book. You say, oh, this is a fantastic new book. You grab a copy, you quickly go back to Danzig, you typeset your own version of the book, you print it off, make a lot of money before you can possibly ship his books out to Krakow. And it was a real problem because, it was upsetting authors, it was upsetting people who put a tremendous amount of money into the printing process in the beginning. So the ROTHSCHILD came out with Ascamos, which originally were just agreements that nobody else was allowed to publish this book for a certain number of years. So we're back to what Mr. Rubin said, copyright. That's essentially what Ascamos were at first. They did not say anything about the quality of the book or the film kind of the author. They basically said nobody else is allowed to publish this book for 5 years, 10 years, whatever it might be. And that was how that evolved into the Ascamo that we have today. Ironically, the Ascamo that we have today is closer to what the Catholic Church uses, called the Inclinatur, which is basically the sign that the Catholic Church says this is okay reading, which you've probably never seen in any of the books that you read, but sometimes you can see a Catholic interpreter. So these are the kind of things that ROTHSCHILD did, and they continue to fulfill instruction at various levels, really up until 1844, when the Kahal was finally abolished by the Russian Empire. But very, very active, really up until the late 1700s. Okay, arguments, discussions, questions? Yes, Mr.
Maybe
President.
someone refused to do the right thing again and then turn Christianity.
That was a typical thing. That might be one way for them to be totally wrong. And it was an ongoing problem of some significance. And it's a weird thing. I think on a psychological level, it's so bizarre that we see over and over again in history. Sometimes when people get divorced, it's an amazing thing. They hate each other so much that they will punish themselves in order to hurt their former spouse. Like saying, like there's a guy in Israel who went to jail. Like in Israel, they put you in jail if you do forget. And he went to jail for like 20 years rather than just twice again. It's incredible how this thing happens. But that's true. The only way to really escape the reach of what they did was to convert. And that worked. Some, records. Okay, now we got to talk about the difficult stuff, the Arenda. Ready? Okay, so here's the thing. Why were Jews fighting so much? We talked a little bit about benzene. That's just kind of cool because we have a point. So far more significant aspect, something which became the backbone of the Eastern European Jewish economy, was this system known as the Arenda. It's a Latin word incorporated into the Polish language, and it basically means tax farming. How does this work? If we look at the map, let me just go back to the map for a second here. If we look at the map of Eastern Europe, you have a tremendous number of noblemen called Schmachter. It sounds like Schlechter, but it's not the same word. That are living primarily in Poland. And they, through conquest, are dominated by Ukraine. And Ukraine is not an independent country until the 20th century, and at this point it is part of this Polish. When you talk about particularly Polish landowners, own these massive farmsteads called latifundia. Again, another Latin word, but they've got all these Ukrainians living there as peasants, or a better term in this context would be serfs. SCRF. This is a version of feudalism that lasted up until the 1860s. So that's why in 1865 is defined as serfs are sort of like slaves, except they have a certain degree of freedom of movement. They may not leave the land that they were born into, like the immediate village area, and they're required to either pay a tax in goods, like a certain amount of the produce, or in wages, like money, cash money, which is very hard to find, or in labor, something called ROTHSCHILD, which is basically they would have to spend 1, 2 years farming for the Lord, and the rest of the time they would do it themselves. And so imagine the ethnic divide is really crucial. Poles are Catholic and Western facing. The Ukrainians are Orthodox and Eastern facing. They regard each other as aliens to each other, and the Ukrainians are dominated by the Poles. But the thing is, the Poles live far away, and they have these massive farms. How do they regulate those farms? How do they actually derive benefit from it? The way they do it is the Jews. They bring the Jews in as so-called orientators, which means masters of the arenda, where they are the official tax collectors for the Poles. And it works as a kind of community system. So the Polish nobleman, let's say in Warsaw, will bring a Jewish community to the shtetl. And it's important to know here, very importantly, that these shtetl, these little villages, and the surrounding farms, they are literally owned. Soil, buildings, everything, owned by the nobleman. Even to a certain degree, the serfs of the people are owned by the nobleman. But he doesn't want to go there and like be riding around in the army all day making sure that the serfs are working. So what he does is he says to the Jewish community that's planted there, okay, you guys are my tax collectors. I want you to collect 10,000 zloty for me next year. I want you to collect that money for me. And the Jews say, we will accept this contract to collect 10,000 zloty for you. And the nobleman says, fine, go ahead and do it. He does not want to get involved in the nitty-gritty of how exactly they collect it. And this is not a modern one bureaucracy. There's no IRS going on here. And the Jews have to go back and they have to collect that money from the peasants. Now, two things are important. The first is that who's paying the Jews? The nobleman is not paying the Jew. The Jews are paid by the amount that they collect minus the amount they have to give to the nobleman. So in other words, if in a year we're going to provide 10,000 zloty, then the nobleman says, okay, that's your contract, come back to me next first of Elul with 10,000 zloty. The Jews go back, they've got to collect 12,000 zloty, and the 2,000 they collect is for the Jewish community. That becomes their mainstay on their economics. And the nobleman doesn't care how they do it. He doesn't really want to get involved. So they involve in all kinds of tax collecting devices, such as most commonly a tax on produce. When you bring in 10 bushels a week, you've got to give one to the nobleman. You trap 100 rabbits in the nobleman's forest, you've got to give over 10 of them. You want to cross the bridge over the lake, the nobleman built this bridge, you've got to pay a toll. And in some extreme cases, the document, if you want to use the nobleman's church, want to baptize your child, want to get married, you have to pay a tax to the Jew to use the church. And as you can imagine, this must have been incredibly galling to the population. We don't know how extensive the specific tax to get the Jews to the church really was, at least in terms of historical reality. But in terms of the Ukrainian perception, it's massive. They have these popular folk songs that are memorized by the blind guitarists like history. And they all go on and on about the Jew who retired to preach out in order to get into the church to get married and stuff like that. And you can imagine that this is a tremendous amount of history.
So first of all, the Jews, the way we picture them at the time, they were really impoverished, they were the lowest class, among the peasants. When they came with the benefits, that took all the money and money go ahead and
well, there you go, Mr. Timon. That's like Salabaran, right? There are almost 20%. First of all, we should understand that our depictions of shtetl life, we're talking about something that lasted for about 700 years. And there are definitely good times and bad times. And also, you have to understand that we're looking at Shredder Life, where we've got, like, we don't even think about the fact that we have running water. Right? Whereas going to the river and getting water was a daily chore for everybody. So their overall spending is much lower than ours. So you tend to be distracted by that. But generally speaking, if you were like a Martian coming to the planet and you went to Eastern Europe and let's say the year 1600 and you had to choose, do I want to impersonate, do I want, like the body snatchers, do I want to impersonate a Ukrainian peasant or a Jewish tax collector or a Polish nobleman? You'd probably choose Polish nobleman, but second choice would definitely be the Jewish tax collector. They were definitely far wealthier than the typical Ukrainian peasant.
There were also the scapegoats that the Ukrainians stated that there was actually the noblemen, they interacted with Jews, they would do the behavior that stole.
You are absolutely right. I mentioned the year 1600 because in 1648 this would all blow up. As you can imagine, huge peasant rebellion, all kinds of anger directed at the Catholic Polish lords and their Jewish middlemen representatives right here in Ukraine. But you can understand the economics behind that huge explosion of anger. And in fact, I'm not like, being really counterintuitive. You tend to have sort of like yourself with Valhalla. We have a vision that's sort of colored by Finger on the Roof. Anyone ever seen that movie? Finger on the Roof presents a certain kind of image. A lot of it is true, but that's presenting, let's say, a 1905 image, which is very different from 1600. Take it back to the 1600s the same way. And it's a rosy picture. If you look, however, at a really important source, which I recommend you read, if there's by researching this, Yevhen Mitzurah, very, very powerful book by Nathan of Hanover, a historian who reports the Preston Uprising of 1648, and he just goes to town on how evil it was and how stupid it was for the Jews to get themselves in that kind of economic position. Anyone with eyes in their head could have seen that this headed for disaster. And eventually things would go up, and they did. And that's a Jew from the 17th century became, unusually self-critical about, wow, bad choices. Jews made that in the 17th century. Primary source, so absolutely. Primary wings. Another example might be like if you look at it's terrible Shonda. It's such a horrible channel. When you look at the newspaper, you see there's a financial scandal. Like someone cheating government, someone cheating Medicare, something like that. And you say to yourself, please let it not be a Jewish name. And then you see a stein or a bird is destroyed. But that's the same kind of thing. But unfortunately, to have this idea that everybody in the 1600s wore black hats and was really Shomer Shabbos is unfortunately not true. And even the people who wore black hats and were Shomer Shabbos were sometimes unfortunately involved in very shady and exploitative economic practices. That was really upsetting. So people were, as normal before they were more today, and required the company that employ residents out and the rest of the people. So that's a fascinating question. It's more of a theological question, I think, than an economic or historical question. All I can say, if I don't want to step on Eileen into the theology department, not more the history department, but we have this idea of Eureka Hadoros, the decline in the generations. But we also have the idea of Halacha Kabasra. Halacha follows the later generations. Right, so what does that assume? If we are constantly lower than previous generations, then how can we follow the halacha of the later generations? We should follow the halacha of the Mishnah of the nation, like look at the Mishnah Rule. Right? So the answer to that is that in my humble opinion, I think I read it somewhere. Eureka Hadoros refers to their spiritual capacity, their ability to, empathize or to see the truth or something differently. But not their scientific intelligence, not their, grasp of advanced math. Those things we follow where we are today. So we can become smarter without becoming that immediate or just as good. I think if you ask Rabbi Sachs, he would say, of course you can come out with just a good speech. Because he wants you guys to max out all of your ethics that enough? You guys are asking outside of my way. Let's talk about a couple other aspects of the event that which is really nasty. One of the aspects of it was open not still.
Mr. Combs, sorry. So, like, the anti-Semitism that people have been talking about here, that creates a really pretty boring thing, you could say.
It's good for
Not much.
well, I don't like the idea of mourning for the other one because that implies that violence is justified. I wouldn't want to justify violence under any circumstances if possible. But I would say that, yeah, it's more, let's say, rational. I mean, one of the great historians of anti-Semitism is a guy named Calvin Langmuir, and he writes that one of the things that characterizes real anti-Semitism, like that crazy stuff we talked about last week, is that it is fundamentally chimerical in nature. If I had a word, I would write this down. It's a good word. Chimera. You know what a chimera is? Yes.
Yes.
Right. Why would you call anti-Semitism chimerical? So a chimera is like a made-up monster, where you like attach things one to another to make up something like, it's like just bizarre, like a three-headed beast or a pink elephant or something like that. So some of that weird stuff that we saw going on in Western Europe, it's like, Jews children for their blood, and so, wow, what weird, totally irrational stuff. This anti-Semitism, on the contrary, is more like an explosion of a socioeconomic basis. I'm not saying it's justified, and it's certainly not focused on the individual criminals. It's this explosion that affects everyone, and that's horrible, but the consequences. But you can see where it's coming. Even the mental discussion, the Jews should realize that the agenda was intrinsically harmful. We should not be in this business. Now, another example of this, growing the Nazi, very significant. You've often seen, like you see it in Twitter on the road, the crutch shop, which is like deep in, right? The place where the entire Ukrainian presence here, they have some Ukrainian presence actually in more festive garb. This is not like right out of the window. But they're coming in and they're enjoying alcohol served by this Hasidic Jew. And there's a guy playing the violin there. What is this talking about? What this is referring to is the fact that one of the fastest ways to get taxes is through vices. You said, I'm going to go with gambling, right? Alcohol is also a huge money maker. Why it's so hard to ban alcohol. You can have the 19th Amendment, right? What are the amendments? Yeah, 19th Amendment to ban alcohol. We're going to repeal one of those short-lived amendments. The only amendment I think that was ever repealed, right? Yeah, so they tried to ban it. Right? You can't do it. 18th Amendment. Thank you. 18th Amendment. I think the 19th was, let's bring it back, right? Forget about the 18th Amendment. It did not work. But alcohol, everybody loves alcohol. There's the reality of it. People will drink alcohol, so you can tax it. It's not something that people say, well, that's too much of a tax. I'm not going to drink alcohol. People do drink. So the Jews were frequently given this thing called propinatia, which was part of the agenda. The you Jews are the only people allowed to make alcohol. You are the only people allowed to sell it, and people have to come to your inn in order to drink it, and you can tax people on this. Just add one more layer, Mr. Abrams, and you're through. One more layer means, don't forget, Jews are all still small, they're still small-time money lenders. There's the ban on Christians engaging in money lending has disappeared by now, right? It's already knocked out in the 14th, 15th century. So Christians are still not lending money now, what banks, government money, and so on. But in this really backwards part of the post-Ukrainian Commonwealth, the only way you can borrow tiny little amounts of money for small things like, spoons or whatever is go to the Jew and you lend money, you borrow money. And you pay a significant interest. It's the only place where you get it. It's not regulated, but the Jews are still protected by the nobleman who's like the king in Western Europe because he wants to make sure he gets his taxes. And the Jews are Jew because you get in trouble with the government to do it. So propinatia is added to the money lending in a way that Ukrainian peasants work hard in the fields all day. They just want to come back and have a glass of kettle or a glass of glass. They show up at the inn, they drink their food, and they say to the nutrition keeper or the restaurant, put it on my tab. Jewish Indians have no problem with this horse lottery. And then at the end of the harvest season, the guy has all kinds of money, has been pulling all his feet, and then he says, okay, I want to settle my tab, and more zloty has good interest become like 6, 7 zloty. And that's not the only night he was drinking on his tab. So all of a sudden he's got like a 300 zloty bill for alcohol over here. What is this? So this was like an especially noxious form of the agenda that was ultimately very, very negative.
So they would tax them just for the produce and most of them, and then they'd come at night to produce and like what was that relationship? Why would they still interact with this? They couldn't make them alcohol, but like you said, the bad guys.
Well, I think your question is backwards because there's no bad guys. There are people trying to live their lives.
They're not really peasants. These people are stealing our money. They're coming every day to harass them. They don't whatever they need. Why would we hang out with them? Why would we start their stories?
The Jews weren't stealing their money at all. This was just reality that there are only two things which are inevitable, right? Death and taxes. Jews are not in charge of death. But the taxes, they were in charge of. And the reality is, you have to work with them. Everybody knows money goes to the internet. And the Jew happens to be the tax collector. It's also collected a little drop at a time. You cross this bridge, fish in this pond, this whatever. That was the reality. Nobody likes taxes, but it's rare that you have tax revolts, right? People maybe are grumbling more in late March when they have to pay their taxes, but we don't have that many storming of the capitals, maybe once every. That's how watch it, right? Hang on a second, so they basically may not have always liked them, but it was not like a wartime situation. Also, let us not forget, and it's so hard to teach this properly, you have to keep both of these things in mind. The Jews and Poles and Ukrainians lived together in great peace and prosperity for about 1,000 years. 1,000 years, with only a few very memorable moments of violence in that time. Now, some of those moments were like explosions, like 1648, and they're also accelerating in the modern area, like Pogroms 1881, 1903, 1905. 1919 was horrific, and then of course the Holocaust. But for most of those centuries, they lived with each other. And case in point, so much of what we do is Ashkenazi Jewish culture is basically Ukrainian, Polish, Belarusian, Russian culture. You cannot sit down to a meal in an Ashkenazi house without having, for example, Lokshin Kuro. Right? What is Lokshin? What Kuro is Lokshin? No, it's Lokshina, which is Ukrainian for noodles. Kuro is German. Or you can't have, some other examples. Borscht, for sure. Borscht is actually French. Stove pot. For a long time. But so much of the stuff that we do, the rituals we do, are basically things that we sort of borrow from them, they borrow from us. Oh, that's what they call the filter fish, which they eat quite a bit of. Jewfish. And say, this is good stuff. Some of it is Jewfish. Right? So our cultures are so closely interrelated. That is one of the best scenes they took on the roof is when they're in the crunch time. And they're kind of like all drinking together. And one Ukrainian guy walks over to Tevye to wish him a mazel tov, and he says, "Na zdorovya," to your health. And Tevye is a little bit intimidated, but then they end up dancing together, and it's like, wow, it's like overwhelming. That is true. There's hostility, there's separation, but there's also a tremendous degree of cultural borrowings. Where that especially happens, gentlemen, and I don't want to go too far on this, but if you've heard me, I would probably do it. Women. The women talk to each other. Recipes are exchanged. They're picking up fashion hints. All kinds of women are much more the glue of societies than men in this regard. Men may have hostilities and difficulties and things like that, but the women will talk to each other. Okay, Mr. Elderstate.
So you're saying that the Jews were just the tax collectors and asked for the reality of life, and that's what people do whatever.
But they were not like Muslims who were trying to kidnap our children.
But if you look at the perspective, you ask most Americans, what do you feel about the IRS? People are most likely to tell you, oh, I hate it. Oh, I wish I could just disappear, right? And the IRS is a body of government has a lot more oversight than Jews do. And they were also in control of monopolies. People also have very strong minutes about government. And so, just trying to your whole idea definitely seems very much more. So,
No, but we have to use that strategy. It's so beautiful because there's a difference between what people say and what people do. Nobody likes the IRS. Nobody does. Maybe if you work for the IRS, you might like
what revolts? The Boston Tea Party was over a 3% tax.
Okay, good. And when was that?
That was in 17.
Right. And when was the next tax revolt? There are tax revolts for sure, but as long as the taxes are not too awful, we'll deal with it. We'll complain. And America has an unusual kind of pressure release because we have elections. You just say, vote the bums out. And that makes America a little easier that way. But generally speaking, taxes are just an accepted part. Nobody likes them, but everybody agrees.
They're not getting this level revolts over taxes. Like, obviously, it's a slightly different situation, but in some socialist or communist countries that try going socialist or communist and increase taxes exponentially, have revolts. Sometimes rebels in the country.
Yeah, I will not disagree that it does happen, but in the main, people just want to live their lives, and if the pressure is not too great, they'll just make sort of a benefit cost analysis, and they'll say, it's just easier for me to pay the money, and then they'll leave you alone. And it's only when it's too much that you have a reward. And this one is basically okay.
To confess on every year that you drank during winter.
Well, okay, so that's what people do with that, right? That brings it said, because it does happen. This, by the way, is a great piece of art by the fantastic Ilya Rabbi, which shows the reply to the Zaporizhians, or the reply of the Zaporizhians to the Sultan. These are his listener rights and you appreciate it. Such a beautiful piece of art. These guys are the original Cossacks, or Cossack. And what they were people who were so upset with the system that they lost their efforts. They fled the Ukrainians for the most part. They fled the settlements, and they went as far south as they could to be out of the reach of the Shasta, or the Sherman. And they essentially set up these sort of like independent cowboy settlements where they lived in their own rules. And they had all kinds of unusual sort of fashion. This walrus mustache, this classic Cossack style, and top knot as well. Mostly quite often is true, but the top knot there. And this is, by the way, for the Ukrainians, these are kind of like their national heroes. Like we think in America, we tend to idolize the gunslingers of the Wild West, right? The Marlboro man with the big hat riding off to the sunset on his horse, that kind of thing. This is like the cowboys for the Ukrainians. Unfortunately, the national heroes for the Ukrainians are like the national enemies for the Jews. Because what would happen, what's going on in this particular scene is the Cossacks, among the things they did for which they are vandalized by the Ukrainians, is they fought with the Ottoman Turks who would raid Ukrainian villages for children and bring them back to be slaves. Really awful phenomenon in early modern history. And then the Cossacks would fight with them. And at one point, the Ottoman Turks said, would you guys please stop attacking our slave raiding? We'll make a deal with you. So they go back and very close to the Ottoman. And so here they're celebrating that one guy who knows how to write, who's composing the letter, and all the other Cossacks are like suggesting various, profanities to start being a letter. But this is really like a sort of Cossack mindset as encapsulated in the Ilya Records book. They were led by this guy, Wolfgang Palevsky, who was one of these heavy noblemen who fled to the particular part of the rapids on the southern Dnieper River. And he organized all of these kind of like bands of people named Cossacks. And he said, let's all organize ourselves and let's not run away from the Polish noblemen. Let's run at them and let's attack and let's kick them out of our territories. And of course, this was hugely bad for the Jews, because the Jews were the tip of the spear for the Polish economic system, right? The Poles were living far away, but the Jews were living right there in the right bank behind. And so when these Cossacks came and they had all this pent-up anger at the Polish noblemen, who were incidentally also sort of culturally trying to dominate them, trying to get it to convert to Catholicism through the Orthodoxy, so there was also a religious element to this too. They came sweeping into these Jewish deadlocks, and the massacres were horrific. I mentioned Nathan of Hanover earlier as the chronicler of this period, and although he does criticize the Jewish involvement in the horrendous system as being really the basis of the problem, he does provide such a horrific and like emotional description of these pogroms that I'm not going to tell you the kinds of things he describes because they will scar your minds and you'll never be able to forget them. If you are curious about reading this, then put that together and let's survive it is a chilling, awful read. Now this comes into the region, or the region by period is called in Zeras Tach. Taik referred to the 2 years, 1648 and 1649. It actually extended a little bit longer, but these 2 years were the worst. Sorry? I never came up from that. Years after that. But it's absolutely horrific. The violence perpetrated on Jews. And again, let's not forget that if you had 1,000 people working in a particular shtetl, let's say 1,000 working individuals, you put 2 men and women, then chances are maybe 40 of them would be directly involved in the renda out of 1,000, maybe 100, and the others would be involved in all kinds of other things that were supported by the renda, kind of like Las Vegas. Las Vegas, what's the main industry there? I don't know, I keep coming back to this. Gambling, right? So gambling out of Las Vegas, what happened to Las Vegas? It's in front of it'll literally dry up. That's all that water is important, right? But most of the people in Las Vegas do not work in casinos. They work in all kinds of ancillary industries, hotels, Ubers, restaurants, and stuff like that, that support the people who come in to do gambling in casinos. So the casinos are the reason why Los Angeles continues to exist, but most Las Vegas, most Las Vegas are not working in casinos. So the same thing with the Arenda. The Arenda was what really allowed the basis of the Jews as the backbone of the economy, but the vast majority of Jews were doing all kinds of other things. Silversmithing, and tinsmithing, and small trails, you had the occasional scholar, establishing.
I think this is actually especially good comparison because you can always smell things that casinos that are over 5 years.
One last thing. Okay, I'm not going to repeat that. But yeah, okay, we talked about this. Oh, this is the translation of the material, the epistle it doesn't find it. The Sherman's collecting eventually their studies. Oh, very good. One of my memoirs. It is. Absolutely horrific. It's already English translation. Now, one of the things that is a challenge to historians is trying to figure out, we have these very emotive sources. Nathan Hanover is perhaps because there are many other sources that will describe this horrible devastation. But it does not seem that the scale of devastation was as large as the historians recommend. You'll see citations. It seems like every time someone writes about this, it increases by a number of 100,000 victims. So you have 250,000 victims. But the reality is, remember the beginning section, there were only probably about 40,000 Jews living in Ukraine at the time. So it's hard to imagine 250,000 people killed with only 40,000 men killed. chances are it was probably somewhere in the neighborhood, depending on which story you read, probably in the neighborhood of something like a third of the population was killed, which is a devastating number. But the total number is not at all like what a lot of okay. Let's take this just the aftermath and wrap it up. This is a five I think. It's Ukrainian, but I can't remember what it's on. Not good yet. No, it's the way it's just filled in, right? It says $5 notes, and this is on the $5 bill in Ukraine, none other than what John Cummings. So again, remember when we started talking about dollar bearer and so on, for Ukrainians, they use currency for the most part as a great national hero. He's the George Washington, and he invited them and brought them all together and pushed out to become a strong lord, and also incidentally massacred lots of Jewish out and outdoors. But when Jews see this, which is the other bit, they see horrible selling. And that's both of those pictures are true. You just have to understand the lens through which they are viewed.
Let's get to our last question. You really understand the history of the Native Americans. So,
yeah, I mean, you say the Native Americans have become on this, and they see it. There's a long 20 long time. But we didn't kill each other back and forth. We're not true. People in America, as far as you do comparative martyrology, I got this, by the way, in Central Square Museum, they have like this very heroic statue of history there as well. The earlier version of it, actually, by the Ron Sanson, actually have like a Jew trampled underfoot by it. But even it starts in the left, that's the cortex. So they remove each week. And okay, let's call that a day. Exclusionary pressures in Western Ashkenaz. So what's going to happen? Now we're at a transitional point in our history. We've looked quite a bit, especially the materials I put online from last week. We looked quite a bit at the environment of the Jews in Western Ashkenaz, which basically comprises England, France, and Germany. Once you get east of Germany, you're getting into Central Europe or Eastern Europe. And what's going to happen is from the 13th century onward, peaking in the 17th century, you'll have a massive migration of Ashkenazi Jews from the traditional heartland of Western Europe to Eastern Europe. There, in Eastern Europe, there's going to be a massive population explosion in the 19th century as a result of several factors, including things like the invention of the smallpox vaccine, the unique style of Ashkenazic living arrangements called Kest, which reduced infant mortality significantly, and there's going to be just an explosion of Ashkenazi Jews in the 1800s. And eventually, when you get to the end of the 1800s, you'll have another big population movement from Eastern Europe to America, to a lesser degree, South America, Canada, Australia, Israel, places like that. But we're now going into the period where Jews are going to be leaving the Ashkenazic heartland to Eastern Europe. That's 13th to 17th century period. Yes, remind me your name, please. Last name. Parente, Mr. Parente. You used to sit over here. Yeah, that's what's hard. Okay, Mr. Parente. So, good question. The question which I will repeat, because people who are watching the video sometimes ask me to repeat the question. Does the word Ashkenaz refer to a people or a country or a region? So you can have a look at the very first lecture we went over the terminology. It is associated with I think it's a grandson of Noah in the biblical period. I think Noah, actually there's such thing. Anyways, one of the grandsons, maybe great-grandsons. And over the Middle Ages, various regions were associated with the land of that particular individual and his descendants. For reasons that we don't totally understand, this was eventually associated with the region of the Rhineland in northern Germany, and the Jews who moved to that area were known as the Jews who moved to the land of Ashkenaz, and then they were called Ashkenazi Jewry. But we have no real good reason to associate specifically that region with the place Ashkenaz. It's kind of arbitrary in some terms. So it now really only refers to people, and the Ashkenazim are only Jews now, obviously, because only Jews use that terminology. Okay, have a look at the first lecture. It's online. Okay, shall we go on? Okay, so now I'm looking at the reason why Jews moved from Western Europe to Eastern Europe, twofold. First, there was a push for Jews to leave that will culminate in expulsions. Really strong push that Jews felt unwelcome in Western Europe. And at the same time, not for our discussion today, but probably next week, there was an economic vacuum in Eastern Europe inviting Jews in. Literally, leaders of municipalities, of kingdoms, saying, please, Jews, come here. We will give you privileges. We will give you tax breaks. We will give you specific, legislation that you will want, like the right to build a wall around your community or the right to have a monopoly on X, Y, or Z. And so that will be like a vacuum, an invitation, bringing Jews in, pushing Jews out, bringing Jews in at the same time. We're going to talk about the pushing Jews out first. Mr. Krantz. Well, you're right, Mr. Krantz. The first Jews who are allowed to be full citizens, that happens in the 18th century. So we're talking about 1790 for the Jews of Bordeaux and Bayonne in southern France. We're still here like about 400 years earlier when nobody has citizenship. There's no such thing as a citizen except maybe the king and maybe his wife. And that's basically it. Everyone else is a subject. So maybe not even his wife. Everyone is a subject of the king. Right? That's feudalism. And all you can hope for is privileges that the king gives you. So we're still in that period right up until you get to the 18th century. All right, let's look at one major factor in the push for Jews out. The first is something called the Crusades. This is like a scene. This is one of those watershed moments. You know what the term watershed means? Good term. I'll tell you, actually, I grew up near the Arctic watershed. Anyone want to define that term? Mr. Silva? No. Watershed is the earth, like when rain falls, it either flows toward a body of water here or a body of water there, right? It depends on the elevation of a particular spot. And, like where we are right now, we're in, I guess, probably the Atlantic watershed, where every drop of rain that falls here in New York will eventually flow towards the east into the Atlantic Ocean, right? Like in the beginning of Coachella. So all the rivers flow to the sea, and the sea is never filled. But if we were to move a little further west in this country, we would get to a different watershed where all the water would flow into the Mississippi River, and then down into the Gulf of something. Right? What do you call it? Gulf of America. There you go. So right in the Gulf of America. Or further west, it would be a watershed where we flow to the Pacific Ocean. I happen to grow up in the Arctic watershed, north of the Arctic watershed, where all the water that rains, all the rain that fell in where I grew up, would flow into the Arctic Ocean because it's flew north. So a watershed means like up until this point, everything is going this way. After this point, it's going the other way. So if you think about that term as a historical term, the Crusades are one of those watershed moments where beforehand, people understand the world in such a way. Afterwards, very different. Another watershed in time would be something like 9/11. That's a huge watershed for the United States history. That was just before many of you were born, but you live in the post 9/11 era, changed everything in so many ways. The Crusades are one of those moments. This is the history. This guy, Pope Urban II, 1095, he complains that the holy city of Jerusalem, which is controlled at this time by the Muslims, right? Muslims are in charge of the land of Israel at the time. They are not allowing Christian pilgrims appropriate access to the holy sites. Church of the Holy Sepulchre, various sites that Christians revere in a very significant way. And he's like really upset about it. He reaches out to Christian Orthodox, right? Don't forget, at this time, 1095, there are two basic major kinds of Christians. There are Catholics who are ruled from Rome. The Pope in Rome, and there are Orthodox, who are ruled by 7 patriarchs in the Eastern world, sometimes called Greek Orthodox, sometimes called Russian or Armenian Orthodox. It's a different form of Christianity and Catholics, but they both are Christian faiths. If you want, it's not really appropriate to use the term denominations, but they are 2 different, let's say, flavors of Christianity. And they have not gotten along well for the last couple of 100 years. But he says to them, wow, it's just so awful that, we're hearing about Christian pilgrims not getting in to see the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. And the entire Christian world just, resonates with that message and says, yeah, it is terrible. Pope Urban II calls for something called a crusade, based on the word cross, the crucifix, saying we should all go there, we should organize ourselves, and we should take back the land of Israel from the infidel Muslims so that Christians can safely go there to worship. Massive reaction for a whole bunch of reasons. There was a certain amount of unemployment among the knightly class, for example, and they had literally nothing to do, but this was a great excuse. They pulled it together, particularly in the regions of France and Germany, and they make their way all the way across Europe to the Holy Land, and they fight the Muslims and they take over the land of Israel. The next 200 years, there's going to be ongoing fighting with the Muslims until finally the Muslims drive them out. But this is the era of the Crusader kingdoms, when Christians from Western Europe established sort of footholds in the land of Israel. I'm sure you visited places like Caesarea and Akko and all kinds of land, and where you'll see lots of Crusader fortresses and things. You'll also see Muslim fortifications against the Crusaders, like, for example, the walls around Jerusalem were built by the Muslims, trying to hold off any future attack by Crusaders. And it went back and forth for a couple of 100 years. Here you see, and by the way, because they kept on they made their way down, they took over the territory, then they got kicked out, then they made their way down again. There are multiple crusades over several 100 years with a variety of outcomes, some successful, some not. Exactly. Isn't that surprising how that happens, Mr. Hans? So how did Jews get involved in this? Especially up here, you can see the Stars of David represent very clever sort of symbolism. They represent Jewish communities. And at a certain point in 1096, in the summer of 1096 in particular, there was an especially dangerous phenomenon because a whole bunch of crusaders, and remember, this is like a mass movement where you have wealthy knights who are able to afford a horse and a caddy and all the weapons and the armor and stuff like that to finance a long trip across Europe. And then you have hoi polloi. You have the dark, unwashed masses. Yeah, we want to do this too. We want to get involved in it. And they come along for the ride. And in particular, in the northern German region of Ashkenaz, there are a whole bunch of these individuals led by people like Peter the Hermit, who is kind of like a rabble-rousing individual, sort of like a popular preacher, kind of demagogue. And he essentially says to these crusaders, wait a second, why are we schlepping all the way to Jerusalem to fight infidels? I don't think he used the word schlep, but you get the idea. Why are we taking ourselves there? The whole point of this is that we're going to beat those unbelievers, meaning Muslims. Why are we going all the way to Jerusalem to do it? We have unbelievers, Jews, right here on our very own backyard. And so a lot of these, especially the less professional crusaders, the less disciplined crusaders, they start making these religiously inspired pogroms that specifically targeted these tiny little Ashkenazic, civilization outposts in the northern German region. This is like one of those huge scars in Ashkenazic history that we will remember every week in the Av HaRachamim prayer, which Av HaRachamim, which we read on Shabbos after the Torah, specifically speaking to the horrible massacres that occurred in the summer of 1096, and then onward for the next 200 years on a smaller scale. it's going to be absolutely awful. I'll take you through some of them, Mr. Boyke. Well, the more professional, disciplined soldiers, like they've got some kind of they've got a plan. They want to go to Israel. They want the glory of attacking the Muslims. They want to bring back pieces of the Holy Cross and things like that. They've got kind of like a bigger goal. But the lesser outfitted and the kind of they don't have the same kind of resources and they can't imagine paying for that massive journey down there. But they do want to get involved in the violence and all it. So they say, we'll just do it right here in the Ashkenazi homeland. Mr. Parente. So I think that if you asked a crusader, he would say the goal was to reclaim the Holy Land. And maybe a side benefit would be the fact that we can show those unbelievers what they're worth. And by the way, where you see this especially clearly in the Rhineland massacres is because Jews were given the option, convert or die. Right? This is the option, well, get baptized, which will represent a victory for Christianity if these Jews become Christians, or get killed. So it has definitely a very strong religious root, demagogic and violent and all kinds of nasty things, but nevertheless religious at its core. All right, Fighter. Okay, so he says to these crusaders, why are you stepping all the way down there? Let's do this right here. Here's another image from that time. And we have a lot of chronicles, by the way. We have source material for this written by Jews, some of the really heartbreaking chronicles written by Jews, like a handful of them. And we also have Christian chronicles of the attacks on Jews as well, which largely corroborate some of the most horrific aspects of these massacres. 1096, the summer, May through June, is specifically the time when they were at their most intense, beginning of the Crusades. There would be, as I mentioned, later Crusades that also had violence against Jews attendant upon it. You'll recall in the lecture when we looked at Ashkenazi genetics, we saw all those Jews thrown down the well. So that was as part of the Second Crusade. There's a tremendous story about Rabbi Tam being involved in one of these crusades as well, and wounded, absolutely horrific. The three main towns, however, that are the epicenter are called Speyer, Worms, and Mainz. They're known as the Shum communities by acronym. These are three really small but important old Ashkenazic settlements. Remember, Ashkenaz at this point only has been around for about 200 years, and there's still maybe a few thousand Jews in each one of these places, but nevertheless, they were the three that were most powerfully attacked at the beginning. The Jewish response is fascinating and says a lot, I think, to the formation, one might suggest, of Ashkenazic culture. Yes, question. Yes, definitely. That was where Rabbeinu Gershom studied, for example. So these are significant towns. They're not faraway places. They're small by our standards, but still big by the science century. So this is where one of the oldest techniques that Ashkenazim developed, Jews in general, but Ashkenazim in particular, for dealing with communal threats. There are two basic strategies. Well, let's say there are three basic strategies that you can possibly think of when you're confronted by a threat. What do you think those three strategies are? Pay them off. Thank you. Thank you. Fight back. What happens if you fight back? You'll probably lose. You'll be overwhelmed by the numbers, right? Because we're talking about masses of pogromists who are attacking small communities who are not, inclined militarily. There is an argument to be made, and we do see it happening in the 1900s, in the pogrom waves that swept through Russia, that you might actually scare them off by showing a little control. But early on, Ashkenazi Jewish communities, with very, very few exceptions, basically said fighting back is not our best option. We are going to get completely murdered, massacred, if we fight back. We need to rely on other sources of authority and might to protect us. So fighting back was not something that Jews Ashkenazi Jews in particular, started doing really until the early 20th century. We have a long, old history of military resistance that goes back to biblical times, but basically living as a minority in the diaspora, we set it aside as a strategy since the Maccabees, really. Oh, actually, a little later, since the revolts against Rome, since Bar Kokhba in the 2nd century, we basically set aside military responses. That's why, by the way, maybe we'll get to it at the end of the semester, that's why Israel represents another watershed moment in Jewish history, because this is the first time that we've really organized ourselves to bring back some of that old martial tradition that we had in the ancient period. But that's not what's going to happen in the medieval period at all. The other possibilities are you run away, and yes, we have lots of life of Jews. It's not always possible, though. You're talking about your family, talking about your children. Are you going to run away with all of them? They're going to catch up with you. It may not be a very viable option. The third option is to bribe the criminals, try to pay your way out of it. This is what one of my students once memorably said. This is the fee or flee strategy of Jewish survival. Remember that? Fee or flee. Either pay or run away. Those are your two basic options that Jews use. So typically, like we see, for example, in the city of Köln, in April of that year, they were able to avoid the massacres by simply going out to the Crusaders and saying, hey, whoa, you don't want to attack us. We are loyal subjects of the king. Remember the service of Egi Kamarai, that stuff we talked about. But we appreciate the desire to liberate the Holy Land from the Muslims. Here's a big bag of gold to help you finance your military endeavor. And they were able to successfully, avoid a massacre, at least in April. They also would appeal to the emperor, right? Because that's part of how Jews survived, was by being part of the tax structure that the emperor wanted to protect. But later on, it would get worse. This strategy would not survive. Going on to Speyer in May of that month, they tried to barricade themselves in the synagogue, and many Jews who were outside the synagogue were killed by the Crusaders. Remember, it's a get baptized or die kind of moment. Many of them chose to die rather than be baptized. In fact, what we will see happening in some of these chronicles, which is absolutely horrific and hard to imagine, but we see it very clearly in the chronicles, Jews in the Crusades frequently chose suicide over baptism. This was like an incredibly dramatic moment where you'd have situations where Jews were trapped inside synagogues, and the Crusaders would say, come out and be baptized, or we will set the synagogue on fire. And the Jews inside would actually take out knives and slaughter their own children before they took their own lives. The Crusaders would set fire to a building that had no business. Absolutely horrific examples recorded not only in the Hebrew Chronicles, but also in the Christian Chronicles, saying, can you believe these Jews? Amazing that they would rather kill themselves and their own children 100 of the time. They would rather kill their own children rather than submit to baptism. And gentlemen, I would hazard as something for you to think about further. This is one of those moments that define Ashkenazic history, that from the Crusades onwards, much of Ashkenazic culture was sort of like bend inwards and begin to say that, wow, the outside world is so dangerous. The outside world is so toxic. It is fundamentally and existentially threatening to us. We must protect ourselves at all costs from everything involving the outside world. And Ashkenazi culture tends to get kind of like that inward focus that results in some interesting cultural expressions we'll see shortly. Sephardic culture, by contrast, they didn't have this same challenge of the Crusades. The Crusades did not sweep through Spain at this time. Spain is also, where Jews are mainly living. It's Muslim. It's not even under the Christians. But their big challenge would come after 1391, as we discussed last semester, that They were challenged to come after 1391, where now they've been forcibly converted without their will, without a chance to even say no, and now they have to live in both the Christian world and in the Jewish world simultaneously. Sephardim develop a kind of cultural tropism where they can direct themselves to adapting to outside society while preserving a Jewish identity. Right? You see the contrast between the two? Ashkenazim, sword in the sand, saying, if you force a son on me, I will literally kill myself. Sephardim say, give me your worst, I'll find a way to cope with it, and I'll do sort of, if you'll pardon the pun, Jiu-jitsu, and find a way to keep my Jewish identity, despite the fact that I am living outwardly as a Christian. Two different, very different survival strategies. Okay, so it was in Speyer that we have the first example of this, at least recorded in the Jewish Chronicles, of a Jewish woman who chooses to die rather than to submit to baptism, and this becomes kind of like a major theme of the Crusades. Finally, in Worms, the Jews at this time, they go to the bishop. The bishop has a big fortified castle, and they say, please protect us. The bishop says, okay, because the bishop, one of the ironic things we see about anti-Semitism for much of this period is that the upper church wanted to have nothing to do with this. They wanted to have nothing to do with these crazy allegations of blood libel and these, bizarre ideas that the Jews had to be massacred. It was actually contrary to the doctrine of the church fathers. Jews were to be somewhat persecuted, second-class citizens, in order to send a message to the Christian world that it's not good to be a Jew, but they were not to be killed. In fact, the opposite. They were supposed to be preserved so that later they could testify as to the validity of the second coming. So the bishop says, yeah, come on in, I'll take care of you guys. The Crusaders broke into the bishop's own castle and then massacred 800 people there. You have more and more of these examples of mass suicide among Jews happening. In Mainz, the bishop was willing to help, but he could not do it. There are some interesting examples of when you do have a little bit of a pushback, I can't remember which town it was, maybe they'll come up in my notes here, but one town, they actually arrested one of the rabble-rousers, and they cut off his hands, and that stopped the violence right away. But otherwise, the violence just ran over even the bishops, even the church. If they wanted to stop this movement, they could not. It's like when you wake up this kind of elemental hatred, even though it is technically disguising itself with a religious sort of veneer, it's a much more powerful impulse than any kind of religious thought at the time. Count Amico is one of these examples. He's one of the worst of the pogromists at this time. They eventually leave and they make their all the way down to Hungary, and they're considered such a disaster that Hungarian Christians fight against the Crusaders, saying, you're not coming into our land, this is crazy, you come in here, you rape, you pillage, all in the name of the Christianity, and it's totally not okay. So that's basically the kind of situation that's going on. One last detail is kind of interesting is what happens for those Jews who accepted baptism rather than submit to be killed, or certainly then decided to commit suicide. There is a significant debate in both the Christian world and in the Jewish world. What do we do with these people? I mean, Christians, as those of you in this third class remember well, are sort of trapped in this ideology that once a person is baptized, even if it was done without his or her consent, they are now magically Christians. It's a sacrament. They can't take it back. So the church was kind of like, well, they're not allowed to forcibly baptize these Jews, but now that they did it, they're Christians. We have to keep them as Christians. Emperor Henry IV said, no, that's ridiculous. I'm letting them go back to their Jewish communities, and he got into trouble with the Pope over this because the Pope says, hey, who says that you're just an emperor? What right do you have to say anything about Christian theology? But even on the Jewish side, there were many prominent Jews of the time, largely overruled by the Rishonim that you are familiar with. Rashi, perhaps the most important of them, he died in 1104. So the Crusades, the first Crusade, was part of the last, thing that he had to deal with in his life. Um, uh, there were significant debates. Maybe once they're baptized, especially if they volunteer to be baptized rather than be killed, maybe now they are Christians. Maybe we shouldn't accept them back. Maybe you're only allowed this yihareg val yavor, right? You can't be allowed to. You have to force yourself to give up your life for this. Nevertheless, the consensus developed over the course of about 100 years. And council that's an easy thing to do. The consensus developed that, yeah, we'll allow them to come back. We'll allow them to be considered Jews. We will consider this an ones, a forced situation. They were not responsible for that decision. Okay. Arguments, discussions, anything on that? Clear as the sun at noonday. Well, when you say we, I'm not sure who exactly you mean. I don't know. I really don't know. I think that the consensus, the Rishonim, are that baptism has no impact on Jewish status, based on the principle Israel Afal Pishachata Israel. A Jew, even though he sins, he's still a Jew, and you can't remove that Jewishness from him. But I'm not even a rabbi who's making a judgment, so I can't tell you the truth. That's Rosh Hashiva. Okay, so what about Jerusalem? Jerusalem, of course, deals with the Crusaders in 1099. They finally get there. There's a huge battle in Jerusalem, which is kind of like in the First Crusade, it was the peak of the crusading story and became like myth. You have guys like Richard the Lionheart who make their reputations in these huge battles for Jerusalem. Ultimately, Jews and Muslims in Jerusalem fight shoulder to shoulder against Christians, and there's going to be a massacre, and Jews are sold in slavery and Gesundheit. And it is ironic. We should remember that right now, Muslims and Jews have loggerheads primarily over politics in the Middle East. It has been like that for the last century and a half, more or less. But prior to this, there are many points in time where Jews and Muslims were actually on the same side against Christians. The Crusades were one of those examples. Also, one more thing to point out, you should bear in mind that for much of the Middle East, if you go to the 21st century, the Middle East has not let go of this history, right? Like when America invaded Iraq, Operation Desert Storm, I think it was, right? The Iraqis referred to Americans as crusaders. They're thinking of Americans as these guys. Here are Muslims minding their own business in Jerusalem. It's not even clear how much they were really interfering with Christian pilgrims, but all of a sudden they get all of Europe comes down here and they're big metal armor and their forces and stuff like that, and they go war with us. So they regard the West as being as an existential enemy. It's something that's happened for the last millennium, largely because of the Crusades. Mr. Valente. Yeah, so you got to take the Sephardic Jewish history class. That's you do have this period which they call, that's a little bit of exaggeration, about convivencia, the period of coexistence. Lasted about 200 years. About give or take 950 to 1150. Yes, exclusively Spain. Yeah, but that's it. It's an interesting period of time. Spartan Jewish history. You think right now everybody's getting along? Yeah, I would love that to be true. I think America is an exception in history in many ways. Uh, so good argument. Okay. There's a lot to be said for that. I don't think it's quite as rosy as maybe we would like, but well, here's a point, right? Okay, let's just have one weird thing here. So one of the immediate cultural expressions of Jews in the post-Crusade era that had a long-lasting effect was a movement called the Hasidei Ashkenaz. The term Hasid, of course, is biblical in origin. You see it all over Tanakh. It basically means someone who goes beyond the letter of the law. but it has been used so many times in history. The followers of Yehuda Maccabi were called Hasidim. David Melech calls himself Hasidim. We have, of course, the 18th century Hasidic movement, Chabad, Satmar, all those guys. But this is a different movement, just happens to use the same name. They flourished for about 100 years right after the Crusades. Most of their writings are focused in one book, Sefer Hasidim, fascinating book on a historical level. Sorry? Yes, Rabbi Yehuda Chassid is one of the main things on this, also his father. This is a fascinating book on a historical level as well because it includes all kinds of interesting stories about things that happened in Ashkenaz at this time. It's a fascinating religious work. It's basically sort of a mixture of Musar and Halacha about how you should behave, and all kinds of like stuff that didn't make it into Halacha, but nevertheless is kind of like advice given by the followers of this Hasidic Ashkenaz. What is especially unique about it, though, what distinguishes it from a lot of other trends, and is not something that really lasted in the Ashkenaz tradition, it's very, very sharp at this time, though, is that the Hasidic Ashkenaz were really big into self-blame, self-denial, martyrdom, all kinds of like, we have to do more tshuva. It's so different from much of the modern day Hasidus. When you talk about Chabad, for example, which is, and all the Hasidism is really much more about joy and about camaraderie and singing. No way. These Hasidic Ashkenaz were really into like self-mortification, like literally rolling in snow. Fasting was a big deal. Lots and lots of fasting, and even like after death, customs like putting in your will that you want your coffin dragged along the street to your burial as a last chance to atone for any of your sins. Those kinds of things show up in the Hasidic Ashkenaz movement. It is a kind of like a cold, dark period in many ways culturally, but the Sefer Hasidim is actually quite fascinating when you can look at it. It's short-lived, but certain ideas definitely do find their echoes later on. I think I have here. No, I don't have the images. It is at this point, by the way, where the Hasidic Ashkenaz have this influence on not portraying women's faces in particular. That in the artwork that we have from the time, a lot of I have them, I think, later on in this lecture, maybe I'll put it in the videos. A lot of the artwork will show women with animal heads rather than with human heads. If I don't, I'll try to find later for the sure sometimes all people, not just women, but especially women. And that also happens today too. The idea is like we're not sure exactly what the idea is, but most theorists say it has to do with the idea of like more serious, it's not right to look at the faces of women, stuff like that. Okay, yes, question. The Hasidic Ashkenaz? Well, it was kind of like an intellectual religious movement, and there were several prominent rabbis who were deeply involved in it and influential. And so people followed it, People thought like that's how you express your Judaism. Nowadays we express our Judaism by having lots of sufganiyot and hamantasha. Back then we would say, oh man, I gotta go roll the snow a little bit, I should stop eating for 2 days. It was just that was the style. Wear dark clothes, no, wear bright clothes. Well, that's, I think, precisely what a lot of historians would say. The Crusades maybe were seen as like a divine punishment because we were having too much levity. Yeah, correct. So it stands to reason that they were influenced by the environment. We'll see the same kind of thing to a certain degree happening during the Black Death. No way to know for sure. But I would think it did survive. I mean, we saw their writings, which indicated they were circulating. You'd have to find a way to measure that, and I don't think anyone knows. Mr. Krantz. yeah. Rabban in particular did not like that. Could be. I don't know. Could be. I'm not sure. Okay, let's go weiter. Now, the next nasty, the whole point of today's lecture is to illustrate exclusionary pressures, right? That reasons why Jews want to leave Western Europe. Crusades, fairly focused violence associated with the crusade itself. The Jews were able to, over the course of the next couple hundred years, sort of see when these things are developing, reach out well in advance to authority figures to try and protect them. It helped quite often that it didn't have the same kind of big massacres that we did in 1096, but there were other things happening at the time as well. So one of the most awful of the developments of this era was something called the blood libel, which I'm sure you have heard of because unfortunately it is a myth that continues to this day. This is a map from the Encyclopedia Judaica that shows you the places in Europe that had a blood libel with the centuries when they occurred. And you can see the numbers in circles are the 19th and 20th centuries. So there's definitely an ongoing persistence of this bizarre idea that started first up here in Norwich, right here in it's actually the earliest one is in 1144. The story goes, and this is basically repeated over and over again, that the Jews need to kill, God forbid, a Christian child. There's actually two distinct charges. The first one is called ritual murder, and later it develops into what's called the blood libel. Ritual murder is this idea that, well, why would Jews need to kill a Christian child? Well, the reason is because, as the crazy theory goes, and for those of you who are going to be watching this in the recording, it's not true. Jews don't do this stuff. But, and the churches, by the way, say this over and over again. Popes are constantly publishing bulls saying, no, it's not true. Don't believe those crazy people who say this happens. But nevertheless, it is one of those things that is, hard to root out of the psyche once it gets in there. The charge is that Jews need to ritually murder a child in order to vicariously reenact the passion, meaning the crucifixion of the founder of Christianity. That because Jews so hate Christians, they want to do that same thing again, specifically around Passover, right? That's the season of the Passion. The term Passion refers to that whole story of the crucifixion. And so, whenever it happens, unfortunately, and it does happen, young children, God forbid, are kidnapped, frequently abused, and then murdered. Such things happen, of course, Islam, even in our own day. So, people are really upset. And they say, who did this terrible thing? And someone says that I thought it was the Jews. I've heard that Jews do this. It is April after all. It must be part of their ritual murder. And the story goes out. And then what happens afterwards, sometimes there's like a mob lynching of Jews. Sometimes there will be like a bizarre sham of a trial that will result in mass hangings. And it never ends well for the Jews. The evolution of this charge of ritual murder, which really begins in 1144, and then it just goes like crazy. Everybody just catches on to this idea. It's a little bit like an urban myth. Like, people for a while were talking about how don't go to these, countries in Central America because one day you'll wake up in a bathtub and you'll find a scar and someone has stolen your kidney. Right? You ever hear those crazy stories? You go to a bar, someone puts something in your drink, you wake up the next day missing a kidney. And people say, yeah, that happens. Oh, man. But I don't know how often or how seldom it happens. It just sort of like takes up way more space in people's brains than it actually deserves. Historically, that's what happens to ritual murder. The blood libel just added a dimension of crazy to this that made it even more popular. The blood libel is the argument that not only do Jews need to reenact the crucifixion, they need to drain and drink the blood of the victim. They have to actually go, why do they need to drink the blood? Well, there's lots of different crazy reasons. I'll show you. Here's like you see a crowded map of how many places had blood libels after that first trial, 1144. This is Simon of Trent in 1479, one of the most widely publicized blood libels. You can see all of the Jews gathered around here. This is like it's part of a large broadsheet. Like one of the ways that one of the reasons why it's so popular in the 15th century is because that's when the printing press comes out, and public announcements were often made on these large sheets of what would look like newsprint, and then they would like post them on walls. Sometimes they would actually make, you've been to Europe, you'll see like round pillars in public spaces, and they post these big prints. In Israel, you see a push to same kind of idea, like don't go to Tulo College kind of messages that you see in some places. That's how this would be posted. It was not colored. This is a colorized version, which just adds a little level of vibrancy to it. The Jews here, and they all have names because below it would be a long text in medieval German, and most people could not read, but they could see the cartoonish image. They have these little rulels here, these little badges that indicate that they are Jews. From the year 1215 on, Jews are required to wear some kind of distinguishing badge like this. And here is the unfortunate Simon, who is held in a cruciform position. There are Jews who are tormenting him with specific torments that are meant to mimic the account of the Gospels, and they're circumcising him because, after all, the convert Christianity was also circumcised, so they have to make the victim, Christ-like in that regard. They're catching the blood in a little pan, and then later they will do various things with the blood. One of the most popular myths is that they would bake it into the matzah. For those of you who, I'm sure all of you have eaten matzah, which is made completely out of flour and water, you know that a little bit of blood would probably make it taste better. God forbid, I didn't mean to say that. I'll have to cut that out of the video. But there's no blood in matzah, obviously. There are also interesting thoughts that Jewish men are subject to menstruation, and so they lose iron every month, and they have to drink Christian blood in order to replenish the iron. Other stories that say that they're infertile, and the only way that they can reproduce is if they consume this blood, or it's an aphrodisiac. And I mean, there's all kinds of absolutely bizarre stories. If you're curious about this really weird aspect of medieval history, I recommend you look at Joshua Trachtenberg's remarkable work, written right during the Holocaust, trying to wake people up as to how long this has been going on, called The Devil and the Jews. Very powerful work. He lists, 20 different things that people believe Jews did with this blood, and amazing examples of Christians actually trying to buy the blood so that they can use it for their purposes as well, when of course there is no blood to be had. But this blood libel just became such a powerful peg in the mind of medieval Europe that it haunted the Jews for hundreds of years. Here's another depiction of Beatus Simon Martyr, which basically means Saint Simon the Martyr. As I mentioned earlier, the church in most cases completely decried the whole idea of the blood libel. They said it's crazy. Jews would go to the Pope and say, please, we're getting all these calumnies applied to us, and we're getting attacked, and it's not fair, it's not true. And the church would actually, be forthcoming and say, the Jews are right, it's not true, and so on. But there were some exceptions. Simon Martyr was one of them. He was actually beatified by the church, which means he was one level short of becoming a saint. Quite often they would take the remains of the child who was killed by who knows whom, definitely not the Jews, and then be buried in the wall of the church. You can go to churches today in Europe and see where they have, the remains of these children who were horribly killed, but the Jews were blamed for it. Well, I don't think you'll find too many people who are willing to go along with that, but historians recognize it for what it is as best you can. Here's another one from the 18th century in Poland. They often have these kinds of horrific images of Jews, it relates to the whole idea of pedophilia and things like that the Nazis would just make tremendous use of this kind of story in their propaganda. It is one of the horrific attacks on Jews. That there's another really good reason to start leaving Western Europe. It would follow them to Eastern Europe, but the idea was we got to get away from this crazy people. That's my answer. So the question Mr. Parente asks is, there's kind of like an iconographic standard for the ugly Jew. There's a great book by Sandra Gilman. I think it's called The Jew's Body. It might be called The Jew's Nose. I'm not sure. Sandra Gilman is the author. And he argues that it comes from the late 19th century with the discovery of the Venus de Milo. It's a very famous Greek statue of a woman. And it was considered in the late 19th century, when it was displayed in the Louvre, as like the ideal human form. And so a lot of anti-Semitic caricaturists started saying, well, if this is the ideal, with the aquiline nose and the right body proportion, then the Jew must be the opposite of that. And that's when the kind of capitalist image, the guards, it's late 19th century. That's right. Okay, let's go to one last related charge, and this is not so quick. Now, the ritual murder morphs into the blood libel, makes Jews feel very uncomfortable during that period. And we could say much more about this. Literally, we could teach a whole semester on the blood libel. There's crazy examples where, for example, you didn't even have to have a body. Like the Blois incident of 1171, where some guy thought he saw a Jew carrying a body, but nobody reported a missing child. Nobody found the body. Nevertheless, they attacked all the Jews, massacred them, over a blood libel. It was a crazy, crazy thing. Post-desecration, however, is kind of like the next step up in this entire crazy belief system, and it affected Jews very heavily. And unlike the blood libel, the desecration tended to have the support of the church. The church actually the Catholic Church found it advantageous to even promote, to some degrees, the post-desecration story because it served their own agenda. So the term host refers to a little wafer that became part of Catholic religious practice. It was part of a ritual called communion, that when you were a Catholic in good standing and you had said your confession and done whatever penance was required, then you would enter into communion, which involved the drinking of a little bit of wine and the consumption of this little cracker. It looks like a Ritz cracker kind of thing, like they have a kid. This would be like a very dramatic moment. And from the 14th century on, in particular, the Catholic Church adopted a doctrine called transubstantiation, where they said that the consumption of this wafer and this wine, which is in memory of the Last Supper, actually literally becomes the body of Christ. That it's literally the body of Christ that you are consuming. I know that sounds a little weird. It sounds weird to me, but it's somebody else's religion, so that's what they believe. So, and that's like a very holy thing to actually be consuming the body. So, through this doctrine of transubstantiation, where it's not a symbol, it's not like representative of, it's actually the thing itself, mamish. So, if it is the thing itself, then it stands to reason that Jews would want to torture it. Right? If they are killing Christian children, as the argument goes, in order to reenact the passion, certainly they're going to do it the wafer itself, which represents Jesus literally. That's the argument. So the church, whereas they thought the blood libel was really dangerous, they put it down, post-desecration actually supported the argument for transubstantiation as a doctrine, which was not an easy sell. So here's a post-desecration story that is described from the German city of Passau. It's also 14th century. And it's basically, again, written with cartoons. Most people were illiterate, even though it does have the German text above it, kind of like a graphic novel. And the stories are almost all the same. Here is a Christian accomplice. Typically, there would be like a renegade Christian in these stories. There's also a renegade Christian in a lot of the Blood Bible stories. A renegade Christian who, helps the Jews find the child, that kind of thing. Here's a renegade Christian, goes into the church, and you can see his shoulder as he steals the host. Right here, the wafers. Up the head. And then he goes and he takes it to the Jews. You can tell they're Jews because they have the well on their shirts there, their tunics. And he accepts money for the host. The host is then brought back to the synagogue by the Jews. They got his little box here. And in their synagogue, they torture the host. You can see the stabbing with knives. Miraculously, it bleeds. Right, starts to bleed. That's again demonstrating the miraculous properties of the host. You can see that the Christian artist has never actually been in a synagogue or hasn't looked carefully because he's trying to reproduce the Shnei Lufot Brit here in Hebrew, but he doesn't know how to write Hebrew, so he's going to write gibberish up there. And then what happens is, like the police come to the door and say, "Hey, what's going on in here?" We hear like some screaming, right? Like the host is screaming as it were. So the Jews say, "Quick, get rid of the evidence." They collect it up. They throw it into the furnace, and miraculously the form of a small child appears in the flames, and doves fly out of the flames to be caught by waiting angels. Right? Like all these miracles are attached to it to sort of reinforce the idea of transubstantiation. All of this stuff is Narishkeit, Bogomite. It's not true at all. The next part, unfortunately, is typically what actually happened. There's a mob, bursts into the synagogue. They arrest all the Jews. They behead them. This is also a typical Jewish hat from the 15th century. They torture them over the flames. They set them on fire. The Christian is later taken away for other punishment, and the synagogue is rededicated as a church. You see the body parts up here from Blood Bibles, things like that. So host desecration, also hugely popular from the 13th century onward. This ritual murder, the Blood Bibles, the host desecration, it just gets crazier and crazier. This is the map that shows the spread of the host desecration. This also spreads into Spain quite heavily as well. Okay. Oof, that's so exhausting and nasty. Questions? Yes, Mr. Valente. I don't understand what your question was. So they spread separately from what? Oh, that's good. It would be interesting to try to correlate this stuff with witch hunts, which happens quite a bit later for the most part. I think there has been a lot of stuff written on the spread of superstition connected with mass media. Like, when it's one thing for two guys sitting in an inn telling a story, there's only a certain degree of impact you can have when it's one to one or one to a few. But once you start getting broadsheets, and once you start getting you won't have newspapers at this time, but once you have more technologies of dissemination, then it just goes crazy. We live in the same time. We live in the era of the internet, right? Where someone can have a super crazy idea, like QAnon, right? And within weeks, all of a sudden, QAnon is like a real thing. And people start saying, "Oh my gosh, is it true? Who is Q anyways?" You guys know what I'm talking about, by the way? Or what else? I'm sorry? Yes, stay away from social media. It's really unhealthy. QAnon is a bizarre, super crazy idea that involved the most weird ideas. Like, for example, back in 2016, it was especially huge during COVID. But it goes back to 2016. One of the weirdest aspects of it was the idea that Democrats were actually lizards from outer space. I'm not making this up. Lizards from outer space were bent on kidnapping children and committing pedophilic acts. It got got so bad that for some reason there were people who identified a particular pizzeria in Washington, saying that this was like a QAnon, this was like a QAnon belief that this pizzeria had a basement where they were doing this, and some guy brought a gun to the pizzeria and shot it up, looking for the basement. There's no basement, but it's just it's love Bible, it's human psychology. So and in fact, yeah. Yeah, it did happen. There's super crazy things that happen. And it has a lot to do with how information is shared. And we don't know what it means to share on the internet. Maybe you know better than I do because you're digital natives, but we don't know how to push it. Mr. Rubin. Yeah, that's reasonable. There are some really crazy things. Okay, so we have 7 minutes left. We'll do the expulsion part. Okay, let's go. Oh, Black Death. We might not get the expulsion. But uh, if things couldn't get worse, you have the Black Death in the middle of the 14th century, right? The 1340s to about 1360, you have this terrible plague that reaches Europe, and nobody has natural immunities to it. The contemporary opinion is that it's based on a particular bacteria that's on a particular kind of flea that was on a particular kind of rat that made it from Asia on some of the boats landing probably in Italy or maybe in Sicily, and it just like carves a swath of deaths for all of Europe, with mortality rates reaching like 40–50% in some places. Horrible bleeding death with these big ulcers called buboes that would grow up, with lymph glands and things like that. And people are like, obviously freaking out. Think COVID-19, but with a lot more blood and with a lot more mortality. Yeah, mortality. Yeah, it was happening really fast, and also people don't have any good idea about how germs spread, right? Yeah, they don't have a good idea about any kind of this contagion theory. Um, there are a lot of interesting Jewish accounts because remember how would Jews be related to this in any ways? Well, that would be the way for us to. No. Okay, so unfortunately, as much as we like to think that, we have no basis for saying that Jews suffered less. We do have these arguments that, okay, Jews wash more because they wash their hands before bread. Again, usually without soap. I don't know how many times you guys wash the dime with soap, right? So we wash without bread, without soap. And we would bathe more often, like once a week. Right? So that's not exactly bathing so much. There's another argument that says that it's kind of crazy, but Jews didn't like dogs. Like there is some stuff in the Gemara about owning a bad dog. The Jews own cats instead. Cats chase rats. Rats run away. No rats, no fleas, no bubonic plague. But all of that is just supposition. In fact, more likely, Jews probably died at a higher rate because of the urban penalty. They're living in close contact with each other. When you have a contagious disease like this, you're much better off living isolated in a farm than you are living in an urban setting. We simply don't know if the Jewish deaths are different from Christians during the Black Death. The reason we do know a lot about the Black Death in Jews, though, is because a lot of Jews were doctors. And the Jewish doctors are writing down, hey, I tried this, it worked, it didn't work, I tried that. And then we have a lot of fascinating accounts that are specifically from Jewish doctors describing the progression of disease. How this affects Jewish history specifically, though, is that, at the time, like this is a 16th century rendition, the triumph of of death, right? These horrific kind of scenes that really worth looking at if you watch the video, look at it closely, with skeletons riding all over the place, and big, hurting people into coffins like this. It's a period of tremendous fear, and nobody knew what exactly was going on. One of the versions of explaining the Black Death that's circulated, very popular, is that Jews were poisoning the wells of Europe. And what they were doing is they made a pact with lepers, and they were their flesh that fell off and poisoning the well. So here's an example. This is actually from England. That shows a Jew at the time was designed. They didn't know what Jews dressed like because Jews had already been expelled from England at the time. But he's wearing like kind of their impression of what a Jew must wear, their special hat and things like that. And he's holding this leather pouch that has, the flesh of lepers in it, and he's dumping it into the well, and coming spinning out of the well is a kind of a demon that urinates back into the well and poisons it. In the background, just for good measure, is a ritual murder victim as well. And since this is in English, I'll show you another close up in the text. Look at. And here it says in the little shoulder notes, a great inspection throughout all Europe by reason the water in the wells was poisoned. Right? The owl that tells me the Jews allied themselves with concert with their diverse lepers by holes in the corpses and meetings. They made appointments for the destruction of the blood of man. It was proposed with certain venomous herbs wrapped in a little linen cloth. Find a stone to change when it sink to the bottom. They lightly cast with the set infection unto all the fountains and wells of the Christians. Bizarre kind of ideas circulating. All of these things together makes culture. This is like why Jews felt not welcome anymore unless ritual murder, blood libel, the Black Death, this is the burning of Jews in Strasbourg in the 14th century. Lots of reasons to leave Western Europe. And again, as we shall see, God willing, on Monday when we meet again, Eastern Europe will say, hey, please, Jews, come here. We don't have a very advanced economy. You guys are great at developing economies. Please come. We'll let you settle. We'll give you all kinds of commissions and so on. And this is the time when Jews are being forced out of Europe all over the place. This is from 1182 when Jews were first expelled from France. Largely places that we talked about the economic situation, and this is where we're going to leave it off. The most important of those expulsions, of course, will be later in 1492 from Spain, but we're still just a bit shy of that. Okay, I managed to get through the entire lecture. Any last minute questions before we wrap up? Thank you very much for joining me. All right, so where we left off, we talked about trade and commerce as one of the most important elements of the Jewish economy in the medieval era. Another extremely important element, and in fact, probably the most important element for much of medieval history, was specifically money lending. Using the nasty term as usury. Usury is more like, we don't use that word in English very much, but sort of like loan sharking. It's kind of like charging injurious rates of interest, and in the Middle Ages, that rates of interest were typically 40 to 70% per annum. How much is like a really bad credit card today? Yeah, maybe 35%. And in the medieval ages, it could be double that easily. So money lending was extremely profitable for the money lender. Anyone else benefit from money lending besides the money lender? The king, exactly, because the source of tax income. That's why, for example, if you think about vices like, let's say, gambling or alcohol consumption or cigarette smoking, that governments love vices so far as they can tax them. They're bad if they get out of hand. Like if you have a gambling casino on every block, it tends to bring a neighborhood down. But having a few gambling casinos where people could go and then their winnings are heavily taxed, the governments love that. And that's exactly the situation with Jewish money lending. It was, in some degrees, a vice, and you'll see exactly why that is so in the medieval context, but it was a massive source of income for taxation, so it was not only tolerated, but protected very often. Now, let's try to understand, why would there be an opposition to money lending? It really boils down to the fact that the Catholic Church interpreted the Hebrew Bible in precisely the same way that Jews did. Here's the key passage, which is from Devarim. You shall not lend on interest to your brother. Interest of food or money or anything on which interest can be charged. You may charge interest to a foreigner, but not to your brother. So Jews interpret this passage to mean a Jew may not charge interest to his fellow Jew, but he may charge interest to a Christian, a Muslim, a pagan, whoever. Right? That's pretty straightforward. I tried calling up these MasterCard to find out if the CEO was Jewish, but they wouldn't answer my call. Now, Christians who read this verse and said exactly the same thing. And they said, okay, Christians are all brothers, so Christians may not charge interest to other Christians. And that basically shuts down the economy very effectively. Because especially if you're in an agricultural economy, right? You buy your seed, that requires a huge upfront investment to buy the seed. You got to put a lot of energy into working the land. You put the seed into the soil, and then you got to wait. And all that time between buying the seed and the harvest, you have no income. So how do you make it, right? There's a big, natural drop in the middle of the agricultural cycle. Expensive the first time every year, right? Okay, if you're smart, like Joseph Atzadik, you set aside from that first investment, and then you've got money to carry you through. But people are not always so smart about how they save money for the winter, and also all kinds of things can happen. Bad things like terrible harvests or rampaging nomadic civilizations and steal all your grain, or good things like you have a new baby, or you have a big party, or whatever it is. All kinds of things can happen, and all of a sudden you have no income whatsoever. The only way to get through it is with a short-term loan. Think like people have these payday loans, which is really high levels of interest, but if you're living paycheck to paycheck, and all of a sudden your car breaks down and you got to invest money in fixing it, you need money for your next paycheck. So you go to the money lender, and he'll say, no problem, I'm happy to lend you money. It'll cost you 70% interest, and just make sure you pay me back. It tends to be very small amounts, but very lucrative. Precisely, this is where the stereotype comes from. It does not come from thin air. The big nose thing probably comes from thin air, but the idea of the Shylock, right? There's a character in Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice. Well, actually, if you ever read Merchant of Venice, which I recommend, it's a very powerful play. I personally don't think that particular play is actually anti-Semitic. Shylock is very, very badly treated, and when he finally has a chance to get his revenge, he loans money to, I forget the guy's name, Christian, and he says, but if you fail to pay me, what I want to charge you is not interest, but a pound of your flesh. And I'll choose a pound of your flesh as my payment. And then, of course, the guy can't pay, and there's a whole lawsuit and stuff like that. In the end, Shylock loses, and it's a happy ever after. It's actually a comedy. But Shylock comes across, I think, when you read it, as a very human character because he's deeply wronged by whatever his name is. Antonio, was it? Antonio, there you go. So that's where you get the phrase, though, the pound of flesh, meaning that it's a usurious, extreme rate of interest. So here, but think about it economically, right? The Jews are living this very precarious kind of existence. Farming is not a good option for them because they can be kicked off their land, or they can be evicted, or they can be chased out by pogroms and things like that. They can make a small amount of living in small crafts and things like that, but quite often advancement requires membership in a guild, which is closed to Jews, just like we talked about the Cherem HaYishuv, where Jews would actually regulate how many Jews could come into a town. They also were regulated against by the various guilds who said only so many, leather workers and things like that. So this is like a field that's open to them, and they have a monopoly on it because there's nobody else who can charge interest legally in Christian countries. A lot of Christians do, incidentally. There's lots of examples of Christians who are also lending money and charging interest. And usually when they repent after they made a lot of money, they build a church to atone for their previous sins. But Jews are the only official sanctioned moneylenders. Mr. Vasilevsky. No, no. Basically, we see in this lecture, by the 15th century, the Italians said, this is stupid. And we are going to charge interest because there's so much money to be made here. Lots of people want to borrow money. And once the Italians got involved, the Jewish monopoly ended. Mr. Atherson.
But you can't have every single Jew.
Correct.
You have to be
Right. It's hard to actually quantify this. We don't have really good statistics, but just based on my sort of Gestalt understanding, if you had a shtetl that had 1,000 Jews in it, and let's say, that meant that there were 400 Jews who were actually gainfully employed, another 200 who were sort of employed by those who were employed, and another 200 who were basically on the dole from the rest of the community. Of those, let's say 400 who were really employed, probably about 150 of them were actually moneylenders. So it's the biggest single chunk of the economy, not the majority of the economy, but the biggest single chunk. And of course, the one that's most memorable because it is that chunk where Jews would have the most commerce with non-Jews. Okay, so let's go further here. This was expanded upon in the 4th century by a church father named Ambrose, and in particular, it is rendered into Catholic law by something called the Decretum Gratiani, or the decree of Gratiani. That's actually portrayed in this particular document here. That says it's explicit for sure. Christians are not allowed to charge interest to other Christians, and that means it's wide open for the Jews. Jewish monopoly was de jure. If you remember this term de jure, sometimes people say jury, but it's de jure, it means of the law, like in writing, legal. This Jewish monopoly in writing, that Jews are legally the only people who are allowed to charge interest in Christian Europe, and Christian competition was de facto. That's the opposite of de jure. De jure means in law, de facto means in practice, like what people actually do. Like, for example, de jure, the speed limit is 30 miles an hour. De facto, people drive 35, 40. The difference what actually is written and what is actually done. So there was Christian competition de facto, but de jure, the Jews were the only ones allowed to do it, and Jews were big into it. That's very interesting. Correct. So there are a lot of things that they could not do, right? And also a lot of things they did not want to do either. Agriculture is the employment of the vast majority of Christians in Europe. And as we've discussed, agriculture is not a really viable option for Jews as a small minority, as a vulnerable minority. All kinds of guilds and artisan organizations were closed shops, could not get in, and you would not be allowed to train as a swordsmith and things like that. Jews couldn't get in, even like the dyers and like pigments and things like that. Jews couldn't get into for the most part. But this is something that was open to them, and not only open, encouraged and protected by the king. So it was kind of a natural thing. One area where Jews were typically allowed, however, to gain pretty much universal respect was medicine. One of the reasons for the long tradition of Jews in medical fields and health fields, because this was an area where people were so desperate for good health care that Jews were literate, were pretty much universally respected, that popes who had Jewish doctors, kings had Jewish doctors, so those fields were largely not closed to Jews. There were not every university, the vast majority of universities actually were closed to Jews, but there were a handful, I think about 4 or 5 universities that allowed Jews to study there for medicine. But you realize that in the 12th century, there are only like 3 or 4 universities total. Bologna, Oxford, maybe. Very few. So people are learning medicine on their own. So they have it up there. So Dark Ages, that actual term, refers to a period from the fall of Rome until the Renaissance. It's a big period of time. It's basically from, let's say, the year 500 to about the year 1300. This is the high Middle Ages. So this is like the very end of the Dark Ages, so the dawn is already coming out. Yes. You're absolutely correct. It was far more lucrative than being a peasant. Way better than being a peasant, too. In fact, let's talk about I have it over here. Let's do the risks and benefits of usury. Right here, some Jewish money lenders. See the coins here. Right? So, benefits, profit, right? Money lending is profitable. That's the bottom line. You make a big paycheck with that. Mr. Gertz. Oh, we passed by. Okay, sorry. Okay. Urban. This is an urban profession. You don't have to live far away from other Jews. You can stay inside a Jewish community. So it's a clean trade because you can still go to Minyan in the morning. You can walking distance of the kosher Chinese, walking distance of kosher pizza, whatever you want. It's so close because they come to you, right? You can have banker's hours. You can say, my money lending shop is open from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. I take an hour off for lunch, and people will come to you and they'll wait for you. So it's great that way. And it involves minimal effort. All you have to be is numerate and literate. And you have to have a certain amount of investment. You have to have a nut to start with. But basically, if you've got the money, you can write down what people owe you, and you can calculate what they owe you afterwards, then you can open up your fund. Mm-hmm. So true, but remember who your partner is, right? The king, right? So in other words, if a guy fails to pay you back, and the king comes to your office and says, "Okay, where's my tax receipts this month?" You say, "Oh, I'd love to give you your taxes, king, but look at my record book. Jean Paul did not pay me back, and I'm still holding on to his pledge for this whole time." So the king gets upset, goes out and beats up Jean Paul, right? You have muscle behind it, at least when it's going well. As we shall see, there are lots of risks too. But when it's going well, it's like the FDIC, right? The federal something. Thank you so much, Mr. Ruin. Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. I don't know. It means that when you put money into your bank here in America, it's guaranteed up to like $150,000 or something. You got muscle behind it. Right? Okay, and so it's minimal effort. You have to be literate. You have to be numerate. The vast majority of people are neither literate nor numerate, and they're also not allowed to do it because the church forbids it. But the Jews can do it. In fact, they're the only people who are legally allowed to. Risks. So, resentment is a big factor because everybody loves to get a loan. Nobody likes to pay back a loan, right? Especially when you're halfway through on your car payments and you're seeing another 2 years to pay this off. It's not a fun thing. So you can get, if you're a money lender, you will be resented by everyone you loan money to. The peasants who are typically borrowing small amounts of money, just like payday loans to get through to the next harvest, that kind of thing. Or even worse, we'll see this more when we get to Eastern Europe. Right now we're still in Western Europe, but in Eastern Europe, one of the ways that peasants would rack up a big tab is they would drink alcohol in the Jewish inn, something called a kretschmann in Yiddish. And this is also something that the noblemen would allow Jews to have exclusivity on the production of alcohol. Just think about this. Nobody in, let's say, southern Poland, western Ukraine is allowed to distill alcohol except the Jews who are living there. They set up these things. The peasants work hard all day in the fields. They come out, they have a few beers, and say, put it on my tab, and the tab grows, and the tab gets interest because you're borrowing that money. And then at the harvest season comes, and the peasant says, okay, I'm ready to pay up my tab. What? Look at this amount I owe. How do you calculate this, right? So it's, why does the nobleman allow this terrible thing to happen? Because he taxes it, right? It's his profit, so he loves it. He lets the Jews be the only ones to do it. If he allows everybody to distill alcohol, then there's no way he can control it. But the Jews who are vulnerable, who are dependent on his good graces, they will fulfill that role. They'll provide the alcohol, they'll sell the alcohol on credit, charge interest, and then you'll have peasants who will be very upset about this. There's a process of something called profanatia. And occasionally, basically from the 17th century on, you'll have massive peasant uprisings against Jews. We'll talk about it later, but for example, the Chmielnicki uprising, one of the most notorious of these great peasant uprisings, was heavily rooted in factors like Jews charging interest on bar tax. Mr. Gertz, did you ever have it? And then Mr. Tim.
What's on your agenda for tonight or today? Taik, are you good at it?
Good point. I mean, don't forget, we still have the big brother factor where the team will support it. People ditching town is actually rather difficult to do in a serf environment because people are not quite slaves, but they are attached to the land. They can't just pick up and say, I'm going to go live in the next village. They have the thing of movement all day long, but they're still owned by the master. And so it's kind of like a half servitude. And so they're still around. It's hard to run away. There will come a point where the risk outweighs the benefits, and that's usually when Jews pick up and leave. It's too risky. Mr. Tillman. Financially, they definitely had good control. Yes.
Incentive. That was terrible until then.
It's an overly rosy picture. It's an overly, we talked about GUINNESS a few weeks ago, right? That's a Retzian approach where the Jews are always victims, never victimizers. It's not the historical reality. We definitely had our share of victimizing. You can answer that question for me at the end of this course, Mr. Tim, to see how you feel about it. But the difference about the 17th, 18th century with the Haskalah, which we will get to in a that was entrance into broader society, into the world of culture, of art, of the media, of literature. This is actually pretty good compared to a peasant existence. I would take a Jewish existence any day. And not just for the schnapps and herring on Shabbos. The income was actually pretty good. Okay, Mr. Adlerstein, Mr. Kranzlin, I really got to go on. Yes. Correct. You are absolutely correct, Mr. Adlerstein. You're giving me a segue to the word nobility here. It's not just the king, but it could be local noblemen, right? And what would happen is, and this especially happened as money lending expanded, and as some Jews amassed really incredible capital, they would finance wars. If a nobleman said, I want to fight with the other noblemen across the valley, but I need to hire mercenaries, they would go to the Jew, and they would say, I'll pay you your 15, 20% interest on a big, big loan, get it for me, and they would come up with the cash. And that was great. Jews became extremely wealthy. They were called Hofru, or court Jews because they were like close to power. They were like, they bankrolled a lot of countries, literally. But it was extremely risky, as you pointed out, because what happens when the time comes to pay and the nobleman says this debt burden is too high? So the peasants would react by revolting. The king or nobleman would just say, not I'm canceling the debts, but I'm kicking the Jews out. Oh, by the way, I'm also canceling the debts. So quite a number of Jewish expulsions were due to the fact that nobility found it financially expedient to get rid of their creditors. Creditors, I always get those mixed up. Creditors, yeah, they get rid of their creditors rather than pay back the bill. What ends up happening, though, Mr. Adlerstein, what ends up happening is they kick out the Jews, and then after about 6 months or 2 years, they say, wow, it's so hard to get by without having a credit system in place, and they invite them back. So that's why Jews were expelled from France 5 times in 1 century. Yes, well, the clergy never got into power per se, because they never wanted to actually take control of those reigns about, but they had far more influence after the 13th century. And the church disapproving of some action could bring down a king. So, yeah, we'll get to that when we talk more about the Crusades. But you're right. Same thing. Clergy can be upset, and it's really dangerous for Jews. So we can balance the benefits against the risks, and you can determine whether they were worth it or not. Mr. Rance. I think you are very perceptive there, Mr. Krantz. I will give you an example from South Central Los Angeles. It was subject to a whole series of riots about 15, 20 years ago. And basically a lot of African Americans were very upset about the white hegemony in Los Angeles culture. You couldn't get jobs, you were like, poor education, stuff like that. And they revolted and they burned big sections of their own neighborhoods rather than going to Beverly Hills and like burning down white neighborhoods. But who suffered the most were the Korean shop owners who opened up these things called bodegas, right? Because very few big shopping markets, like whatever Fruits Stop and Save or whatever place like that, are willing to build shopping malls in these dense inner city ghetto type neighborhoods. So the only place you can get food is either you get on a bus and you travel, 45 minutes to get to a proper grocery store, or you go to a local Korean store where they will sell you groceries, but in smaller amounts and for higher prices. And so these Koreans were ironically the people servicing the community, but exploiting them at the same time. They were the ones who felt the first anger of the so-called peasant uprising of South Central LA. The Jews were like the Koreans. There's some really good studies of what they call middleman economies. The Jews were the middleman, and they obviously bore the brunt of a lot of anger at the entire system. But because of the position they were in economically, that's how it worked out. Yeah, it could be. Could be. I think there are a lot of metaphors. Let us go on a little further. Right. So the bottom line is Jews had relatively more wealth and power than peasants. Again, we can't exaggerate this, and we are painting with a very broad brush over hundreds of years. But relatively speaking, the existence of a peasant was miserable compared to the existence of an urban Jew. But it was temporary because you could have popular uprising resulting in these explosions of violence called pogroms, or from the landed estates, you could be expelled. You could be kicked out because the debt load to the nobility was too high. Okay, let's go to when did it all end? I mentioned earlier the Italians ended in the 15th century. The Italians said, hang on a second, this is just way too much. It's been going on for hundreds of years. There's so much money to be made in money renting. Can't we possibly find a loophole to allow Christians to engage in money lending. And they came up with it. They called it the Monte di Pieta, which means the Mountains of Piety. I don't exactly know why they named their banks the Mountains of Piety. Maybe because they had like mountains of money that they could lend out or stuff like that. But by the 15th century, this, by the way, is a debt agreement, a loaner's agreement from a Monte di Pieta. They essentially charged interest 4 to 15%, but they didn't call it interest. They had a legal fiction to say this is to cover the overhead of the bank. Meaning this bank, this Monte di Pieta, still has to have a physical structure. We have to pay to keep the lights on. We have to pay to keep the heat on, stuff like that. So you can borrow money from us interest-free, but you pay 4 to 50% of what you borrow for the maintenance of the bank as a whole. Well, this is more like bank. Right. But the thing is, I love to say halachically, Bahadia. In the Catholic Church, halachically, a Christian can't charge interest at all. So they're not allowed to charge 4 to 15% interest, but they can charge 4 to 15% overhead. Furthermore, quite often, the church, which was involved heavily in creating the Monte Pieta, they forced the Jewish communities to underwrite the Monte Pieta and to pay punitive taxes, like when the church was more powerful, pay punitive taxes to keep these competitors open. So the Jews were still lending money and paying their competitors a subsidy to keep them open. And the whole idea was to take that cash flow away from the Jews and direct it towards the church. Ironically, it failed. Anyone guess why the Monte Pieta? I mean, they eventually succeeded. They turned into commercial banks because society became more secular and people didn't care about the biblical provision anymore at all. But why did the Jewish money lending actually increase, not only survive, but increased at this time? Yes, Mr. Blanchard, what do you think? The king was also taxing these guys. Not quite as much, though. They hid their money better, maybe. This is counterintuitive. You're not going to get this, but Mr. Chairman, last guess. No, these 15th century Italians are really smart. They really know this stuff. Mr. Garriente, last chance. Reputation. What do you mean by that? Yeah, no, the church has a big reputation too. This is the main reason why. The main reason why the Monte Pieta did not extirpate Jewish money lending is because they had all kinds of religious rules attached to it. So when you went to the Monte Pieta, if you owed money, you had to give a confession. You had to say why you owed the money, and you had to make all kinds of religious statements that I promise that I'll never gamble again, visit prostitutes again, whatever it is that got them into debt in the first place. And they couldn't guarantee secrecy, they couldn't guarantee confidentiality. Whereas if you went to the Jew didn't care why you were in debt. The Jew just wanted to make sure you could pay back the debt, and all that kind of moral stuff was set aside. So ironically, even when the Monte Pieta is set up, and even when the Jews were charged with more taxation to pay for them, people kept patronizing Jewish moneylenders, including nobility, going to them because they wanted their situation to be, private. It's just like when you borrow money now, you're going to get a hit on your credit report. Every time you ask to borrow money, it gets reported to the credit agencies. But if you go to a loan shark, he's not going to report you to a credit agency. He just wants you to pay your money. And if you know you're going to be able to pay back within a certain amount of time, and you don't want the credit agency to know that you fell into debt again, then you go to the loan shark. And that's one of the reasons why the Jews were able to survive this. Yes, Mr. Tuman. Yeah, it probably, I don't know, it's a good question. How did it impact the Jews' reputation? I don't think it substantially improved their reputation, other than the fact that they maintained confidentiality, which is a good thing, right? Like if you're engaging in illicit or illegal activities, you want your partners to be at least confidential. But it doesn't mean you're going to respect them more or name them sisterhood member of the year or whatever. Okay, so the demand for credit as because we're talking now about growing economies, big time growing economies. Now we're into the Renaissance is really happening in a big way. Societies need so much more credit to build themselves up. Jewish money lending was able to continue through this period. However, by the time we get to the 15th century, Western Europe is far less hospitable to Jews, and we're going to move shortly into the Eastern European Ashkenazic period of history, which changes dramatically. Okay, and it's the microphone, wireless, great. Okay, we should be all right. Our screen sharing, let's flip it over. Okay, we talked about agriculture, and we began talking about Servi Camerai Regis. Do you remember what that term meant? Servi Camerai Regis? Mr. Etherstein? I can bring my, go ahead. Correct. It's not necessarily the right to serve the king. It's kind of like a location in society. If I remember correctly, I think I have actually a chart of this. No, I don't. It'll be in another class. But basically, we're in the feudal era right now. You guys remember what is feudalism? Yes, Mr. Blaschka? Yeah. Yes. Can you tell me a little bit about that structure? Excellent, very good. I would just refine it a little bit. If you imagine feudalism, or it's sometimes called corporate society, involves dividing the population up into big blocks, which is primarily socioeconomic in nature. You have like a huge number of people who are peasants, who are stuck on the land, and they produce agricultural products. Then they are managed by a group of nobles who are at least trying to figure this out from a Marxist historical perspective. The original arrangement that created feudalism, and there's a lot of discussion about whether or not this is truly the origins, but this is the story that, you have all these farmers who are like fed up with the fact that they keep being attacked by external nomads coming down and raiding their farms. So they hire people who are really good fighters and say, listen, you guys, don't worry about farming. We'll take care of the farming. We will pay you to protect us. And those became, again, according to the Marxist analysis, the origins of the aristocracy. They were essentially paid security guards. But as things developed over hundreds of years, the idea is that the nobility, who are coming from those knights, begin to demand more money and more privileges from the peasants. The peasants are impoverished, and they find themselves in a state of vassalage to their lord, which means they owe them fealty, they owe them obedience, and this reifies into this kind of heavy structure, this very, top-down in terms of authority, and is only occasionally upset by peasant rebellions, which happen every couple hundred years. The church, this is what I'd like to refine, Mr. Blaschka, where exactly does the church fit in that? Does the church report to the king? Does the church report to the nobility? Where does the church fit in? Yeah. Good. Okay. Excellent. Very good. So that's essentially the case, as Mr. Anderson puts it. The church evolves along with this whole structure of feudalism. And again, in theory, the king is supposed to be involved with kingly things of this world. And as the founder of Christianity put it, render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, right? Give the king what he wants. He's a temporal authority. And the church is supposed to be in charge of everyone's souls and everyone's religious life. And don't forget, unlike Judaism and also unlike Islam, Christianity is very creed-based. It's very much focused on what you believe. We, in Orthodox Judaism in particular spend a lot of time thinking about how you behave. Everything from how you wake up in the morning, first things you say, what order you put your clothes on, how do you wash your hands, how do you put your shoes on, right shoe, the left shoe, tie the left shoe, tie the right shoe. We're like really into the details of actual behavior. The church does very little of that. It's very much into what you believe. So credo is very important. Hang on one second, I'll get you your hands. So as feudalism evolves, the church is also evolving, and they begin to conflict with each other. And sometimes the king gets the upper hand. When the king has more authority, Jews tend to do well. Why do Jews do well when the king tends to have more authority? Mr. Vasilevsky? Okay. Good. Do you see the smile on my face, though? Because I'm looking for a particular answer. And Mr. Tuman? Money, thank you. And as a demonstration of what? The Abramson rule of history, right? If you don't know the answer, it probably is money. You're correct also, Mr. Vasilevsky. But money. So exactly, the king says, "Oh, fantastic! Look at these Jews. I can have them go out there. I can have them, engage in finance, engage in money lending. I can tax them, and it's great. I get cash money. I can use it all over the world." The church, on the other hand, they have a different set of priorities. They want to create a body Catholic, meaning a universal church that covers everybody. They have their fights with the Muslims, which are largely on the periphery, right, outside in Muslim areas. They also have internal fights with heretics, meaning Christians who do not necessarily follow the one Catholic Church. And then there's the presence of these Jews. And so, generally speaking, it's not always true, but generally speaking, when the kings have more power in the church-state conflict, then Jews do well, and they tend to get close to power. They tend to have more privileges, more residency, things like that. When the church begins to assert itself, which it does increasingly after the First Crusade, then the status of Jews tends to decline. And we'll see that playing out over medieval Ashkenaz. Okay, questions, arguments? Okay, right, so let's look at the actual economic activities of Jews. What was the mainstay? So one of the most prominent activities of Jews. Oh yeah, Mr. Krantz, thank you, I'm sorry, I forgot. I don't think Christians would agree with that statement. As long as you believe you can do whatever you want, I don't think they'd be happy. They still have the Ten Commandments. They still have, I will say that you're asking a huge question. And if we were teaching a class in Christian theology, which is like one of our popular electives, by the way, here, no, I'm joking. But then we could talk more about it. But they do, and when I say they, I'm generalizing really in an unfair way. But in general, Christianity does place a tremendous amount of emphasis on the power of repentance, of teshuvah, which we do as well. But that repentance is far less systematic than we have in Judaism. We don't, the whole. If you look at, for example, the first stage of repentance, according to Rabbeinu Yonah, what is the first stage? What do you have to do first? Karata, excellent. Regret. How many levels of karata are there? Rabbeinu Yonah Shari Tshuva? 20 different kinds of karata. I mean, seriously, we know how to do regret. We have like luck. It's like they say that Eskimos have 26 different words for snow, right? Because they really know snow. We know regret. We have 20 different levels of it. So, yeah, Jewish guilt. That's it. But we'll in a different class, maybe, Mr. Kranzer, if you drop by my office, you can have a longer talk. Commerce, though, is huge for Jews. This is a fascinating map that shows you the trade routes of a mysterious group called the Radhanites. There's no Jewish records about them, at least that are directly mentioning them, although it's possible they are alluded to in a few 12th century documents. But we have two Arabic geographers who refer to this unusual group of Jewish traders in the 840s, and the blue lines represent their trade. I mean, amazing. Look at this. This is like in the 800s. The blue lines are where Jews are known to be trading. The Arabic geographer Ibn he mentions that they speak about 12 languages, and they're totally fluent in everything they need to know. The pink lines here, or the violet lines, represent the extended types of trade that goes beyond them. So they may not go all the way up to Iceland, for example, but they will pick up some Icelandic goods here in the Frankish Empire and send it all the way out to China. And he describes the many different things they're trading back and forth, and it's really an amazing thing. Mr. Kranz. Yes, the Silk Road is like out here. They're definitely on the Silk Road. I'm not sure if they started it. You are absolutely correct. Bukhara, which would be right about here, more or less, that's where they're or a little bit higher, sorry. That's where we've actually found some documents that may be associated with the Radhanites. There's a slicha from Rosh Hashanah in Hebrew that was discovered here in the 9th century. Fascinating stuff. The word Radhanite, in Arabic, Radhaniya, we're not sure what it means. There are two different theories. One theory is that it's based on a Persian word, go away, stretch. There's also a region of Iran that is called Rada, and possibly come from there. Moshe Gill, important historian, says that. Cecil Roth, one of my favorite historians, suggests they are based here at the southern part of the Rhone River in Provence. I saw Provence earlier. Can I get out of here? No, because in Latin, the name of the river was Rhodonus. So the Radhanites might come from Rome. Unfortunately, we don't have any other documents about them. But this is just a very early example of how Jews were involved in commerce. How do we get out of here? Okay, but then it shrinks it. Go all the way. Okay, here we go. Right, so risks and benefits of commerce. Risks, why is commerce risky, especially in this country? People can get robbed, right, definitely. Jews in particular, standing out, carrying cash, valuable, things like that, very dangerous. It's a little bit easier in the Muslim world because when it becomes united under a single legal system and a single language, it's a lot easier for it. What about the benefits of commerce? Money, yeah, thank you. That was a good illustration of the a little bit obvious, but I think very true. There's a huge amount to be raised here. Mr. Tillman. I don't understand your question. You want to live anywhere? Oh. Excellent. Very good. Not subject to one ruler. Eventually, they got to settle down with wife and kids, you think, though, so they probably are subject somewhere, but it's easy to pick up and move to a more hospitable place. That's also true. I didn't think of that. Very good. The question, though, is the profit versus the effort, right? This is a hard way.
Are you happy?
Very hard way. It reminds me of when I was growing up. I was born and raised in a very small town in northern Ontario, and my family was the only Jewish family in town. And there was one Meshurach. He was a collector for Beis Yaakov of Miami, and he would literally hitchhike, 600 miles all the way up from Toronto to my hometown. He would stay in every little Jewish family he could possibly stay in. I had to be kicked out of my room so he would have my room when he came up there. But it was amazing. This guy was like my age, kind of 60 years old, hitchhiking in the northern part of Canada for a few dollars for a Beis Yaakov. It's amazing. So it's a hard life, right? It may be very profitable, but the effort is high. It's huge danger to travel and transport. Not only robberies, but tolls, right? Which are like sanctioned robberies, where you want to cross the border, you got to pay a lot of money when you cross the border. Tariffs, in other words. So Jews didn't always go into commerce. However, they had some advantages that made it easier for them. Why do you think Jews would be naturally disposed to engage in commerce? Mr. Advocate. Okay, very good. So, in other words, the fact that Jews were worldly, literally, because of the diaspora, they had a sense of what markets might go in different places. Very good. think I mentioned in the previous class, for example, it was a Jew who figured out that we would like chocolate and sent it from a little island, the Western Antilles, to Bordeaux, where it became a massive thing. Yes, Mr. Grams. Spoken like a single guy, right? But what happens when you leave your wife and kids behind, and you go off on the road with the nose on? No, typically just the men travel. So when we talk about the Aguna crisis, we mentioned it last Monday, right? Historically, the most common type of Aguna was when the husband went off to go do business and never came back, and nobody knew what happened to him, right? So there you had a situation where he was probably killed on the road, but he might have just decided to leave behind everything, or who knows what. So that is a practice that we know from ancient times of leaving a get behind, a conditional get. You see it in the Gemara and Subos, long discussion of it. And of course, it's practiced today in the IDF as well. That if you go into battle and God forbid you're, kidnapped and MIA, nobody knows your life, dead, God forbid. So that's they would travel as men. It's got some dangers, but they got some advantages. Language, right? That even though Jews overwhelmingly spoke the vernacular of wherever they live, they would also have at least some facility in Hebrew as a common language. This is especially useful in commerce because you could leave, Paris, make your way to Tangiers, and then make your way to Baghdad. And even though you can't speak the local languages, you can definitely hook up with the Jewish community, show up in shul, and say, yo, I'm here, I'm trying to sell some furs that I got from Iceland, and you would find takers, you would find a way to. So this is something that most Christians and most Muslims did not have, the diaspora community and a common language. Are we on? Of course we should. Legal systems and norms, right? When you're going into a strange community and you want to sell things, and you want to sell on credit, right? The person says, wow, I love these tremendous axe heads that you're bringing me from Germany. I want can you bring me 10,000 more axe heads? And you say, no problem. All I need is a deposit of X amount of money, and I'll be back here next year with your axe heads. If you are a Christian and a Muslim and you don't know each other and stuff like that, it's hard to build the trust that is essential for these kinds of financial transactions. But when you have two Jews who are united by the same Talmudic code, when you sit down and you have Shabbos meals with them, you can see whether or not they seem like a hair-like person, and then you can rely on the same rules. You can go to the Rabbi, they're literate, they're numerate, you can draw documents up, and you have a much greater degree of trust that it facilitates this kind of widespread trade. Also very important, one of the most popular games that Jews like to play is, of course, Jewish geography. And this is actually a serious thing in the medieval world, that, in order to develop trust, because trust is at the foundation of any kind of interaction, if you can communicate that you know people in common, and that that sort of artificially broadens your social envelope, you can include them in your world of trust. So playing Jewish geography, when a guy from Paris shows up in Tangiers and he says, yeah, I'm from Paris. Someone says, oh, I know someone from Paris. His name is Moshe Cohen. He said, Moshe Cohen. I know him, but wait a minute, there's more than one Moshe Cohen. Does he have a hunchback? Yeah, that's the Moshe Cohen, right? And they would connect each other, they would trust each other, they would leave deposits, they would sell on credit, and it was way more successful venture. And this is an advantage that Christians and Muslims did not have. Largely through this trade network, which develops slowly and expands. The fact that the Radnites could do it in the 9th century indicates that they must have had a phenomenal reputation. Unfortunately, we only have basically 3 paragraphs talking about them. As one of the great mysteries in medieval Jewish history, who were these strange people? We don't have any internal documents about them. But we all know that commerce is historically something that Jews have engaged in for a very long time. And we're at a huge divide from most of humanity, which overwhelmingly was agriculture in nature. Like, just off the top of my head, even today, maybe, I don't know, if, you guys live in a very special bubble because you're already an elite in a college-educated environment. If you would take all Jews in America, I would hazard that at least 4 out of 10 of them are involved in some kind of commerce. If you add finance to them, that's probably 8 out of 10 Jews are involved in either commerce, which is trade, or finance, which is basically trading money. And then the other 2 Jews, maybe one of them is a doctor, and the other one is, I don't know, flips burgers at McDonald's, Smash House, whatever. Like that's basically that's our economic profile for much of our history. Maybe an exaggeration. Why did I start saying this? I forget. Maybe we've been doing this a long time. Yeah, so it just developed. So don't forget also when we saw the Erfurt remains and the Norwich remains that we have been inbreeding for a very long time. Ashkenazi Jews in particular are hugely guilty of end-dogging over and over and over again. Our genetics are so similar. So much more so than other people's. Okay, now, what were they trading in? So here's a bit of a nasty part. One of them was slave. It's actually presumed to be a Jewish slave owner with some 2 Jewish slave owners, and they've got some African slaves. And a bishop is involved in selling the slaves to the king and queen. This is, I think, an 11th century representation from a church in Germany. I think a king sitting with their legs astride like that is kind of like sort of a simian demonstration of power. You sit like that, you sit like you don't care what anyone else thinks. You sit like this, like that, like you're the king, you can do what you want. If you sit like prim and proper, that's sort of like the queen would sit like that. How's she sitting? No, she's not. I don't think that's a queen. I think that's a knight or something. He's holding a sword there, I think. And there's like a representation. There's actually a fascinating. Oh, Mr. Lipschitz would know where this is, but there's a fascinating story with. I think it is maybe the Taz. It's the Shach. I can't remember, but apparently when Taik was really active, they sent an emissary to find out if he really was Mashiach, and the emissary came back and described what he saw when he met Taik, and described how he sat, and at one point he was sitting on the ground cross-legged, and right away, whether it was the Shach or the Taz, I don't remember, someone said, "Oh, this can't be Mashiach. There's no way Mashiach would sit cross-legged. It's not their inheritance. I guess if you're Mashiach, guys like me can sit cross-legged. But slaves. So from the 5th to the 7th century, Jews are definitely trading in slaves. Slaves are I don't put them here for that. Yeah, I'll get back to slaves, but I won't talk about it right now. We should disabuse ourselves of the notion that Jews were not involved in the slave trade. Slaves were a major element of all trade at the time. There's stocks for trades. Stocks mean like blocks put their hands in, or like no. Stock market really develops like 17th century. We're still a few hundred years shy of that. But they would know physically they would take enslaved peoples and bring them elsewhere and sell them. So we should not have this kind of a halcyon idea that, Jews were so nice, Jews never traded in enslaved peoples, and we did. There is, however, a tremendous amount of energy coming from people who have not necessarily historical agendas to try and exaggerate the role to which Jews were involved in slavery. I think it would be fair to say that Jews were disproportionately involved in slavery if you compare them to the entire population, but they're also disproportionately involved in anything that's traded, like perfumes or silks or whatever, because they were more traders in that. When you get, hang on this one, when you get to especially the transatlantic slave trade, then it becomes a very different story. But prior to the transatlantic slave trade, we should understand that slaves are basically a luxury good. People could only buy slaves if they had a tremendous amount of money, and they were used primarily as home servants. They were not used like to farm massive plantations in inhuman conditions. It was basically like buying a really expensive car. Like if you could afford a Bentley, you would take care of your Bentley. You would not let it get rusty. You would wash it every day. So slaves were a status symbol that wealthy people had. Jews traded them like they traded in all other status symbols and much more weird symbols as well. Just to jump ahead, argument, Jews were also involved, of course, in the transatlantic slave trade, which was a totally different kind of very savage type of trade, where they were prepared, people who were bringing them across the ocean were prepared to lose a large number of them just in the passage, the middle passage, where they would literally die of starvation, malnutrition, overcrowding, disease. And then once they got to the plantations, they were often overworked to death, family separation, all kinds of terrible, terrible things. But basically, Jewish participation in the transatlantic slave trade, while not minuscule, was not disproportionate. There are a lot more people who are involved who made a lot more money than Jews did. But don't excuse Jews from rather noxious trade because it was the reality as well. Okay, Mr. Grant. Right, not African Americans, but African Africans. Yeah, the slave trade in West Africa was absolutely disgusting, but it was because money, right? People made money from it. Yeah, so there's a lot of different ways to get slaves. It's not only Africans. Africans tend to constitute the bulk of them. The term slave may be derived from the same root as the word Slav, as in like Polish, Ukrainian, Lithuanian, Russian. So I'm not sure if Lithuanians are Slavs. And they were often captured in war. They're pagans and brought over. Where you do see, by the way, a huge issue is with Jews owning Christian slaves or Jews owning slaves that decide to become Christian. The church has no problem with slavery at this time. By the way, this is an important point I forgot to mention. Like, nobody thinks slavery is a problem in the Middle Ages. Everybody thinks it's perfectly normal. Also think that way basically up until the 1700s. It's only at that point where people would say, maybe it's not so good that we should be enslaving other people. Right? This was like, it's asking them to have a 21st century mindset and morality when those standards were not applied in the medieval ages. But what the church did really care about a lot is the idea of a Jew owning a Christian. That bothered the Christians tremendously, especially churchmen, who were especially nervous that if they were to take slaves, not only Christian slaves, but even pagan slaves, much more common, who then decided they wanted to become Christians, then you would have an untenable situation where a Jew would be in a position of lordship over an individual, and the church definitely did not want that. Kings, on the other hand, were very happy with Jews owning slaves because Jews could sell slaves for cash money, and then they could be taxed for it. So quite often, the idea of Jewish ownership of slaves is also a church-state conflict. Right, okay, so what will eventually happen is, as restrictions are placed on Jews throughout the later Middle Ages, type, Jewish trade is going to be reduced and become much more smaller scale. They tend to go, they're no longer great like the Radhanites used to be, but they're still heavily involved in it. And we'll explore that next time we look at this. We'll close with this picture. This is kind of a cool image. I relate to this topic because this is my father, Allah Shalom, and he took over my grandfather's store. My grandfather is Alex, and my father is the son. He did not want me to take over the store, so that's why I ended up a professor. But that's my dad. It's like 1957. The store was around for 100 years until my father passed away. My mother took it over for a few years, and then finally they closed it. But it was Northern Ontario. Schmattes, textiles. Jews are very big into textile and work clothes, stuff like that. Okay, gentlemen, let's close it tonight. I apologize once again for the delay. On Monday, we're going to have a very important class. We're going to get into money lending and the church, which is hugely important for our side of the economy. Okay, thank you for learning with me. Okay, so where we left off, we looked at this last amazing artifact, right? This coin that gave you a sense of how Jews slavishly fell over themselves with amazement at the idea of getting equal citizenship, and what they were prepared to give up is a whole different story. We'll look a little bit at it in this class, but it's more relevant for the History 156 class. Now, this is a really much more important thing for us to understand. This is something that really was devised in Ashkenaz, specifically an organization called the Kehillah. Now, the Ashkenazim pioneered this social structure largely as a result of being kind of like in the hinterland, right? They're far away from existing larger Jewish communities, existing in tiny communities of sometimes 10 people, 20 people, 50 people, and they've got to try and organize themselves. So the Kehillah emerged out of that. Well, both can be true. It was deliberate. They had to figure out a way to organize, and as they had to respond to social, political, and economic needs, and they added on features and developed and so on. Yeah, definitely deliberate. We have explicit takanot. We're going to talk about that in a few minutes. We have explicit discussions of, hey, we have to organize. This is how we are going to organize ourselves. Okay, and it is essentially how we do it today, although in a limited fashion. It's really good that we just contrasted the era of Napoleon, because the main difference between the Kehillah of, let's say, 1650 and the Kehillah of 2025 is that membership is voluntary. Meaning, if you want to affiliate with the Jewish community, if you want to contribute some of your income to the maintenance of the Jewish community, hey, you can. But if you don't, God forbid, you don't. You can have a secular identity, you can identify yourself as a adult, and if you want, it really doesn't matter, because you don't have to affiliate with the Jewish community. This was not the case before Napoleon. The only way out of the Jewish community was to become a Christian. That's it. There was no secular identity, no middle path for Jews, as it were. So you're either in or out, binary, and the advantages of being in is that you have, not speaking about religious advantages, but just social, anthropological advantages. You have a community supporting you, you have a social service network that we're going to actually look at in more detail. You have protection, you have potential marriage partners, you have all kinds of things associated with it. The disadvantage is you got to pay for it. Nothing in life is free, you have to pay for it. Wait, I got to get this, Mr. Schwartzman. All right, good to see you, Mr. Schwartzman. Mr. Abrahams, yes, thank you for being an out. Schwartzman, right? Parente. Right, Spinoza is a trailblazer in this regard, because, and he is really unique, and he set fundamentally a precedent in so many ways. But that, we were talking already the 1600s. So it's right when the Kehillah starts to begin breaking down. It breaks down at different rates in different parts of Ashkenazic Europe. It will persist until 1844 in Russia, for example. But Spinoza is a great example of someone who left the community, forced out, if you like, because he had a harem, but he did not join the Christian community. That was very rare. It also had to do with the fact that it was in Amsterdam, which is an unusually tolerant place that could handle a variety of diseases. Mr. Eberstein. Yes, correct. you're asking a brilliant question. It is complex to answer it. Complex both because we're compressing several centuries and several regions. Right? And the Haskalah was very different in many different places and times. At the time of Napoleon, you definitely had, largely because of the Portuguese, Jewish, Sephardic influence in the south of France, you had the possibility of a somewhat lackadaisical religious identity. Not saying the Portuguese or Sephardic Jews were lackadaisical, but they were former Christians who began to identify as Jews, and that in itself implied a liminal quality to their Judaism. And so that made those things possible. But the wide open, hey, why don't we just get baptized kind of Haskalah, that wouldn't happen until about 50, 60 years later in Germany. But let's not get too far ahead because we're still here basically around the year 1000. This is way before the Haskalah happens. But taxation and self-government go hand in hand. That in order to organize yourself, in order to have a functioning community, in Ein Kemach, Ein Torah, you have to have money to do it. You're not going to be able to apply for federal funds, no such thing. You have to raise it from yourselves. And one of the things that was especially true of the Kehillah, that although it had these warm and enveloping and protective elements, it was also quite coercive. And the leaders of the Kehillah would literally tell you what to do and how much money you had to pay. And if you didn't like it, there's only one exit door, and that was to become a Christian. And that some people did take that route. Sometimes they did it and they were very bitter about it, as we shall see. But that's the only way out. Also, we should realize that the participation of women has kind of a fascinating aspect to this. The Kehillah was very androcentric, meaning it was based on the values and leadership of men by and large, principally concerned with the demands of men, the needs of men, things like that. Women were largely secondary. However, women also exercised a tremendous amount of power at the grassroots level through an organization called the Chevras, which was kind of like an important executive function of the Kehillah. And so they were able to exercise power in certain ways, but not in direct ways. Perhaps the most obvious way would be who gets to be a member of the leadership of the Kehillah? Only men. Who gets to vote for those leaders? Only men as well, and even only property men for most of the time being. Most of the period we're discussing. You could not vote unless you held, for example, a house. So those are a few caveats. Let's now look at actually how it worked. So it was based on a Talmudic model. If you look in the Sefer Megillah, you'll see the discussion of these people called the Tuvei Ha'ir. They're the good people of the city. Usually there would be kind of like a board made up of typically 7 men who are all fairly wealthy. And sitting on the board meant on the one hand you've got kavod, you've got honor, but on the other hand you were expected to pay. You were expected also to pay for that honor with generous contributions to the community. This is exactly how we do it today. Usually when I speak to adult audiences, I say the opposite. It's totally unlike synagogues today, and they all laugh because they realize, of course, that's how it works today. If you are the member of the board of directors of a shul, you're not there because people think you have a nice haircut. You're there because people expect you to pony up every year and to provide a certain amount. So that's how the good people of the city of the Tuvei are constituted up there. By the way, really important sort of ground rules in Judaism, and we'll come back to this in many different ways. There are 3 routes to status in the Jewish world. There are 3 ways you can get status. What are those 3 ways? Mr. Adlerstein? Okay. That's so nice. I was not quoting Rabbi, and I'm sure that in the post-lay based on matrix, that is really the answer. But in doing it on a more pragmatic and low level, thinking like myself, money, thank you, money. And I'll also tell you now, ask me when we finish this, what is the Abramson rule? I will tell you in a second. But the first way to achieve status in the Jewish world is money. Have lots of money. Mr. Blaschko, look on us. close. I'm looking for a slightly different word. Anything, Mr. Abrams? Repetition is very valuable, but typically you get reputation for one of three things, which are the three things. Wisdom, also close, Mr. Parente. Yeah, learning, great. So that's also a little bit like Catholic Torah. That's also a bit like, scholarship, learning. So you get money, you get status through money or through learning. And then the third one, you always have established in a slightly different way. Kahuna. What is kahuna? Okay. Close. Cousin, close. Parente. Aha, very good. So can only Kohanim have status? Excellent. The Hebrew word for this is yichus, right? If you have lineage, money, learning, lineage. Those are the three ways to get status. If you can find another way to get status, I love it. Tell me about it. But for my 30-odd years of advanced study of Jewish history, I found those are the three ways. And by the way, the only way that's truly open to outsiders, which is a good thing, it's a meritocracy, is learning. Unless you guys are descended from the Chafetz Chaim, or unless you guys have gazillions of dollars, learning is your only shot. So pay attention because there's going to be a test. You can always make more money. It's step like that. Mr. Vasilev. I think that's true. Yeah, there definitely is. If you have a great rabbi and then his son takes over afterwards, he has like a head start. But, right. But you can lose that too. You can lose that. I think it's the least stable because, people look at you and say, people look at a person and say, oh, he comes from such a wonderful family. And look at that, that's what he is. Right? So it's not the most durable. Money too is also not durable, but learning, the best is Torah, right? Torah. Mr. Vasilevsky. Yeah, so that's also attaching yourself to status, and that gives you status too. You know famous people, that makes you a trickle famous too, right? But it's in general, yichus, like whether and the word yichus really means like connections, right? It means connections in terms of who you're born from, but you can also have connections where it's operated too. Okay, Mr. Anderson, then we better go on. Terrible things you get status. Yeah, negative status, I guess. Yeah, but that's not status. That is infamy, maybe. It depends on who like personally, I have so many jokes running through my head, but I am recording, so I'm not going to tell you those jokes. Maybe afterwards I'll shut off for the show. That's true. Okay, so let's go on and look at the structure. First, at the top is the Tuvei Ayir. These are people who typically have status through money. That's like the most fungible asset because they're going to have to give some that away. But some of those people might be there because of yichus. They might be there because of learning. But money is the most important here. Under them is a body called, or a person called the Parnas. The word president in English is definitely related to this, but it comes from the verb, the parnes, right? To provide, to give parnasa, to give a livelihood. So the Parnas is really the president. He reports to the board. I will use the male gender because male pronouns, these are all men. Whoops. Yep. Okay, so the Parnas, and he carries out the executive function, meaning like the Tuvei Ayir decide what they want to do. The president is the person in charge of making it happen. You also have, beside the president, the rabbi or the judicial branch. Right? I know all about this because I just had my citizenship test. This is the judicial wing. And here, we don't have a legislative wing in this really, because it's really built into the judicial wing in this system here. But the rabbi and the beitin are there to make sure that what the Tuvei asked for is within the boundaries of halacha, and there is kind of like a dynamic tension between the parnas and the rabbi all the time. The reason is because the parnas is typically one of the two ways. It's like nominated from among them. That means he has what attribute? Typically, money, right there. The parnas is wealthy, and the two represent largely the wealthy classes of the people. The rabbi, on the other hand, who pays his salary? The Tuvei, exactly. So he is an employee of the Tuvei. But what is the power base? Again, I'm not talking like philosophically, things like that. What is the actual human power base of the rabbi? He makes laws, but who supports him? So we give him money, right? But what if, I'll give you a theoretical example. Let's say the Parnas wants to have a huge party and they're going to invite some inappropriate, I'm trying to think of an example that I can keep on the recording here. But let's say this happens in the Gemara, actually. You have examples of this with the Reish Galusa quite often, where they want to do something that's just not really according to the Torah principles. And they have the money to do it, and they want to do it. And the rabbi speaks up and says, no, you can't do that, right? Because it's against halacha. So couldn't the Tuvei just shut down the rabbi and say, forget it, we'll get another rabbi? Very good. That's exactly right. The people support the rabbi. He's the popular person. He's the one who's offering spiritual support for people. He consoles them, he teaches them, he does all those kind of things. So just like in a modern shul today, the rabbi and the president are sometimes at odds with each other. The president may want to decorate the shul in a particular way, or have a particular kind of event, or something like that. The rabbi says, no, the halacha doesn't go like that, and they have to look. It could be, at loggerheads. Sometimes the Parnas and the Tuvei will win a conflict like that. Sometimes the rabbi will. But it always ends badly if they have a long conflict. They have to work it out. It's a dynamic tension between the religious principles supported by the larger masses of the people and the will of the wealthy elite who largely support the community. But on the other hand, they sometimes, maybe because of conspicuous consumption, they might overstep their authority. Now, how does this actually translate into services for the people? So both groups have gabayim. You all know the term gabbai. Today, we tend to think of a gabbai as a likable person, and he's charged with a task that a lot of people don't necessarily want to do, organizing who gets what aliyah, who gets up to do hagban, things like that. But the term gabbai, as you see in Pirkei Avos, it actually means collector, the gabot, to collect. And in that context, I think a better translation would be enforcers, right? So in the case of the rabbi, his gabayim are there to make sure that people don't step out of line. And gentlemen, it may surprise you to learn that throughout much of medieval history, the rabbi had the power of corporal punishment. It's actually a Gemara in Daf Yomi just recently, maybe it's just coming up, about Rav Huna cut off someone's hand. That's pretty extreme, and you don't see too many examples of that. But you do see examples of what they did during flogging. And they would have the floggings take place, flogging with a whip, to whip people. Sometimes in the synagogue itself, sometimes in the synagogue courtyard, sometimes in a symbolic way with like shoelaces, rarely with like actual meant to cause pain. Definitely produce social opprobrium. That's more of a typical Jewish tool. But the rabbi did have the buy-in to do so. Where this might come up, like let's say, for example, if a person refused to appear before the Beit Din after had a summons several times, was warned, and so on. You also see it with, it's much more of a problem in kind of the 20th century, but with men who leave their wives and refuse to give them a get. The rabbis would call out the gabayim straight away, and as we see, I'm sure, in the Mishnah Torah, basically quoting the Gemara, that they're allowed to beat him until he recognizes that he really wants to give his wife a get. So he realizes of his own accord, as it were. Yes, Mr. Tillman. Lapis Lazuli would be in that category of what the Gabayim could do. I don't know if halachically they would typically call it. Oh yeah, definitely. We have it right up until the 19th century in Russia. Definitely. We even have some very rare isolated cases of capital punishment instituted by the Beit Din. Typically, when you have someone who's threatening the entire community, saying, I'm going to go to the ruler and say that a Christian child was killed and so on, which would be disastrous, yes, capital punishment. Assassination, not with the four, just regular assassination, whatever it takes, knives, guns, sticks, stones, Mr. Grants. Yeah, that's exactly why the Gabayim were there. Keep in mind, remember I said coercion. The Tehillah, although warm and supportive, is very coercive. But the most typical thing would be, by the way, because it has to do with taxation, that the Tuba year would make an assessment every year of how much everybody had to pay in taxes, and then the Gabayim would come to collect it. If you didn't want to pay it, then the Gabayim had other means to pick it up. But that's an excellent question. That's like an essay question. But they've got plenty of extra legal powers that they can simply impose. Just like Rav Huna and Mara Sanhedrin actually cut off someone's hand because he was a repeat offender, threatening to hit people. So they can say, we want to establish ourselves as a Kehillah. This is the way we're going to do it. We've got to collect money. This is how we're going to do it. Mr. Anderson. Yeah, it was very progressive tax too. I mean, they could see how many cows you had, all kinds of things. Let's say they'd make an assessment. Again, remember we're talking about really small communities, maybe 500 people in a community, and they're looking around saying, look at that. I see you painted your house. You must be doing well. The chickens are selling well this year, right? And then they would say, figure you should make 100 for sure with 500 for Mr. Abrams. Yeah, absolutely. This is not a caste system, so you couldn't have upward mobility. You couldn't change from this royal to Levi or to Kohen, but you could easily move up in terms of status with wealth. Largely because of Napoleon. Because Napoleon shut down any police authority on behalf of the rabbis, and modern states basically follow that as well. We had a situation here in New York and New Jersey 4 years ago was the most recent time it happened. I mentioned the cases of men who refused to give their wives gets. So there were some guys, actually in Jersey, who hired thugs to go and put hoods over this man and kidnap him, and they beat him with rubber hoses and to threaten him. And then what happened is he figured out who it was, and he sued the people, and they went to jail. Because we're not allowed to do that. Right? I'm an American citizen. I just did the Pledge of Allegiance. No, can't have an independent police force. But this is how it worked. I mean, we got done. Right? We didn't have an Aguna crisis until the 20th century, largely as a result of the power we divided. Mr. Parente, then we got to go on. So that's a tough question to answer too, but I think we should understand this is a deeply religious society, but Judaism is an extremely agile religion with legislation, where Judaism will, the posting will look at these social, religious, economic, political developments, and they'll figure out ways to adapt philosophy within it. Everything from closed to everything and things like that are various adaptations throughout the centuries, trying to figure out how do we live in society, what does the Torah allow us to do. So I would say it is religious, but it's definitely not isolated from what impinges on it, as we shall see with Takashi Gershon in a moment. Now the Parnas is required to manage the self-growth, and most Jews, this is where they're actually going to interact with the Kehillah. These are so-called committees, right? From the word kavra, meaning friendship or circle, that kind of thing. And unlike all of these other groups, this is where women tend to be especially powerful and predominate. And you can have a whole pile of these, depending on how big and sophisticated and wealthy the community is. Like, for example, the most important of the Hebras was the Hebra Kadisha, the burial society, which used to be the case where they would only take people who were a certain age and had a certain reputation and things like that. I know from my experience in America that unfortunately, have an inverted age pyramid in some parts of the world, like Florida, where I live, that they'll take guys like me even, and then the burial society would have tremendous power. One of the first things that the Beit Din could do, if a person didn't want to comply with a summons or a payment or a get or things, they would say, if you don't follow through, we will tell the federal shop not to give you burial rights. And you can be thrown into a pit after 120 years, a communal burial site with all the non-Jewish people who live in the area. We don't care. And people would be terrified, and they would say, okay, I will pay, I will give the get, whatever it is. But Hebra Kadisha was a really powerful one. Usually it was the first Hebra established once the community got started. But there's so many others. There's Hebra Shas in charge of education, people holding, taking care of the poor, Tomchei Shabbos, taking care of the sick, Tomchei Shabbos, which of course we still have today in most communities. Will have a Tomchei Shabbos, supporter of Shabbat, which means giving food to people to help them get through Shabbat. Ozer Dalim for poor people, Hachnasas Kala, also very important. Chevra that will deal with providing for poor brides to start their homes. Linat Tzedek for travelers, Chevra Tehillim for people who want to get together and say Tehillim. Whatever it is, the Kehillah would set up those Chevras. And with the obvious exception of Hebra Kadisha, where you had to have men taking care of men for burial, many of these societies, these Chevras, would be populated by women and run by women, and they would be funded by all of the taxes collected by the Kehillah. So I've given you kind of like the dark side of it, where they'll force you to pay taxes, and they'll send out the buy-in if you don't comply, and all kinds of things like that. But the upside is, this was an extremely rich, sophisticated, dense social support network that rivaled anything you have in Europe until really the 20th century. This is way before universal education was required, way before you had hospitals for the poor. All of these things that we take for granted were really pioneered by the Ashkenazim in Ashkenaz in the 9th, 10th, and 11th centuries. They were figuring out, okay, we can't rely on outside society to take care of us. We're going to become self-reliant. It's an amazingly beautiful achievement that has stood the test of time, and we still benefit from it today. Okay, Mr. Tillman, Mr. Parenti. Yeah, I think that's definitely true. The non-Jewish world as a whole did have some sense of cohesion in the sense that there was this idea of the body Catholic, like everybody being Christian, but it broke down in terms of regions and languages and class in particular. Peasants did not feel especially close to nobles and so on. So, but Jews realized nobody else is going to take care of us. We have to do this for ourselves. Largely an Ashkenazi creation. The Sephardim also ended up imitating this. They had the Ma'amad, which is a very similar kind of structure, and it stood the test of time. Yes. Oh, Mr. Parenti. The question is a good one too, and I think you could certainly explore it for a dissertation. A lot of the social movements of the early 20th century, especially in America, were pioneered by Jews. And they're at the forefront of movements like welfare and food banks and things like that. And it would be interesting to see if they got this from this sort of structure they grew up in. I think there's definitely a strong influence, but I'm not sure if it's linear, because their socialism also has a big emphasis on big government taking care of things like this. But on a communal level, it's definitely very strong. Okay. Last question, then move on. Yeah. Well, these are not people; these are like organizations. it's probably more like it is today. I mean, again, this is not meant to be the people club. It's the organizational chart, right? But the people are like way below here, and they're taking advantage of all of these services. You know, if they're running short of money for Shabbos, they'll appeal to Tumke Shabbos. If they're poor and they need money to start their family, they'll go to Hafnat Kala. You know, and if they just want to get together, old people want to get together and fight to help together, they'll go to but there's always going to be a class conflict as well. There will be Jews who are very wealthy, who may not get along necessarily with Jews who are at much lower level of status. But, you know, as my father would say, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. I didn't tell you the Abramson rule of history. Oh, I have to tell you that because I forgot. The Abramson rule of history, I will repeat it again, is really worth learning. Does anyone know the Abramson rule of history? Mr. Rubin, what is the Abramson rule of history? Ah, very good, very good. I would say it's slightly different, but you said it very well. If you don't know why something happens, the answer is probably money. Money is so important to how social processes evolve. It can't explain everything, but it explains a lot. Okay, shall we go on? Now, women, I did mention how they were disadvantaged in the sense that they did not vote for the Tubei-Year. They could not be the Parnas or be among the Tubei-Year. They couldn't be the rabbi and so on. But there were some interesting kind of avenues that were open to women to take charge of their destiny. Not only through leadership of the chevras, and by the way, go to local schools and just look at the organizational structure there. I bet you'll see that most of the adult ed and the Vanellis groups and all those things, the women are all over the place. They're really involved in actually doing this stuff at the chevra level. But you also had this long-standing idea of sanctioned disruption being open to women. Specifically, if a woman felt that her concerns were not attended to, that she was not being treated right by, the Parnas or even the rabbi or anything like that, she could go into the men's section of shul, often on Shabbos, just before Kriyas HaTorah, and stand on the bima and refuse to allow the service to continue until she received a promise that her demands would be heard. Yeah, but it happened. It was like a thing that was extreme, right? And you only get away with it times before people say, she's in sugar there. But nevertheless, it was a drastic way that it was an accepted way that, there's no other way to pronounce it. You have to go right to the center of the community, right on Shabbos, and refuse to let anything happen until you were heard. So we have interesting examples of this throughout history. Mr. Tuman. Well, when you use the term excommunicate, you have to be careful about that. Well, no, it can be. Right, let's review that. What power did we said they're very coercive. So what powers did he have? At the highest level, we talked about corporal punishment. Slightly below that, you would have refusal to be buried in the cemetery. Below that, you had periods of legally, right, ostracism, formal ostracism, where the Beit Din could say simply, this person has transgressed, he hasn't shown up for summons, he hasn't done whatever. Nobody is allowed to do business with him for 30 days. Nobody is allowed to stand within 6 feet of him. Nobody's allowed to talk to him. You can't get any aliyahs, you can't, nothing, whatever it is. They have a whole range of possible ostracisms that they can use. And that is perhaps the most commonly used form of social pressure they would use to achieve their ends. So a woman who would do something like this, it was a big hit on their social standing if they wouldn't do it. But you know what? It might be worth it. She might feel that she's being abused by the system, and this is the only way that she can protest, and so she'll take advantage of it. And their needs are typically heard, maybe not addressed, but at least heard. Not an equal system, but nevertheless it worked. 1,000 years, right? Okay. So let's go on to the Takanas of Rabbeinu Gershon, which is extremely important in this regard. We talked a lot about structure, and I've also spread this out over several hundred years. But we have to look at one figure in particular who's especially important. He is known as Rabbeinu Gershon, our Rabbi Gershon, Meor HaGolah, the light of the exile. Extremely important person. Have any of you heard of him before? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. The Arabs are going to get the most important thing. So he was born in Metz, and the idea is Shiva in Mainz. Born around the year 960, and died in the year 1028. He was Rashi's teacher's teacher. So intellectually, a grandfather of Rashi. Rashi refers to himself as Rabbeinu Gershom, may the memory of the righteous and holy be for a blessing, who enlightened the eyes of the exile. Right? That's where we get the term Meor HaGola. And upon we all depend on whom all Ashkenazi Jews are the disciples of his disciple. That's a typo over here. But you get the idea. This is, by the way, a medieval woodcut. Rabbi Shalomo is supposed to be Rabbi Yitzchak Benchman of Rashi. I don't know if that's what he actually looked like. Rabbeinu Gershom passed a whole series of these takanos, these decrees that set up the Kehillah and all kinds of other things. We talked about the most famous ones in a minute. So important that lots of other takanos, long after he died, were published in his name. So we have lots of takanos that Rabbeinu Gershom never wrote, but they're called takanos of Rabbeinu Gershom because that's a way to enforce compliance. Right? People will say, oh, this is a takana of Rabbeinu Gershom, must be really important. It could be that it was issued by some community 50 years after he died, but they lumped it in there in order to, kind of like, you see yogurt that has a hashgach on it that says glatt kosher. Right? And there's no way that yogurt can be glatt kosher because only meat can be glatt kosher. But nevertheless, people have this phrase, glatt kosher, it must be really kosher. And so Rabbeinu Gershom, his name is applied to lots of later takanos. We know a little bit of his personal. This is possibly his grave marker at the city of Mainz. It's like a 1,000-year-old grave marker. There is some dispute over that. We know from the Or Zagua, a very early Ashkenazic Rishon, that his son Eliezer was forcibly converted and later killed. So the pogroms in 1012, and he was somehow wrapped up in this. There was some question about the nature of that version and how Rabbeinu Gershom dealt with it. That is a subject of focus among historians. He was married twice, and we do have Rabbi for his second wife, his name is Bona, dated 1213, which suggests that it could be his first wife was killed in those same persecutions. The most important, I think, I'm sure you associate with Rabbeinu Gershom, is Takanos, the consent of actually very bottom here. Right? That's the one that I'm sure you're familiar with. I know you guys are aware of this, but I'm going to put this on the web later, so just for everybody in the web audience to know. Historically, Jews practiced polygamy. Right? Abraham had Sarah and Hagar as a kind of a half-wife and concubine. Yaakov, of course, Jacob had 4 wives or 2 wives and 2 concubines, so it's like certainly within the realm of possibility for Jewish men to have more than one wife historically. But around the year 1000, in the era of early Ashkenaz, Rabbeinu Gershom comes up with a ban, a cherem, right, which is one of these terms used kind of like excommunication, that you are not allowed to marry more than one wife. That's it. You're just going to have one wife. Now, why did he make this ban? It's just like a good, 3,000 after we know that our patriarchs practiced polygamy. What were the reasons for the ban? Any ideas? Any guesses? Yes, please. Evening out the ratio of men to women. Now, the ratio of men to women is basically stable except in times of war. Men tend to die at a higher rate. But that does not seem to be much of an interest in this context. A good hint, well, Mr. Truman, let's see what you think. Fighting with small communities, well, generally speaking, this would not be something that's new to Ashkenaz, right? Jews have been living in exile for 1,000 years at this point. And typically, who marries more than one wife? People who are wealthy, people who can afford more than one wife. And so that means you could have people of the poorer class who might not be able to do so, but if they have a daughter in a poor family, they may see it as an advantage to have her step up socially, marry a rich man, even as a second wife. So the system kind of works itself out anyways. Money, yes, that's right. Yes. Ah, there you go. That's very interesting. Where are we living here? Let's talk about this. Yeah, exactly. Christian practice, monogamy, right? So one reason for it may be because of a desire to be less out of step with the larger world. That Christians are beginning to get powerful in part of the world, and Jews are out of step if they're practicing polygamy. Think about 19th century America, the Mormons would practice polygamy, and that was definitely looked down upon. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Mormons have somehow abandoned polygamy as well today, but so I simply don't know. He also, then here's one other really important thing. What about it that relates to here, the consent of a wife to divorce? That Rabbi also, he also said that it is not appropriate to divorce a woman against her will. We've definitely been speaking up until now a few times about men who abandon their wives. But what about women who don't want to be divorced and their husbands force them to divorce them? What does it say in the Gemara about that? It's difficult for who to get by. Right, exactly. It definitely is not an advantageous thing for women because they tend not to be the prime breadwinners. And economically, they'd be cast adrift. If the husband were to decide, I don't like, the way you cook dinner and I'm going to divorce you, then it's going to be really tough. It can be abrupt. It can be harsh. So there seems to be, it's a kind of a Gershon, a consistent follow through of wanting to support women's status, women's position within Ashkenazi society. And so the ban on polygamy means no more half-status wives, no more second-class wives. And the consent of wife to divorce means that if women have to agree to be divorced, it means that they can insist more easily on their settlement or on the maintenance of their married status groups, right? So he seems to have a lot of concern for women's status, which is pretty significant for the South. Just trying to last comment, you gotta go place it. Yeah, no, it's a separate band. It's a separate. I don't know which one came first. I think they actually came at the same time for the package. I'm not positive. Another one that's interesting, he insisted on privacy of correspondence. This is like one of those examples where he's contributing to, or he's responding to a social change where people are writing letters. And, there's no halacha before Rabbeinu Gershon that says you can't read other people's mail. Mail was not common in times of, we do have a mail system in Persia at the time of the Gemara. I guess nobody felt at that time it was necessary to make a halacha that you can't read anyone else's mail. How do we know, by the way, obviously, that we have lots of mail in the Persian era, besides the fact that we know about other records? So, right, the Megillah is all full of letters, right? So sending letters back and forth, So he insisted at this point, for the sake of efficacy of business communication, that you're not allowed to read anyone else's mail. This, by the way, is a smaller, lesser known account of it, became very, very important in the 20th century because of the invention of a new form of correspondence. Telegram, post, email, right, email. This email correspondence, are you allowed to look at the metadata, like the envelopes, or can you actually look at people's emails, right? Like, one of the reasons, by the way, guys, I insist if you write to me, don't use your Gmail, don't use your private emails, because that's not truly private for you. You write in your sort of secure Turo emails, then whatever I send you, then it is like tracked forever as a legal document. So correct, but it's more private. And legally, it is, if I'm not mistaken, discoverable. I think, got great for sure, I would graduate, and report and they'll summon my email. Oh, you do. You do. You know, if you're emailing about, first of all, you should only email about university business. But so if you are using, if you're emailing anyone at university about university business, use your secure cloud. If you're emailing me because, hey, I got engaged, come to my board. Okay, here's really important. This is probably one of the most significant, besides adaptability, the cherem ha'ishu, the ban on settlement. Anybody know what this thing is? It's hugely important, massively significant. Mr. Anderson. So that's going to be later. But the cherem ha'ishu was a social control on who was allowed to live in any given community. It was extremely important for economic reasons, where it controlled competition among Jews. So if you had a community, a yishuv, you had a settlement, right? And they had a shoemaker, and his living was entirely dependent on being able to make shoes for people in the region. And then some guy shows up from another, shtetl, and he wants to set up a complete shoemaker's store. The cherem ha'ishu, if it was imposed in a particular town, meant that the kehillah had the right to regulate who could move into the kehillah, who could set up a business, who could compete with existing communities. It's extremely important because it meant that it was engaged a level of protectionism that might seem foreign to an American mindset, but basically this is a way that they ensured that people could still have a livelihood. This was also often negotiated with the secular authorities, where the secular authorities would agree to uphold the cherem ha'ishu of a Jewish community, where they could say, yes, you have the right to secure all the silversmiths. They're, regulated by your community, and the Jews could then say, all right, we have the Ron's family is in charge of silversmith here. No other people are allowed to come to this town and set up shop as silversmiths. And it was hugely successful, somewhat rigid, and it maintained a coercive nature of society and the economy. But on the other hand, it meant that you could be fairly assured on your livelihood in this environment. Yeah, absolutely. It goes back to the Mars and Baba Basra of how close may competing businesses be set up with each other. If you have a Chinese restaurant on this street and another Chinese restaurant opens up 3 doors down, sorry, I only have salad. 3 doors down, another kosher Chinese restaurant opens up, you can like and say, what's going on? This guy's going to take away your business. Let him move to another neighborhood. Let him move to a different street. He's like 3 doors down from you. Well, it depends on where you live or what. If it's a kosher restaurant and they report to the VOD, then yeah, theoretically the VOD could say, we really don't think it's appropriate for you to set up shop so close to each other. Again, living in the modern era after Napoleon, we lose so much of our policing authority, we lose our coercive authority. So that means that it's kind of like anybody's game. It's what would happen is if the VOD says, no, we don't think you should set up your Chinese restaurant here, what's the guy going to do? He might go to get another restaurant. Say, what do I need this VOD for? I'm going to go to a different VOD. And that's how we have, our community kind of like loses its integrity as it figures out different multiple authorities. There's a downside to it. On the upside, you have coercion. So on the upside, you have consistency and community holds together, but on the downside, typically means higher prices because you only have one shoemaker, one kosher Chinese restaurant to shop at. And this is basically the compromise they made that can be effective and kept the kehillah going without me. Only exception to that rule, also Gemara, when is there no cherem ha'ishu, no competition rules? Teaching Torah, that's right. If you have a day school set up right here, and you can set up another day school, another yeshiva right next to it. Because with Torah, it's open game, anybody can teach Torah. Okay, let's see now. Let me talk about why. So let's do the last part here of the impact. Um, this is Chagall's painting of a wedding. That's not Chagall. Yeah, it's Chagall, right? So the band is especially interesting when you see over the next 20 years because the way he formulated the band on polygamy was he was going to do for 500 years, and then it was supposed to theoretically expire. So a lot of ideas. Why did he only make it for 5 years? Maybe he didn't feel that he had the authority to extend the band forever. Also, he specifically said it's for the lands of Ashkenaz. Like it was not a pressing issue in Sephardic lands, especially the North African and Middle Eastern Sephardic regions, because they lived among Arabs who practiced polygamy. So it was not a crisis there. In fact, right up until the 20th century, they still had polygamy in Yemen and also among Yemenite Jews moving to Israel with multiple wives. The Rashba in the 13th century recognized that bad, and he's the one who gives us the source of it's an exporter that was actually 1240. And from that point on, Rabbi Yosef Karo said that, well, the ban expired, but the Ramah says, but we're going to keep it going. Let's roll it over. And it was supposed to expire around the 20th century. There were some exceptions, by the way. Like, for example, I'm not going to step into halakhic areas. I'm going to ask your Mahide Shir about this. But let's say for what the other ban, that you can't divorce a woman against her will, right? So let's say a woman decides to join ISIS or Al Qaeda, and she's moved to the middle of Syria, and she doesn't want to hear from anyone. You call her up and say, "Sorry, please come home. Stop messing around with those ISIS guys." And she says, "I don't care. And I'm never going to accept a get from you because of the kind of rabbinic issue. I want to punish you." So in that kind of bizarre situation where you have a woman who is a moredes, a rebellious woman, so to speak, there would be an exception to the ban where a man could marry a second wife, not undivorce his or divorce his wife because she won't accept it, but he's allowed to marry a second wife. Now, similarly, if a woman is in custody to a family, these are like difficult issues for hosting to get involved with, but it's not an absolute ban because, after all, it's imposed by a rishon rather than something that comes out of the Torah itself. But there are always these crazy movements, like here in 1931, there were people saying, "Hey, wait, no, we don't have this ban anymore. Do we really have to renew it again? We have so many single women. This should have a crisis. Why don't we just let them marry richer men and so on?" But that never went anywhere. Okay, and one last point I do want to say in this context, we've heard so much about the kind of rabbinic leadership. One of the really important things is that it's mentioned that if God forbid, you should all get married and be happy and responsive. But if God forbid divorce is the option, keep your wife again. Don't mess around. Okay. That's the end of this lecture. I do want to start the second lecture. Any questions, arguments, discussions? Mr. Adlerstein. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. I spoke at Shmuel recently. I found in the Evo archives terrifying mimeograph document that was to be filled out in the displaced person camps where a husband would write, if a husband would write, "I'm going to marry Spritz Alea. I'm actually married to Masara, but I don't know what happened to him." And he would swear and he would sign this document that if Masara shows up, she survived, and now he's married to two women, that he would do whatever the business says is the appropriate thing. Divorce the second wife, divorce the first wife. Terrifying. Good point. Okay, well, let's go to economics now. So, a lot to say about this. Start with agriculture. Historically, Jews have only really been deep into farming twice in their history: in the ancient world and in the modern world, in the 20th century. Historically, farming was not the first choice for Jews for fairly obvious reasons. The first, now we do have there's kind of like from the 19th century, there was a bias against saying, oh, the reasons why Jews couldn't own land, couldn't farm, was because they couldn't own land. And largely speaking, that's not true. For most of the medieval period, Jews could own land. It was legal to own land. There were exceptions, certain places, certain times, but largely Jews could own land. If they could own land, why did they not become big landowners, Mr. Adlerstein? Excellent, good point. When you're living far away and you're within walking distance of a shul or a mikvah or a kosher Chinese restaurant, so you definitely, that's one good reason. Mr. Blaschko? Pogroms, tell me about that. So then what about the land? Okay, but how would that change? I think you're right, but I'm not sure you've explained the answer correctly. Why was land less desirable than, let's say, silver, gold, stuff like that? You can't take it with you. Mr. Rubin, do you have the word here? No, what I like to say is it's very hard to find carry an acre of land, right? Because you're exactly right. If people are to attack your community or whatever, and you need to flee, you essentially abandon your land. You can't take it with you, right? There used to be a joke. It's no longer true, but Jews used to not be good piano players. They used to play clarinet and banjo and things like that, violin. The reason it was very hard to carry a piano. Right? It's hard to flee. So real estate was not a safe investment for Jews. Not only pogroms, but legislative expulsion. The Roman where is this? Out of here. Jews were expelled 5 times from France in 1 century. Right? They kept on being expelled, invited back, expelled, invited back. But you can't keep your land if you're not expelled. Okay, Mr. Rubin, Mr. Ferrante. That is an excellent point. We'll see when we get to Eastern Europe, which will be in a couple of weeks, that Jews were frequently leaseholders, but it was primarily for the tax dividends of the land. The land was definitely not owned by them, and certainly not farmed by them. Only in a few places, like Galicia, for example, you have Jewish farmers, but overwhelmingly, for most of the 100 years we're talking, Jews did not prefer to own land as choice. Mr. Tillman. Okay, good point. Well, because you have to invest in real estate. And if you're poor, anything attached to that. Yeah. Well, we're going to discuss all the things. So there's definitely invest in skills, and invest in skills that were liquid, like medicine. Right? If you're a doctor, you can just put up your shingle anywhere and start doctoring. If you are a goldsmith, silversmith, so you have to have a certain amount of gold or silver come to you to be able to work with it, and you have the skill. But if you take your money and you dump it into a piece of land, a building, anything like that, you're attached to that. You're stuck to it. Someone else confiscates it, it's gone. But if you are able to transform much of your skills into cash, like actual money, then you can not only carry it, but put in hiding places. Actually, I'll show you later some of the hoards that have been discovered of jewels and things like that are frequently of Jewish origin. Quite fascinating. Because you bury it and you come back and pick it up. Mr. Parenti, then by what? Like produce? Yeah, it's not really a thing. Jews generally, when they were farmers, they're more likely they're like dairymen and things like that. Their goods were sold just as well. It's really about price then. Perhaps the best example would be meat. Right? Jews need to be in the meat industry to have kosher meat, But Ashkenazim, as I think we discussed last week, right? The week before, Ashkenazim do not eat the deep hamasher, the sciatic nerve, and that means that they basically, the back half of the cow, with the filet mignon and very choice parts of the cow, they just sell to non-Jews. And non-Jews historically have been very happy to buy much cheaper, right? Meat that's cheaply priced because the Jews have to get rid of it. They can't consume it themselves. The church, by the way, is very upset with that because it looks bad if Jews won't eat this, but Christians will happily eat it. But it's the same rule as ever. If you go to grocery stores today, people will buy where it's cheapest. Sometimes most people. Okay, let's see. Risks and benefit of agriculture we talked about. Agriculture also plays a really important part in the corporate structure of medieval society, which we have not gotten into, but we will talk about in much greater degree in a moment. Here it is. This is what Jews did as the backbone of their economy. They're primarily involved in finance. Again, I'm restricting myself now to the period of early Ashkenaz. We will have a much broader field of economic endeavor once the conditions permit it. And Jews were definitely historically involved in a whole range of activities, even in this period as well. But the backbone of the economy, the strongest element in a given kehillah, was Jews involved in finance, specifically money lending. This is a bigger topic, but we've got 7 minutes, so I'll try and give you a short version of it. It tends to have kind of like when I say finance, that sounds nice, right? When I say something like pawnbroking, that sounds kind of like seedy, sort of like on the outskirts of town, strip malls, things like that. But it's really both of those things. This was an excellent way for Jews to engage in commerce and to support themselves, specifically because, as we shall see, they enjoyed a monopoly on this for several hundred years. I'll get to that. Let's just first look at this interesting image. It's the 16th century image by Quentin Massey, the money changer and his wife. You can see they're living in a nice urban environment. They've got fine clothes, dyed red, which is an expensive color, and so on. And he's counting out his coins here. The only problem is, for our purposes, it's not actually a Jewish picture, a book, a Jewish couple, because here she's reading like clearly a Christian illuminated manuscript, very expensive, but it has like a Christ figure and Mary there, so definitely not a Jewish figure. By the way, you can also see the artist here has portrayed a small conceit. He's put himself in the mirror at the bottom here, so you can see his actual face in it. Kind of interesting. Not very good resolution, but nevertheless. That's it. So it worked basically like this. When the king wanted to collect taxes, which is things that kings want to do, there's a few different ways that he can do so. He can either collect taxes in kind, which means farmers who are growing wheat can give a portion of their wheat to the king, which is great, right? Wheat is really useful. You can make it into bread and things like that. But it's difficult to transport. It has to be stored. It requires a tremendous amount of energy to transform that to other things the king might want, like, for example, fur coats or, Apple watches or whatever it is. So, taxes in kind are not the best thing for the king. Also, remember that this is a very, very primitive economy. There is actually very little cash money in circulation. In Europe, they're way behind, emerging from the Dark Ages. They don't even have advanced minting available where people are making coins. Very common in the Roman era, but this is at the end of the Dark Ages. People are just beginning to come out of this. Most business is conducted in barter. I will give you one dead rabbit for those 15 tomatoes in your basket. Right? The basket is extra, things like that. The other way is corvée, which is forced labor, where the king can say, look, I don't want you, I have so many acres of farmland, I would rather you just come and work my fields, let's say 1 day a week. And you can force the peasants to take whatever, the rotating Mondays, all the people from this village have to come and work the Lord of the king's land and grow the wheat. And then the rest of the week they can work on their own stuff. So it's taxes called corvée. Yes, this is the feudal system I talked about. Exactly. And the third kind of taxes, the best kind of taxes, is cash over. Right? Money, real money, holding money, or in this case, gold. But the thing is, that's in short supply. People don't have precious metals to use for money. Most people are still dealing at a very, very primitive level in their economy. So along come the Jews. Jews are really good at this because they are literate, right? They can read, they can make records of who borrowed money, how much did they pay back, what rate of interest are they paying. They're also related to that, they're numerals. They know how to do math. They can say, yes, I will gladly lend you money to, whatever, buy a new plow. It'll cost this much money. And you will pay me back at 25, 30% interest. And over time, I will tell you exactly how much you'll have to pay me every week until you completely discharge the debt. This is something that is like magic for most people at this time. They have no idea how the math works. But Jews were able to do that. And yes, go ahead, Mr. Well, there is some money in circulation, right? It's just really valuable, and the Jews are able to hoard it. Here's the key thing: the reason why Jews had a leg up in all of this, the two reasons. One is because the church did not want Christians to do it. We're going to spend a lot more time on Wednesday talking about that. So Jews were the only people in Europe who were allowed to charge money, charge interest. And secondly, the king loved it because the king would say, "Oh wow, Jews, you guys, you have all this gold and silver coming through your possession. I will tax you guys directly from cash and silver. And that way, I don't have to dispose of 10 acres worth of wheat that was harvested. I don't have to force the peasants to come work my lands. I can just get cash from you. And then with that cash, I can do all kinds of things. And in return for you guys doing a great job making money through money lending, which everybody needs in an agricultural society, everybody needs credit. Try to imagine your world today without credit cards, for example. It's ubiquitous. He says, I will protect you. You guys will be my special people, my Ams, and I will make sure that nobody molests you while you go about doing your business, make lots of money, which I look in tax. This was a special status called, in Latin, servi camerae, servants of the royal chamber, meaning servants of the chamber of the king. The Jews in their little shtetl across Ashkenaz specifically reported directly to the king. And he did not want to mess with them because the king wanted them to do a great job raising cash that they could get taxed. Another way to, a metaphor to use for this, Jews were kind of like a sponge that the king could take and dip into the peasantry to soak as much money as he could out of them, and then he could wring it dry for his own benefit. So it was a mutually symbiotic kind of relationship, at least vis-a-vis the king and the Jews, that actually protected them and encouraged them to be in this line of work. It's also hugely important, again, I'm going to emphasize, we'll talk about this on Wednesday, because nobody else was allowed to do it. Christians were forbidden to lend money on interest, and so that meant that if you wanted to borrow money for any reason, the only person you could go to is either a friend who will agree to give it to you for no interest, or more likely, go to the Jew. Okay, with that, gentlemen, I'm going to close for now. We'll meet again on Wednesday, everyone. Have a look on Canvas because you have a new artificial intelligence challenge that will be closing on Wednesday as well. So make sure you take some time. I hope you find it interesting. Thank you for learning with me. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I guess you probably did if you're still watching at this point, or maybe you just left your phone on and forgot about it, fell asleep, something like that. But I'm glad to be able to show this to you because this is just a sense of what we do here at Lander College for Men at Ontario University. But you're missing the best part. The best part is not on the camera. It's what I get to see, having these bright young men in front of me, very inquisitive, very intelligent, very eager to learn everything there is to know about Jewish history, as well as the many other topics that they study here for their baccalaureate degree. We are extremely proud of our very vibrant basement fish, where students begin their day at 7:45 in the morning, and then after breakfast they spend hours delving into the intricacies of Talmud under the direction of our esteemed Rosh Yeshiva, Rabbi Yonasan Sachs, and the leadership of our Menahel, Rabbi Yosef Sonnenschein. And then after studying Talmud for several hours, they have lunch and they have a few other activities. Secular studies begin at 3 p.m. with a rigorous curriculum of the sciences, political science, English composition, history, of course, and a whole wide variety of majors like business, computer science, you name it. And then after dinner, they come back for a couple more hours of dedicated Torah study. Those are really phenomenal young men. They only get to do their extracurricular sports and so on sometimes 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night. We have basketball that happens that late at night. Then they're back for it again the next morning. And they are just loving it. We have so much activity for them, so many retreats, and so much food. Actually, we give them a lot of food. So they really enjoy it. We also have a separate evening division, which is intended primarily for students who are studying in other institutions in our neighborhood. And then they come to us for the secular classes at night that begin at 6 p.m. And they're extremely bright, and we're very proud of them as well. And in fact, we're hugely proud of all of our students who have gone on to do such phenomenal things, going into medical school and law school and forging successful careers in finance and accounting and computer science. Wow, it's an amazing school. I'm really proud, and I feel very privileged to be here. And the thing is, we really need to support them with scholarships. So if you enjoyed this lecture and you want to contribute to the ongoing study of Jewish history here on this campus, Lander College for Men in Queens, New York, please have a look in the information box where you'll see a link, and you can contribute to the scholarship fund and help specifically those students who are very interested in Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching, and I look forward to providing more of these lectures for you as well. Let us just recap one really important point that kind of rushed through at the end of last week, but it's so crucial. Why are we talking about Khazaria when we are talking about the origins of Ashkenazi Jewry? Why is Khazaria even relevant? Mr. Blashka. Essential why? Why is it essential? Khazaria is like way out in Central Asia, and we're talking about the Rhineland. What's going on, Mr. Adlerstein?
Probably conspiracy theories, things like that, where people are saying that Ashkenazi Jews doesn't really exist. It's all just Khazarian,
Like imposters, fake Jews and fake news. Very good. Mr. Rumi, did you want to add anything to that? Yeah, that's a big deal, because if you want to say that Ashkenazi Jews in particular are not ethnically related to the Jews in the Bible, then you automatically sever the historical connection between the Old Testament Jews that evangelical Christians love so much and contemporary real-life Jews. And on the one hand, that way you can say that, we can treat Ashkenazi Jews like this badly today because they're not really the children of Abraham, they have to back from Yitzchak, right? And on the other hand, much more relevant politically is since Ashkenazi Jews played such a major role in the initial years of the modern Zionist movement, late 19th or 20th centuries, it's true there is going to be a massive influx of Sephardi and Middle Eastern Jews afterwards, but in those years it was a huge project of Ashkenazi Jews. You can say, if they're actually Khazarians and not descendants of the biblical inheritors of land, you can say they have no right to make any kind of a claim on the land of Israel. That is the logic behind pushing the Khazarian hypothesis as the origins of Ashkenazi Jewry. Now, once again, Mr. Pence, a way of lying, allowing some. Yeah, it's an excuse for anti-Semitism. It has actual, political implications for modern day Israel. It's huge because, Elise Stefanik, the representative from the UN, just recently said that Israel has a biblical right to Judea and Samaria. That should be a non-controversial statement, because if the Jews of Israel are descended from the Jews who live in Judea and Samaria based on the Bible, then whether or not you think that right is sufficient to lay claim to it doesn't really matter. They definitely have a biblical claim. If, on the other hand, you say that all Ashkenazi Jews are descended from Polynesians, then maybe you would say, what are you talking about? They don't have a biblical right to land in Israel, right? So that's the reason why we had to spend some time on it. Now, one thing we did not spend a lot of time on is, I just told you that there is no basis to the Khazarian hypothesis, but I didn't tell you, like, why. Right? So let's just explore that briefly. How do we know that we're not descended from Khazarians? Asked the Ashkenazi Jew. Mr. Rubin.
Other Jews that aren't descended from, we're not even descended from.
Correct. And in other words, Ashkenazi DNA has broad similarities with Sephardic DNA, Middle Eastern Jewish DNA. And like the genetic basis is really clear that we're mishpacha, that we're a family. We're not family in any significant way with Central Asians. How much is there any Khazarian DNA in Jews? Yes, actually, like less than 3% by the most generous study, but that's because, we've got lots of Mongol hordes traipsing into Eastern Europe and occasionally, having relations typically coerced, one might imagine, but who knows, with Jewish women. And so it's not unreasonable to imagine there's a certain amount of Central Asian DNA that makes its way into the Ashkenazi framework. But it's such a small number that it really is an exception that proves the rule if you want. Mr. Tillman. Well, there's not much basis for it at all. I mean, it's an assumption that really was pioneered by a few things. Arthur Kessler is perhaps the most important thinker who came up with this. He wrote a book called The 13th Tribe, in which he wanted to say that Ashkenazi Jews are actually coming from the Khazarians. But it has no scientific basis. I mean, it's been thoroughly debunked in every way. Even scholars who really tried hard to find it have been hard-pressed. Perhaps the most successful area where we can see Khazarian influence on Ashkenaz in particular is, ironically, in the Yiddish language. So Yiddish has a tiny, tiny amount of what appear to be Turkic words in it. The Khazars are a Turkic people speaking a Turkic language, because there's a whole bunch of families like Tajik and so on in that family. So what are those words? What are the words? It's not a large number of words. If you know German, Yiddish is basically decipherable. It's so close to German. But what are those few words? Some of them are highly sensitive words. Like, for example, Max Weinreich, who was one of the greatest scholars of Yiddish language, says that the word daven is Khazari. Right? Daven is not a Hebrew word. Where do we get that word from? It's not a Yiddish word. We use it in Yiddish. But where does the word daven come from? It's not a Slavic word. It's not a French word. Where do we get this word daven? So Max Weinreich argues that this is a tiny, tiny remnant of Khazarian influence on Jews. And it is an important word. We use daven as a significant word in our culture, but it's not enough to say that we are Khazarians. There is one scholar named Wexner who wants to argue that Yiddish is basically derived from Ashkenazi, but he's kind of like way on the fringes of the extreme, bizarre, realm of, I don't want to say it on recording. Anyways, so that's basically the story why we don't hold that there's any. Oh, and by the way, I've given you the smallest reasons why maybe we do have some Khazarian influence. The opposite side is overwhelming. So we have DNA evidence. We have a massive amount of linguistic evidence, right? The Yiddish spoken by 97% of Eastern European Jews is overwhelmingly German. We have tons of historical records documenting the passage of Jews from Germany to Eastern Europe. Everything is laid out there for us. It's obvious that Ashkenazi Jews come from Germany, not from the East. They come from the West. Mr. Kranz. Yekka refers to German Jews specifically, and it refers to those Jews who are really in Germany, let's say 19th century. Ashkenazi is a larger category than Yekka. Well, they come from Germany. They probably have the same origins. They got to Germany because they did not leave with the masses of Jews who went east. We'll talk about this later in this class. We're going to have a huge surge of Jewish migration from the Rhineland to Poland, Lithuania, 13th, 14th, 15th centuries. That establishes a great center there, and for various reasons, the population explodes. But there are plenty of people to stay behind in Germany, German provinces, and they become the Yekkes. Okay, let's go home by Weiter now, unless we're going to leave Khazari behind, okay? Okay, so let's look at a big question, something called historiography. Anyone want to try and define this term, historiography? Mr. Blaster. Not bad, not bad. Let's break it down. History. What does graphy mean? Like photography? Graph? Writing. Thank you so much. The writing of history. History is kind of a weird thing. It has elements of science, like something happened. Like one of the great German philosophers of history is a guy named von Ranke. He said that history is defined as was es eigentlich gewesen war. And what actually happened? Just tell me what happened. That's the history, right? But it's not quite so simple, because the way that history is told, the narrative that is crafted to describe those points in time and events, definitely, promotes a particular understanding of the past. And this should be incredibly obvious to your generation. You suffer from it more than most generations because of the influence of a movement called postmodernism that essentially says things like, well, this is my truth, what is your truth? And we can both be hit by the same car, but I have my experience and you have your experience. My lived experience, your lived experience, they can be totally different, right? That's like kind of like a 21st century way of thinking about these things. Historiography is like that too. How do we construct a story out of the events that we determine from the documents we work with primarily for history? So I'm going to introduce you to two major historians of Eastern European, Ashkenazic history. They're hugely important for us. The figure on the left is Heinrich Gretz, who was a major 19th century, his years were 1870 to 1891, major German Jewish historian. He was actually, as a young man, a student of Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch. He studied literally in his home next to Rav Hirsch, and he was the first great encyclopedic historian. He wrote all of Jewish history, and I think it was 12 volumes in the original German, and it was like a blockbuster. And it was huge. People were so excited to see this massive history of the Jews written in the modern era. By the way, he's like a role model for me in many ways. I myself am now writing a small encyclopedic history. It's only 3 volumes. We might expand it a little bit, but I nevertheless think a lot about the challenges we faced. And one of the arguments about Gretz's approach to Judaism, which you may find very appealing, it's kind of like the same approach taken by, for example, Rabbi Beryl Wein, who's written in the modern era, also an encyclopedic, multiple volume history. It's a heroic, muscular history of the Jews that emphasizes what has been criticized as being Leidensgeschichte, meaning sad stories. It's how the Jews were always persecuted, but were so good, and we're like, never to blame for any bad things, and we make all these beautiful contributions to society, and people don't understand us, they persecute us, and so on. And it has kind of like a feel to it that you just read it, you walk away saying, what do they say? You know that song, Mr. Vasilevsky? No? I am so delighted that I am a Jew. It's a Breslov song in Russian. I am so happy to be a Jew. And you read these books and say, my gosh, everybody should be Jewish. Look at these people; they're amazing. They're so good. They're so blameless. They do amazing things, and yet the world hates them and despises them and stuff like that. And that's kind of like the tone that he created in his books. It's a little bit of an exaggeration, but that's nevertheless why he was so popular with Jews and so hated by Germans. Because the Germans, especially the great historian Heinrich von Treitschke, put his name down here, great senior historian of the era, he said, "What is this dreck? I can't believe you're actually telling me this. Didn't you study the history documents? I did too." And I'm saying that Gesundheit. We have Jews who are involved in speculation. We have Jews who are involved in crime. And not every time a Jew moved into a country where they treated badly and so on. And so lots of historical flaws in Gretz's very heroic work. And he says that you're not being fair to the German people. And you're like pumping up your own story is not accurate, and not even not accurate, it's misleading. And so he came up with really the father of anti-Semitic slogans of the time. If you've ever seen like the big Nuremberg rallies that Hitler used to run, they would have this slogan like pasted in like 3-foot high letters: "Die Juden sind unser Unglück." The Jews are our misfortune. Meaning these Jews, they don't take any self-criticism. They are hopelessly self-absorbed, narcissistic, and they present their history as if there are no dark spots in it whatsoever. You follow the debate between these two historians? Well, he was a raging anti-Semite, but he was also a brilliant historian. You know, it's not like he was faking it. I think he would have. I think that Gretz viewed his writing of a history book not as a purely academic affair, but as a culture building exercise. He was like saying, "I'm writing this book so people will read it and feel proud to be a Jew," which is, a perfectly admirable goal, but then is it good history? A lot of people, I actually think a lot of it is excellent history. He was really strong in certain areas and so on. But this is one of the challenges of studying Jewish history, especially if you go to like adult ed classes in synagogues and things like that. They will essentially give you a Gretz version of history that makes us sound like superhuman, beyond belief kind of individuals. And there are areas where I think it's fair to say that. But we also have, if you open up a newspaper, we also have our share of criminals. We also have a share of darker spots, of things we're not proud of. We don't necessarily want to see them, publicized, but there they are. Salo Whitmer Bayer, on the other hand, also an encyclopedic historian, wrote actually more than one encyclopedic history of the Jews, generally speaking on particular areas, like, for example, the Jewish community or Russia and Poland. But he wrote a 18-volume social and religious history of the Jews that only stops at the year 1650. He died before he could write any more of it. It's a massive, incredibly complex, very sophisticated book based on 20 languages, incredible amount of archival research. And he said that essentially, when you look at Gretz's model of history, it is, he also used the German term, Leidens und Gelehrten Geschichte, which means sadness and learning history. That the Jews have periods of sadness, they're attacked in pogroms and anti-Semitism, and those things actually happened. And when we get to that section in this class, oh my gosh, gentlemen, you don't know how bad it was. It's really worse than you can probably imagine. And at the same time, Gelehrten, they were learning, they were producing. The Rashi was writing, and Bali Tusfos was writing, and we have the Shulchan Aruch, and we have all these amazing cultural artifacts despite the Leiden, despite the pogroms. But he said that all of that stuff, it may be true, but it is what he called lacrimote, meaning full of tears. That's how he categorized Gretz's research, saying that, it's more of a cultural activity than an academic one. And so his book is 18 volumes, which is in my office. If you want to see it, it's massive, almost unreadable. I don't actually know anyone in my 30 years of teaching history at the college level, I've never met anyone who has actually read all of Barron's 18 volumes because they're really thick and dense and difficult. But nevertheless, he provides a totally different version of history, which is more academically correct, but it doesn't have the same feel to it. But we're going to try and chart a course in this class that I hope to have you walk away with a kind of Gretzian feel, because I do believe that we are an amazing people. I'm putting it in the first person plural. We are an amazing people, phenomenal people. But on the other hand, I'm trying to give you a little bit more of the academic spin to it, so you'll see that there are some dark moments and there's some areas where we can engage in reasonable self-criticism too. Arguments, discussion, debates, objections. No.
What's the translation of
Leiden und Gelehrten Geschichte. Geschichte is history. Leiden is sadness. And Gelehrten is like Mr. Gelehrtner here, right? So he's learned man. So Gelehrten is learning. Learning history. Sadness and learning. Or as one historian put it, Jewish history is basically books and pogroms, pogroms and books. And it's not true. We have lots of other things going on there too, but there are unfortunately lots of pogroms and lots of books. Okay, so let's go to Ashkenaz to begin with. We talked last Monday, about the genetic origins of the Jews in Ashkenaz. Let's look at the literary record at this point. You've already had a chance to look at Bishop Rüdiger's charter. This is a really unusual phenomenon that we can associate with medieval Europe. Beginning in Ashkenaz, later we'll see them appearing in Sepharad as well. Not so much in the Middle East, but very, very important in Ashkenaz. This is really what you get to see for the first time. We also see it in India too, actually. What is a charter? Someone help me. What do we mean by a charter, Mr. Adlerstein? Legally binding document. Excellent. Between who are the parties? In our context? Excellent. Exactly, that's right. Government at this point is a fairly mushy term. We're talking about, again, major cities in the year 900 might have 10,000 people in them. These are not really complex organizations. But the local lord, the potentate, the prince, maybe the king, would be involved in creating an agreement with this significant Jewish minority. And this agreement was typically put down in words, which you should recall had this kind of magical calming effect on anybody who saw them. Because very, very few people were literate. The Jews are highly unusual in that throughout our history we have been incredibly more literate than our surrounding societies, with some exceptions. It's definitely true in Ashkenaz. Remember, Ashkenaz, they're barely even out of the pagan period. They're barely even at that area by the time you get to the year 900, where they have a literate class, a small class of people in the church, many of whom themselves are illiterate. The nobility is almost always illiterate. Charlemagne himself very likely could not read, although his son and grandson might have had some ability there. I'll show you some examples of some ready in a moment. But if you could produce a charter in writing, even if people couldn't read it for themselves, it was kind of like a magical talisman, an amulet, that you could say, hey, we're allowed to be here, we're allowed to do these things, we're allowed to have monopoly, because this is a charter that was written a long time ago that promised us these things. It had, it was law, but law was something like overwhelming to peasants and even petty nobility at the time. People didn't, discard these documents; they considered them very hard. There's also a significant number of forged charters that were probably concocted by Jewish communities in order to retroactively defend their positions or their rights and privileges in particular places. So we don't necessarily have to be 100% historically accurate to work. It's not like we have ways of verifying these documents, but just pulling these documents up simply make a difference. This, by the way, is an interesting English charter. You can see it's written here in Latin, and it has a little Hebrew codicil at the bottom of the seal that has some notes for Hebrew readers as to what the content is. Yes, Mr. Truman. Well, because let's say that someone was trying to encroach on their rights. Let's say, for example, the Jews had a right to be the sole providers of alcohol, which is something that we will see very much the case in Eastern Europe. You've heard maybe the term Kretschmann, like a little inn. Jews frequently had a monopoly on distillation and distribution of alcohol. It goes all the way up to the 20th century as well. Let's say some other peasants said, how come, the Jew is the only guy who can make vodka? I'm going to make some samahon here in my own bathtub. I sell it myself. And Jews find out that he's undercutting their business, and they go to the local poets and they say, hey, we have the right to be the only producers of alcohol in the neighborhood. And the poet says, I don't even remember saying that. He said, no, it wasn't you. It was your Zaidi who said it to us. And they pull out the charter. And even if the poets can't read it, it's like they've got the document. It's like magic. And that can be a temptation for forging these documents too. Yes, Mr. Anderson. Right of property ownership. This was a huge thing. So we didn't actually look at this charter, but it's one of the earliest. Louis the Pious is the grandson of Charlemagne. Remember, the son. Charlemagne was a hugely important European king. Louis the Pious is his son. He, in 1839, explicitly writes a charter saying that Jews are allowed to own property. What kind of property? Land. Exactly. Have you ever heard this idea that Jews are not allowed to own land, and that's why they went into finance? Yeah, maybe. So it's a widespread myth. Jews were allowed to own land for most of our history in Europe. It was just not necessarily such a good investment for Jews to be in real estate. Why might real estate not be a good investment for Jews in the middle period? Mr. Krantz? No, people always like land. Mr. Remind me your name? Mr. Schwartzman. You might get kicked off your land. Right. One of the most important rights that Jews sought was the right of residency. Can I live here? It is exactly that reason that I'm going for my immigration interview on Wednesday, because I don't want ever for the government to say, I'm sorry, you can't live in this country. And that's why I don't go to pro-Hamas protests or anything like that either. No, there are other reasons for that. But, the right of residency is something that the Jews desperately needed, and the fact that it was denied to them for much of medieval history is a large part of the story we're going to tell. Very good. Mr. Leutke. Literacy, well, it depends on when and where. We often don't have a good way of actually measuring it, but if, for example, you look at 1897, the Russian Empire did a major census, and that's quite late. That's already the modern era. Jews had roughly 60% literacy that was reported. Is probably an undercount because they probably didn't consider, of course I can write in Yiddish. I thought you only meant Russian, for example. But 60%, and peasants had more like 15%. So there's a big gap. Mr. Krantz, I like your importance, but you got to raise your hand so maintain order. Go ahead, Mr. Krantz. Yes, precisely. It's built into our culture in a very big way. We also have a much higher rate of female literacy as well. If you go back to there's even, I don't want to go the ancient period, but chances are those numbers are really much, much larger for the medieval period, where, I'll show you some examples on the screen in just a minute. You'll tell me what you think. Okay, Louis the Pious, right of ownership. That's a charter that was issued and preserved, and because he was actually the king, especially important. Who we looked at in the assignment. Notice how he started out. He says that I want to attract Jews to Shpaya. I want actually Jews to come here, and so therefore, I'm going to lay out these privileges that they get. They're allowed to have the right to, sell wheat non-Jews. That was a bit of a controversy with the church because the church didn't like the idea that Jews would shecht an animal. And as I'm sure you're aware, the gid hanasheh is difficult to remove. Ashkenazim typically don't even bother trying. They just sell the back half of the cow to non-Jews because it's not trade for them, and it's cheaper to simply sell it at a good rate than to try and repur and remove the gid hanasheh. Sephardim, on the other hand, with their taste for filet mignon, they say we have to actually do the removal of the gid hanasheh, and they don't necessarily sell the back half. But the church didn't like it because how does it look if the Jews are saying we're not going to eat this meat, but we'll sell it to non-Jews, right? So that was something that sometimes Jews were criticized for, and they were not allowed to sell. We still have these problems today, by the way. There are countries in Europe that have banned shrita. Like you can't buy kosher meat in a lot of the countries of Europe unless it's imported from a country where shrita is permitted. Lots of other things that you read about in that charter that are really important, but I want to highlight one of them, or just a few of them. Privilege of having a wall around their ghetto. Maybe I should use that word ghetto. Why would the Jews ask the bishop for the right to build a wall around their community? To keep them separate? And like, what kind of separate? What are we worried about, Mr. Glashko? Pogroms, that's right. It's defensive, purely defensive, right? And if you have a hard time in imagining that, I would direct you to Boca Raton, where you see all these gated communities that are, heavily populated by Jews, and it's the same idea. The wall later became confining, especially in places like Venice and Frankfurt am Main, where it became a ghetto, it became like a prison. But certainly in the medieval period, in the early Ashkenaz, they wanted the wall because it was a way of making sure that they could be safe. But don't forget, they're a highly distinct minority. They're the only non-Christians living in the region. They tend to be much wealthier for reasons that we'll explore when we talk about the economics of it. And so they're a target for predation. It's so much better if they can have a wall to protect themselves. They also ask for a graveyard for obvious reasons, but this often marks the presence of an early Jewish community to get a place to bury their dead separate from others. There are synagogues, which is it's interesting to see it in this particular context. That's an ancient Greek term that we actually have on very, very old church documents, and even Jewish documents that refers to the head of the synagogue, the president of the synagogue, Arkos means leader, and that archisynagogue is to serve as a judge. So in other words, Jews were given the right of self-government. I'll show you some examples of that in just a minute. Hiring Christian employees. Why would that be a problem, hiring Christian employees? Mr. Tuman. It's beneath the Christian employees, very good, especially owning slaves. You have the church very upset with the idea that Jews could own slaves, and especially if those slaves were Christian. That was like hugely insulting. Got very upset about it. What else might happen if Jews have Christian or either pagan employees? They might even become Jewish. Judaism was a highly competitive ideology at the turn of the millennium, and Christians are frequently, especially churchmen, are frankly, unhappy with the contact that Jews had with uneducated peasants. Mr. Krantz. Well, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I am saying you sound like kind of threats, right? Because, well, I think just imagine yourself in those days, right? Jews today, first of all, we want, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, where the things we want first. First, we want safety and security. Then we want, community. Then we want, financial success. We want all these things. And so you will have a whole range of Jews who will be behaving at various points along Maslow's hierarchy. So there are definitely lots of Jews who want, first of all, we want not to be attacked. But there are lots of Jews who want to get rich too. And it's not bad. A lot of Christians want to get rich as well. And selling meat, we already mentioned. Okay, so these charters are hugely important. We have quite a few of them, large and small. Now let's go to Mr. Loiki's discussion of literacy, which is so fascinating. This is another great Jewish historian. His name is Guido Kish. I always thought it strange that a Jewish historian has the name Guido, but I thought you should take. He was an incredible historian. He was a brilliant lawyer who spent a lot of his time studying law and the Jews. And although he made his fame originally as a historian of medieval German law, he also applied a lot of what he had studied and learned to understanding Jewish history. There's an interesting kind of larger personal story about him in that he compiled this massive 4-volume, big medieval volumes of German law, and the Nazis confiscated all of it. And he would eventually survive. He moved to Chicago, where he was a professor. But the thing that the Nazis took all of his records to was bombed by the Allies, and all the records were lost. And Kish actually reconstructed it basically from memory. He was able to, with tremendous, prodigious intellectual skill, to essentially go back and rewrite this huge 4-volume work on medieval German law. Now, in particular, why this is relevant is he studied a doctrine called the Sachsenspiegel, which is really fun to pronounce. Sachsenspiegel. That makes me happy. Sachsenspiegel. Sachsen is a place in Germany. It's like a province. And Spiegel means mirror. And it is a 12th century book of law. It's as if you called it like the Queen's Mirror. Why would you call a book of law the Queen's Mirror? Not bad, not bad. Mr. Krantz? Excellent, Mr. Krantz. Mr. Gillespie, you want to add to that? Yeah, exactly. Reflecting more the reality than the ideal. So the notion of this is that, again, remember, we have a very different idea of law, primarily because we've inherited the revealed tradition, right? Our understanding of law, we use the word halakha, is Moshe Rabbeinu goes up to Har Sinai, and Kodesh Baruch Hu gives him a set of instructions that becomes the Torah. And of course, we have an interpretive tradition, the rabbis who make into it the Shulchan Aruch, Mishnah Berurah, and so on. But it's got a source with a capital S. But in medieval Ashkenaz, they're not working with a source. Religion, generally, especially Christianity, does not have the same amount of invasion into daily life. It's so much more based on creed, or what one thinks, what one believes, and does not seem to be really particularly concerned with, the order in which you tie your shoes, or what happens if you put a milk spoon in a meat pot. That's just not Christianity. Islam is much more like that, but Christianity is not. So how do you deal with when someone's ox gores somebody else's cow, and you find the carcass, dead on the road? You need to still deal with that. So without the huge tradition that the Jews have for these decisions, they essentially said, well, go out and see what the people do. And that's the sense of the word Spiegel, mirror, is that this is essentially a recording of what has evolved as common law. What is the procedure when these kind of crimes happen? So this is an amazing 12th century document that was written to basically record how things are dealt with, how disputes are handled in the 12th century in this region called Sachsen. And it was so popular that it was repeated over and over again all over Germany and became essentially the core of German common law. Okay, now, why is it relevant to us? Because this is what Mr. Leukey's observation. Most of the people who wanted to read German common law could not read the books, meaning the judges, certainly the government officials, the kings. Nobody could read the words. And so they had to provide a graphic novel version of a law code. Can you imagine that? Like those of you who are studying, comic book version. if you're studying like pre-med, you say, well, this biology text, there's so many big words in it. Just give me like a picture version of it, and that would be ROTHSCHILD Spiegel. So he was great, Guido Kish, at pulling out the cartoons. And here's, for example, an illustration, 900 years old, from the ROTHSCHILD Spiegel. And let us interpret it, okay? Who are these people? Who's the king? Yeah, I think it was actually a king, but you're right, royalty. Right? Royalty. Royal person. Brown, right? Long hair, but yeah, could be. Those are not bearded, right? But Christians are not bearded. These gestures are important. What does this gesture mean? That would be you. Yeah, I'm teaching you what they need to know. The first thing you got to do is this, right? Instruction. You often find in debates, you'll see them depicted with their fingers like this. Okay, who are these people here? Yeah, look, first of all, they're happy. It's kind of nice. They're smiling. Well, let's bring it down. Who's this guy here? What's he wearing? Jester. Nice call, but no. Not a bishop either. Bishops have the mitres. He's a member of the church. He's a member of one of the mendicant orders, like the Dominicans or the Franciscans or whatever. He's wearing like this monk's robe, right? So an official of the church. And who's this guy here? Exactly, another mendicant order, right? With the also haircut, right? Another friar, exactly, like Friar Tuck. Those guys, and they only have teacups. This one here. This is, I think, is a long figure. Like you're the guy. I have. You guys ever hear of? You guys ever hear of a rapper named DC Black? Yeah. So I'm sort of like like social media friends with him, and we have done a couple of things together. Like we've had a podcast type thing once. But I happened to see him at the OHEL once. I was there with him at the same time he was at the OHEL, and he stood beside me. We said, "Hey, let's take a picture, right?" So my son takes a picture of me and Nissan Black, and Nissan Black, he just puts his finger out like this, pointing at me. Felt so good. Whatever, blow that up. Anyways, so here's two mendicant friars. Good. Who are these people? Women. Good. Why are there two women? I think they mean Genevieve women. Yeah, all women. You put two, a plural, all women. Right, you have you've got three men. You got a king, you've got one type of mendicant friar, you've got another type of mendicant friar, you have two women, which represent kind of the class, gender of women. And who's this guy? Jew, right, okay, not Gandalf, yes. Right. What? Yeah, so how do you know he's a Jew? Beard is a good guess, but you can have other people's beards too. The hat, right? This is a special hat called the Judenhut, or Jew hat, which was, according to the Fourth Lateran Council, a church council that convened in 1215, all Jews were required to wear a distinctive article of clothing. This document actually predates the Fourth Lateran Council, but it is from there that we get the institution of the Jewish badge, where sometimes it would be a round circle, a coin, or it would be this kind of funny hat, but not a star, that comes later. But it's meant to label, for our purposes, this is a Jew. We'll see it over and over again in the images we're going to look at. There is some debate as to whether or not, I see your hands, I get you excited. There is some debate as to whether or not Jews actually complied, or it may be a convention of the art world at the time, that when you wanted to depict a Jew, you always put something like that on him. But for our purposes, this is a law document, right? It's a legal document. It's trying to teach us something about society, and a Jew is clearly a character here. Okay, he's Mr. Gertz and Mr. Kranz. Mr. Gertz, Mr. Kranz, and Mr. Vasilevsky. perceptive, very perceptive. This document is essentially saying that the king is responsible for protecting mendicant friars and women and Jews, in that order, right? But the king is like, these guys are like supposed to be devoted to religion, right? They're not like knights or something like that, or fighting, or they're like members of society, but they're like charitable sort of. So these are all people that the king protects. His face is not especially happy; he's a little more stern. His fingers is maybe that's why he's so stern. He's saying my finger is like I put it in a vice. But everybody else is happy here to be under his protection. And Mr. Briggs points out, there's clearly a hierarchy. The Jew is even a little bit smaller than the women too, which I think is interesting. But this is a document that essentially is explaining. Next to it in the original, there'd be like a long text in German in Gothic letters. But for those Germans who could not read their language, a handy photograph, a handy illustration of what you got to know. And if you ever forget, you can just flip ahead. Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm supposed to be responsible for the Jews. Mr. Krantz. So I don't think I've read a lot about the history of Jewish costume. There's a good book by Rubens where he goes into this in some detail. I haven't read it. I looked at the pictures. But I'm pretty sure that the Strimal originally came out of fashion of the 17th century, meaning it was a classy hat, kind of like the Borsalino today, right? Like, why do Orthodox Jews wear gangster hats, right? Is it because it was forced upon us? No, it just was a cool hat, and we just kept wearing it. If you look at photographs of yeshivas in Europe in the 1920s, hardly ever are the Talmidim wearing black hats. The Rabbeim get the black hats, but we have like grade inflation, hat inflation. Students get to wear it too. In fact, you very rarely see guys with beards too. That was like it was considered presumptuous for a student to have a beard. The Rabbi would have a beard. Mr. Edson.
She said that tomorrow was talk about and he said like the rabbi is still present.
Yeah.
With the beers, like the resident had it, and then everybody else already testing that already had it.
So interesting. I have two responses. The first is, it reminds me of the fact that one of the reasons that the Ramchal got into so much trouble with the Venice base did, it was the first of many legal situations that he got involved with. One of the things was that they were criticizing him for being 23 years old and still not wearing a beard, right? And another thing is, it reminded me of my grandmother, she used to say, Besser Rebbe on abort, the abort on a Rebbe, which I'll translate for those of you who are usually impaired. Better to have a rabbi without a beard than a beard without a rabbi. Wisdom. Okay, so here, this is what this action is saying, and it's important to understand in terms of our context. The Jews, we don't have any idea of like citizenship, right? Nobody is a citizen. Everybody is a subject. And so the Jews are actually considered subjects of the king in the 12th century. That will be degraded in many ways, but they're legitimate subjects. They're below women in their status, but they are there and they should be protected. Mr. Lloyd. Yeah, well, in this particular picture, if a judge is saying, okay, the king in this case, the king says, okay, so I really have to like help these Jews out? I mean, they're enemies of Christ and everything. Why do I have to do? Well, look at the Saxon Spiegel. It says the king is responsible for the mendicant friars, the women, and the Jews too, and you have to protect them. The Saxon Spiegel is actually very pro-Jewish. And this is a slice in time where you will see that Jews have a significant amount of rights and privileges, and that will erode over time significantly. Sorry, Mr. Vasilevsky, you had your hand up earlier. What do you think? Yeah, I think so. I think so. Derogatory. We'll see even worse things. Actually, you saw it in the beginning here. This is an English tax roll. Uh, this image here. So the English tax roll from about the same period. Okay, this guy you sort of recognize, right? This would be the devil, right? Here's another Jew wearing the Judenhut, right? What do you notice? And this is, I think, a Jewish woman. This is supposed to be Anna Blinken. What do you notice about these Jews? Big pointy noses, right? I mean, why do they have to point them that way? Because they want to make them look like demons and stuff. There's demons blowing shofar, stuff like that. Nasty pictures of Jews are almost as old as pictures of Jews. You have Mr. Ellerstein? I'm not sure if that's the king. I think that might be the devil, and this is like one of his demons. I think. This is, if you want to look at it, it's a tax register roll from 12th century England. Okay, let's look at another one of the images. You guys are going to be legal experts by the end of the day. Okay, now what's going on here? Mr. Gertz. Well, he's no. Yeah, these are pikes, and yeah, they're weapons, right? Okay, so what's going on here? You got this. Good, army draft. And who's this guy? Yeah, probably doesn't look like this isn't a clown, but probably like a general type guy. And he's standing there on the wall. Indicates how we're going to organize our defense against the Mongol hordes or whoever is coming to town. And who has to listen to them? So you got hoi polloi, right? The dark, unwashed masses. Everybody has to put down their plows, and they've got to come defend the city. We'll give you a pike. You're going to be able to poke some of our, those nomadic people who are coming to attack our town. But everybody's got to chip in, even the Jew. Any note on the Jews' participation? He doesn't have a pike. Right? Jews, you got to help, or you don't get a pike. So this is essentially saying that Jews will be responsible for the defense of the city, but not necessarily ours. Go ahead, Mr. Everson. Because these guys all have pikes coming out here, right? This guy, where's his pike? Oh, wait a minute, we don't count it. Maybe you're right. Hey, let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't think he's a girl. I think that's a peasant. But don't you want to say that the Jew has the pike, but this guy doesn't? Everyone's hands are empty. It looks like the pikes go in the back or something. It's a good question. We'll have to go back and look at Guido Kish's comments on this picture. Maybe I'm reading them wrong. What for sure is involved is that the Jew is included. I don't know. But the message we got to get is that Jews have some civic responsibility. Maybe it's not the same as the peasants, but they're required. We saw that also with. Here's another one that also I find quite interesting. It just amazes me how maybe this P and that W might be some kind of like legend that goes with the text. I love how primitive this art is. Like this is like a book that the king would read. It's like amazing. It's so cool. What's going on here? Okay, who's he? Mr. Blashno? Right, very good. Honestly, full haircut, right? And riding on a horse. And there's a Jew behind him, bearded, wearing the Judenhut. What is this picture even telling us? Maybe. Yeah, it could be. We have to see what the context is in the other pictures. It's been a while since I looked at this. But even if we observe in isolation, what do we got, Mr. Abraham? Now it's interesting. Yeah, possible. This looks like he's inviting you to come along. I'm not sure what to make of this gesture here. But what about, how often do you see a Jew riding a horse? Not too often. It's actually illegal in Muslim lands at this time for Jews to ride horses. Jews are not allowed to ride horses. They have to ride either donkeys, or there are some exceptions that are allowed to ride side saddle. They can't ride like regular. Camels, they're allowed to ride. What about this thing here? It's a nice big sword. It's with the sword for sure. Not as long as a pike, but pretty long, right? In Muslim lands, Jews are not allowed to carry weapons. So, what is this document overall telling us about the status of Jews, Mr. Epperson? Any non-Muslims who are dhimmi. Exactly. If you are not Muslim and you don't make the dhimmi category, you can't even be there. But you're right, Christians as well. So, that's for sure. That's for sure. And even if they're not aware of what's going on in Muslim countries, it's showing that Jews at least have the same rights as Christian mendicants when it comes to status things like riding a horse, really expensive thing, and bearing arms. Yeah. Again, given the skill of the artist, I don't know how much sense to make of that, but I do think that this is saying to the king, hey, it's okay if Jews are armed. Hey, it's okay if Jews are, on horseback. Mr. Rubin. No, it is. This is a law textbook. This is when the king needs to decide something about how to run his society, and he says, "Please bring me out this auction spiegel so I can see what we do with this auction." And they'll take it out and they'll flip through and they'll say, "Is there anything about Jews in here?" And they'll see this picture of Jews. Oh, I was wondering if they can carry a sword. So here is it. Obviously, they can carry Jews with swords because that's what it says right here, black and white. Mr. Wait, is it Mr. Yapple? Yapple? One, yeah, with your head up. What's your name? Schwartzman, Mr. Schwartzman. Yeah, it's a good question. We really got to go back and figure out that kind of picture. We're not sure if that right picture says they're not allowed to get rights. The picture is meant to say Jews have to participate in civic defense. Whether or not the pikes, I'm still not sure. You guys ruined my lecture that way. Okay. That's really.
Sword wall usually carry
Could be. It's hard because the talent of the artist is not so clear. It's been a while since I actually read Guido Kish's research, but you can look it up yourself. Maybe you'll write your essay on, Jews and pikes, Jews and arms, or something like that. Okay, so, but what I think we can walk away from this here is that, we started with a discussion of historiography. When you think about charters and you think about Jewry law, which you want to hazard a characterization in general about the status of Jews in medieval Ashkenaz, especially this period of time up to the 12th century? Are they like hated and chased out everywhere? Or what is their status? Um, okay. Right. Very fair, very good. Mr. Abrahams. Separate but almost equal. Yeah, there are definitely areas where you might even want to say they're privileged, as we shall see later. Actually, as we saw already, there's certain things that they can do that other people can't. They may have monopolies in certain type of trade. It's not invariably dark everywhere. Mr. Anderson. It's necessary to show you views of 6 degrees or any things that are not the often. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to space to each other. I think that's a fair assessment. Let us also not forget that Jews are highly visible because they tend to be much more urbanized than the general population. General population is overwhelmingly rural, peasants working the land. Jews tend to live in tightly knit communities where they are walking distance to a synagogue, a mikveh, Chinese restaurant. They have to live close together, so they tend to be in towns or in mid-sized villages. So they're very visible to everybody. Mr. Abraham, one more point? Question? Good question. Were Jews allowed to assimilate? Yes and no. Jews were allowed and even encouraged to assimilate. However, the only way you could do that was through baptism. There was no possibility of a secular identity really until the 18th century, right? So we're like 800 years away before you could live a non-sectarian existence. You either had to belong to the Christian community writ large, perhaps a subset like the nobility or the peasantry, things like that, or you were a Jew. And there was no I'm going to participate in both worlds. Here in America, assimilation is rampant because people can simply opt out. People can simply say, well, chuck it. I don't want to have anything with it. I'm just going to live my own anonymous life without any communal attachments. And the only thing is if you get on the United Jewish Appeal mailing list, you need to get on the FBI Witness Protection Program to get away from it. But otherwise, you could live an assimilated lifestyle today. But in the medieval world, the only way to do it was to convert. And lots of Jews did. We'll look at Jews who converted to Christianity, what happened to them, and so on. Unfortunately, most of the stories that we have of Jews who convert to Christianity, they tend to become infamous for them using their new Christian positions to attack Jews. I'm sure there are way more Jews who simply married, let's say, non-Jews and then just disappeared from Jewish history, but the ones that make history tend to be rather negative. Okay. In fact, it's good you asked that, Mr. Davis, because where I'm going right now is in that context. I want to take you ahead to that moment when Jews suddenly had the opportunity to assimilate. So let's just break our mindset for a minute from 9th, 10th century Ashkenaz, and let's go all the way up to 18th century France, which of course is part of Ashkenaz. When I say Ashkenaz, and I often use the term Germany, it includes really much of northern France as well. And you have this guy here, Emperor Napoleon the Grand, the great Napoleon. We're going to come back to him later on in this course. But basically, in 1789, there's a massive break in the way Europe deals with its citizens. The French Ancien Regime, the old kingdom, falls, and you have the beginnings of a democratic country right in the center of Europe. It takes a long time for them to work out exactly how they're going to be a democracy. They go back to have, an emperor for a while, things like that. But one of the things that happens is shortly after that revolution of 1789, first Sephardic Jews and then Ashkenazic Jews are made equal to French Christians. It was a massive watershed moment in Jewish history where there were no longer the residency restrictions placed on Jews, the occupational restrictions, all kinds of anti-Semitic laws were simply disappeared overnight. And what ended up happening was Jews had kind of like all this built up, spring-loaded energy that allowed them to surge ahead in all kinds of areas of endeavor, especially in business, because, among other things, they had this huge advantage of being literate and numerate, right? They could do math. And so in the decade or two after 1789, Jews all of a sudden became incredibly wealthy, incredibly powerful, and a lot of non-Jews in France were saying, this is ridiculous. This is our country. It's true, the Jews lived here for so long, but nevertheless, we can't let them get ahead of us. They complained to Napoleon. So Napoleon said, well, I hear what you're saying, especially in the area of money lending, right? Because Jews were allowed to charge interest on lending money. We'll get back to that, God willing, a little bit more when we go back to Jews and the economy. They go to Napoleon, they complain. Napoleon says, well, let's find out once and for all, are Jews positively disposed to building our country with the rest of France? or are they our internal enemies? Do we have to do something about the Jews, or can we let them be equal citizens? What he says to his advisors, so who runs things for the Jews? Who's the final word on what Jews do? And they say, well, there used to be this organization called the Sanhedrin. Maybe Napoleon, you heard of it from Daf Yomi? I didn't say that. I made that part up. And they said, but it hasn't, the Sanhedrin, this great court of 71 judges, it hasn't sat for 2,000 years, and he says, that's great. Let's call a Sanhedrin. And he convenes, amazingly, in 1806, I think it's 1806, I think so. He convenes a Sanhedrin. He pulls Jews from all over Napoleonic Europe, Italy, France, Germany, everywhere where he's conquered, and he sits them down and he asks them 12 basic questions to try and figure out, what do you Jews want? Do you consider yourselves separate from Frenchmen or the same as Frenchmen? Do you guys have a separate police force? How do you govern yourselves? Should we continue to allow you to be separate as equal citizens, or do we have to treat you as enemies or join the Germans as soon as you get a chance to do so? So, of course, the Sanhedrin, they knew what Napoleon wanted to hear. They gave him 12 very good answers. And he said, okay, so that's it. It's settled. Jews, you get to be regular citizens like everybody else. He put in some other anti-Semitic stuff, but basically that was a major chapter in Western Jewish history, and we are the inheritors of much of those ideas. But with that, he essentially emasculated the power of the rabbis, because the Beit Din could no longer enforce its decrees. If a Jew wanted to say, hey, I don't care, I'm separating from my wife and I'm not giving her a get, I don't care, you can just walk away. Because the French government said, we don't get involved in your internal things. You want to get divorced, that's up to you, but we don't take care of those things. And so that's when you begin to have assimilation as a reality without baptism. Wow, I've talked so long now. Any questions about this period of history? This is the period we live in. It's like 250 years later, but we're still, echoing the decisions that were made by that Sanhedrin in 1806. Mr. Abrams. We know every one of them. The majority of them were what we would call maskilim. We'll talk about them more later on this course, but majority of them would be like not traditionalists. They would want to change halacha. It was very, very early Hezbollah, but yes, they're very inclined towards, we're prepared to do away with some of our Jewish customs in order to achieve, equal citizenship. And we'll spend more time talking about this later on. But they did have a very important rabbi, Rabbi David Simsheim, who was the head of the Sanhedrin, very respected Jewish on the Mishnah called Yad David, still studied today. It's like 20 volumes. So they had some funnies on it too. And he very carefully threaded the needle between what Napoleon wanted to hear and what Judaism was prepared to offer. Just to let you know how Jews felt about it, I'm going to show you one really mind-blowing artifact. The Jews were so grateful that Napoleon confirmed their citizenship that they minted a commemorative medallion to show how much they loved Napoleon. Just look at this. It's hard to believe they actually did this. But on this side, you can see Napoleon, Emperor and Roi, Emperor and King, right? Okay, very nice bust. And on the other side, what is going on here? This is a Grand Sanhedrin. It has the years when it sat. What is going on here? Who's this guy? That's Napoleon, right? Who's this guy? Oh, shut up. That's crazy. And what's he giving? Yikes. And what does that mean? Yeah. That's like a wild artifact, right? And it's saying, Napoleon, Jews need this. Napoleon, you are to us like Hashem, Lahadil, Elif, Alpeh, Havdachos. You're like Hashem, giving the luchos to a grateful, genuflecting Moshe Rabbeinu. This was not this did not get an archbishop coming. It was the cleanest thing, but it was. I have a feeling that they definitely wanted to please him. He was, an incredible narcissist that they love these kind of things. Yeah, I would say that most world leaders are, actually, in my humble opinion. But I'm going up to the decision interview on Wednesday, so I don't want to mess that up. So, but it's also indicative of the slavish attitude a lot of the Stasium took to say we'll do anything to get our equal rights. Yes, the Hasidim, especially Chabad, was very much against this. They called, Napoleon means Bonaparte means Helek Tov, and there were Jews that were saying he's the Helek Tov, he's like Mashiach, he's the good portion. And Chabad was saying, are you crazy? He's like the opposite of that. Anyways, this is the last article. We'll stop with this. Okay, so let's first of all ask the question, where is Ashkenaz? So Ashkenaz, I'm sure you're aware, we call the Jews Ashkenazi. The yud at the end means of Ashkenaz, right? Jews who are from Ashkenaz. Where exactly is it? The first, hang on, not too fast, Mr. Kurtz. The first example we have of Ashkenaz, the word, is over here in Bereshis, Parakilek, where we have this description of the grandchildren of Gomer, right? Or no, sons of Gomer, who are the grandchildren of Noah. Let's go through this again. I forgot my little clicker, so I'm going to stand over here for a second. You have Noah has a son Japheth, Japheth has a son Gomer, and Gomer has a son Ashkenaz. So here we have the first reference to this thing called Ashkenaz is in the Bible, and it is a person, not a place. It is associated with the people who descend from Ashkenaz, and then during the medieval period, Jews applied that moniker to a particular piece of geography, and more specifically, it ends up referring to the Jews who come from that place, which is associated with a biblical ancestor, not necessarily, as in this case, Jewish. That's where we first get the term Ashkenaz. Mr. Kurtz. Sorry, thank you. You are anticipating my next slide. So, by the way, how many people are we talking about? In the period that we're looking at today, about the 9th century, maybe 5,000 to 10,000 people, fairly small population. But by the time you get to 1939, on the eve of the Holocaust, that's about 80% of all Jews in the world were Ashkenazi. Of course, that number is going to precipitously decline with the Nazi onslaught, but they became a very, very significant population. So we know Ashkenaz so far is a place somehow associated with people. Where exactly is that place, like Mr. Kranz was asking? So we have another reference to the word Ashkenaz that occurs in Yirmiyah. So Yirmiyah is written around the 6th century before the Common Era, right? Yirmiyah talks about the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash, the first one. So there's a description here, reading in English: raise a standard on earth, sound a horn among the nations, appoint nations against her, assemble kingdoms against her, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz. So here, there's these three kingdoms, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz. We sort of know where Ararat is. Anyone know where Ararat is, at least in the biblical imagination? Yes, exactly. So if you look at this map of the Near East, and this is kind of like a 19th century cool map, the world as known to the Hebrews according to the Mosaic account. Here, of course, is the land of Israel in the center. And if we were to place these on a map, Ararat is showing up in Turkey, which is a little different from what Ashkenaz is. This is where one particular scholar places it in actually Turkey. And here is the vision of Gomer next. Oh, look at that. Bounces up. There's Ashkenaz. This particular map identifies them with the Phrygians. Not especially good grounds for that association, primarily linguistic, but it's most likely somewhere in the ancient Near East in this context. Possibly up here in the Caucasus Mountains, near the Caspian Sea, which would be modern-day Georgia, things like that. Nowhere near Germany at this point, right? These are roughly where we think these places existed. Here is, by the way, Shinar, Babylonia, also home of some very famous chemistry teachers. Some of you might get that, but okay. Those of you who are not nosebleeds. Anyways, how do we get to Germany? So if you look over here at the Tuvos HaGeonim, which is written by Rabbi Gaon around the year 1000, right? So we're jumping from the biblical account in the Chumash, which just gives us a place. Then we go to Yirmiyah, who probably, if we guess that those three places, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz, are somewhat close together, has to be somewhere in Asia Minor. And now we get to the year 1000, which is 1600 years later. So Rabbi Gaon, writing in Kumbhadisa, which would be in the land of Shinar, right, Babylonia, he writes from all the lands, from Yemen, and the east, which would be Central Asia, Bukharia, places like that, and from the north, which would be probably Khazaria, which we'll probably talk about on Wednesday, and from the land of Ethiopia, which would be most likely on the east coast of Africa, and Ashkenaz, and France and Spain. So we definitely have Tzarfat Baspania, right? This is France and Spain, and Ashkenaz comes just next to them, between Ethiopia and these places. Mr. Loihi. Correct. Well, if you were to look at this list, where would you guess Ashkenaz has to be? Yes. Correct. You're absolutely right. We're trying to figure out, though, when Jews use this term Ashkenaz, what are they talking about? Right? Yeah, it's probably somewhere between Ethiopia and France. And likely, you could imagine Italy is between Ethiopia and France, also Egypt, but we're getting closer to Europe, right? Yes, those places have places, so why not name them? You're right. But the thing is, for sure, when we get to Taik, there is a place known as Ashkenaz, and there are Jews there. That's the context of the Chuba, and it's probably somewhere in Europe. We'll find this one further. Mr. Vasilevsky? You'd think so, right? Yeah, especially if you look at the bugs. Bit Ashkenaz, bit Sarfas, bit Ashkenaz. Okay, so let's do this one last thing here. Look at Rashi, of course. Rashi refers in a different pasuk altogether to a word called sneer or schneer, and he writes, "Who sheleg the Lashon Ashkenaz." So sheleg is the word in Hebrew for schneer. Of course, this is snow. Uve Lashon Kanaan. So let's translate it. This signifies snow in the German language, Schnee. That is, in fact, the German word for snow is Schnee. And in the Canaanite or Slavic language, Sneak, which is also the Russian word for snow. So we have a concept of the Russian Ashkenaz, which corresponds to what we know about Germany from Rashi. Rashi quotes a German word saying that's what the Ashkenazis speak. Yes. Correct. Pretty good assumption, I think, right? Snow, snee, modern day snee. But you're right, it could be the words changed totally. It'd be hard to press it as snow, but not terrible. Snee, not terrible. English is, of course, derived from Anglo-Saxon, so. Yes, correct. It narrows it down to Anglo-Saxon regions, at least, or at least Saxon regions. So we're getting closer at it. But by the way, guys, the number of times that the word Ashkenaz shows up before Rashi is like infinitesimally small. A dozen maximum, right? It's like they may throw out the word Ashkenaz with no context whatsoever. But when you drill down, it seems we're getting to Germany. And I'm going to show you a map that hopefully will settle this linguistic discussion. This is, for sure, by the time you get into the Valley Tostos, this is Jewish geography. We've got a region here which is kind of cut off Sfarad, which is identified with Spain. That goes to a pasuk in Habakkuk, which was identified with Spain, possibly incorrectly, but nevertheless it was well accepted. Provincia, which is a region of southern France that is really very different culturally than Sarfat, France proper. And then you have Ashkenaz, which is associated with the Rhineland in particular, northern Germany in particular, places like Köln is the early settlement, Frankfurt, you can't see it here, but Speyer, and Mainz are smaller towns where Jews live. And then you have this unusual place over here in Eastern Europe, Canaan. They called it Canaan because this was one of the major slave markets of the world at the time. And Canaanim were associated with slaves. It may be related to the word for Slav in English, although most Slavs don't like that. They say, no, the word Slav is really the word Slava, which means glory, not like Slava Ukraina, right? Glory to Ukraine, not Ukrainians are slaves. But it does translate basically the same. So that's our Jewish geography. This is what we're talking about here. The Jews who live in this part of the world. Later, they are going to migrate to Eastern Europe, and later they're going to migrate all the way to North America. But this is the history we're going to start with. Mr. Lloyd, yes, your hand. Okay, Mr. Kranz? Yeah, Schnee, yeah. And Yiddish is basically German with phlegm. That was a joke, guys. Laugh at that, thank you. Okay, so let's go to a deeper question now, which is, how did the Jews get to Ashkenaz? And at this point, we're going to be in this topic for the rest of the hour, but it's pretty fascinating stuff, I think. We have two sources of information on how the Jews got to Ashkenaz. We have our internal literary tradition. Yes. Yeah. I don't like the word sect of Judaism. That's kind of, I don't think a lot of Jews would say, that sounds like a little bit too harsh a boundary. I would say an ethnic subgroup. I mean, Ashkenazim, just in terms of their complexion, tend to look different from Sephardim, for example, or Yemenite Jews. We're going to see today. Okay, ask me again. If I haven't answered this question in 30 minutes, then I'll give you $5. Okay. Yes, Mr. Wade Siegel. Yes, I include this recording because I got a camera. So I'm going to put the recording on. You can listen to it as many times as you want. It's very soothing. Put it by your bed. But Mr. Remind me again? Adlerstein. Neat, perfect. Thank you so much. Vielen Dank. Okay, which is the kind of German that we speak today. So we have two traditions of Jewish settlement of Ashkenaz. We have our internal literary tradition, meaning like who wrote down how the Jews got to Ashkenaz. It's essentially a rabbinic tradition. It's associated with a group called the Hasidei Ashkenaz that we will study later. But they tell us that essentially there were a small group of Jews who made their way primarily from northern Italy to this region somewhere in the 800s. We even know the names of some of the families, the Colonimus family, for example. That's the tradition. Why did we get there? Well, in our own literary traditions, we refer to the invitations from local monarchs. Here's where it gets a little bit more hagiographic, meaning a little bit more kind of legendary and kind of self-serving. Like, for example, Charlemagne, who is a very, very important Frankish king from the period, he lived 747 to 814. He probably did not invite the Jews himself. This is interesting. A gold bust of him from his capital city of Aachen, and I read on one site, this is said to contain his actual skull cap. I don't think that means he's Jewish. I think it means that actually the bone of his head is on the inside of that, which I think is somehow grotesque, but sort of fascinating. So he probably did not. We have no other records indicating that Charlemagne actually invited the Jews, but we definitely have his son, shown here, Louis the Pious, who was actually much more involved in inviting the Jews. So this is already still 8th century, where we know there are kings interacting with Jews. We have like non-Jewish sources that corroborate the idea of small Jewish communities in Ashkenaz at this point. And in particular, his grandson, Charles the Bald, who does not actually look very bald. His courtier down here looks a little bit unhappy. It looks much more bald than he does. But Charles the Bald in particular was very involved with the Jewish communities, particularly creating these things called charters that we're going to say. So to summarize our first body of information, which we hope to delve into a little bit more in coming classes, is a literary tradition, right? Books that talk about how Jews got there and portrays this image of Jews coming in the 9th century, settling in small numbers, making relationships with local royalty, and establishing themselves. Mr. Krantz. Yes. Yes. There is this interesting story of the 3 boats that were released by Vespasian well, there's 2 actual rudderless boat stories. One of them goes all the way back to Vespasian. The other one is a boat that was captured by pirates, and then Jews were sent abroad. Let's go to the first one. Vespasian, rudderless boats one, says that Vespasian, in his cruelty, he put a whole bunch of Jews on boats. In the 1st century, this is after the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash. He gave them no skippers and no rudders and pushed them off into the Mediterranean, and they went and they landed at 3 distinct ports. At Lyon, in France, at Arles, also in France, and strangely enough, with Bordeaux, although to get to Bordeaux, there's no access from the Mediterranean. They would have had to go out into the Atlantic and come all the way around. And those really established the first 3 Jewish communities in France. It's most likely an apocryphal story, kind of made up, but not this story. This story has some actual good scientific data behind it, as we shall see. What's going on with this period of these 3 kings in particular? So we have them giving out these things called charters as incentives for Jewish settlement, meaning the kings want the Jews there. And they say, if you live here, we will give you privileges. You will have the right to establish monopolies in these businesses. You have the right to settle here and no one will kick you out. Some desirable things that Jews wanted. And as we shall see, when you go on to Canvas, that's one of the very first assignments is I'm going to show you one of those charters, and I want you to analyze, is this good or bad for the Jews? Is it a good thing to accept these charters or not? The Colonimus family that I mentioned earlier, they moved to the Rhineland, late 19th century. They ended up becoming an extremely important family, provided one generation after another of Jewish leaders at the time. This is all part of the literary tradition. What about the genetic record? What can we say about Jewish genetic record? Here we're getting to me saving $5 because I'm going to tell you the story of how they're somewhat different. I want to explain to you something called the founder event and the bottleneck that created Ashkenazi Jewry as a distinct ethnic subgroup within the Jewish people. I want to take you to a place called Erfurt, which is right here in central Germany, where in the 14th century, a small Jewish community had a cemetery, and the municipality in the 21st century, our century, asked for permission to dig up that cemetery because they were doing some renovations to the city center. Jews typically live in city centers. You go to any great city in Europe, the Jewish quarter is almost always right there downtown, usually right next to the river, because Jews were early settlers and very much involved in trade. Here is, of course, the cemetery laid out. Here is actually some of the bones which were exhumed at the time. Now, they asked for permission from the virtually non-existent Jewish community, who also relayed the question to Israeli authorities as to the appropriateness of this. In the end, they received a psak that it could be done, And a whole bunch of Jewish geneticists said, we're not going to get too many opportunities like this. We want permission to analyze the bones of these 14th century Jews, right, the 1300s. Included among the many experts they asked were the great Rabbi Dr. Abraham Steinberg, who wrote the massive 3-volume encyclopedia of Jewish medical ethics. And he ruled that under these circumstances, where the bones were going to be reinterred in another Jewish cemetery, they couldn't do anything to the bones themselves, but they could study the teeth that had been dislodged from the jawbones. So in other words, they made a massive deep dive genetic study into the teeth. Just out of curiosity, why would you think the teeth are okay when the bones are not? Yeah, but finger bones can also be dislocated and so on. I'm sorry? Yeah, they're not so permanent. We don't like, if you lose a tooth, you don't bury it, right? On the other hand, if a limb is amputated, we do tend to save it and bury it. It's kind of weird use of your decrease, but, you know, enjoy. So yeah, the teeth are distinct. They're not part of the body. People don't have the same machinist with regard to teeth and bones. And they discovered some amazing things about their diet. And they also, of course, did the genetic analysis. And what did that genetic analysis say? It said something which we already knew from another bizarre genetic experiment that was conducted in the early 21st century in England. This is the Castle Point Shopping Centre in the English city of Norwich, which was the site of a terrible pogrom in the 12th century associated with the Crusades. When they were digging a foundation for this beautiful shopping centre, they discovered a well, and at the bottom of the well, discovered about 24 skeletons, men, women, and children, all piled up in a mess, thrown into the well. Clearly, many of them died immediately prior to being thrown into the well, or as a result of the fall, and so on. In fact, some of those bones, which were taken back for scientific analysis, they could actually calculate from the DNA what they must have looked like. There are 2 reconstructions of an adult and a child in the bottom of this Norwich well. They also could determine their eye color and, in fact, the incidence of red hair among them, which was something for which Ashkenazi Jews were specifically well known. So we knew a lot about these. Then what they did was they said, okay, well, who are these people? They looked at like 23andMe type data, and they found that, oh my gosh, they're overwhelmingly Ashkenazi Jews who were thrown into this well in the context of a pogrom, and they immediately handed the bones over to the Jewish community, who reburied them in the Jewish community. But we see that there were Jews living in Norwich, Ashkenazi Jews living in Norwich in the 12th century. Mr. Adlerstein. What does that mean? Not natural for Jews to have. How can you not say it's Jews who are okay, but correct. But so you're saying 2 different things. The second thing is essentially true, that there are lots of Jews that have genetic characteristics which are not commensurate with Near Eastern origins. Right? If it was Aim Achar Aim, Av Achar Av for generations, we probably would not look like we look in this group here. But we're not defined as Jews by our genetics. There are sort of like convergences for their bodies. No. So that's precisely because if you look over your right shoulder, you may actually see it. It was right there. So that's the point. That we what is a Jew? This really speaks to the question of who is a Jew. One thing we can say for sure: a Jew is not a genetic concept. We have a wide variety of genetic complexions. Yes, Mr. Siegel. Yeah, exactly. I bet you the vast majority of us in this room have a significant chunk of genetics which are not Middle Eastern in origin. And there are tons of people with Middle Eastern genetics who are not Jewish at all, too. In other words, they're not necessarily, you can't define Judaism by genetics. I can't put a number on that, but I would probably suggest, Ashkenazi Jewish, right? We shall see. Let me answer that question. If you want to just say Jewish, and you want to say like Middle Eastern, I think that would be fairly rare. But when I'll get to your question in a second about Ashkenazi Jews as a whole when we get to the bottleneck. So let's see. We've got now two data sets, right? We have the Norwich massacre, and we have the Erfurt cemetery, where we actually have medieval bones, not too long after Jews apparently, according to literary tradition, settled in the region of Ashkenaz. What can we learn from these things? So it's a lot of cool stuff, but this is the most important. Okay, this is how it appears from the genetic record Jews ended up in Ashkenaz. So here's a chart here, going from bottom to top each time, right? This is long ago, this is the present day, and this kind of like bottleneck shape is the genetic mixing of Jews. What do we have here? If we start out with Jews, nation Israel at the bottom, and we put modern Ashkenazi Jews today, meaning most of you in this room, 7 out of 10 Jews in America are of Ashkenazic descent. So you have, in the ancient period, we have lots of examples of non-Jews joining the Jewish people. Just for one example, Ruth, who was a Moabite woman, of course, described in the Bible, Antipater, who was the father of King Herod. They joined the Jewish people, they attached themselves to the Jewish people with conversion, without conversion, with consensus, sometimes violently. We have non-Jews who get into the gene pool of the Jewish people, and they are absorbed one way or the other. Helena of Adiabene, another great example, when you read about her in Masechta Sota in particular. Queen Hilni, she comes to us as Malka Hilni from Adiabene, which would be today Syria. And then we have another major event with the destruction of the Second Temple in the first century, where we have somewhere in the neighborhood of 100,000 Jews who are shipped off to Rome as slaves in the first and second century. It's a massive number of people attested not only in internal Jewish sources, but also, for example, in Josephus, who was writing for a Roman audience, a huge number of Jews shipped off to Italy. When those 200,000, maybe not 200, but 100,000 Jews are living in Italy now for generations, they're mixing with South Italians, again, not necessarily willingly, in a different context. I would show you some of the archaeology of we have, for example, a gravestone of a Jewish woman who was taken captive and was forcibly married to a Roman soldier, and he fell in love with her, and when she died, he actually put up a beautiful tombstone in memory of her that we have today, dating from the first century in Italy. So we know that Jews are involved in the gene pool. They're also marrying with North Italians, which have a slightly different genetic mix. And then at some time, around 800, you have what's called the founder event. This is the founder event of Ashkenazi Jewry. A certain number of Jews, particularly from northern Italy, make their way up to northern Europe. Remember that one of the cool things about genetics is that not only can you calculate forward as to what kind of, God forbid, diseases the person might have, hair, eye, complexion, things like that. You can also calculate backward. You can figure out when did this come into this person's system? How many generations back does it go? That's why some amazing studies have been done on Kohanim that indicate that most Kohanim have a chromosome as a feature on their Y chromosome, which is consistent with the idea of a single male ancestor living about 3,000 years ago, which is like mind-blowing. That doesn't mean that every person who calls himself a Kohen is in fact a kosher Kohen, But genetically, most people who call themselves Cohen can say, I have the same great, 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 who knows how many Zadies back as someone else, which is consistent, of course, with the biblical account. So what happens in the year 800? Yes, please. I've forgotten your name already. Give it to me again. One more time? 2 minutes. 2 minutes. How can I forget that? Uh, the genetics just doesn't go back that far to find it. We do find, however, with the Ashkenazim, and also it's very difficult to do a proper data set. But when you study Ashkenazim, there is among the Levites in particular, Rabbi, that 46% of people who are Ashkenazic and Levium come from 4 women. I think they're called Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah. But no, 4 women who lived around the year 800 in northern Italy. Non-Jewish women, right? Italian women are the mothers of half of people who call themselves Levites. So, well, it's through the father, right? A Levi can marry a Eurus, right? So if a woman converts, then she becomes Jewish. Yes, if she converted. And what is the, it's a massive question, which is not for us today, but what is conversion, right? We have a basic idea of, for a woman, we mikvah and Kabbalah's or mitzvahs. So what if her daughter goes to the mikvah and is a couple of mitzvahs, even if her mother wasn't properly converted? There's some really interesting chuvas on this from Moshe. Not my area. I don't want to get in trouble with the rabbinic side of the college. I can ask about that though. But what exactly is conversion? What we do know is genetically, half of Ashkenazi Levium are descended from 4 Italian women. Okay, so anyways, what happens here? We get the Erfurt and Norwich remains, and amazingly, they are remarkably consistent with each other and with modern Ashkenazi Jews. In the study of the Erfurt Jews in particular, the researchers, which were centered at Hebrew University, were blown away by how incredibly similar on a genetic level modern Ashkenazi Jews are to Jews who lived in Erfurt 700 years ago. How did that happen, that Ashkenazi Jews are so similar after 700 years? Constant endogamy, constant in marriage, over and over again. This tiny thing, that's the bottleneck, right? The founder event is when you have a tiny group of Jews who move here, maybe 200 people, very small amount, and they're always cousins marrying cousins and cousins over and over again. That's why we have a lot of inherited diseases. Lactose intolerance is associated with Ashkenazi Jews. Tay-Sachs is a great example. My own parents are actually, I think, 3rd cousins with each other, and they were married in the 20th century. It's just that's how Ashkenazi Jews essentially came to be formed based on the genetic record. Okay. That's the bottleneck, which is a good reason for like marrying an Ethiopian Jew or a Yemenite Jew or something like that. But you can hear with me. Any arguments, questions, discussions about this? Between Ashkenazi Jews and other Jews? And the what family? The Bones. No, we're like really close. Like we could be beside them today, and people would think they fit right in. They wouldn't look weird and things like that. Yeah, we look a lot like, similar complexions, eye colors, things like that, which is like astounding. We tend to look at each other and we look at the huge diversity, but when you look at the huge family of peoples, we're remarkably similar. Mr. Tuna. Right, we had a bottleneck based on a very small origin founder event, and then constant endogamy over the last 700 years. I knew the citation for the study was going to a great detail. Mr. Edelstein, Adlerstein. It sounds not unreasonable. I don't know the science well enough to affirm or deny, but it's consistent with what I've read too. Mr. Vasilevsky. They're right here. Like, let's say 800 so on is when we start the counter event, and then I probably should not make these curved. It's basically like a straight up and down. What is striking is back in the ancient world, we had like a huge number of Jews coming in. Oops. Huge number of Jews coming in. I don't know how to do that. And then at a certain point, like other Jewish populations, not necessarily going to Italy, would have like, moved to continental Africa and mixed with, you know what, let me just show you the next slide. This will be better. So here is the next slide. This is the best map we have of how the Ashkenazim came to be genetically. This is, by the way, the study that identified the Levites as having those 4 mothers. And it looks like this. Jews are originating in the Middle East, and there's huge dispersion of them in the 1st century. A certain number of them will make their way across the coast of North Africa, and eventually you will have a major civilization developing in Spain, somewhat earlier, by the way, than the Rhineland. We get to see archaeological evidence of Jews in Spain in the 1st century, and we have good external records of them in the 6th century. And by the time we get to the 8th century, we know a lot more about Jews living here. So they predate Ashkenazi Jews by a few hundred years. Big civilization happened here. Much smaller civilization emerging out of the Jewish migrants who were taken off to Rome and then eventually migrated up to the Rhineland here in Germany. And then later in the 17th century, which we'll cover in a few weeks, they began to push east towards Poland, Lithuania, Russia, and so on. But the word Ashkenaz does not mean Poland, Russia, Ukraine. It refers to the people who trace their origins back to the Rhineland in particular. And then, of course, you have mixing of Ashkenaz and Sephardim after, especially 1492, with the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. That's basically the genetic. Now, here's a question which you might be wondering about. The DNA of those Erfurt Jews show that 15 to 45% of their DNA is consistent with Middle Eastern DNA, but 45 to 70% is Italian. Yeah, intermarriage, conversion, right? All kinds of things. But this means that Ashkenazi Jews are more or less half Italian. We have a huge infusion of Italian DNA in our culture. And, if you look at Italians, we sort of look like Italians too, right? Some of us are a little darker, some of us are a little lighter, but we look more like Italians than we do like, let's say, Palestinians or Syrians or Iraqis. So that's the Ashkenazi genetic story. Now, what is also important to note about all of this is that the literary record that we described at the beginning, the idea that, what we have from the Colonus family and so on, moving there and establishing relationships with kings, things like that, is broadly comparable to what we have from the genetic record. They confirm each other and seem to be a pretty reasonable story of how the Jews got there and also roughly when they got there as well. Okay. Questions, arguments? Yes, Mr. Leakey. Well, again, when you look at Erfurt, they had about 20 different people to look at. Not a massive chunk. But when they broke them down and they look at these two groups, every one of them had at least 15% Middle Eastern DNA and at least 45% Italian. And then the rest could be, German, French, or whatever we would associate European at that time. Mr. Siegel. Well, I don't think I said it quite like that. We definitely have, well, what is a Jew? Like, what is a Jew? If you want to say a Jew is a product of a Jewish mother, you go back very far, and yes, all Jews, at least before, let's say, Yitzchak Avinu, before Yitzchak Avinu, all Jews are either, no, I can't even say that. Jews are either a product of a Jewish mother or convert to Judaism. I mean, it's always been that way. Well, as far as we can tell, goes back to the 4th millennium before the Common Era. It goes way, way back to Parshas Bo times. But it gets very hasty then, because you don't even know what to do with it. We don't have big samples of other peoples also. There's a huge amount of people moving around in different parts of the world. So it's not an easy history to write based on genetics. Here we have a couple of sample sizes, a couple of samples which are especially useful because, yes, they're buried in a cemetery. That's really indicative that they were Jews. They're thrown into the bottom of the well. Good chance they were Jews. I shouldn't say that. That's terrible. But, it does make sense. We know there was a pogrom there at that time, so it's entirely consistent. We have a literary record from here. Okay, I want to take you to another totally bizarre piece of history, which I'd rather not discuss, but I think if we don't discuss it, I don't want you to be hit over the head by a Russian bot or an anti-Semite who says, no, Jews are actually Khazarians. So what do you know about Khazaria? Mr. Loikin? There's a book, yes, a Kuzari. Let's see that in a second. What is the Kuzari all about? Yeah, it came from this region in Central Asia. If we just close this a little bit, that's not helping. Okay, we're going to lose this for a little while. Yeah, so I'll have to get maintenance to figure that out. The story in the Kuzari, which is a book written by Yehuda Halevi in the 13th century, describing events in the 8th century, was that there was a particular king named Ulan who was looking at the world becoming monotheistic around him, Christianity, two different kinds, Orthodox and Catholic, and Islam, and so on. And he decides to hold a debate between the leaders, or at least representatives of these faiths, and he's going to choose a religion for himself. And according to the Kuzari, when he hears all of the arguments, he says, well, you know what, I think I'd like to become Jewish. And he converts to Judaism. I'll give you a little bit of the history of what we know happened and a lot about what we don't know happened. Well, we'll see. It's confusing. There are some elements which indicate it may have happened, but it's difficult to understand the depth of that conversion, how broad it was in society, whether it was rabbinic or something else and so on. But the reason why Yehuda Halevi wrote HaKuzari is because writing in Spain in the 13th century, it was a great way of contrasting Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, because those three faiths were active in that part of the world. And it was kind of like an excuse for him to write a religious polemic in which he could say that Judaism is definitely better than the other two religions who were very active here in Spain. But it's not a history book. It's a book of philosophy. It's a book of religion, the religious philosophy. And so to take it as history would definitely be missing the point of the book. What we do know from multiple sources is that this group of people, who we know from many, many sources, non-Jewish, they're active here in this large territory, which would be actually penetrating into what would be eastern Ukraine, basically where Russia is right now in this war with Ukraine is basically where the Khazars penetrated. According to some prominent Ukrainians, like the great Emelian Fitzak, the city of Kiev was actually founded by Khazarian Jews. And in Kiev itself, they had a Khazarian gate. It was definitely a well-known people. They flourished up until about the 13th century, and then they basically disappeared with the Mongol onslaught. A whole bunch of Central Asian tribes coming this direction, destroying the Khazars, taking over much of Russia, and so on. And by the time they receded, Khazaria was gone. But there definitely was a major Turkic people living here who, it appears at some point, actually converted to Judaism, probably in the year 740. So this is a copy of the book that's written about it, the Kuzari, which is, again, not intended as a history book, but we have lots of interesting historical sources. We have a great scholar and diplomat in Spain named Castell de Chabrut. I don't think none of you were in my Sephardic Jewish class, right? No, I don't think so. None of you. So he was a great Spanish Jewish figure, and he was really curious about what happened in Khazaria. He had heard about it 300 years after, 200 years after it happened. So he actually sent emissaries out to say, can anybody please get to Khazaria and tell me if they're actually Jewish there? His emissaries did not reach Khazaria, but when they got to Constantinople, they met some travelers who said, oh, yeah, we've been there, and we'll get you some letters. And they went and they brought back letters from the king Joseph, who told them the whole history of Khazaria, which he then later said, wow, this is mind-blowing, I still have those letters today. The problem is we don't really know if those letters were real or if they were faked by the messengers, meaning, here's a rich emissary of a Spanish diplomat. For 500 dinars, I'll give you whatever letter you want and tell you whatever kind of story you want. So we don't know if it's actually true, but nevertheless, they do paint this fascinating picture, which was the basis of the Khuzari. We also have medieval travelers who made their way there and report on the people of Khazaria, usually in a negative way, indicating that these guys are supposed to be Jewish. Are you serious? They don't even do this. They don't even do that. So the level to which they were adherents of Judaism is not entirely clear. However, let me just stand over here so I'll walk a little bit. This is a fascinating document. It is discovered in the Cairo Geniza. Stand over here. The Cairo Geniza, which is a massive treasure trove of documents that are discovered in a synagogue just outside Cairo that has tremendous amount of data about Jewish living in the medieval period. And this is a document which sometimes is called a petek. You guys have you ever heard the term petek? You may have heard it like as a ticket. I'm sorry? No, that would be petak, but petek with a kuf. And it's like someone knocks on your door. Nowadays they laminate them. Someone knocks on your door, asks for tzedakah, and they pull out a laminated document saying this guy represents a real tzedakah and he has good midos, and usually a story of how he fell on hard times and things like this. So this is a document from a Jew collecting tzedakah in Cairo, and he claims to be from Kiev, a Khazarian Jew. And there's this signal, usually when you see this context, I don't know if you guys answer the door or if the parent answers it, but typically, what do you look for at the bottom of the context? What do you picture of whom? Right, saying that this is for real, it's not. And they have this weird signature here, which is written in Turkic runes. There are other signatures here which are written in Hebrew, but evidently one of the most important people living in Kiev at the time could not even write his name. It's as if, you got a petek from, I don't know, Kansas, and the chief rabbi could not sign his name in Hebrew and wrote his name as, I don't know, Christopher Robbins or something like that. Right? It's weird. So it indicates what kind of community was this that the head of their community couldn't even write in Hebrew representing the Jews. Mr. White. This is the way you always have this, but it's a Hebrew document. It's going to Hebrew communities. Yeah, but if you wouldn't sign if you were an aide on a kasuba, would you write Mr. Loipi? No, you would write Hebrew, right? In Hebrew. Yes. Yeah. Triangles and stuff like that. Yeah. But this is actually Turkic letters. They're so down the house schools. Yeah. So you're so down the house schools. This I think means his name famous. Does not write his name people. But maybe this is like we're so close to the Cubs kind of shoot. We should have done the house schools. No, it's definitely it says we have read it, and then there's a signature here. So it says. Exactly, because he's an important guy. He's the president of the Jewish community. If the president of the Jewish community can't sign his name in Hebrew, and you wonder what's going on there. And it tells you something about the nature of the Judaism. We also have Arab historians who write about the Khazars, and they have no problem just saying, yeah, there's these Jews living in the middle of Central Asia. They don't necessarily know the ramifications of how Jewish is Jewish, but they're perfectly willing to accept this notion that there was this Jewish community. And then we have this amazingly strange document called the Chronicle of Bygone Years. It's a Russian document, Kodesh Vremenia is the original title of it. And what it refers to is how the great Prince Volodymyr converted to Christianity in Kiev back in the year 988. And amazingly, the Russians have, I should really say the Ukrainians, because it's happening in Kiev, although the Russians claim this is their story too. The people of Kiev and the Rus claim the same story as the Khazari. This Prince Volodymyr, who was like a pagan, they were worshiping essentially trees and thunder and rivers, things like that. He says, we can't stay pagan anymore because it's the year 988. I mean, it's already almost the year 1000. It's a modern era. We have to choose a monotheistic religion. Let's invite representatives. And they invite a Muslim representative, they invite a Jewish representative, and they invite a representative of Orthodox Christianity and a representative of Catholic Christianity. The Muslims get knocked out. He says, we're not going to become Muslim. Anyone guess why? Nope. He was probably illiterate, but that's not why. What do Muslims not do that Ukrainians and Russians definitely like to do? Drink alcohol, right? Muslims don't drink alcohol. It's forbidden. It's what do they call it? Haram. So he says, no way. He says, literally, we will not give up our house. So, and then there's a little comment, which is probably added by a Christian monk afterwards, saying, and also they smear their beards with excrement, which is hard to believe. I think the monk just added that for extra flavor. Then he comes very, very close to adopting Judaism. He really likes the arguments of the Jewish representative, who is, by the way, a Khazarian Jew, explicitly a Khazarian Jew. And he says, wow, Judaism sounds so great. I like everything about it. So then he says, where's your kingdom? Where's your homeland? And they say, oh, unfortunately, we have been exiled from our homeland for our many sins. And he says, well, you know what? If it weren't for that, I would definitely become Jewish. Can you imagine if Kiev and Russia became Jewish? That whole part of the world was Jewish? And that close. And then he goes back and forth between the Catholics and the Orthodox, and he ends up going with the Orthodox Christians, and that's how Kiev became Orthodox Christian in the year 988. But it's identical to the story of the Khazari, although with a very different, outcome, obviously. Okay, they have some really interesting artifacts there, like some gravestones that seem to have really clear Jewish signs, but there's quite a bit of debate over how authentically Jewish that is. We don't exactly know what happened because they have not left behind many sources. My senior colleague, Shaul Stamper, has written quite a bit on Khazars. He believes it's entirely made up. He calls it a splendid story. And he asked three basic questions. He asked, why did it, in the first place, he thinks it's entirely made up. I disagree. I personally think it probably did happen, maybe not to the same degree that, for example, the Khazari seems to take it. Definitely a big question is how Jewish were they? All the evidence indicates they were not especially Jewish, especially not rabbinic. Meaning, even though they're very close to the Gaon, places like Babylon, don't have a lot of correspondence between, let's say, Baghdad and Caesarea, probably because they had Karaite, something like that. And three, what ended up happening to them? What happened to those guys? How come they just disappeared? So here's the argument, which is why we started this discussion and where we're going to conclude it. There are many figures, especially anti-Semites, and without some exaggeration, some self-hating Jews who want to say that Ashkenazi Jews are not even Jewish at all. That Ashkenazi Jews are actually the descendants of these Khazars. That these Khazars sort of jumped in and adopted the Jewish identity. If you remember the map, it's true that Ashkenazi Jews definitely go back to Germany, but the great bulk of where Ashkenazi Jews lived by the time you get to the 20th century is in Eastern Europe. Some scholars, and pseudo-scholars, a lot of pseudo-scholars will say Ashkenazi Jews are simply an invented people. Shlomo Sand was one of the darling historians of the anti-Semitic world, writes this book, The Invention of the Jewish People, indicating that Ashkenazi Jews have no connection to the biblical past. You have to say it again, Mr. Krantz. You're speaking way too fast for me. You're already speaking English, right? Just having difficulty. Oh, the history of the Black Hebrew Israelites. Yeah, definitely. This is like a doctrine that the real Jews, they come from Ethiopia, or maybe the Sephardic Jews, but it's really the Ashkenazi Jews are these evil mud people who have nothing to do with Judaism whatsoever. Why would, think about politically, why would anyone want to promote this really bizarre argument? By the way, Shlomo Sand, he says, I wish to resign and cease considering myself a Jew. That's kind of fine. Why would people want to say Ashkenazim aren't real Jews? Which land? Israel. Good. What do you mean by that, Mr. Krantz? Exactly. Go back to Poland, where you belong, you Khazars. If you look carefully at the nastiness in comments, you'll frequently see that pro-Palestinian sources will accuse the Jews of being illegitimate colonists of a land that is not theirs, saying they're all descended from Khazars. They have nothing to do with ancient Israel, right? Jews will say, hey, what are you talking about? We've got this biblical precedent. Everybody's been reading the Bible for over 2,000 years. It says clearly Jews, Israel, it's the same thing. And they'll say, oh, that may be true for the true Jews. Who are they? Probably the Palestinians. And those fake Jews, especially the Ashkenazim, they also conveniently admit the fact that more than 50% of Israel's population is actually Sephardic and Middle Eastern in origin, not Ashkenazic in origin. But they'll say that there's a separation between the land of Israel and the Ashkenazi people. One more political context. What else would it mean if you want to say that Ashkenazim are not the descendants of Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov? What else do we not have claim to? Torah, Mr. Krantz, brilliant. What do you mean by that? Right, we're not the chosen people, is what the argument is. Oh, those Ashkenazim, they're not the Jews of the Bible. The Jews of the Bible, we love them. We'd be so nice to them. David, Saul, Solomon, they're great. But Shlomi and Davido, definitely not Jewish. They're Khazars, not Jews at all. So this is like the argument that's used against Jews, both in terms of a political position for Israel and also in terms of their connection to the biblical world. I made this particular lecture many years ago, and I just have a couple of examples. This happened to come out this is a book on Amazon, by the way, you can buy it right now. I don't have a copy myself. Rulers of the earth are Satanist gangsters, Khazarian scams, right? They have all these strange Khazarian guys wearing Khazarian black hats. There's this star in Khazarian with another 666 in it, thing like that, right? Masters of lies, deception, illusions, and mind control. This shocking book is not available anywhere else. We're not anti-Semites, we're anti-Khazars. Okay, I am actually at the end of today's lecture. Do you have any last questions or arguments? Mr. Tuman. Right. Are not racially Jewish. It has to be, the only way this argument makes sense is if you adopt a racial definition of Judaism, which we never have. Thank you very much, gentlemen. See you on Wednesday.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I just wanted to give you a brief update on my experiences in my most recent trip to Israel. I just got back yesterday, and tell you a little bit about what's happening on the channel and answer one question in particular and then a call to action. So I just got back yesterday, as I mentioned, and it's always such a phenomenal experience to go to land Israel. I was there in my capacity as the Dean of Lander College for Men, meeting with new and prospective students who will be coming to us, God willing, in the fall. These are primarily students from America and Canada. We also get quite a few students from the UK and elsewhere who have gone to Israel post-high school to study full-time in the yeshiva, and they are really amazing students. I mean, these are students who are totally focused and motivated and ready to commit to a very rigorous program of study when they come to us at Lander College for Men. I was especially pleased to spend a little bit of time in much smaller groups, having dinner with some of them, and I feel really great about the future of the Jewish people with students like these that we'll be having on campus. I also had the opportunity, of course, to enjoy some of the great historical elements of the land of Israel. I loved especially my return visit to the Jewish Museum where I got to see the Tel dynasty. This is, of course, a remarkable find that has a reference to the House of David, Beit David, written in Paleo-Hebrew. I also really enjoyed seeing the Theotitus inscription we talked about on this channel before. This is a stone that was discovered in a well that dates from somewhere between 100 BCE to 100 CE, and it was found in Jerusalem, and it is the world's oldest extant synagogue plaque, in which it records in Greek that an individual named Theodotus donated money to the renovation of the synagogue and all kinds of things like that. And, you know, this is a very, very old tradition that is maintained lovingly in synagogues all over the world today. You know, it continuously amazes me how vibrant Israel is. How, you know, if you're only seeing what's happening in the news, you tend to get this impression of like a highly militaristic culture locked down in an international struggle, and there are elements of that which are absolutely true. This is a society that is absolutely on the edge, focused on the news. You can have conversations with people on the street. They will break out spontaneously over all kinds of issues. You know, there are protests against the government, protests for the government. There are all kinds of things that are happening, but everyone is united around this central idea of bringing home the hostages. I brought home, for example, the Jerusalem Post that had the entire cover in orange like this on the day of the funeral of Shiri Ubas and her two sons, who were sadly murdered in captivity by the Hamas captors, an absolutely horrific event that galvanized the entire nation with tens of thousands of people lining the streets to watch the funeral cortege go by. Really, really heartbreaking. You know, the last photographs I took while I was in Israel, this is from the Ben Gurion airport. You know, all over Israel there are these kind of impromptu signs and memorials and messages reminding everybody how long the hostages have been in captivity, and photographs of the hostages talking about their individual lives and so on, and prayers for their return. This is sadly the section where the Ibas children are represented, so that people have spontaneously brought various kinds of toys and so on. But I was especially moved by this sign put up by the airport authorities that at the behest of the family, they have asked that no one should remove the photographs of the Levi's children, even though they are now sadly killed. And it's an absolutely terrible time. But Israel remains an incredibly vibrant, organized society. I mean, I flew on El Al. It's incredibly loud flying on El Al because everyone on the plane feels connected to each other, and conversations sparked, spontaneously and so on. Here's an amazing thing of flying out of Newark. A couple of people on the flight happened to have a guitar and a saxophone, and they got up and just started playing spontaneously for the people who are leaving for Israel. You see that the combination of the vibrancy and the seriousness. For example, his visit to Machane Yehuda, which is an outdoor shuk, an outdoor market that's very popular in Jerusalem. Incredible displays of spices and breads, and we bought for our grandchildren a whole pile of candies. But even in the candy story, but even in the midst of all of this vibrancy and this vivacity and all of this joie de vivre, this simchas chayim, this joy in life, there are also some reminders of how fragile it all is. This is a plaque that's posted where we picked up some of these candies. I'll translate it for you. It says, for eternal memory, on this place was killed our dear son, Shimon Chaim ben Chazali, son of Chazali. He was the father of a 3-month-old child, and he was killed here by a bomb left by cruel and heartless terrorists on this date, Chafdal Sivan of Tafshin. I believe that would be 1968. May God avenge his blood. Terrifying kind of reminders of how Israel lives in a state of vigilance for terrorist acts. Nevertheless, Am Yisrael Chai, the Jewish people live, the Jewish people preserve. Just had to share that with you. Now, in terms of public information, I want to let you know that I am giving some public lectures this coming Monday and the following Monday. These are going to be on my campus in Queens. RSVP is required, and you don't have to bring ID to be allowed in, but it is open to the public, no charge, and I hope that you'll be able to attend. The first lecture is going to be on the Jews of Bukhara in the Sephardic world, and the second lecture is going to be on the Jews of Russia in the Ashkenazic world. Both of these populations are known to exist in the immediate neighborhood of Queens, so I'm hoping we'll have a popular turnout. Since a lot of you are not able to get to Queens for these lectures, if you are a channel member, please check your community tab. You'll be able to get the link for the live cast. I want to just one quick question that came out of most recent videos that I posted. I had a lot of response to the brief discussion of Euro-African Jews from the Caribbean. This seemed to get a lot of reaction from many viewers, and quite a few viewers were very upset with this idea, perhaps paradoxically, that Jews could be white people too. And I know it comes from a certain segment of my viewership. It's amazing how active they are on YouTube. I think that must be part of the deal. But there's a lot of comments there about how Jews can't possibly be white. All Jews are black and so on and things like that. And if you go to Israel today, of course, you see the incredible diversity of the country racially, that there are so many non-white Jews, so many non-white Israelis who may not necessarily be Jewish. It just seems like that's a silly question. But I would like to point out that I'm really not talking about race at all in these Jewish history lectures. These lectures are about the history of the Jewish people. The Jewish people is not a racial concept. It is a partially tribal concept, as I've discussed many times. There is this idea of matrilineal descent. Some Jews in the 21st century recognize patrilineal descent. That's quite a bit more controversial because it really only dates from the 1980s, at least since antiquity. But nevertheless, the Jewish people is multiracial. So, at any rate, I don't know what to do about that, but maybe they'll comment on this video as well. Finally, some calls to action. So, as I mentioned, that public lecture that I'm giving on Monday, you can either attend in person or it's one of the perks of becoming a member. So I really encourage you to join our learning community. Another perk of joining our community is that, unfortunately, I get so many comments in my inbox that I can't possibly respond. But if you are a channel member, I do prioritize responding to you, and I try really hard. Since you have committed to belong to our community, I want to at least, respond to your comments. So that's a perk. YouTube channel membership is not available in all countries, but you can always sign up on my website to at least get notices of what's happening. My website is henryabramson.com, and of course that's free to sign up as well. On that website, you also see I've got online courses, many of them free, many of them are pay what you want. So just have a look there. You might find something really interesting. And I guess that's about it. So I hope you have a fantastic Shabbat for those of you who celebrate it and mark the seventh day. And for those of you who don't, I hope you have a fantastic weekend. And I look forward to speaking to you about Jewish history in the near future. Thanks very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you are all doing well. You know, one of the things I really like about this time of year, I'm recording this on January 2nd, is that, we have another opportunity to review and refresh. Rosh Hashanah, which usually occurs in the fall, that's a great time to do tshuva and really focus on our spiritual needs and, our priorities and things like that. This time of year, it's another new year. Of course, it's a secular new year, but it's a way, and I find it a useful tool to kind of go back and figure out what am I doing and what can I do differently. So one of my big priorities for change this year is I want to appreciate you much more than I have in the past. I'm speaking to you as YouTube members of this channel. I'm really grateful to see that, since we started the membership program, it's grown really nicely and lots of people are participating. And I have to say, the kind of comments and the kind of messages I receive from members tend to be on a qualitatively different level. So I want to give back. I want to try and invest more in membership this year. I want to find a balance, and I've been struggling with this for many years, to try and find a balance between those students who are really invested in learning Jewish history, and I have to prioritize, obviously, the undergraduate students that I work with during the day, but I also have so many students online, and I want to relate to you as well, but I simply can't deal with the masses, so I'm going to focus specifically on those of you who have made the commitment to become members. That's really the best I can do to try and maintain that relationship and still maintain my sanity. So this is what I'm planning to do for 2025. First of all, I am going to prioritize responding to your member comments on the YouTube channel. So I'm going to try to respond to yours with greater alacrity and sophistication than I have in the past. Secondly, sometimes you ask really hard questions that are way too hard for a short comment in the comment box there. But what I can do is I sort of defer those questions for a hopefully weekly email like this one, where I can discuss them and talk about them with you. I have a few other ideas, especially for researchers and colleagues of more active participation, live participation, but that's what I'm going to start with for now. I'd like to ask you all to please consider subscribing to my website. It's free, of course, and the advantage of subscribing to the website is that you can see lots of the other things that I am doing that don't fit very well on YouTube. For example, one of my major projects since 2019 has been the writing of a multi-volume history of the Jewish people. Together, with a lot of comments that I received from many of you, I have completed Volume 1, which is right now with the publisher, Koren Publishers in Jerusalem, and they're working primarily on the images and on the maps. The maps are a big deal. It takes a long time to do those maps. And I'm writing Volume 2 right now. So on my website, I'm going to post with a password the second chapter, which is just completed. Hopefully, I'll finish it today or tomorrow. And I'd like to allow members to have a chance to review that first draft of Volume 2, Chapter 2. All of Volume 1 and Chapter 1 of Volume 2 is already online. And hear your comments and hear your suggestions, because that really helps me improve the trajectory of the work as a whole. I'm hoping to have all of this work done by this summer. That's my publisher due date at any rate. So this is something that I can offer to you through my website. Right now, I'm thinking I'm only going to offer it to researchers and colleagues, because it's a big deal to share a manuscript and to think about reading all the comments I get back, but let me try that for now. So please do consider subscribing to my website. There's lots of other cool things that are there. It's henryabramson.com. Finally, I just want to say thank you so much for all of your support since we started this channel. It's really been a wonderful experience for me. I hope you've some benefit from it as well, and I look forward to learning with you in the future. I hope you enjoy many, many blessings in 2025 and beyond. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow explorers in Jewish history. I'm really enjoying the research I'm undertaking to promote the Ocean River Cruise exploration of Antarctica in 2026. I'm really amazed that we have such a phenomenal response, but it's important for us to note that besides the hundreds, maybe thousands of Jewish explorers explorers that existed over history, there are also equally as many enablers of exploration who had a signal effect on this wanderlust, this desire to see, unknown areas of the world. And I think one of the most important of them was Abraham Zacuto, who was a phenomenal individual who was born in Salamanca, Spain in 1452, but his main career was in Portugal. He was an astronomer and also a philosopher and a historian. Let's focus, however, on his work in supporting exploration. I think one of the most important things that he did was he wrote a book called Hachibur Hagadol, which is essentially a kind of Chibur means literally a collection or a book, a great book, and he completed it in 1478. And basically, it's 65 detailed astronomical tables that tells you exactly where the various planets are going to be at various times and various dates and things like that. This proved to be extremely important for navigation at the time. And then he actually followed that up with something called the Biur Ruthot, which is like the explanation of the tablets, I guess explanation of the tables. Maybe that's an interesting reference to the Alphonsine tables that were written sometime earlier that he developed further. The Latin translation is the Almanach Perpetua, which is like the perpetual almanac, the perpetual sort of like calendar of all of these celestial bodies, and together with the new metal astrolabes, which is a really important device. Many of the astrolabes that come from this period actually have lettering in Hebrew because so many Jews were, working in navigation at the time. This allowed ships to have a much more accurate sense of their position wherever they were sailing. This is especially important when they're sailing around the equator, when they can't rely on the North Star when it goes below the horizon. So this was an incredible leap forward, so much so that in 1497, Vasco da Gama, who was, of course, one of the great Portuguese explorers, he already used Zacuto's work on his way to India. And it became very important afterwards. There's also a fascinating story that based on these tables, Christopher Columbus was able to actually predict a solar eclipse, and in a conflict with the indigenous peoples that he encountered on his way, this actually saved his life at one point. So who knows, another Jewish individual to blame for Western civilization, right? He also did many other things in his life. He unfortunately, despite the fact that he was the astronomer to the royal house, he was nevertheless expelled from Portugal in 1497 because he refused to convert to Christianity. This was a terrible story at the time. He ended up, spending his life in the Eastern Mediterranean. And while he was in his exile, he also wrote a very important book called Sefer Yuchasin, which is essentially his historical account of the world. And it's a really important work. And it talks a lot about not only his personal story, but of course the story of the world. Okay, if you are interested in getting one of the few rooms that we have left on this amazing expedition ship, please visit the website below. Otherwise, I look forward to sharing my research with you and hopefully some videos of penguins and other things that we see there. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So, moving along in our series looking at famous Jewish explorers, I have to talk about someone that I really didn't know about until I came across his name quite recently. Ibrahim ibn Yaqub was a remarkable 10th century traveler. Part of the reason I may not have heard about him before is because there's actually a certain amount of debate as to whether or not he's actually Jewish. I mean, his name is a giveaway, right? Ibrahim ibn Yaqub, Abraham, son of Jacob. I mean, that sounds very Jewish. Like, if your name is Sam Goldstein, not Jewish, maybe you should consider becoming Jewish because it's a really Jewish sounding name. But most of the scholars that I really respect have come to the conclusion that definitely this is a Jewish traveler, among many reasons, because he reports in the 10th century on Jewish communities to a degree that would just seem out of place if it were not for the fact that he himself was Jewish. So anyway, let's talk about Ibrahim ibn Yaqub. He left behind writings that have not been preserved under his own name, but they have been preserved as quotations or paraphrases in several really important medieval Arab geographers. And why was there so much Arab interest in world travel? Well, we should remember that in the 10th century, when he was active, the Arab world were actually at the peak of scientific knowledge of the Western world at the time, but they had very, very little knowledge about lands outside Dar ul-Islam, the region of Islam. Very, very hazy ideas about even Rome, and certainly about things like Eastern Europe, where Ibrahim ibn Yaqub really was prominent in his travels. And Jews actually had an advantage, especially after the establishment of the Carolingian Empire, where there was kind of like a sort of an iron wall, an iron curtain that descended between Christian lands and Muslim lands. It was very difficult for Christians to travel into Muslim lands and vice versa. But Jews, who were, equally poorly regarded by both Jews and Muslims, but nevertheless protected by Christians under the doctrine of witness and by Muslims under the Pact of Umar, they did have a certain amount of travel. And if you combine that with the fact that they were engaged in international commerce through connections with other Jewish communities behind or on either sides of this Iron Curtain, it was actually quite a prominent time for Jews to travel. We spoke about the Radhanites and others, so Ibrahim ibn Yaqub would be about 100 years later than that. Why exactly did he travel? We actually don't know. The references that we have to his work in Arab geographers never asked the question why he actually traveled. Some historians have assumed that he did so for some kind of trade, perhaps the slave trade, but there's no evidence to suggest that. Salad Baran, the genius of 20th century scholars, supposed that perhaps he was the envoy of Kastai bin Shaput, very important Jewish figure in 10th century Spain, but it doesn't fit with the dates because the earliest possible date is 966 for Ibrahim ibn Yaqub's travels, and that would be too late for Kastai bin Shaput's major diplomatic efforts. Eliyahu Ashtor, who wrote quite a bit on Ibrahim ibn Yaqub, says that he must have been a diplomatic envoy, perhaps on a scientific mission of the scholarly Caliph al-Hakam, who was like a really curious intellectual supporter of the arts kind of figure, so much so that he actually commissioned a history of the Franks, and this would have been entirely in keeping with what he was doing. That makes the most sense, I think. Now, the route is somewhat in doubt. We know several of the places that he visited, but we don't know exactly how he got from A to B. He is called in one of the sources Al-Tortosi. He comes from the city of Tortosa. He may also have come from Cordoba in southern Spain. We know that he went to places like Lyon in France. He went to Magdeburg, where he actually met the Holy Roman Emperor Otto I. Fascinating. He went to Mainz, Fulda, and Prague. And actually, one of the most fascinating things about his trip is that he is actually the first person to mention in extant writings not only the city of Prague, but even the entire kingdom of Poland. We're talking about the 10th century. It's really quite old, and he's the first person to tell the rest of the educated world, in this case the Islamic world, hey, there's a whole country here called Poland. And when you visit these places, he gives us fantastic details about the demographics there, about the health of the local population, their diet, disease, and so on, economics, like agriculture, kind of industry they're involved with, the trade, fascinating aspects of their religion, including styles of worship. He went to Christian lands, he went to pagan lands, and so on. A lot of things to say about it. Here, by the way, is one of the Jewish giveaways. He tells you where to get the best Asian takeout in all of these cities. Okay, I made that part up, but I just couldn't help myself. And of course, like our Kosher River Cruise travelers, he likes to visit the local Jewish communities in all the places that he visits. This is something, by the way, for those of you who are looking forward to our Antarctica trip. It'll be a little bit more difficult there, but nevertheless, we'll try. But Ibrahim ibn Yaqub tells us about Jews working with salt mines, and this was in nearby Germany. He talks about the trade going on in Prague in particular, things that we would not have known about this city at this period if it were not for the writings of Ibrahim ibn Yaqub and the Jews involved in the trade in Prague. Fascinating material. I hope you found this interesting as I do, and I hope you'll be able to join us on one of these cruises. If not, I look forward to sharing the research with you in these videos. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So I'm working on a project right now on Jewish travelers in history, and it made me think, why do Jews travel? Or maybe we could refine that question, because travel in the sense we think of today is really a modern phenomenon. Why would Jews ever have traveled before the existence of kosher river cruises? Because kosher river cruises are really a tremendous cut above. It's a phenomenal experience that I love so much, and I think that enthusiasm might communicate itself to you a little bit across YouTube. But the question is serious. Why would Jews have traveled, especially before the modern era when traveling is so much easier and so much more convenient and so on? So I came up with 5 basic reasons why Jews would have traveled historically, and I think they're kind of useful to frame the historical debate as a whole. So let's go through. First, Jews traveled not by choice, that specifically they were expelled. Jews are not the only people in history, of course, who have been expelled, but they are rather unique in that Jews have survived multiple expulsions through millennia. And the questions for why they were expelled in various times and places is quite complex and fascinating, and we've talked about it in a few different videos, but the concept of expulsion is really burned deep in the Jewish psyche. The Babylonian expulsion is memorialized in this really arresting 19th century portrait by Edward Benjamin on the morning Jews in exile. Closely related to expulsion is the concept of coerced migration, which would be something like the Maimonides family experienced in the 12th century when the new Islamic regime of the Almohads really placed tremendous pressure on Jewish families, and they eventually left southern Spain, maybe they're across North Africa, and landed in Egypt. But if we take away the whole category of expulsion as travel, why else would Jews travel? So I think the second most significant example of the reason for travel would be economic opportunity. Jews, of course, got very deeply involved in international commerce in the medieval period. You have the remarkable Radhanites, who may have actually emerged from southern France, Jewish traders that were known particularly in the Arab world among Arab writings as being people who were able to speak many languages and travel all over the world and engage in trade. And I think you'd also add to these economic migrants, my own grandparents who fled from Lithuania. I used the word fled there and thinking about the fact that there was definitely a pull towards North America, in my family's case, Canada, because of the great opportunities there, but also the increasingly hostile environment of the late 19th century, early 20th century Tsarist Empire that meant them want to leave as well. So expulsion is one category, economic opportunity migration another category. Now we get to things which are perhaps more quintessentially Jewish than the first two categories, because the first two categories, of course, apply to virtually every people we know. Pilgrimage. I think we could probably say that Jews invented the very idea of pilgrimage. If you look in the Bible, you have the Shalosh Regalim, the 3 pilgrimage holidays, Passover, Shavuot, and Sukkot, which require Jews to travel centrally into Jerusalem from ancient times. But even once the Jews were sent out into the widespread diaspora, especially after the Roman diaspora, the very first example of pilgrim literature that we have is from the so-called Bordeaux pilgrim. It was written about the year 333, which for a long time people have assumed refers to a Christian pilgrim because there are some references to Christianity there, but there's some interesting theories that suggest, that Bordeaux pilgrim may actually have been Jewish. We talked about that in other videos, so we'll skip that. But we have so many examples of Jews kind of like reacting to the centripetal force of being attracted into Jerusalem. Rabbi of Bartanura, and so many others. So left descriptions of their travels. Fourthly, a little bit related to pilgrimage, you have what I would like to call religious missions. And these are not Jews traveling specifically to Israel, like would be more like pilgrimage when I talk about an Israel mission. I'm thinking about Jews who specifically travel either from Israel around the diaspora for a religious purpose, such as, for example, the great Rabbi Yosef David Azubai, the Chida, left behind a remarkable travelogue of his experiences collecting money for charitable causes in Israel in the 18th century. But you also have some religious missions which are somewhat kind of like sketchy, like David Rabbi with his Messianic mission. So many other examples of that, of like Jews traveling to other Jewish communities to try and raise up Jewish support for X, Y, or Z cause. Now we get finally to the fifth cause, which I think is the most modern, although it has very, very old roots. I'm speaking about the motive, this beautiful German word, Wanderlust. Wanderlust basically means the urge to wander, the urge to travel, the urge to experience new things simply for the sake of experiencing new things. Now again, the cost of travel has dropped precipitously in the last couple of centuries, and the possibility of Jews organizing for kosher travel is something that's only happened really in the 20th century, really the second half of the 20th century. Now we're beginning to see incredible potential for this Wanderlust in organizations like Kosher River Cruise. I mean, we're going to Antarctica, right? Like, what's Jewish in Antarctica? It's true that it's closer to traditional Asian food, but seriously, examples of Wanderlust would have to include people like Benjamin Tudela, the great 12th century explorer who wandered around the Jewish world and collected lots of information on Jewish communities all over the world. And even you go to the 21st century with scientists like the great astronaut Ilan Ramon, who unfortunately was killed in the Colombian disaster of 2003. But nevertheless, it's just indicative of this wanderlust, this desire to see the world just for the sake of seeing what there is and appreciating the tremendous variety of the wonderful universe that we live in. I don't know if that's quintessentially Jewish, but I do think it really resonates with so many things in my personal Jewish identity, and maybe in yours too. Okay, I hope you enjoyed thinking about these 5 reasons for Jewish travel, and we'll be able to move it. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. We're going to continue our series on looking at Jewish explorers in connection with my research for lectures that I hope to be giving on the Kosher River Cruise expedition to Antarctica. It sounds so amazing to me to say it, but today I'd like to talk about Yehuda ben Shlomo al-Kharizi, fascinating individual who was primarily known as a poet and a translator. He lived between the years 1165 and 1225, but he was also a remarkable traveler. He was born most likely in Toledo in Spain, and then he made his way over the top of the Mediterranean into Provence, where he had quite a bit of activity there. And then he shows up later in Egypt. He probably crossed the Mediterranean directly from the southern part of France. And he's in Egypt for a while. He is in Israel for a while. He goes up to Aleppo and in Syria, all the way over to Baghdad. And throughout these long travels, he's writing about who he meets and what the communities are like, and especially he's producing a tremendous amount of poetry. His work has phenomenal lyric value, phenomenal literary value, and incredible historical value as well. I want to focus in on a couple of things. First of all, I should mention, we don't know exactly why he was traveling, like what motivated him to do this. Maybe he had just a wanderlust, he just wanted to see exciting places, which is, I think, something we can all identify with. But he also may have been doing this for economic reasons, because this is an era where you had a certain number of Jewish poets for hire, where they would wander around and for a whole series of possible occasions like weddings, funerals, all kinds of things, they would create poetry for hire. Some of the most famous poets in Jewish history from this era, Yehuda Levi, for example, were poets for hire who quite a bit of their income through, creating this kind of spontaneous, sometimes poetic presentations. At any rate, focusing on Al-Khwarizmi, I want to specifically look at one particular aspect of his work, and that is his role as a translator of Maimonides, because he produced what is most likely the most influential translation of the great Torah Nevuchim, the the Guide for the Perplexed, that Maimonides wrote originally in Judeo-Arabic, meaning it is basically in Arabic, written with Hebrew characters, and a lot of quotations directly from Hebrew, from Tanakh and Rabbinic sources, and so on. And at the end of his life, Maimonides had worked with one particular translator from the Ibn Tibbon family. This is a family of translators that lived in southern France. And the father, the elder Ibn Tibbon, had a particular method of translation that, and using that, he rendered a lot of really famous Judeo-Arabic works into Hebrew and made them really quite famous. And so he started working. Maimonides started working with his son on this translation of the more however, when the son came back with some of the early versions, Maimonides was displeased. He said, wait a second, no, this is not the way you should translate my book. Specifically, the younger Ibn Tibbon was following his father's method of translating as accurately as possible, including, whenever possible, preserving the precise word order from Arabic into Hebrew. And this particular translation is renowned for its precision, and it has become sort of like the overwhelming standard. However, Maimonides himself disapproved and wrote back to him saying, no, not like this. You're losing all of the feel of my text. What I need you to do is to read the paragraph, understand it fully, and then express it properly in Hebrew. You don't have to be rigid and stick to the word order and the specific vocabulary and so on. And Maimonides died. And what happened was Ibn Tibbon went ahead and just continued with his original approach, even despite Maimonides' explicit disapproval, and he produced the translation that we have today. Now, our protagonist, Yehuda ben Shlomo Al-Khwarizmi, said, "Wow, no, this is so awful. Using all of the time, the taste of the Guide for the Perplexed, which has some pretty pungent places in it." And so he says, "I'm going to do it the way Maimonides said." And he wrote another competing translation, which was written with the skill of a poet and is far more readable, far more accessible, and so on, although it was naturally criticized for being less accurate. He added as well a kind of an appendix where he said these are the kind of complicated philosophical words that Maimonides uses, and it's a glossary to help people through some of the complex ideas. So he was heavily criticized by Ibn Tibbon. They had like kind of a literary war for a while, but Ibn Tibbon did pick up his idea of adding a glossary to the idea. Let's add that too. And ultimately what happened is Al-Khwarizmi's translation sort of lost a lot of popularity in the Jewish world. It's very hard to find an edition of it today. I happen to have an edition that my great uncle left to me, but it had huge impact in the Christian world because it was Al-Khwarizmi's version that was later translated into Latin and then became incredibly popular among Christian readers. And that's where we got the brilliant title in English of Guide for the Perplexed. It is rendered in Latin as Doctor Perplexorum, the doctor, the teacher of the perplexed. So that's, now I have not even touched some of the most famous works of Al-Khwarizmi. He wrote the Taik, he wrote some amazing poems and some fantastic things. But in terms of his role as a traveler, he provides us a tremendous amount of information about the Jewish communities, particularly in the Eastern Mediterranean and the Baghdad of this time. And I have to say, it probably was his particular personality and his desire to see the world that motivated him to take these journeys. And we're very grateful for it, and we emulate it, I think, in many ways. So I hope that you will be able to join us on this remarkable Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In connection with the upcoming Kosher River cruise to the Antarctic, which is not going to be a river cruise but will be kosher, I'm continuing this series of discussion of Jewish explorers and history. And I'd like to speak with you now about one fascinating figure named Eldad Adani, also known as Eldad Hadanite, because he claimed to have come from the tribe of Dan. So here's the story. It's really bizarre. This individual shows up in Cairo, you can see where that is in modern day Tunisia, in the late 9th century, in the year 883. He has an amazing claim. He tells the people living there that he actually comes from the biblical kingdom of Chavila, which is mentioned 5 times in Tanakh, and it's associated especially with precious metals like gold and things like that. Now, the actual location of Chavila has never been definitively determined, but the way that Eldad describes it, it probably is somewhere on one of the banks of the Red Sea, either in contemporary Yemen or maybe in contemporary Ethiopia, Somalia, something like that. But at any rate, what he has to say about this place is absolutely phenomenal. He says, and by the way, perfect Hebrew, which is apparently the only language he knows, that he is actually a member of the otherwise lost tribe of Dan. This is one of the 10 tribes that inhabited the northern part of Israel. And they were essentially lost to history after the invasion of the Assyrians in the 8th century before the Common Era. Dan, he says, fled early or migrated early to avoid the onslaught of the Assyrians, and also with some other interesting informations. And they made their way down to Chavila, where they settled. And later, after the Assyrian invasion of Israel, several other tribes, specifically Gad, Asher, and Naphtali, made their way to Chavila as well. And he lives beside them. It's an amazing story. And basically, the people of Chiron listen to this, and they're boggled with the possibility there's actually a Jewish kingdom living in this region, not so far away from them. Is it possible? Furthermore, what Eldad tells them is that they've been there, for 1,600 years, and the Judaism they practice is somewhat different from the Jews of Chiron. Specifically, they lack certain historical holidays that began after the Assyrian invasion, like the holiday of Purim, which takes place in the period of the Babylonian exile, which is 100 odd years later, and also that everything they do is in Hebrew, including their Talmud. The Talmud that we have today, the standard tradition, is written in Aramaic, both in Jerusalem, really in the land of Israel. We call it the Jerusalem Talmud. It was really written a little further to the north, or the Babylonian Talmud, written in Aramaic. His Talmud, moreover, not only is it in Hebrew, not in Aramaic, it also lacks a whole bunch of the names of rabbis who are quoted in our Talmuds because they lived many hundreds of years later after the dispersal of the 10 tribes. Like Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Meir, and so on. These great rabbis are not mentioned in their Talmud, although their Talmud, he says, comes to the same conclusions. But there are some details that are different. For example, the way that they slaughter animals to make them kosher is not exactly the same as the rabbinic tradition. So that prompts the people of Cairo, the elders, to send a letter all the way out to Baghdad, where you have the Gaonim. This is the great Talmudic center of the 9th century. And they say to them, hey, this guy showed up here. He told us this amazing story. He speaks a beautiful Hebrew. And he says these things about we're not doing shkita, we're not slaughtering animals for kosher consumption the way they do. And so they asked Rabbi Tzemach Gaon, one of the great leaders of the academy at the time, is this guy for real? Is this story true? And if his story is true, then what about the way he practices Judaism? Are we doing the wrong thing maybe? So fascinatingly, Rabbi Tzemach Gaon writes back, he's the real deal. Yes. And you know how we know? Because he was here before he came to you. And he quotes how several elders actually interviewed him in Baghdad as well. So this is someone who claims to come from the southern Arabian Peninsula, maybe Eastern Africa, makes his way up to Babylonia, to where the Baghdad Gaonid is actually. And then from there, he makes his way all the way over to Chiron, And we also have another tradition, which was written a few hundred years later, but also citing actual witness testimony from Chasdai ibn Shaprut, who lived in the 10th century in southern Spain, in Al-Andalus, who also say that he was there as well. So definitely, Eldad Adani gets around. He's traveling all around the known world with this amazing story of the independent Jewish kingdom of Chavila. His story as a whole, by the way, is absolutely fascinating. He talks about how he and a colleague were shipwrecked and then they were seized by cannibals who ate his friend. And he talks all about how he escaped and how really fascinating how the Jewish community is organized in Chavila. They're very military. They defend their territory. He talks about the amazing river Sambation, which is also mentioned in the Talmud. This fantastic river that apparently flows with rocks so violently during 6 days of the week that nobody can cross it. But on the Sabbath, it amazingly rests. And theoretically, it could be crossed at that point, but the people who live beyond the river Sambation are very religious Levites, and they do not want to cross and violate the Sabbath, so they stay in their area, trapped, as it were, by this remarkable river. So, wow, what an incredible story. Now, we have all kinds of difficulties trying to parse this story. One of the big issues is the earliest texts that we have of this story were written down hundreds of years after Eldad lived. We do know from the multiple documents from both Tzemach Gaon, the Jews of Qumran, and Chasdai ibn Shaprut that he was a real person and did come with some kind of story, but we don't know how much of it was actually what Eldad was saying and how much of it was embellishments by later readers and copyists who just wanted to add to the amazing qualities of the story. But that begs one more question, like, okay, so there was an Eldad who claimed to be a Danite coming from the Jewish kingdom. Was he really the real deal? So Tzemach Gaon, as we mentioned, and ironically, much later rabbinic opinion, says, yes, his story is for real. It corresponds with so much of what we know in the Midrashim and the Talmud and so on about the history of the Jews. And so his story, it checks out. You know, we met with them, we interviewed him, he had all these facts, we were able to confirm them with other documents. So yeah, evidently there is some kind of thing happening there that's a Jewish kingdom. However, they disagreed with his halachic analysis and said, but the Jewish tradition follows the Babylonian Talmud. That's how we determine the halacha should not follow his method of shchita and all kinds of things like that. Lots more room to discuss that right away. The second opinion, which is more characteristic of Jewish historical scholarship, particularly in the 19th century and beyond, people like the great Heinrich Dretz, who wrote that this guy is a charlatan. He's there as a swindler. He made up this big story. In the text that we have, there's no ask for money or things like that, but they assume that he must be kind of trying to swing some angle. And what he really did was he read up all these midrashim, which means he's a very learned person, and he concocted a story that was based on these ideas. Like, for example, we know about the river Sambation from Talmudic passages. He read about it, and then he described it as a place where he lived. So he's really, though, trying to scam the communities that he's going to. That's kind of like the second opinion. The third opinion, which is raised by Professor Micha Perry from the University of Haifa, who recently wrote a book about Eldad Adani, says that, well, there's one third possibility that he is a true believer. He actually does claim, honestly, he comes from a place called Chavila, or whatever that place was, because the text could be corrupted. And the people that he lives among believe that they are descended from the tribe of Dan, perhaps living next door to people from Gad and Asher and Naphtali. But this we do find in Jewish history as well, that there are sometimes spontaneous communities who associate themselves with the much older Jewish traditions of those mysterious lost tribes. There are dozens of examples of peoples that say, oh, we're really from Menashe, or we're from this, or from that, and we simply have no way of really validating the veracity of those historical claims. Some seem far more reasonable than others, but it could be that he is incorrect, and this is like sort of a more spontaneous community that somehow developed this tradition amongst themselves. Um, he could also be a charlatan, and he could also be a true believer. And all of these things are possible, but at any rate, it's an amazing story of a fascinating Jewish explorer from the 9th century. I hope we'll be able to speak in person on this amazing exploration to the Antarctic. I know it's not going to be for everybody. It's a pretty daunting enterprise, but I hope to share my research with you as I'm preparing the lectures for that. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. One of the most mysterious groups of Jewish travelers that we know about from the first millennium are the strange Radhanites. We don't know a lot about these very influential traders. We only have two real significant references to them in Arabic sources and a couple of scattered passages that may allude to them later on in medieval history. But they're especially widespread, and they must have had a phenomenal impact on the economy of the 9th century and later. Our most important and extensive source, which is really just a couple of paragraphs, is in a remarkable 9th century book of geography called the Book of Roads and Kings, which was like essentially a geography book that had lots of politics attached to it and so on. And in this context, this Persian geographer is describing all kinds of trade routes. The name of the geographer is somewhat complicated and difficult to pronounce. It comes in two different transliterations. One is Ibn Khordadbeh, and the other one is Ibn Khordadbeh. Okay, my Arabic is not so great yet, but I am learning and working on this. At any rate, he describes this unusual people called Radhanites, and his description of them is so fascinating because in a couple of paragraphs he talks about how they're ranging far and wide across the entire known world of the 9th century, going as far east as China and as far west as Spain, covering the Mediterranean basin. And when you look at this map here, you'll see that the blue lines represent the trade routes that we can project from Ibn Khordadbeh's account, and then the pink or the violet color represents the connections that would happen. And these Radhanites were described just in two paragraphs here. He specifically describes them as being Jewish. They are polyglots. They know at least half a dozen languages, and they are involved in virtually every type of import and export that's going on in the 9th century. From the east, they're bringing lots of spices and rare goods. From the west, they are bringing raw goods and some manufactured goods like swords and things like that. They are also involved in the infamous slave trade, which was pretty much par for the course for this period of time. And although modern sensibilities may recoil at that, we have to place that within historic context. And we should note that in the 9th century, the only people who really got upset about that were some of the churchmen, like Agobard de Lyon, for example, who was not so much upset with the institution of slavery, but upset with the idea that Jews might own potentially Christian or Christian slaves. That was something which upset him very much. He wanted Jews to use slaves so that other Christians could purchase them, but he did not like the idea of Jews owning slaves. But that is just one part of the many different things that they traded in from west and east. Now, there's a lot of questions about them because we don't have any Jewish sources that speak about them per se. There are some that may allude to them and some that might infer their presence, but really don't know about them. We assume that this term Radhanite is perhaps a family name related to the place where they come from, and there are several major theories about that. One is that they come from the Radan region of southern Iraq. This would be Professor Moshe Gil's theory. Another that is popularized by the great scholar Cecil Roth is that it actually comes from the word the Rodonos, which is the Latin name for the Rhone River, which is in the south of France, meaning they're based in around the city of Arles in the northern part of the Mediterranean. Both areas make sense. I tend to lean personally, not that I'm an expert, but I tend to lean towards the Rome location because so much of the activity is really centered there, more even than you would have in southern Iraq, at least when you look at the entire map. At any rate, they're extremely influential for the trade of the period. There are some interesting discussions of the impact of their decline, which occurred a couple centuries later, on the entire consumption of spices, for example, in Europe. It seems like much of their business was essentially gobbled up by the rise of merchant rivals like in Venice and places like that. Now, you might want to wonder, why would Jewish merchants be so successful in this environment? There are a few things that would lend themselves to the success of Jewish merchants, specifically the increasing tensions in the 9th century that would eventually explode in the 11th century with the Crusades between Muslim and Christian lands. Jews enjoyed a level of tolerance in both Muslim and Christian lands, which may not have been extended to Christians in Muslim lands and vice versa. Not that they were equal citizens. Under the Christian lands, they were protected under something called the doctrine of witness. Under Muslim lands, they were protected under something called the Pact of Umar, which again did not give them full equal rights, as it were, of Muslim subjects or Christian subjects in their respective lands. It then nevertheless meant that the law prohibited them from being openly molested, although that could sometimes happen against the law. And of course, it was known to happen with some frequency with pogroms and things like that. Nevertheless, Jews who undertook to make these journeys could count on small pockets of communities all over the region where they would encounter friendly faces, co-religionists, find ways to make connections for more trade and so on. So they had some sort of built-in advantages because of the diaspora, ironically. Also, let us not forget that Jews, although they traditionally are polyglots, able to converse in many different languages, they do share a common language of Hebrew, and so you could have Jews coming from Christian lands entering into Muslim lands, and although the vernacular might be, let's say, Frankish or Arabic, you would still be able to converse in the common language of Hebrew. So there's some advantages that would have lent themselves to making the Radhanites successful. So although really everything we know about the Radhanites is basically in one principal account, a second account that occurred later that's probably derivative of the first account, and maybe some allusions to them. The question that maybe they had reached as far east as China, and that some of the documents that may have been deposited along the Silk Road may have belonged to Radhanites, but all of that is primarily conjecture at this point. There nevertheless is a fascination for the Radhanites among conspiracy theorists. And if you bounce around the web, either in Arabic or in American English, you will find some really bizarre things. Sometimes the term Radhanite, for example, is used as kind of like a cover term for Jew. Like people will go on and on about those Radhanite Babylonians who were involved in controlling the media and the economy and things like that. And that's just to use the Latin term, totally Meshuggah. But at any rate, it is fascinating to see these Radhanites who are traveling far and wide, highly influential at this period of time. At any rate, really fascinating group. We only know a few things about them, and much of the rest is conjecture, but still amazing to see them described as such worldwide travelers. And in this context, putting in a plug here, we are getting ready for that amazing trip to Antarctica. That is going to be a phenomenal voyage exploration. I can't wait to go on it. Thank you very much for watching, and I look forward to speaking again about more explorers in Jewish history. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so excited to continue our discussion of great explorers in Jewish history. And someone I'd like to look at today is really more of a type than a specific individual. I'm thinking about Rabbi, who represents a group of explorers called the Nehute. This term Nehute is Aramaic. It is the translation of the Hebrew term Yordim, or those who go down. It's a little bit of a derogatory term in modern Hebrew, and it refers to people who leave the land of Israel, since metaphorically we speak about immigration to Israel as aliyah, as going up. You ascend to Israel in Hebrew. Then those who leave are called yordim, those who go down. Of course, this is a very old phenomenon. Jews have been going to and from the land of Israel literally for millennia. But for our purposes, the nechute is not used in an explicitly derogatory sense at all. It's simply referring, as the term yordim does today for many Jews, simply leaving the land of Israel. So what this refers to is the traveling of rabbis from Israel in the 4th century in particular to the lands of Babylonia, and actually vice versa, even though they go in the other direction. They're not called Nechute, they're called Olim, those who go up. What are we talking about here? So have a look at this map. I happen to like this map because it is a draft of one that's going to be appearing in my new book. Very excited, coming from Corn Publishers. You'll see this is just a rough draft, and it's referring, of course, to the roundabout route that Abraham, the patriarch, used when he went all the way from the southern Euphrates River region, which would be in contemporary Iraq, not too far from Kuwait, all the way along the Euphrates River, northwesterly direction, and eventually curving around and dropping down into the land of Israel. This is the great first exploration of the Jewish people based on the command from God in Genesis 12, go for yourself, from your birthplace, from your homeland, and so on. This doesn't include his sort of detour into Egypt, and it also is really significant because the map, notwithstanding the modern country names there, it dates from 1750 before the Common Era. The topic that I'd like to address today is really primarily concentrated in the 3rd and especially 4th centuries of the Common Era. So here, let me add a couple of details. This region here is what let's call Talmudic Babylonia. It is the region where Jews had been settled from the 6th century before the Common Era during the exile under the Neo-Babylonians, right, when Nebuchadnezzar destroyed the land of Israel and deported so many of the people, particularly from the region known as Judah, to the Babylonian region. This was like an ancient sort of thing that you had population transfer to try and control restive populations. And so you have a Jewish population developing in Talmudic Babylonia really from the 6th century before the Common Era. It's quite old. Just fast forward like 800 years, and it's really well developed with all kinds of Talmudic academies, Surah, Pompadisa, Neharda, so many places. And they basically are centered around the region where the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers begin to narrow and then slowly separate again. That's Talmudic Babylonia. That, of course, is a great center of Jewish learning, especially from the year 219 and onward, when the great scholar Rav returned from his visit to Israel to settle there, eventually being involved with the yeshiva of Sur. Now, over in the land of Israel, you have a major center of Torah study, particularly around the city of Tiberia, or Tiberias, on the Sea of Galilee. It's in the north of Israel, in the Galilee region. There's also several other cities, including further down the south, of Lod and so on, but Tiberias is really the capital city of Torah learning during this 3rd and 4th century. And the fascinating thing that relates to our question about exploration is that there are lots of rabbis who are making this roundabout trip, essentially following backwards the same path that Abraham took, like 2,500 years prior, going from Tiberias to Talmudic Babylonia, and relating to the scholars in Babylonia what the scholars in Israel were saying about topic A, B, or C. So quite frequently, when you study the Talmud Bavli, the Babylonian Talmud, it'll have this phrase, Ki asa Rav Dimi, or Ki ata Rav Dimi, when Rav Dimi came. Meaning, when this scholar came from Israel, he told us that this is how they decided this question. This is the kind of question they asked, and so on. Now, these are a group of rabbis called the Nechute, these long-distance travelers who will make this massive trip all the way from Israel, way up north, down into Babylon. Now, obviously, the reason why they didn't go straight as the crow flies is because there's a lot of desert to cross. It could be done with caravans, but the typical route was to follow the river banks where you would have oases and civilization and things like that. So the Nechute, those who go down, are those rabbis who are bringing Torah from Israel to Babylonia, and the other way as well, bringing that Torah back to Israel, cross-fertilizing the two major centers of Torah scholarship at the time, and ultimately resulting in the production of two major Talmuds, the so-called Jerusalem Talmud. That in itself is a little bit of a misnomer. It wasn't actually written in Jerusalem. It was really written primarily in Tiberias. However, it's also known as the Palestinian Talmud, but that's also somewhat problematic of a term. So people still call it the Jerusalem Talmud. And of course, the great, much larger Babylonian Talmud. Okay, that's just a quick look at some of these intrepid rabbinic explorers from the 3rd and 4th century. Rabbi is one of about a dozen of them who's made this trip, but he's undoubtedly the most famous. Okay, thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so excited to begin this new series of Jewish explorers in history because, wow, we are doing some amazing things at Kosher River Cruises, and I'm really excited to go to some of the destinations we have coming up. We have, of course, planned a lot of our European locations in the Caribbean and so on, but in the next couple of years, we're planning Japan, get this, Antarctica. Wow, so now there are not that many Jews in Antarctica. There have been some. Some people would say that because there are a lot of penguins there, and slightly derogatory Hebrew slang, penguin is another word for ultra-Orthodox Jews, but otherwise it's a pretty remote location. And so what we're going to be doing for this series is looking at Jewish explorers through history, which is just amazing. So today I'd like to talk about Benjamin of Tudela, but let's just begin with a little bit of background on the idea of Jewish exploration. One might say that exploration is right at the very heart of the Jewish experience. In fact, way back in the distant past, somewhere around 1750, before the Common Era, we have the first command of God to Abraham, the ancestor of the Jewish people, when he says to him, Lech lecha me'artzecha, leave your land, your birthplace, your homeland, and go to the land where I will tell you. As you can see from this map here, it's quite a trek, or as we would say in ancient Hebrew, a schlep. I'm just joking, that's not ancient Hebrew. But it's quite a trek. Have a look at this Google map. He went all the way from southern Iraq, presumably by camel caravan or walking, I'm not sure, all the way up to what would be Syria, and then makes the curve around south into the land of Israel, as it would be known later at the time, which is probably called Amaru. But not all of these commands to travel were so benign. We have, of course, throughout Jewish history, numerous expulsions, including the Great Expulsion from Spain in 1492, and also we have many voluntary migrations, such as those of my own grandparents who left Lithuania and traveled to Canada at the turn of the 20th century. So taken all together, when you combine the kind of adventurous explorations of individual Jewish explorers, when you look at the forced migrations of Jewish refugees, and when you look at the expulsions, of course, you see a tremendous amount of Jews traveling all over the world. It stands to reason that as a culture, we would develop a love for kosher river cruising. Okay, so let's talk today about one of the most famous of the medieval explorers. And in fact, if you just, I didn't try it, but if you Google famous Jewish explorer, you would probably get Benjamin of Tudela. He published a really fascinating itinerary of his travels in the 12th century, and he described his journey from about the year 1159 to around the year 1173. This is a century before Marco Polo, and it was an incredibly popular book. It was translated into many European languages because there were not that many people who were traveling such distances and bringing back that information to Europe. He doesn't exactly say why he was traveling. There's a lot of references to coral, which might suggest that he was involved in the gem trade. That was definitely something that we've seen with the Mennonites, for example, many earlier Jewish merchants were involved in various types of trade, and he was engaged in that. But while he's traveling, he definitely had an eye out for Jewish communities. He tells us every stop along the way the size of the Jewish people living in that. He talks about their economic bases. He talks about their intellectual population, about various errant sects of Judaism and so on. The Samaritans, really, really fascinating historical information. It's a trove of data for historians, especially of the 12th century. Here's a map where you can see where Benjamin Tudela traveled. You can see he started out in Tudela, which is in northeastern Spain, and then he made his way to the Mediterranean, traveled around the coast through Provence. Really fascinating material on many of those towns there. Tells us a lot about that great era of creativity in the 12th century. And then he made his way down the Italian peninsula, the Greek peninsula, and then eventually all the way out to Turkey and his final destination, the land of Israel. Now, while he was in these regions, he also collected reports on places that he'd never visited. Sometimes it's not clear if he was there personally or not, but most likely not. And he shares with us what he heard about far-off Jewish communities as well. Really quite amazing and fascinating material. Now, what kind of things does he tell us about? Well, he's especially good for us in terms of talking about the ethnography of the Jewish people in all these various places. Is very, very important for the history of trade because very few other sources tell us about these kind of details. His is the first account of the Druze people in non-Arabic sources, and his is the first European reference to China by that name. So it's really significant, very important. He is the only source for a long time on the history of a fascinating figure named David Alroy. And he also tells us a lot about really fascinating, unusual Jewish communities like the Black Jews of the Malabar coast of India. Benjamin Tudela, fascinating character. In this series, we're going to look at a whole bunch of Jewish explorers, migrants, refugees, and so on, people who travel to unusual locations. And I want to put in a plug for these really amazing trips that I'm looking forward to taking with Kosher River Cruises, especially Antarctica. Here's a short video that gives you a sense of what it was like on the most recent trip to Bordeaux, with a few shots of penguins in there as well. Thank you very much for watching.
Welcome to Kosher River Cruises and KRC Expeditions, the premier all-kosher, all-inclusive luxury Jewish cruise expeditions. Imagine luxury and expedition cruise ships, chartered exclusively for our guests, creating a close-knit community of like-minded travelers exploring together in elegance and comfort. More than just a cruise, it's a unique experience of connection. Kosher River Cruises and KRC Expeditions bring like-minded travelers together, worldwide exploring and celebration in a warm, inspiring, community-like atmosphere. It's a journey where friends, both old and new, come together to make memories that last a lifetime. Our 5-star ships and expedition vessels, combined with our signature all-inclusive luxury service, make every day on board a wonderful escape into pure exploration and relaxation. With renowned kosher cuisine, expertly crafted by Master Chef Malcolm Green, every meal is an unforgettable experience. Each day, a new destination awaits. Our specially curated shore excursions offer deep insights into both Jewish and local heritage, creating a perfect balance of adventure, exploration, and learning. Our dedicated onboard team is with you every step of the way, ensuring a seamless, luxurious journey from start to finish. Every detail is taken care of, from excursions to amenities, to dining, to entertainment. Discover the world with ease, comfort, and a commitment to the highest standards of kashrut. Join Kosher River Cruises and KRC Expeditions, where exceptional service, community, and culture come together for a truly unique travel and cruise experience.
Now, if we step back a little bit to understand the economic background of this migration, besides the political and religious background that it began with the beginning, the Inquisition and so on, searching for places where they can freely practice Judaism, first as crypto Jews, sometimes even in a Portuguese environment like Brazil, and then later openly as Jews. This was against the backdrop of a much larger economic phenomenon known as the triangular trade. Basically, the way it looked, and this is somewhat of an oversimplification, but nevertheless captures the larger picture, you have manufactured goods coming out of the great colonial empires of Europe, in particular Portugal and England and the Netherlands, and they're bringing their manufactured goods down to Africa. They are then trading them for slaves. And these enslaved peoples are then shipped across the Atlantic Ocean through the notorious and horrific Middle Passage, where they are then deposited in South America and the Caribbean, and to a certain degree in the 13 colonies. I don't especially like this map because it tends to imply they're going straight to the 13 colonies, but in reality, many of them are being dropped off in places like Curacao and then being resold and shipped up to the Americas. The Caribbean is extremely important for all of this trade. And then from the Americas, the southern Mesoamerican, North American continents, you have raw materials, all kinds of furs and things like that coming from Canada. But from the Caribbean, you have particular cane sugar that is traveling. And by the way, the cane sugar requires heavy amounts of labor, and that's where the slaves come in. They are employed in these massive plantations to harvest the cane sugar and then ship it off. From the Americas, you have things like tobacco, for example, or cotton, the same kind of idea. It's shipped off to Europe, where it's processed to manufacture goods, and this cycle went on for a few hundred years to the tremendous misery of the enslaved Africans in particular. So how did Jews fit into this overall picture? The issue of Jews and the slave trade is especially heated and is used often in polemics and apologetics. I'm going to return to it in just one second, but I do want to say that on the whole, the participation of Jews in the entire institution of slavery was largely unremarkable. And what I mean by that was they were not especially distinguished by a high level of moral allergy to this institution, which caused so much pain, nor were they grossly overrepresented, particularly when we correct for not only the tiny size of their population, but their place in the overall socioeconomic structure. In fact, when we look more closely at the trade, what were Jews doing primarily in the Caribbean, where a lot of the slave trade was happening? They had the so-called ROTHSCHILD, the large trade, these are Dutch terms, which involved those three basic elements: the raw goods, the manufactured goods, and the enslaved Africans. And Jews were only, tangentially involved in the ROTHSCHILD. They were very heavily involved, however, in what was called the Kleinwaard, or the small trade, which was lots of things that supported the overall economic structure. Like, for example, around Curacao, where there was a large Jewish settlement, the Jews, there were Jews definitely more involved in plantations and owning slaves and so on, but we don't know one of those in particular, but primarily Jews were involved in sort of supportive industries. Like, for example, the ships come in and they need all kinds of goods. They need foodstuffs, they need to have their ropes repaired, their sails repaired, they need tar, they need all kinds of things to be able to outfit the ships and so on. So Jews would be very much involved in kind of the peripheral industries to support the overall economic structure. So it would be incorrect to say that Jews were, on the one hand, totally divorced from the ROTHSCHILD, because they were involved in all of the economic secondary activities, but it would also be wrong to say that they were overly represented in the slave trade as well. There are some exceptions that prove the rule, if you will. Geronimo Nunes da Costa, for example, also known as Moses Curiel, lived between 1620 and 1697. He was a very important Portuguese agent in Amsterdam, deeply involved in the slave trade. If we look at Suriname, which is also on the coast of South America, in a place they call the Northern Savannah, or the Jewish Savannah. It was established in the 1600s, and it absorbed all kinds of Jewish migrants to the territory, including those who fled Recife. Some of them made their way up to New Amsterdam at that time, and others went to Guinness. And at its peak, around the year 1700, there were about 500 plantation owners, primarily Jews, and about 9,000 enslaved Africans. It was a difficult kind of industry as a whole. There were multiple slave revolts, there were attacks from foreigners, but what really caused the Yoga Savannah to collapse, in fact, much of the slave trade as a whole was really changed by this, was the development of the beet sugar industry in the 1760s. Beets grow in Europe, they can be transformed into sugar. Europeans had developed an addiction really to sugar once it had been exported cheaply from the Caribbean, but it was cane sugar that was sent, and molasses and rum, all derivatives of cane sugar. But once Europe had figured out ways to make sugar locally rather than engage in this expensive shipping across the Atlantic, all of a sudden the cane sugar industry collapsed. And it had a disastrous effect on the plantations, including Yoga Savannah. But as an illustration of how the Jewish economy was really much more diverse, it really didn't change the overall Jewish economy that much. But it had, a general depressing effect because so much of the Jewish economy was attached to the slave-based cane sugar industry. So therefore, from the 1760s onward, it was much more of an impetus for Jews to look for, better avenues for economic development. Now, in this regard, just looking at those numbers again, 500 plantation owners, right, Jews primarily from Europe, and 9,000 enslaved people. As we see with non-Jewish plantation populations, this led to development, sometimes very exploitative, of a Euro-African Jewish population. What this means is many slave owners, typically males, would female slaves as wives or as concubines, and they produce offspring. And they would have some relationship with those offspring in some cases, but nevertheless, now you have a new population of people. And how were they dealt with in Jewish society? This is fascinating. It is important to note that the actual gender disparity of Jews was somewhat better. It was still definitely very male focused, but it was somewhat better than the non-Jewish population. This was due in part to the fact that Jews tended to migrate as family units at a higher rate than other Europeans. They're all fleeing persecution, so therefore traveling as a family makes more sense. But it also has to do with the fact that there were specific institutions dedicated to trying and reduce Jewish marriages. The Dotar Society in particular was extremely important. This was a society based in Amsterdam that collected funds and underwrote marriages as far as possible for Jewish brides. So the problem was not quite as acute for Jewish populations as it was for non-Jewish, but nevertheless it was significant. So you have a look at this remarkable picture here, which I think illustrates the whole story. On the left is Maria Louise de Hart, obviously with some African descent, and she is married to Johannes Ellis, also of African descent. They're dressed, however, in very European clothing, and they are, in fact, very important people. What's their parentage? So Maria's father was a Jewish plantation owner, and her mother was a freed slave. And Johannes Ellis's father was a non-Jewish Dutch governor of the region, and his mother was a woman from Ghana. This picture was taken, by the way, in 1846. So, how do we know about these populations that racially look different from Ashkenazic Jews or even from Sephardic Jews coming straight out of the Iberian Peninsula? Amazing research done by Professor Aviva. And basically, the kind of sources we have are slave manumission records. That is, when slaves are freed, this is something that had to be recorded because obviously, if a person was a freed slave, they had to have paperwork to ensure that they could preserve their freedom. And it's also important to note that this was an opportunity for the state to tax slave owners if they wished to free their slaves. It was an expensive proposition to to free a slave, you have to provide annuity, you have to provide like income for them, and so on. And so people would generally only manumit their slaves if they felt an emotional connection with them. For example, if they were concubines or if they were children. And we have significant numbers of these slave manumission records that give us a sense of why Jews would engage in this process. Related to this, by the way, is conversion, which we'll talk about in a second. We also have wills of former slave owners who then freed their slaves and then chose to bequeath money to them. And finally, we have burial records, which indicate what happened to these freed slaves or their offspring once they had become Jewish. Were they buried in a Jewish cemetery, for example, and so on. You have this large phenomenon of what were called reputed children, and these are the children typically of Jewish male plantation owners, like in William Savannah, with wives or concubines of African descent, who may not have had the benefits of conversion and so on, but nevertheless were included in the wills of the Jewish testators. Some of them are quite fascinating. For example, Emmanuel Baruch Sada, who died in Jamaica in 1795, he left a very interesting will where one of his sons was to be awarded a significant amount of money. And he also, this son, by the way, who was a reputed child, was actually raised by Emmanuel Baruch's cousin, who apparently had a tremendous amount of fondness for him. And in her own will, she had left money to this child as well. What is especially ironic is that Emmanuel Baruch was cognizant of the fact that his children, presumably from his European wife, it appears that his reputed child was the child of a mistress. He anticipated that his European wife and his offspring with his European wife would actually object to the allocation of funds to this reputed child, and so he actually put a codicil in his will that if any of them, his wife or his children by that wife, disputed the will or questioned the allocation of funds to their half-brother, they would formally lose all of the money that had been allocated to them in the will. It gives you a sense of the range of emotional attachment that these Jewish testators had for their offspring, even though they weren't necessarily born by European mothers. Now, it is important to note, as Professor Van Oort points out, that the records are spotty, inconsistent, and it's difficult to really project the overall picture based on these cases. They might entirely be something that reflects on individuals who have particularly close relationships, where otherwise we can imagine the horrific degree of abuse that could arise in these family relationships because of the intrinsically exploitative nature of the institution of slavery as a whole. We nevertheless do have lots of examples of the offspring of such relations being converted to Judaism upon manumission. We have examples of conversion, all kinds of things going on that are quite fascinating. This is, by the way, a picture of the mikveh of Suriname. It's now dry, but it's really been filled with water and would have been part of the conversion process. However, taking all of this together is a complicated picture. It's fascinating just to see the little details here and there, but it's a complicated picture. It is important to note that one other set of records, and those are synagogue records, are especially telling as to how this society functioned in North Savannah. And the reality is that it appears that the offspring of Africans who were converted to Judaism were accepted within the Jewish community, but nevertheless there was kind of a layover of racial ideology within that acceptance. This is, again, not at all exceptional when you consider the complicated degrees of racial distinctions the overall society was making between Europeans and Africans and half European, half Africans, and 1/4 Africans, 1/4 Europeans, 1/8, and so on. And they actually had a whole chart to describe what a person was, depending on how much European and how much African ancestry they had. In the synagogue of Suriname, you have a racial distinction between two groups of people, the so-called congregantes or congregants, and that would refer to these partially African Jews. Nevertheless, Jews, but there was a distinction, and there were certain restrictions placed upon them where they could sit, often buried at the side of the cemetery, things like that, and so-called yechidim, which is hard to translate exactly. It sort of means like literally means exceptional people, but it really means like unique people, um, and that's the purely European Jews who have more privileges and buried in the main section of the synagogue and things like that. So to think that once they were to convert to Judaism, they were automatically socially accepted, I think that would be kind of Pollyannish to think that would happen. Nevertheless, they were considered halakhically as Jews. And maybe I conclude by saying that this is an interesting illustration of the overlay of societal prejudices upon a halachic basis, because in terms of Jewish law or halakha, race plays absolutely no status in the role that a Jew has with regards to their obligations, responsibilities, and so on. There's no distinctions made whatsoever within the halachic literature that bear any reference to a person's racial background or appearance or so on. So all of this other material of separating the congregants between congregantes and chidim and some burial sections, things like that, it's either totally innovated as a social reflection of the time, or sometimes it's a complete contradiction of halakha. Nevertheless, this is how the society functions. There's some great work. Please have a look at Professor Rabbi and his books on this. Quite fascinating. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I just got back from an amazing trip to the Lesser Antilles with Kosher boat. It was so fascinating to see this very special part of the world that was very, very crucial for the development of other communities of Jews, particularly in North America, later on in the last millennium. I'm especially fascinated with how the Jewish step in the Caribbean was rather light. It's really only about 100, 200 years where Jews were very active there, but it was a really important transitional place for Jews, fleeing the Inquisition and the expulsion of Spanish Jewry, and then the emigration of Portuguese Jewry in particular to this part of the world where they attempted to make a long-lasting separation nation. As we shall see, it turned out that in the 18th century it was less viable economically, so Jews moved on, as many other peoples did. But this is really so important for understanding the development of North American Jewish society. So let's start this discussion by looking at the immigration patterns. So have a look at this map here. This map, which is kind of complicated, shows you basically the origins of the Caribbean Jewish community, which is primarily coming out of the Iberian Peninsula. You have two distinct phases. You have those Jews who were expelled in 1492, who did not make a tremendous amount of an impact in the early migration, because this is really just when the Americas were being discovered, right? The last decade of the 15th century and then moving into the early 16th century, Jews were kicked out of Spain in 1492, although there were some crypto-Jews, meaning they had been forcibly converted or were the descendants of forcible converts who accompanied even Columbus on his voyage. And Columbus' story we've explored elsewhere, it's quite likely that he was in fact descended from crypto-Jews himself. At any rate, the Portuguese Jews, however, are far more significant. They are forcibly converted in 1497 to Christianity, and it takes them a while before they're really allowed to migrate out of Portugal for reasons that we've explored in other videos, but then they make their way not only to centers that are more tolerant, such as Amsterdam, for example, which is hugely significant because the Dutch were very much involved in colonizing the Caribbean, but also making their way directly with Portuguese travel to the eastern Brazil, for example, to a place called Recife is very important, and also to the northern regions of what we would call today Colombia, places like Curacao, and then there's a secondary migration that I indicated here with that kind of broken line that moves from the Caribbean up to North America. And that's very, very important. It really begins to gain a lot of steam in the 18th century as the economy in the Caribbean changes dramatically for reasons I'm going to discuss in just one second. But I would like to go ahead and talk a little bit about migration history before we get to that economic change. So this is kind of like where all these Jews are coming from. Portuguese Jews directly from Portugal, sometimes directly from Amsterdam. There is one really significant movement in 1654 of Jews from Brazil making their way up to New York City. That was not actually a continuous settlement. It sort of petered out after 1654, but it took a decade or two before Jews began arriving in larger numbers. Now, when you look at the second major phase of migration to the Americas, not the Caribbean specifically, that would be the German Jewish migration that occurs in the 1840s through the 1870s. This is especially associated with an obnoxious practice that was implemented in Central Europe, the so-called familiars laws, that only would allow the oldest male child to marry. And that would mean that all of the other brothers could not marry. Jews are, of course, at this time, definitely monogamous in Ashkenazic lands. And so this was like essentially a really cruel social form of population control that meant that so many Jews had to look for other places to live and hopefully other wives to marry them. And so you have, skipping the Caribbean entirely, you have this migration of German Jews coming to the northeast part of the United States, establishing themselves there. Eventually, they would reach a certain degree of wealth within a few decades, and that would be very significant for the next massive wave, which again also skips the Caribbean. This is the huge wave of migration, about 2.5 million Jews making their way out of Eastern Europe after the pogroms of 1881. And these are people coming from primarily the former Russian Empire, the former Austro-Hungarian Empire. They are also skipping the Caribbean. They actually constitute the overwhelming bulk of American Jews. About 7 out of 10 American Jews trace their lineage to these Eastern European migrants who came at the turn of the 20th century. Now, there's one last Caribbean chapter. There is a surge of immigration from Germany and Austria out of fear of the Nazis and their rise. But by this time, America had adopted a much more nativist approach to these European migrants. They had largely closed their doors to Jewish immigrants, so therefore many of them sought out Caribbean locales, often as a stepping stone before they could eventually make their way to Americans. So you have a significant, much smaller, but nevertheless a significant population of German and Austrian Jews making their way to Cuba. And then after the Cuban Revolution, many of them flee to Florida, and then others go all the way up to New York. We also have Jews making their way to Puerto Rico at this time and so on. So there are, once again, to encapsulate, there are two major Caribbean migrations to North America. The first is specifically in the 18th century, what's a kind of a secondary migration from the Caribbean as the economy changes. And the second one is the refugees from the Nazis, the so-called Cubans, Jews who made their way primarily to Cuba, and then from Cuba moving up to Florida and the Northeast. So that's basically where the Caribbean plays a role in Jewish migration, particularly to North America. massive Jewish settlement in the Greater Antilles and the Lesser Antilles where we are, but also hugely important Curacao. The Grand Inquisitor here is shown in black, gesticulating loud.
And then tomorrow we usually get those. So full size later. So basically,
Okay.
Everybody say KRC.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I know that most of the people like going on these amazing kosher river cruises trips primarily because of the historical attraction, right? It's just so amazing to learn about Jewish history and then actually visit the places where it happened. And, that's where I go. However, people tell me that they also go for the beautiful scenery, for the luxurious surroundings on these gorgeous boats and things like that. Okay, I understand that, and I even appreciate it a little bit too. But a lot of people tell me they come for the food because Chef Malcolm and Chef Tobias are just geniuses with food. And so I want to make this a public video appeal to Chef Malcolm and Chef Tobias. Would you please include some chocolate on this particular cruise? Now, why? Because it is historical as well as delicious. The fact is that chocolate was only discovered by Europeans with the discovery of the New World in the 15th century. And it was imported back to Europe where it was consumed basically in the same way that it was consumed in the New World. That is, as a liquid. People would drink chocolate. For decades and decades, they only drank chocolate. And of course, it's not easy to export a liquid like that. It's very heavy and so on. And the beans, well, that's a possibility too. But Jews were very, very active in the cultivation of the sources of chocolate in the New World and in their export. But one figure in particular is especially connected with the Caribbean, and that is Benjamin da Costa de Andrade, who was one of these Portuguese traders who specifically invented a method to convert the chocolate into pellets, which could then can be much more cheaply transported, thus lowering the cost of this otherwise high luxury item to be able to be enjoyed by hoi polloi, all kinds of people. And so as you enjoy your French chocolate, because he was dealing primarily with the court of Bordeaux, and you think about how wonderful it tastes, think back to the fact that Jews were really at the basis of this chocolate trade, and in particular the Jews of the Caribbean. I hope you'll be able to join us on this cruise. It promises to be absolutely amazing and so fascinating on a historical level. But if not, I'm looking forward to sharing with you some of my research in these videos. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So I'm sure you're familiar with the great American founding father, Alexander Hamilton, with his storied career that has been so popularized in recent years with a very successful Broadway musical. But there has been new research that's been coming out recently that suggests very strongly that Alexander Hamilton was in fact Jewish. Now this connects to the Caribbean, and the upcoming Kosher River cruise there in January is because, he was educated in a Jewish school on the island of Nevis, right next to St. Kitts. And this is one of the small biographical details that so many historians have looked at and said, what a strange anomaly that you would go to a Jewish school as a child. So a new book came out last year, this book, The Jewish World of Alexander Hamilton, by Andrew Portwatcher, that is actually quite fascinating. And so I want to walk you through his main arguments to suggest, I think convincingly, that yes, Alexander Hamilton was in fact Jewish. The book is, I can't tell you how fun it is. It reads like a detective novel. As a professional historian, I especially enjoy how he looks at the twisted and convoluted ways in which previous biographers have attempted to deal with the strange anomalies in Hamilton's own biography. And then he says, well, the most obvious suggestion is simply to say he was in fact Jewish. So first of all, one of the most useful things that Alexander Portwatcher does, and it goes beyond the scope of this specific book, is he asks, well, what does it mean to be Jewish, right? It's a question I have been quite fascinated with in general. And he defines 8 different forms of Jewish identity. And this is really worth thinking about. So let's look at it quickly, and then we're going to kind of fill in this chart with Alexander Hamilton on this chart. So first of all, legally, does Jewish law consider you a Jew? So although there have been some changes in the late 20th century in certain of the various Jewish movements, historically, for the last 2 millennia plus, Jewish law considers the child of a Jewish mother or a convert to Judaism a Jew. That's the definition of a Jew. Either your mother was Jewish or you converted to Judaism, and everything else, like what you do with your life, that's secondary. There are a lot of rabbinic debates, but that's the basic rule. Does Jewish law consider you a Jew? That's like the legal definition of Jewish identity. What about a personal form of Jewish identity? Do you consider yourself a Jew? We have so many examples of people who fit the legal definition, but do not consider themselves Jewish. Thirdly, ethnic. Did your ancestors consider themselves Jewish, right? Like we saw this with Christopher Columbus a little while ago. According to the DNA research that's come out, now it has not yet been fully peer-reviewed, things like that, but there are a lot of reasons to assume that it shouldn't have a problem with the peer review, but let's just assume for the sake of argument it doesn't. The ancestors of Christopher Columbus apparently did consider themselves Jewish, so that's an ethnic definition that does not necessarily correspond to legal and personal. Communal. Do other Jews in your community consider you a Jew? You may consider yourself fully Jewish, and you may proclaim a legal definition as well, but if the community doesn't consider yourself Jewish, that changes things too. Universal. Can you go anywhere to any Jewish community in the world and be considered Jewish? Also very relevant. Cultural. Do you consider yourself a participant in Jewish culture, even if you may not meet some of the other markers of Jewish identity? Public. Does the non-Jewish community you live in consider you a Jew? This is unfortunately a reality for much of Jewish history. There are a lot of people who wanted to escape their Jewish identity and were unable to because the rest of the world finally, religiously, do you consider yourself an adherent of Judaism? Meaning, do you consider yourself someone who holds with the basic tenets of Jewish religiosity and the behaviors that go along with it, and so on? There are people who can do that without necessarily being the other form. So Jewish identity is like a complicated thing. People might hit some of these notes, not others. What exactly does it mean to be a Jew? Okay, so now let's look at Alexander Hamilton himself and the arguments that Dr. Bowacher brings to suggest that he was in fact Jewish. So, legally, this is the simplest one. His mother, Rachel, converted to Judaism. There's no question about that. It's clear in the historical record. His mother, Rachel, converted to Judaism. She married a man named Johann Levine. Levine, whose identity is not entirely clear, but the name Levine certainly seems to suggest he was Jewish. That may have had something to do with the conversion. He has a whole discussion in his book. You can have a look at there. That marriage did not survive. Johann Levine was not Alexander Hamilton's father, but according to Jewish law, that doesn't matter because it's the mother that matters. A different man later was the father to Alexander. He would become her second husband. It was a messy and unfortunate situation, but at any rate, Alexander was born apparently out of wedlock to a Jewish mother, a woman who had converted to Judaism. So on a legal definition, it's all over. Once Rachel converted to Judaism, that makes her Jewish. Any of her progeny are also Jewish. Okay. What about personal? This is where it gets a little bit more complicated, but fascinating as well. Alexander Hamilton never presented himself, at least in the historical record, as a Jew. On the contrary, on those few points where he had to sort of like definitely indicate his religious identity, he declared himself, for example, as an Anglican, and he did that in a legal proceeding in order to testify as a witness. Now, the way things were set up then, only a Christian could testify, and so he declared himself an Anglican, but when they queried him, it's interesting that they felt the need to query him. He was still living in the Caribbean at the time. But by the way, he was orphaned at this age, but he admitted that he had never taken communion, which is very strange. There's also no baptismal record for Alexander Hamilton at all, and he was in fact not allowed to testify. So in other words, even though he said he was Anglican, the court was not prepared to believe that, to allow him to testify. Interesting. Okay, thirdly, ethnic identity. Did Alexander Hamilton's ancestors consider themselves as Jews? Well, obviously on his father's side, not at all. On his mother's side, her parents did not consider themselves Jewish, but Rachel's the only one who counts. She clearly considered herself Jewish, and there's lots of evidence that even after leaving her husband, Rachel still considered herself Jewish. She did not, for example, baptize Alexander's older brother, Peter. He only was baptized as an adult. Again, very, very strange. And so there's every indication to suggest that when Alexander left her husband, she still considered herself fully Jewish. Thirdly, and this supports that as well as the local Jewish community can consider you a Jew, Rachel had her son, Alexander, educated in the Jewish school at Nevis. And that's, obviously she considered him deserving of being within a Jewish educational environment, and the community considered him appropriate to be in that environment. That's not to say that you don't have Jewish parochial schools that have non-Jewish students as well. It's actually an interesting phenomenon. We see that, for example, sometimes the school has a really good reputation for academics, and so a lot of non-Jews will sign up because they want to study in that environment. That could be that would happen, but the simple answer is he was Jewish. Universal. Would any Jewish community consider you a Jew? So in Alexander Hamilton's case, if her conversion was considered valid, which is not so simple to argue it's true, especially in the 18th century like this, but if she had a Beit Din and she was converted, then yes, he would have been considered Jewish anywhere, especially if he presented himself as Jewish as the son of a convert. But this is still one of the stickier things even in 21st century history. Cultural. Did he consider himself a participant in Jewish culture? One of the interesting things in Dr. Polanski's book is that he compares Alexander Hamilton to a lot of his peers, and compared to many other founding fathers, Alexander Hamilton was universally positive towards Judaism. and Jewish causes, and he recalled with affection his education in Jewish school, speaking with great detail to his children about how he memorized the Ten Commandments in Hebrew and things like this, even as a child. So perhaps he did consider himself in some attenuated form of participating in the culture, but we don't have much data on that. Public, would the general community, meaning in the Caribbean islands, would they consider him Jewish? In his youth, we don't really know, although the preponderance of the evidence might suggest yes, because he was admitted to Jewish school. Of his adult in North America, no, or at least not yet, because now this book has been around for a while. And finally, religiously, do you consider yourself an adherent of Judaism? It's unlikely that Alexander considered himself as a practicing Jew for lots of reasons that there's no point going into. But the bottom line is, when you look at all of this material, it seems pretty clear that the simple explanation for all of these things is that Alexander Hamilton was in fact Jewish. I leave it up to more sophisticated historians to tussle out the argument, but in Dr. Torwancher's book, I think he makes a very convincing case, and I think that the Hamilton advertisers might want to be modified a little slightly, perhaps something like this. Okay, thank you very much for watching. I hope you'll be able to join us on this cruise in the Caribbean. It's going to be fantastic, and if you can't make it, I look forward to sharing my research with you in these videos. Thank you once again for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am really excited about this upcoming cruise with Ocean River Cruises to the Caribbean, specifically the Lesser Antilles, and it's such a fascinating chapter in Jewish history. So first of all, where are the Lesser Antilles? Here's a map of the Caribbean. You can see where the United States with Florida and the peninsula hangs down into the Gulf of Mexico, and then just below it you have two major regions of concern to us. You have the so-called Greater Antilles, which is like the islands of Cuba, Haiti, Dominican Republic, and Puerto Rico, for example. And then you have the Lesser Antilles, which are over here on the sort of the west side of the Caribbean. This is where we're going to be cruising, and it looks like it's just a tiny little place with these little archipelago of islands, but it is such a fascinating chapter in Jewish history. This was an extremely important region of settlement for the Portuguese Jews in particular. They're an unusual population. They were forcibly converted at the end of 1496, the beginning of 1497, to Christianity, but for generations, for centuries, they were discriminated against and called New Christians, which was really a derogatory term because specific laws were put in place to prevent them, for example, from emigrating from Portugal for quite some time. But once some of those laws were finally lifted, they emigrated along with other Portuguese travelers to the New World and quite often simply reassumed their Jewish identity once they thought that it was safe to do so. So you have Jews settling in the Greater and the Lesser Antilles, also in Suriname, a very important center of Curacao and Barranquilla in Colombia. These are really important sites of Jewish settlement and have a major impact on later settlement in North America. And it is a beautiful part of the world. It's funny, you hear a lot of these protests saying that Jews in Israel should go back to Poland. Okay, Poland, but it's pretty cold in Poland. Why don't they say go back to the Lesser Antilles? I mean, we spent a lot of time there as well. One of the most fascinating little details of the Jewish civilization that developed in the Caribbean is this unusual preoccupation with creating sand floors in their synagogue. Here's a picture of the sand floor in Curacao. You can see the bima there where the Torah scroll is read and the sand is on the floor. Here's one from the U.S. Virgin Islands. Not only do they have the predilection for sand floors, it appears that they like Pepsi Cola as well, not a product placement. So I was wondering, what is the deal with these sand floors? Why? There's no source for it in the Talmud or in the Shulchan Aruch or any of the great works of Jewish halakha. It appears that there are 3 or 4 separate reasons that are adduced. One is kind of prosaic, that it seems like a good way of controlling snakes. I don't know. It seems to me it would be easier for snakes to move around in sand. They'd feel at home there. Another more poetic reason is the idea that, since these were originally crypto-Jewish communities where they had to hide their identity, it would be like quieter to walk around on the sand, and people wouldn't know how many people were in the synagogue. That seems a little stretched to me, but who knows? Another one, and this one I find most beautiful, is the idea that as long as the Jews are standing on sand outside of the land of Israel, it's as if they're still walking through the desert on their way to the land of Israel. That's a very beautiful poetic sense of why the sand in the synagogue. Kosher River Cruises is specifically going to focus on the Lesser Antilles. And here's a look at our itinerary. We're going to land in Saint Martin, or Saint Martin. That is an island that is divided between the Dutch and the French. And we're going to go from there to Anguilla, which is a British island. And then we're going to come back and cruise to Gustavia. By the way, this was like a massive colonial region. Places were claimed by the Dutch, by the French, by the British, even by the Swedes and the Latvians, if you can believe it. Some of these regions are now sovereign states. Others are still controlled by their European colonizers. At any rate, from Gustavia, where we're going to spend Shabbat, we'll dock there over Shabbos. Then we're going to go down to Antigua, and we're going to pass by St. Kitts and Nevis. Nevis is especially interesting in that Alexander Hamilton attended Cheder there. He went to Jewish school there. And hopefully we'll spend some time talking about Alexander Hamilton and the very interesting theory that he may actually have been halachically Jewish. Imagine what kind of impact that has on American history. From Antigua, we're going to go down to Guadalupe. A really interesting person comes out of Guadalupe. Benjamin da Costa de Andrade was a former crypto Jew who was able to re-adopt his Jewish identity. Originally came from Lyon in southern France, and while he was there, he discovered that the product of chocolate, which had first been discovered by Europeans in 1502 as a drink, it was something that the indigenous peoples would make into a drink, and they would export this drink to Europe, where it became very popular. So at any rate, Benjamin da Costa de Andrade, he figured out how to make that drink into pellets, a solid, which was much easier to transport. And once he sent chocolate pellets over to Europe, it just exploded. So next time you're eating a chocolate bar, just think to yourself, oh my gosh, this is essentially impossible to imagine were it not for the Sephardic Jews who inhabited the region of the Western Antilles. Then from Guadalupe, we're going to head down to St. Lucia, where they have a fascinating dormant volcano. I can't wait to see that. And finally, we're going to return via Barbados. It promises to be a beautiful cruise that combines natural beauty with the amazing and unusual history of the Sephardic Jews who lived here. And I really look forward to cruising with you. And for those of you who aren't able to join us, I really look forward to sharing with you some of the insights that I discover as I do research on this unusual Jewish community. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. First of all, I want to say thank you to all of you who have sent me notices saying, hey, did you see that Christopher Columbus was actually Jewish? Thank you very much. My email box is absolutely stuffed. Please stop sending the messages. I got it. I was a little bit miffed by the news because in 2017, I gave a lecture on this topic in which I said that he probably wasn't Jewish. And now I am once again proven wrong. I hope my wife does not see this video. But what I'd like to do today is talk a little bit about what has been discovered. And then I'd like to play you the material that I said back in 2017 that still is quite relevant, and then come back and say, well, what does this all mean for our understanding of Columbus's background, right? Okay, so here we go. First of all, the new genetic testing that has been conducted was done on remains that are believed to be those of Columbus and also those of his son. And the DNA research indicates that there are features both on the Y chromosomes and in the mitochondrial DNA, which is associated with the mother, that are consistent with patterns found in Sephardic Jews. Now, we should mention here a very important caveat that according to traditional Judaism, DNA is not in itself sufficient definition of Jewish status. Mitochondrial DNA through the mother is much more significant, but in general, DNA is not used as a definition of Jewish status. What the study actually indicates is that Christopher Columbus had DNA that was comparable to DNA that many Jewish people had, and that's something that a lot of people have, especially in the Iberian Peninsula, especially in Portugal, and actually in America. There are quite a few people who don't identify as Jewish and nevertheless have some Jewish DNA. We know that Christopher Columbus himself was especially cagey about identifying one way or another, which led to a lot of the mystery that swirled about his origins literally for centuries. So let me play for you what I had to say in 2017, which kind of runs through the evidence one way or the other, and then I'll admit the part that I no longer believe after we see this short clip. The question, so was Christopher Columbus Jewish? The answer is, to give it away, we can all go home right now, probably not. It is highly unlikely that he was in fact Jewish. But still, we still have the question, why would one think so? Let us just quickly look at the work of Cecil Roth. We actually studied his work earlier. He wrote several books on the history of the Inquisition and the experience of Jews in late 15th century Spain. He wrote about Columbus that the mystery regarding Columbus's origins is largely the outcome of his own mendacity, meaning Columbus himself enjoyed projecting the image that he was secretly Jewish. It was kind of like a chutzpah. So anyways, his own mendacity, meaning he used to lie. He used to dissuade, he used to try to put it in people's faces like, don't mess with me because I have Jewish blood. He would say, like, do you know who I am? I descend from King David. He would say things like this. He would write things like this. And he openly cultivated this kind of mystique surrounding his lineage that he hoped would add to his own grandeur. There are many characters like this you see in Jewish history. Another good example of someone who actually was ethnically Jewish would be, for example, Benjamin Disraeli, who was baptized and lived his life as a Christian, but he really enjoyed throwing it in the faces of his parliamentary interlocutors that he, in fact, was Jewish, and he had a unique kind of skill, a unique kind of logic that they had no access to. So he played up this quite a bit, and we shall see how it ends. But since Columbus frequently made these references, and his background is incredibly murky, Roth concludes, as a result, it is equally impossible to exclude or to confirm the hypothesis that he was descended from a Jewish or an ex-Jewish family. In other words, probably not, but there's enough nagging doubts that at least we can talk about it for half an hour or so. Let's look at those nagging doubt issues. So here we go. But first of all, his surname. We say Columbus in English, but it would be Colon. He also signed his name as Colom, Christophe Colomb. This was a common Italian name, Italian Jewish name, excuse me. So used quite often by Italian Jews. He could connect himself to many Italian Jewish families. There's quite a bit of dispute as to whether or not he came from Italy. He refers to himself as coming from Genoa or Genoa. Also, there's documents that indicate he may have come from Majorca, even documents that he may have come from Poland, which is another possibility for this Jewish origins, but none of them are really very reliable. Quite likely he may have come from Sicily. So the last name is something. The first name, definitely not. Christopher, of course, means bearer of Christ, one who carries Christ. So that's not a typical Jewish name, just like Mary. As I mentioned earlier, Columbus loved making references to his Jewish origins, in person and in writing. This is kind of like a dangerous thing to do because we're living in a period when the conversos are being actively persecuted, and at the same time, he was kind of like a transitional liminal figure that was moving in and out of many royal courts from Portugal and Spain, Italy, elsewhere, trying to gain support for his venture. And whatever he thought would make himself look more exotic and more appealing in his request, he would not hesitate to use. But nevertheless, that's part of it. Third, we know he had a lot of Jewish friends. He had a tremendous amount of associations with Jews.
He was very close with Abraham Zacuto in Portugal. You recall we spoke about him for an hour a few weeks ago. And he relied very heavily on Zacuto's astronomical research. The astrolabe that Zacuto had refined by making it out of metal was incredibly important to Columbus, as was the Alphonsine tables that were translated through Hebrew into Latin for him. He had many Jews on his ship. We're not precisely sure because we only have like the ship manifests, they're not complete, and they have surnames. Very many of them we simply don't know what the biographies of them are. We do know that his translator was Jewish. This is, by the way, a typical kind of Jewish profession. Jews in medicine, Jews in law, Jews in finance, and Jews in linguistics are very big. Jews, the exception of American Jewry, it's a very unusual exception, 20th century American Jewry, very monolingual, but for the most part, Jews typically are polyglots, speaking several languages and very valuable to their host societies as a result. I have a feeling that might be because Jews tend to exist on the outsides of mainstream society. In America, where we were accepted so well, so deeply, especially in the second half of the 20th century, we lost a lot of our linguistic skill because it was not necessary. But in the first half of the 20th century and earlier, perhaps in the later 21st century, we will develop that again, I'd say. He was also very close to conversos, that is, Jews who had converted to Christianity during the course of the Inquisition. In particular, de Santagel, who was one of his main economic backers, a very important person in the royal court of Isabel and Ferdinand, who supported him and made crucial recommendations to allow the king and queen to promote his work. And a man named Sanchez as well, another major backer. And in fact, when he actually discovered the world and he returned back and landed in the coast of Africa, he immediately sent letters describing his discovery to the king and queen. Obviously, he couldn't send letters back from the New World because the postal service was not too great, connecting transcontinental messages. But he did not address those letters to the king and queen. He sent them to his Jewish buddies, or his converso buddies, to Santagel and Sanchez. Very unusual that they would be the first people he writes to. There are some really tantalizing things, like, for example, he was the ship's. And by the way, you should recall that he spent about a decade petitioning wealthy kingdoms to back his enterprise, pushing for his idea, bouncing from state to state. Spent a lot of time in Portugal, no luck there. Eventually ended up in Spain and got a positive yes from Isabel and Ferdinand. And the ships were completely outfitted in the first week of the month of Av. And he was ready to go on Tisha B'Av of 1492, and he delayed it one day. Even though everything was set to go, but since that is an inauspicious day in the Jewish calendar for travel, one does not embark on major journeys of any type on Tisha B'Av. For reasons that no one can really adduce, he decided to push off this highly anticipated departure for the day after. He wanted to not leave on Tisha B'Av, perhaps. Then we have lots of things that he himself said in his own writings, like his journal of his trip to America, which of course was a very celebrated work, began with the sentence, "On the day that the Jews were expelled from Spain, I set out for the New World." I mean, the very first clause of the very first sentence of his journal references the Jews and their situation in the Iberian Peninsula. A remarkable kind of way to begin this document. It doesn't begin that something like, "I knew I would find land." It begins with, "The Jews were expelled from Spain." Let's have a look at some of his personal correspondence. Here's one of the few letters that we have in his own hand that he wrote to his son Diego. There's a whole story about what happens after he discovers the New World. He ends up kind of dying in disgrace and madness and not having any credit. And so we do have a lot of material from after the discoveries as well. This is one of those letters. And you see on the top left corner, there's this funny little squiggle right where the arrow is, where the cursor is, you see over here, that is not part of the letter text itself. it looks a little bit like he's testing out the ballpoint on his pen. But of course, this is about 400 years before they invented ballpoints. So what exactly is that? Some scholars have opined that it looks something like the traditional invocation at the beginning of a Hebrew letter. The letter is Beit Hey. I didn't have my computer easy access to handwritten letters. Like, they would look a little different if you wrote them by script rather than in the Assyrian block script like this. But in fact, you can conceivably see you've got the Beit on the right and the Hey on the left in a cursive script, which is an abbreviation for the term Baruch Hashem, or blessed is the name, which reminds me of a joke that I will try to tell you right after this. So the signing the beginning of his letters with this strange little swiggle, and by the way, he only did it in his letters to his sons. He didn't write it to other people, so just as a family thing, perhaps on his Baruch Hashem. And you may be asking, but it's on the wrong side of the page. What do you want from him? He's pretending anyways. I don't know. It is true. Normally, you would write this on the right-hand side of the page, but it's not at all uncommon to see it at the center of the top as well. So what would be terrible if he puts it on the left? It doesn't even look very neat, but, neither does his custodian there, too. And one last detail from this same letter. He developed this rather unusual signature that he was very particular about. You can just see it here. I have another copy that shows it a little bit greater contrast here. No one has yet been able to decipher this strange signature that not only did he use in the latter years of his life, but he insisted that his children also use this signature, which is a strange kind of thing to do. I want you to sign my name like I sign this name, not on checks or something like that. This part we can sort of figure out. The X is, of course, the Greek chi letter, as in Christos, and this is the Greek R and the Greek O, so Christo, this is the short form for Christopher, let's say, or just for Christo at any rate. And then Ferenz is a Latinized version of the fur part in Christopher, meaning the one who bears Christ, right? Christos Ferenz, Christopher. So that part is easy. But what's the business with this, either the Latin letter X or the Greek letter chi, an M and a Y, which could be an U, and the SAS with those two dots around the S's, which he insisted on being written exactly like this, in this shape, and so on. Cecil Roth, a major historian who we saw a little while ago, he argued, not really convincingly, but nevertheless it's worth noting, that this was kind of like a secret symbol to his sons that they should say Kaddish for him after he died. The conversos did definitely use a lot of secret messages that they handed down in all kinds of coded forms to their children. Do this behavior to remind you of a particular mitzvah that we have to keep, and so on. So it's not at all impossible, but it's difficult to see this in his signature. Nevertheless, you take all of these things together, and you can add it up for yourself. It's hard to believe that he was actually Jewish. I think it's more likely that he liked the image of being Jewish, and he actively cultivated that with his population. And that's about it.
So obviously what I have to take back from what I said 7 or 8 years ago is that whereas I believed at that point that Christopher Columbus probably was not Jewish, now I have to say that probably he was in fact Jewish. And I just kind of bummed out by this because I wish we had this DNA evidence like a half century ago when colonialism was still favorably regarded in the Western world. Now it's just like another reason why people don't like Jews. What are you going to do? Figures. But let's just clarify what we're talking about here. What we're saying is that Christopher Columbus, he himself, we know, did not identify exclusively as a Jew. In fact, that would have been virtually suicidal. At least it would have been a career killer at the time he lived. He identified as a faithful Catholic, perhaps for pragmatic reasons. But as I said before we watched the 2017 clip, his ancestors were quite likely Jews. Now, why did they become Catholics? Most likely they were victims of the forced conversions in the pogroms of 1391, or or possibly he was descended from the many conversions that followed the disputation of Tortosa in 1414. These are people who are the so-called Marranos. That in itself is a derogatory term. A more appropriate term would be something like crypto-Jew or converso. And that population, which was quite significant in the Iberian Peninsula leading up to the year 1492, it actually constituted a very major element in the migration to the New World from the Iberian Peninsula in the 16th to 17th centuries in particular, and from Portugal especially. And that brings us back to the Caribbean, which is where we're really looking forward to visiting this January with Coast River Cruises. If you don't have a spot yet on the boat, please click on the link in the description, and we'd love to have you cruise with us. Okay, I hope you found this video useful. Thank you for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to take 3 lectures to go over the entire course of the history of the land of Israel, with emphasis on the Jewish population that lived there, and with some look at the other populations with which they interacted. I'm going to break this up into 3 short videos, maybe a little bit longish videos, and they're based on a series of lectures I gave earlier this week in Vancouver that seem to have been very well received. The first lecture is going to focus on the ancient period, going all the way back from the distant beginnings of the Jewish people in Mesopotamia up to the Bar Kokhba revolt in the 2nd century of the Common Era. Then we're going to look at a kind of stretched out medieval period, starting from late antiquity with the end of the Bar Kokhba revolt, right up until the 19th century. This is an extremely important period because of the entry of the Muslim people to the land of Israel, the entry of Islam to the land of Israel. And then in the last lecture, we'll look at the contemporary period, focusing specifically on the land of Israel during the period of the rise of Zionism and the state of Israel as we get up to the current situation that we're in today. First thing I want to say is let's have a look at the geography. Right here's Israel, right in the middle of 3 major continents: Africa, Asia, and Europe. And just as you would imagine, Israel constitutes a sort of economic center because it is an exclusive land route between these 3 areas. It's also a major meeting place for ideas. It's not a coincidence that it is in the land of Israel that we have the birthplace of 2 of the 3 great Abrahamic religions, that is, of course, Judaism and Christianity. And Islam is not too far away in the western part of Saudi Arabia, and of course it comes to Israel very early on. But I think another way to look at Israel, my favorites, is the way this map maker, Taik, who was a very unsuccessful Protestant theologian in the 16th century, but a very gifted cartographer, represented Israel, specifically the city of Jerusalem, as the center of a clover leaf of Europe, Asia, and Africa. And I think this is the way a lot of Jews look at Israel as their center, both as the historic capital and the ancient homeland of the Jewish people. And of course, it was a great deal of thought to the Jewish people and their prayers for electing, even when the majority of the Jewish population is outside the homeland. So let's focus on the early part of that history today, and the next 2 videos will go on to look at modern areas. Here's another way to look at the region. This map shows you the Fertile Crescent, which unites 2 major economic regions of the ancient world that connect to the land of Israel that Israel has been confined. The 2 major economic regions, of course, are Egypt, which is nourished by the Nile River, a very consistent source of irrigation for the farmland that spread throughout the entire Nile, especially in the Delta region as it empties into the Mediterranean, and also in the 2 rivers, Tigris and Euphrates. All 3 of these rivers, by the way, mentioned in Genesis. And the 2 rivers in Mesopotamia, the word itself, Mesopotamia, means between the rivers, flow from the mountains in Turkey down into the Persian Gulf, and with them a lot of nutrient-rich silk. So by capturing that water and irrigating the lands, we have all of a sudden concentration of resources and farming develops, agriculture develops. These are two of the cradles of Western civilization. Now, when we look specifically at the origins of the Jewish people, it begins with a journey from the southern Mesopotamian region of the city called Hebrew to Israel by the patriarch Abraham. He makes this great peregrination at the command of God as described in the book of Genesis. But when Abraham came to what we later call the Promised Land, as it's called in the Bible later on, Canaan, there were several civilizations that have already been existing there. The Tufic civilization, the Kabaran, and so on. They produced beautiful things like this delicate sculpture of the bird, or in the region of Jericho, these remarkable ritual masks whose purpose is mysterious but nevertheless quite haunting appearances. So it's really a multi-ethnic cottage of the region. It's too much for us to describe in this short video, but the basic plot is that the descendants of Abraham, specifically his grandchildren's generation, moved to the land of Egypt following Joseph, and they established themselves there in the eastern part of the Nile Delta, a land called Goshen. They fall into slavery under Pharaoh, and then under this amazing leader Moses, they are rescued, redeemed from slavery, and brought back to the land of Israel and roundabout. They wander through the Sinai Peninsula, they receive the Torah, and then they make their way into the land of Israel sometime around the 13th century. Let me also mention, by the way, that I tend to be somewhat anachronistic when I use terminology. Specifically, I keep referring to the Jewish people, the origin of the Jewish people, and so on. They would not have used this word Jew for quite some time. The term the Bible uses to describe Abraham, for example, is Ivri, which is translated to English as Hebrew. The term means on the other side, probably the other side of the Euphrates River, allusion to his origins. Abraham, the Hebrew means Abraham, the one who came from the other side. Later on, his grandson Jacob would have this remarkable encounter with some sort of supernatural being, and he would receive a new name, Israel, and that becomes the name for the descendants of the Jewish people through Jacob, the Israelites, or the children of Israel. And then one of those children is Judah, or the section of the land that he named later after the Persian domination, which we'll talk about shortly. The term Jew is applied really to all of the descendants of the children of Israel, regardless of their tribe or location. So I'll get back to this. Hopefully we'll get there as we go through history. Now I've described to you so far basically the eternal Jewish history of the origins as described primarily in the book of Genesis and Exodus, a little bit into the book of Joshua. But what about when we look from the outside in? What does the rest of the world say about Jewish history? Unfortunately, we don't have much in the archaeological record about the Jewish history until about 500 years into this story. We do have, for example, some fascinating topographical information that is like base names that derived from things like this remarkable excavation figure that dates from the 18th century before the Common Era in Egypt. And these are basically kind of like voodoo dolls, devices that are used by the Egyptians to name all the places where people they don't like live, and then they would put those pieces through some kind of ritual humiliation, like burning them, breaking them, and so on. So we have very good references to a lot of the places that are mentioned in the Bible, but it doesn't tell us much about the people who live there specifically, and in particular the Jewish people. The first reference to the Jewish people, or at least a place called Israel in the historical record, is this specific stone called the Merneptah stele, also pronounced stele. It's a huge obelisk that was erected by the pharaoh Merneptah in about the year 1209. It is a victory stele that essentially describes all of the various military conflicts of the pharaoh. And this, by the way, this pharaoh would have been the 13th son of the pharaoh Ramses II, who many scholars opine is the unnamed pharaoh in the book of Exodus. Anyway, when you look at it closely, you see there's a long list of the many places that Pharaoh has conquered, and consistent with the description of basically central Israel today, there is this reference here that says Israel is wasted, its seed is no more. This is apparently the first in a whole series of premature predictions of the demise of the Jewish people. It's hard to know whether Israel refers to a place or a group of people, whether seed refers to its actual grain field, or as its Hebrew language, and actually its English language, they see offspring or children. So, at any rate, Pharaoh was saying, don't worry, those nasty Israelites are gone. You don't have to worry about them anymore. Basically, Pharaoh Menachem money was also discovered, and although Israel's seed seems to be doing very well, very much, Pharaoh himself was not so much. There are some fascinating, tempting archaeological discoveries that are very consistent with the idea of a huge population increase. Right about the time that the Bible describes this Exodus, there is the significant increase in construction of these homes that are called four-roof houses, a specific kind of construction, and they are consistent with the idea of an influx of outsiders beyond the level of natural increase into the hill country of Jerusalem. There's nothing, however, in the construction to specifically indicate that they belong to Jewish people, although some archaeologists have zoomed in on some unusual artifacts that suggested that maybe in fact Jews were here. This is actually trying to help out the Jews with some of this. This basically takes us through the first 500 years of Jewish history, as reported by the Jews and their elders. But if we look at it from the outside, we basically have silence in historical records. There's a lot more to say about how to read those more justifiable, but they basically have people of faith that would be very helpful. But I want to offer a small personal story to try and place this distinction between these early sources and historical data as we get from the archaeological, numismatic, and graphic literature. And I want to tell you a story about my grandparents. This is a picture of my grandfather Alex and my grandmother Nadia shortly after their wedding in 1930. We were both Lithuanian refugees who made their way to Canada. My grandfather set up a very small bench there wasn't especially successful at first. There were all kinds of things that were challenging and attractive. It was without too much success. We initially tried to be a farmer, and that was a disaster. But in 1916, a horrible forest fire ravaged northern Ontario. It's called the Great Madison Fire. 200 people lost their lives in this horrific fire that spread over thousands of acres of land. So my grandfather and my grandmother, who was then expecting her second son, she had a very young toddler child, my grandfather decided to dig a big hole and he took his supply of menswear, boots, and undershirts, and so on, wrapped them in burlap, put them in this big hole, and then buried them. Right afterwards, the three of them ran to the Abitibi River, and they waded in the river until the fire passed. Then the inhabitants of the town emerged from the river, grabbed them, destroyed all the river. Grandfather went back, dug up the hole, found the clothing, gave it to all of his neighbors on credit, and paid them back when they found jobs and they got their money back together. Grandparents survived, the business survived, and in fact thrived. We could be a place in their bubbles for another 100 years under grandfather and my father. Now, all of this story that I've told you, which is deeply meaningful to me, has no corroboration in the historical record. We do have the record of the Great Fire, the photographs of listed names of those who were tortured and so on. But nowhere will you find any details of any significance about my grandparents. And yet, those are the details that mean the most to me, most essential to my personal history. From the story, I learned the values of foresight, courage, perseverance, charity, all kinds of things that I grasp on this story, which I only know because my own father told me. My own father only knows he wasn't born at the time because his parents told him this is the oral tradition. And although you can tell me, well, there's no proof for it outside, that's irrelevant to me because I trust my father, I trust my grandparents. They're telling something of great meaning. So I think that's one of the ways in which we can look at this earliest part of Jewish history, for which there are no stones before the Antistele of the 13th century. There's nothing to really tell us a lot about the amazing stories described in Genesis and Exodus, and the values that those stories contain. To understand the depth of them and the value of them, we should go to the Rabbi. Let us now continue with our history, which after the Jewish people began to be established in the land of Israel in the 13th century, then we have a lot more data that brings together both the literary sources in the later parts of the Bible and the archaeological and literary records outside the Jewish people, which is incredibly rich and corroborative. So, as I mentioned, ironically, it's important to note that from this point onward, there is never a period of time the land of Israel is empty of Jews. It's true that the population was shrunk dramatically after several exile under the Assyrians, the Babylonians, and so on. A tremendous amount of out-migration, but there will always be small Jewish communities that exist in the land of Israel, but they're a tiny fragment of the population. This particular mosaic, which comes from the synagogue of Gaza from the 6th century, is a good example. You can see that it's very beautiful this style of King David, written in Hebrew there, very hard. So what exactly happens when we pick up where the Jews enter the land of Israel in Joshua? There, they are divided into tribes and receive territory according to their tribal affiliation. This is one of the many maps in front of us to know exactly where they would note that the borders of the land of Israel are somewhat elastic throughout history. Here, they extend into Lebanon, to Syria, and to Jordan as well, not to Philistia or to Lashes, which is the Philistines, who is speaking of in just one moment. Initially, according to the Bible, they're ruled by a group of judges, and then later moved to a monarchy. The monarchy is extremely significant. This is an amazing depiction from the 3rd century synagogue of the Euphrates River. This is rather amazing synagogue because it was buried in sand early on in its existence and preserved all of the amazing wall paintings. When it was finally excavated in the 20th century, we discovered these things and we learned so much about the history of this memory. This is a beautiful depiction of the prophet Samuel anointing David, one of the greatest returns of his life. This is, by the way, theological that refers to the house of David. You see, chalked on the bottom right. Before I get into discussion of King, so let's go back to the discussion of the other peoples living in Israel, most significant, particularly on the level of nomenclature of Philistines. They are based primarily in 5 major cities of capitalists on the coast of the Mediterranean towards Gaza. You can see in this map here, Ekron, Gat, Ashdod, Ashkelon, and Gaza are the primary Philistine cities. The Philistines are associated with these peoples known as the nations elsewhere. And this turns to be very significant. The Philistines are the historic enemy of the Jewish people as described in the Bible. There are times when they have weak alliances, but for the most part, they fought. The Israelites and the Philistines have many small wars over time that would become significant. This is a remarkable depiction of ROTHSCHILD, one of the battles that the Philistines had, specifically regarding the judge Samson, king of the long-haired superhuman strength, who is betrayed by his wife Delilah and loses his strength because they cut his hair. The the Philistines take him as a captive back into their region. He was tortured and tied to these pillars, and then with one last burst of strength and a prayer to God, he manages to push down the pillars and bring down the whole edifice on his tormentors. But I think what's especially important for us is this passage from Herodotus, the Greek historian writing in the 5th century before he refers to this region and the Phoenicians living there, and he refers to it specifically by the name Palestine, or Palestine. How this enters is the principal name used in the West for the land of Israel comes from Emperor Hadrian shown here. But this is 700 years later, when Hadrian is angry with the Jewish people after having fought a brutal war of some 2.5 years with the Bar Kokhba rebels. He finally manages to extirpate the rebellion. He crushes it quickly. He does everything he can to wipe out the memory of the Jews in Israel. He bars them from Jerusalem, which he renames Judah after himself, so he means he did. And then he actually renames the entire territory. Rather than calling it Judea, which is the name that was used for this province, he names it after the traditional enemies of the Jewish people, as you can see in this map, where Syria and Palestine. Syria was actually the capital region, so it was divided into 3 areas: Syria and Galilee, Syria and Syria and Palestine. And that's where the name Palestine specifically comes from. He divides the land of Israel into 3 sections: Palestine Puma, first Palestine, which is basically Judea; Palestine Secunda, which is the Galilee region; and Palestine Tertia, which is down in the neck. So that's basically how that comes into usage. It's important to note that Jews use this word with some fluency right up until it becomes politically charged in the early 20th century, and especially until the 21st century. The fact there is a major document, sometimes called the Jerusalem Talmud, that was written in manuscript in the 4th century, and it's typically called in older scholarly literature the Palestinian Talmud, which I know sounds like a contradiction in terms, but that's only because we've developed Jewish sensitivity to political implications. At any rate, that's a brief discussion on the Phoenician Philistines, their connection to people later known as the Palestinians in the 20th century is something we'll discuss in the 3rd lecture, and that's the main issue. Under the 3 kings, the empire expands significantly. Solomon would take it even further out there. We can see it extends well into Jordan and into Yemen as well. But it doesn't last. After King Solomon passes away, there's significant dispute between the northern section and the southern section, and they formally split. The northern section becoming the kingdom of Israel, with its capital in Samaria, and the south, the kingdom of Judah, with its capital in Jerusalem. There's a lot of fascinating archaeological evidence that talks about the events that are described in the later books of the Bible, particularly the Book of Kings and the Book of Chronicles, including this stone, which was discovered in Jordan called the Mesha stone. And this is essentially a Moabite, non-Jewish version of a story that's described in the Book of Kings, particularly Jordan. And it's quite fascinating. It's a long description, but at the end of one section it says, I looked down on him at his house. This is referring to Omri and his son King Ahab. And Israel has gone to ruin. Yes, it has gone to ruin forever. Once again, you see the pattern. After proclaims the destruction of the Jewish people, now Mesha proclaims the same kind of destruction of ancient Israel. This is another beautiful image from the local synagogue that describes various important scenes. You can see on the right is Esther's, the next is Ahasuerus. On the left, you can see Mordecai riding on a beautiful white horse, and he's being led by his enemy Haman. Not surprising, Haman is angry because he'll probably eat the plants. But anyway, this is the period where you begin to have a large amount of Jews outside of the land of Israel. The first major group are the displaced part of the Assyrian Sennacherib that was who took large sections of the population and dispersed them to these areas shown here in the classical map and here in the contemporary map, the region of Lebanon, Syria, the region of North Syria, Turkey, perhaps the countries, and further over now, there's been a lot written about the idea of these 10 lost tribes. It's a bit of a misnomer because it wasn't a complete population movement or the Jews who remained behind in Israel. Many of them moved down to the south and to mingle with the population of the kingdom of Judah. And in fact, those people taken to Babylonia, although they eventually would be lost, we do have some evidence of their activity even as early as the 7th century. We have examples of the reliance on 3 to 4 names that include specifically Israelite names of God and so on. So they eventually disappear into the surrounding population. There is a strong kind of literary imagination that wants to think about them, somehow secreted somewhere beyond the mystical river Sambat or something. One of my favorite sightings of the 10 lost tribes is in Ecuador in the 17th century. So much so that massive in Israel, a very important Dutch rabbi used that to argue for the reintegration of Jews into England, where they had been expelled some 300 years earlier. But we don't really know what happened to those people in the long run. There is another exile that follows, and as you recall, the 10 northern tribes were sort of taken away, and the portion of the people who actually moved them, the Jews remained behind. But in the south, the kingdom of Judah remained intact for just over a century, when many of them were taken by the Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar invaded, he also destroyed the temple of Jerusalem, which was the center of the Israelite religion at the time, and he exiled again a large portion of the population to Babylon. You can see this left hand of the scar Jewish historical memory, the exile from the destruction of the first temple period, and then another exile in the Romans. We'll get to that. One of the most beautiful representations of this is literature, Psalm 37, by the rivers of Babylon, which is depicted here in this haunting portrait by Edward Benjamin that describes how the Jews are force marched all the way to the Euphrates River, and they can see on the other side the ziggurats of Babylonia, and the tormentors demanded that they sing a song of Zion. And they wonder how could we sing a song of Zion in this strange land. This particular representation shows that Ezra, a liar with his family around him, all in tears and in exile. However, the Jews actually sent down weeks ago. The prophet Jeremiah exhorted them to build houses, to plant vineyards, to harvest them. Ironically, the Jews of Babylonia would remain there right up until the 20th century, the longest living Jewish communities outside of Israel. And even their exile was short-lived, because shortly afterwards, in the same century, Emperor Cyrus would give leave to the exile to return to their homeland, recording his announcements and documents like this Cyrus Cylinder, and the Jews went back to Israel in the middle of the 6th century and ultimately rebuilt the temple again in Jerusalem, and they began to reestablish themselves, this time not as independent homeland, but rather as part of something like self-governing region known as Yahoo, under the region of Judah. And this is a Persian control until the 4th century, when Alexander the Great emerged in Macedonia and swept across the eastern Mediterranean, making its way all the way to the regions of northern India, bringing together this area the new Hellenistic culture, uniting it under essentially Greek values. Jews in Israel loved it. They loved in science and literature and philosophy. And it was such a different kind of worldview than that which the Jews had been developing. And they fell so deeply in love with it that actually posed a risk to the survival of Jewish culture independently. This was exacerbated when the Jew Antiochus Epiphanes, shown here, specifically wanted to aid those Jews who were concentrated in cities who were very pro-Hellenistic, meaning essentially wanted to adopt Greek norms and make Judaism into a Greek kind of image. Antiochus Epiphanes was very interested in placing idols in the temple, supporting his Hellenistic Jewish allies, and this ended up in a revolt where the rural population, much more traditionally, said, this is not our way to Judaism. We're not into the athletic games and all the statues everywhere, things like that. And this turned into something of a civil war. The pro-Hellenistic factors called in Syrian reinforcements. The reason, by the way, I'm calling them Syrians because after Alexander the Great was Macedonian and passed away, the empire was divided into three portions. And Israel was either under the Egyptian portion or under the Syrian portion of the Seleucids. So sometimes this is referred to as a war against the Syrians or a war against the Syrian groups. Among the most dramatic moments recorded in the Book of Maccabees is the Battle of Zechariah, in which one of the Maccabee brothers, these were like the rebel forces, the rebels in Judah Maccabee, he thought that King Antiochus was riding at the top of one of the war elephants, so he dived underneath it and stabbed the animal from below, as shown with the stop to the way. The elephant died, toppling the soldiers who were on top of it. Unfortunately, he was incorrect. King Antiochus was not there in the battle, and the elephant unfortunately crushed him to death. The reason why I'm focusing on this battle is because the Book of Maccabees, there are actually 7 books of Maccabees, did not make it into the scriptures. The rabbis felt for various reasons they weren't really holy enough to be included in what was considered Tanakh, the scriptures, the Hebrew scriptures, but it was picked up by other groups, including the Catholic Church, that included it in their Bible. So you have this unusual phenomenon in the Middle Ages where literate Christians tended to know more historically about the history of the Maccabean revolt than Jews did because they were reading the books of the Maccabees. And they had limited extras from Jews. They hired artists to illustrate these documents. The problem is that in the 13th, 14th, 15th century, those European artists had never seen an elephant or a picture of an elephant. So you have all these hilarious representations of, well, an elephant is sort of like a big horse with a nose, or maybe a huge haberdasher, or maybe about the same size as a horse, or some kind of like feline dangerous animal. Here's my favorite, kind of like a Dr. Seuss animal with a snuffleupagus kind of thing. That's not like historically really so important. At any rate, the Maccabees succeeded, drove out the Syrian Greeks after a long struggle of many years, and they established what's known as the Macedonian Kingdom. Several generations of king dynasties and kings that actually expanded much of the territory of Israel, and once again extended into Jordan and Syria. But this Maccabean kingdom lasted only a little bit longer than a century. Ultimately, it declined in fighting, and two brothers were specifically competing for the throne, and they both independently appealed to the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire says, fine, we'll help you. And General Pompey enters the land of Israel in the year 63 before the Common Era. He violates the temple and he decides that he's not interested in supporting one side or another. He's just going to take over Judea for himself, for the Roman Empire. And they would appoint some client kings to run the state, as Rome did throughout the entire region. Among the most powerful of the Roman kings were like Herod the Great, who was extremely powerful builder, but at the same time a tyrant, but too much detail for us now. By the time we get to the fictional Zero, there is a phenomenal amount of sectarian debate among Jews. There are Jews who are pro-Roman, those who are Sadducees, who are specifically connected with the temple rituals. There are Jews known as Pharisees, who are probably the rabbis, although there's some discussion about that specific identification. There are Jews called Zealots, who want to rebel against Roman escaping it all, going to the wilderness like the Essenes, who may have been associated with the Dead Sea Scrolls that were discovered in the region of the Dead Sea. There are also Jewish Christians in this time. Of course, Christianity is born in the first century. Initially, it's an entirely Jewish phenomenon. All of the followers of this old movement being Jews and having some debate over whether they're supposed to be kosher, keep the Sabbath, Sabbath on Saturday, circumcision, all kinds of those things. Ultimately, however, especially at the activity of St. Paul, Christianity would expand to non-ethnically Jewish populations, and this would be an extremely potent doctrine that would be quite competitive, and ultimately, of course, by the 4th century, would be the official religion of the Eastern Roman Empire. And at this point, we have 3 Roman Jewish wars. The first one is a rebellion that starts in the year 66 and is only over by 73 or possibly 74 with the fall of Masada, mountaintop of the Dead Sea. But these wars are absolutely disastrous for the Jewish people. The first revolt against the destruction of the Second Temple in the year 70. There was a tremendous dispersal of Jews, perhaps as many as 100,000 Jews sent off by Rome to serve as slaves in the Roman Empire. And then there will be another smaller revolt in the year 115 that will also be put down. And then finally, the revolt in 118 under Bar Kokhba, which was perhaps the most brutal of the conflicts, with the Judean rebels relying on the network of tunnels in the desert, fighting a guerrilla war very successfully against the Roman Empire, so much so that the Emperor Hadrian, as mentioned earlier, actually had to bring the legion all the way from England to be able to put down the rebellion. But ultimately, by the time you get to the middle of the 2nd century, the Romans had definitively destroyed Jewish sovereignty in the region. Most Jews have made their way to the north, to the Galilee region, and we will pick up our story there in the next video. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In these very difficult times, there's a tremendous amount of heat and relatively little light casting the actual history of the region. So my goal in this second of 3 short lectures is to look at the presence of the Jews in the land of Israel from the end of the Roman period right up until the 19th century. This is kind of like a stretched out medieval period. And in the third lecture, we'll look at the most contentious era, 20th and 21st century in particular. So let's go right back to late antiquity. Here's a map of the Roman Empire at the beginning of the 2nd century, and as you can see, it's a massive empire that stretches all the way from England throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, right out of the as you can see from the colors that are sort of out of here, these are to scale, you get a sense of where the large Jewish communities are and where the small Jewish communities are. There are significant diaspora communities in Rome and in Egypt in particular that existed prior to the disastrous Roman Jewish wars, and they of course expanded after the great expulsions of the 1st century and the first Roman Jewish war. By the way, it's very important to note that although we speak about the Roman exile with somewhat of an exaggeration, there were Jews present in the land of Israel throughout the entire period, although not necessarily in certain regions, such as, for example, in Judea and in the city of Jerusalem in particular, after the Bar Kokhba rebellion. But after 3 failed wars, the revolt of 66 through 74, the Kitos rebellion of 115 to 117, Bar Kokhba revolt of 132 to about 136, there was a tremendous amount of persecution applied, particularly in Judea. Many Jews were sent to the north, the rise of the Greeks and Jordan around the city of Tiberias, So we've got diaspora populations that existed prior to these wars, and of course they expanded significantly after the wars, but there was always a presence of Jews in the land of Israel throughout the entire medieval period. So what's going on in the land of Israel after the Bar Kokhba revolt of 132 to 136? most significant thing is under the persecution of Hadrian, there's this big movement to the north, and that's where, at the turn of the 3rd century, Rabbi in particular decided that it was time to make a dramatic break in Jewish history and to record in writing the large oral tradition which came to be known as the mission. This is basically, for lack of a better word for this very short lecture, it's basically Jewish law, although it's more something like a textbook that offers lots and lots of questions, more questions than answers in many ways. It's broken into sections known as Shishei Sikha, or 6 orders, which gives you a sense of the legal priorities of the Jewish nation at this difficult time. Seeds, which deals primarily with the laws of agriculture, as described in the Bible, laws of mixed species, Hispanic year, things like that. Holidays, of course, the holiday cycle of women, which deals with marriage, divorce, and so on. Damages, which is kind of like this last section of the Talmud. The Talmud, as we shall see, is a commentary on the Mishnah. And this is basically torts and things like that. 5 is holy things, which deals primarily with things like temple and sacrifices and so on. And 6 is pure things, which deals with very large body of laws dealing with personal ritual purity. Way more than we discussed in this section. But by codifying this text, which had been handed down for centuries and centuries as an oral text, this really made Judaism portable and made it much more possible for Jews to survive in the diaspora. And this is a map that gives you another sense of what the diaspora looked like. Again, these little squares here that show Jewish communities, not to scale, some are much larger than others, but what I think is useful in particular about this map is the growth of Christianity. As you can see with these little star bursts, these are Christian communities which are now evolving. Again, you'll recall that in the 1st century, Christianity was essentially a Jewish movement, and it continued to have very strong Jewish connections throughout the 2nd century and into the 3rd century, but it rapidly begins changing into a Gentile community. They embody ideas that appeal to those who are not ethnically Jewish, and they established several major centers in Rome, Antioch, and so on, where the gospel spreads. Typically, those are originally connected to Jewish communities. And this is an especially important point because this is when the Roman Empire, of course, begins to actively engage in getting closer to Christianity and eventually adopting it as official religion. Already at the beginning of the 4th century, the Edict of Milan, Judaism loses the quality of protected class that it had under the pre-Christian Romans, even though they fought wars with the Romans. Judaism as a religion was specifically recognized by the Romans. And after the empire officially adopted Christianity as an official religion, then that meant that Judaism began a relatively steep period of decline. This is the period, for example, that the Jews decided in Israel that they had better move away from the traditional method of organizing the calendar, which was based on sighting of the moon. In the year 359, they said we have to go now to a mathematically calculated astronomical calendar, which once again will survive much better in diaspora than relying on the existence of a strong Jewish holiday in the land of Israel. And in fact, this was prescient because we few decades, the Patriarchate, which is the office of the political organization of Jews in the land of Israel, was officially ended in 425. And at the end of the Patriarchate, or Hebrew that would be the Siut, the Nasi, often or I'll Mishnah was a member of this Patriarchate, that meant that it was no longer an official organized standing for the Jews in the land of Israel before the Roman Empire. They were a minority without any kind of authoritative body to lead them. Very, very difficult and precarious time for the Jews in Eastern Roman. Ironically, these gradually worsening circumstances throughout the 3rd and especially the 4th century spurred the Jews in Israel to engage in an unprecedented level of creativity. There were some rebellions like one in 352, but primarily the energy of the Jewish population went to codify massive commentary on the Mishnah called the Talmud. There are actually two versions of the Talmud. One that's called the Jerusalem Talmud, or other term they say some enjoying today, the Palestinian Talmud, because Palestine, of course, was the geographic term that had been adopted since 1840 Egypt. And this Talmud essentially is a rather brilliant thing. I'd love to talk about it a lot more, but I can't. You have to go to my channel to look at the videos to understand a little more about what the Talmud means. But essentially, it takes the text of the Mishnah, which is itself kind of like an amplification of the biblical text, and opens it up to a degree of debate that makes it not a text like you can read like a newspaper, but a series of questions and somewhat strange answers that require further questions. And this is what I'd like to call the genius of ambiguity, which really made Jerusalem Talmud and its later successor, the Talmud written in Babylonia, it's the Babylonian Talmud, made it like a core text of Jews for the next 2,000 odd years and still actively studied today. I don't have time to go into like the details of how the Talmud works, but I'll give you one example just to kind of illustrate the sense of playfulness that sometimes infuses this amazing text. This is a true story. When I was studying yeshiva and rabbinical seminary in Jerusalem, myself, and by the way, I am not a rabbi, I'm just a regular guy, historian. There was a problem with an excessive amount of food being wasted, primarily because this was the time of the collapse of the Soviet Union. There were a lot of Jewish boys who were coming from Russia and Ukraine, and they were coming to Jerusalem to study, and maybe their bring yeshiva closed, so therefore they would tend to take multiple helpings of lunch. Food was free for students, and they would take it back to their rooms, and it would waste, and it was expensive, and so on. So the yeshiva put up a sign. I went into the cafeteria one day. The yeshiva put up a sign that read like this: "The yeshiva provides food for one portion only. No student is permitted to stand in line for a second portion." So I figured, well, that's it. I went in, I had my lunch. I came out and I looked behind me and I saw that someone had just subtly altered the sign in a very Talmudic manner to read: "The yeshiva provides food for one portion only." No, student is permitted to stand in line for a second portion. Well, we just took down the sign, but that just gives you some sense of what it means to study the Talmud and the Mishnah that it's based upon as a Jewish exercise. This was created in the land of Israel in the 4th century, long after the Roman Jewish wars. The difference between this and the much larger Babylonian Talmud is that you had this huge diaspora population living in Babylonia, and over the next century and a half, they're reading the Jerusalem Talmud. They're opening up the same kinds of questions. They're developing slightly different answers. They're also interested in somewhat different issues because in the land of Israel, there's a lot of discussion about agricultural laws that apply there, don't necessarily apply in Babylonia, and so on. The Babylonian Talmud, because it's written later, is generally considered the more authoritative, certainly not very well studied, but its origins are in the land of Israel. Another major contribution, not just to the term Jewish culture, but really to world culture, is the institution of the synagogue developed at this time. And other houses of worship, such as the church and the mosque, are based directly on the model created by the synagogue. The term itself, synagogue, is Greek. It means a place where people gather, and this is a direct translation of the Hebrew term, Beit Knesset, and that's also how we get the Latin term ecclesia, and we use church and mosque as well. They all come from this basic idea. And this is something that actually began to develop already in the period before the Roman Church. Of course, we have, for example, from the 1st century before the Common Era, this remarkable tablet, the Theodotus inscription is called, and it's basically, the classic example of a plaque that it's really well associated with synagogue. Anyone who walks into a synagogue will notice that there are tens, sometimes hundreds of plaques that all commemorate donors who gave money or to build the synagogue. This one is attributed to a man named Theodotus, the son of Menelaus, who was the artist in August, and he made a synagogue, and it basically talks about how, he, as a representative of a long line of people who were similar to Mercy Synagogue, built the synagogue and guest room, chambers, plumbing, all kinds of things like that. Synagogues, especially after the destruction of the temple in the 70s, which represents a huge change to Jewish ritual. All of Judaism was so focused on the temple and its rituals in Jerusalem that when it is destroyed by the Romans, what you do and the transition to synagogues was essentially something that replaced, at least in some form, the centrality of the temple, allowing Jews to come together to express their heartfelt desires and prayer to God, and to perform many other functions, social gatherings, study sessions, and so on. And we have synagogues that dot the entire landscape that are especially prevalent in the north, where many Jews have settled after Mark. Here, for example, is a beautiful synagogue, Florida, huge Zodiac, that was from the Comanche area of the 4th century. And you can see from the mosaic that they're still commemorating, harking back to the temple with all kinds of elements like the incense shovel and the menorah and the Ark of the Covenant that all refer back to the temple, and as well as the shofar and the levee drum, which are, of course, part of the holiday season. Have these beautiful museums everywhere, including not too far away, the Beit Alpha, 6th century, kind of a more primitive style, but interesting. Beit Alpha also has this dramatic language of the binding of Isaac, which is described in Genesis chapter 22. And we have synagogues like this, and I showed you my last lecture from Gaza. So, and these synagogues dot the landscape, particularly in the north, right up until the 7th century, when we have the advent of Islam. This map says a lot about what happens to the world in the 7th century. This new faith that emerges from Saudi Arabia, from Mecca, under the leadership of Muhammad, spreads with tremendous rapidity throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, reaching up into the Iberian Peninsula in the west, and all the way up east to regions like Afghanistan, reaches India, and so on. After some initial moments of harsh conflict between Muhammad and some Jewish tribes living in Saudi Arabia, Islam spreads to the land of Israel, and it actually turns out to be something over the long term, which proves to be quite beneficial, at least up until the 20th century. Because one of the ironies of Jewish history is that overall, accepting again is very difficult in the last 100-odd years. Jews fared better in general under Islam than they did under Christianity. That's not to say that there were not examples of violence directed against Jews. There was certainly, as we shall see, a certain low-level discrimination that was pervasive. Occasionally there were moments of forced conversions, but pound for pound, comparing apples to apples, as it were, it was far less in Muslim nations. But let's look at why that is so. We should understand that as religions, as systems of human behavior, Islam and Judaism are actually much more similar to each other than Judaism is to Christianity. The primary reason for this is because Islam, which of course is based on Christianity and Judaism, Muhammad had a wide range of teachers that he could draw upon to learn about earlier faiths, and there's so many similarities between Islam and Judaism that clearly shows that they share a common cultural vocabulary. For example, Jews are required to pray 3 times a day facing Jerusalem. Muslims pray 5 times a day facing Mecca. Originally, they faced Jerusalem as well. Jews practice a dietary system known as the truth. Muslims practice a dietary system associated with Haram. Judaism has a certain set of rules regarding the dress of females, and the Christian males, by the way. And Islam has also a system of rules for the dress of females, and I will show you that as well. But in other words, they're kind of like similar blocks of ideas about how people should behave. Although they're not identical, of course, Jews and Muslims can sort of understand that, okay, these are, categories of Christianity. On the other hand, places spends a lot of emphasis on creed, on belief, rather than on pragmatic behavior, which sets it somewhat apart from Judaism, although of course also both Islam and Judaism have elements of Judaism as well. But this whole comparative structure of halakha on the Jewish side of Jewish law and Sharia or Islamic law on the other side is that they really have quite a bit in common, and they were actually able to affect quite a sort of modus vivendi, way of living together. This was expressed in particular in legal terms, something which came to be known as the Pact of Umar, associated with the 9th century in particular. And essentially, what the Pact of Umar dictates is it regulates the space for non-Muslims in Muslim society, in particular Jews and Christians, because they were known as people of the book. They had, according to Islam, received a legitimate transmission or communication from God. As Islam would argue that they misunderstood those transmissions, they adulterated those two voices, and so on, but that's not our discussion today. But since they were essentially keeping to the traditions as handed down to them from their previous generations, they therefore were accorded a degree of respect within Islamic society, and they were allowed to continue practicing their faiths within Islamic society. There were limits set on them. They could not, for example, build new synagogues. They could only repair old ones. They are not allowed to engage in certain symbolic acts of leadership, like carrying a weapon or riding a horse. In some areas, certain colors were required for them. They had to wear a certain color, for example. Many of these things were often loopholes found or bribes were paid for Jews to avoid these things. But nevertheless, this established within Islam the notion of a ROTHSCHILD, society governed by law, meaning that although they were second class or protected status in terms of dignity, they nevertheless were allowed a space which they continued to be Jews. There were additional taxes imposed on them, like jizya and so on, but basically they had a space where they could continue to be Jews, and this proved to be indeed very useful. If we move outside of the land of Israel for a moment, perhaps the greatest expression of this was in the Spanish Golden Age, sometimes as La Convivencia, the period of coexistence, where Jews and Muslims and Christians in this triangular society of Spain, which is very unusual, actually enjoyed a period of tremendous, cooperation and cultural cross-fertilization. It's somewhat exaggerated occasionally in the historical literature, but nevertheless it has some really dramatic moments and individuals associated with it. Perhaps the most important figure who emerges from this period at his very end, in fact, he himself had to be a refugee from extremist Muslims that entered the region of Spain from North Africa, is of course none other than Maimonides, one of the greatest, most towering figures of the Middle Ages, who actually made his way out of Spain to Cairo and its environs, where he established a very successful career as a court physician and as really the leader of his generation, particularly in the southern eastern parts of the Mediterranean. Although the majority of his life was spent in Egypt, he was ultimately buried in northern Israel. After the advent of Islam, there is a resurgence of the Jewish population, particularly in Jerusalem, after growth of a significant leadership that engages in some rivalry with the leadership much larger community than Baghdad. Ultimately, Baghdad would take the lead, but Jerusalem nevertheless had tremendous pride and grace. And Jews and Muslims fight alongside each other against the Crusaders who entered the land of Israel in the 11th century and several times afterwards as well. But I think one of the most fascinating periods of Jewish history at this time is when the Ottoman Empire was in control. You can see a map of the entire Ottoman Empire that lasted right up until the 20th century. And this is as a result of a great influx of Jews after the Spanish expulsion. This map here shows you the many places that Jews sought refuge after the ascent of Spain. And as you can see, a significant number of them went to the land of Israel. And not only that, they particularly went to a city called Sfax. Tzfat is a beautiful city that is not especially famous until the 1500s, when it suddenly attracts this tremendous number of Spanish and Portuguese exilees. Suddenly, this incredible center of Jewish activity. It is there that the Lurianic Kabbalah is particularly described. You can see from these unique blue tinted gravestones from Tzfat some of the great names of the Kabbalah, Rabbi Alkabetz, Rabbi Cordovero, of course, the incredible Arizal, Azagoria, who came to Tzfat from Egypt to study with the great masters there. There was tremendous creativity in the land of Israel in the 1500s in Tzfat in particular. The tremendous surge of Jewish productivity in Tzfat, however, is largely limited to the 1500s. So by the time you get past that period, Jewish communities in the land of Israel tend to go through a fairly steep decline. There are regular migrations, particularly from South to Iran, from Poland, of Jews who are seeking to return to the ancestral land. But if you look at this estimated population chart of the land of Israel from 1850, which is based solely on status as modern subject, you can see that Jews constituted roughly 4% of the overall population. Christians another 8%, and everyone else are basically Muslims or Jews. So there's only a tiny, tiny minority of Jews living in the land of Israel by the time we get to the modern era. By the 1880s, however, we begin to see the organized migration of Jews. Now from the region of Ukraine in particular, under an organization called GUINNESS, which is an acronym for the phrase Lev Yaakov Yeshua Melcha, House of Jacob, let us arise and go. This is actually one of their founding documents and references. This organization aimed to recreate agricultural settlements of Jews in the land of Israel. They received significant backing from Western donors. They were not especially good farmers, however, they struggled. Many of their communities failed, but some of them actually managed to take root in places like Petah Tikva, and they constituted the nucleus of new migration of Jews from Eastern and Western Europe. And as you can see from some of these 20th century posters, which are designed to garner support for donations to help these Jews reestablish themselves in the ancestral homeland. Here you see that there's no contradiction using the term Palestine to refer to the land of Israel, and they have in Yiddish in the translation what it says in English, how do you build the land of Israel? It's the phrase there, that's translated as Palestine. There's a more muscular version that really captures the imagination of Jews at the time, and they should be born on its ancestral soil. So that basically takes us to the 19th century period of the great conflict between the people living in the land, because one of the great, sort of myths of this period is that the Jews constitute a people without a land for a land without a people. The land of Israel, of course, was welcome to many people, and we'll have to turn to that very difficult chapter in the century. But for now, I hope you found this useful, and hope you're watching next video as well. Thank you very much for watching.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me. This is an experiment trying my first live stream with questions and answers. And so, someone, if you're people are on there right now, please write something in the chat so that I can see that I'm not just talking to myself. Let's do it. Start a Q&A or a poll. Okay, so let's go plus here. Start a Q&A. Hey, can you hear me? Okay, we can start Q&A. Let's see what happens. Okay, now I believe I saw something in the chat here. Is that working okay? Can you hear me all right?
strange kind of echo here. It's repeating the holes. You see there are 5. Why is it? Wait, let me. Yeah. Okay, try again. How does it sound? Well, that's not working. So I see there are 34 people as participants. So I assume that something's happening here. But I'm not getting any feedback from you. So I don't know if this actually working. I don't know if this actually working. And I'm going to tell you what I'm experiencing from my end. I say something, and then my computer plays it back to me. Oh wait, I think I solved it. I have 2 browsers open. Okay, that's great. So that's an improvement. Now let's see. Do I have anyone who's asked any questions here? Let's see what I've got. Yes, great. I've got some questions there in the chats here. Okay. So I see Taylor26 is on. Thank you. Delshon London Prejean is on. I hope I pronounced that correctly. All right. That's solved this. Okay. 2 browsers. Okay. So let me start with the questions that I have recorded from my notes here, and I hope that they will be useful for you as well. And please feel free to add your questions in the chat so that I can deal with them live. And try a few different ways of experimenting with this. First of all, a lot of people reacted to the review of Ilan Papek's book that I just posted yesterday. This is something I posted only for members because I really did not like this book, and I don't really want to share negative things with the whole crowd. It was a fairly critical review, and I do appreciate that many of you asked me to make it public, but this one I'm going to hold on to. However, the things that I learned from the book and my reactions to it as well, I'm going to do this more standard presentation so that we'll get to see that as well. Now let's go on to some of the other. The Trincoso inscription. So a lot of people had a lot of interesting theories about what's going on with those strange inscriptions on the stone exteriors of the houses in the Jewish border in Trincoso, Portugal. A couple of people said, well, maybe that strange one that looks like it says the word Bororo is actually Duro, like the letter Resh in Hebrew, is very close to a dalet. It's just the tip of a sharp corner, a right angle, as opposed to a slight curve. And that's possible, but it should be noted that this particular location is somewhat south of the Douro River. It's not really so close that someone will want to write it there, and also write it twice. So it's really quite a mystery. I still have to spend a lot of time thinking about this to get some sense of it. But I got a few other interesting suggestions. Yosef Israel writes, the last bit at the end of the inscription looks like it says the word ruach, which means spirit. And that's referring to the little horizontal line under one of the last letters that would actually spell that sound, ach. But when you actually are up with the wall, you'll see that it's not actually carved into the wall. In the video, it shows up, but it's just a little bit of light. It could be that light is there because there was originally some kind of imperfection in the rock, but it's definitely not dug in as deeply, so I don't think it's quite that. Now, Stanislav Zmecki 2262 writes, the inscriptions would have to be analyzed and dated by archaeologists in the first place. True, I'm not a trained archaeologist at all. I'm a regular historian. I read fairly widely in archaeology, but I don't have all the tools here. The question is, how old are they really? Are they pre, during, or post Inquisition? Could the stones have been reused from earlier buildings? Was the location affected by the Great Lisbon earthquake of 1755? There were earlier earthquakes in the region too, in 1321, 1356, and 1531, and also another earthquake in 1761. So a very erudite kind of complex question there. But it's really the main problem. We know that the inscriptions have been around for quite some time, but they could even be possibly early 20th century. There's no way to carve a 14th date an inscription of this nature. It's inorganic material and so on. The buildings date to the pre-Inquisition period, 13th century, 14th century. So sometime over the last 500 years, someone inscribed the walls with these strange symbols. It's they were not affected by the earthquake of 1755. We're aware of that one. Totally destroyed much of Lisbon, but didn't have the same kind of impact on Troncoso. These buildings are definitely from the Inquisition period, but the inscriptions could have been added as late as the 20th century. In fact, I had a really interesting discussion with a museologist in Porto who suggested that they even have been inscribed for the purpose of attracting tourists. And that was like really wild, but not impossible at all. So it's still likely that they were inscribed, most likely by Jews, because this is a Jewish neighborhood, and they don't appear nowhere near as completely outside of the neighborhood, but we don't know really what they mean. Another user named Eliyahu Tishby suggests that Roro might be a nickname. Yeah, could be, but why would you put that on a wall? Why would you inscribe it twice? It's on either side of the wall. It's just a bizarre thing to write on the doorpost, especially we're not talking about someone tagging it with a spray paint. This is, inscribed in the wall. You have to spend a couple of hours with a hammer and chisel making a lot of noise inscribing into it, so it's hard to see. Desert Priere writes the same thing. Why would a Jew spend hours carving a nickname into the side of a house under the hot Portuguese sun? Good question. Anik Nathana 9463 adds that maybe it's a gematria, meaning it is the numerical equivalent, and has to be the numerical equivalent of the word bayit in house, 412. But then why not just write the word house, or even write the word 412? It's just strange. And the last one here in this section, J.F. Joubert Quebec asks, are there crypto-Jewish personal names that can be identified? And yes, definitely. There's quite a few names. Nunez, Perez, Sanchez, Gonzalez. These are often very well associated with crypto-Jews. Perrier. He asks also, could a Jacob, a shoemaker from the Netherlands, hired to fight for Britain in the Revolutionary War in the U.S., be identified as Jewish? Well, Jacob is definitely a Jewish name, also a not Jewish name too. Shoemakers, same. Netherlands, yep. So the answer is yeah, it could be Jewish, but it could easily be not Jewish. So those are all the questions that I recorded on that. Let's check the chat here. It's so nice to see Taylor 26 asking me if I read the book of Daniel. Yes, I have read the book of Daniel. Why does it mix historical events with apocalyptic imagination? The author Daniel anticipated the apocalypse to occur shortly after the Maccabean revolt. So those are really hard questions. Definitely, just making me regret that I did this last year. But reading the book of Daniel is definitely one of the most complex and difficult to parse books in Tanakh. In fact, there's a discussion in the Talmud that there's even divine sanction applied to revealing some of the secrets that are coded into the book of Daniel. And scholars approach this, and academic scholars approach it with a very different perspective, suggesting that it was written much later and it purports to be written, and that would change the way we understand the apocalyptic suggestions that are coded in it. Definitely a massive topic, and the interpretation of Daniel would depend very heavily on what kind of scholars you're asking. We're trying to figure out what does this book mean. Taylor 26 also asks, what's my favorite commentary on the Torah? Well, I have a lot. I definitely am a traditionalist. I love Rashi. I think Rashi has phenomenal humility, insight, and intelligence, and he writes in such a beautiful, brief, and concise manner. In terms of modern commentators, I prefer Rav Steinsaltz. I study his work every day. Okay, let's see. Delshon London Prejean writes that Nissan the 14th is not occurring on the same month this year to my devote to his parents. How do I explain that the Gregorian is not a spiritual calendar / God-given calendar? That's a super hard question. That's more between you and the parents than me, I think. But what I can say is that the calendar that the Jews follow, that of course would calculate the date of Nisan 14. It's a complicated luni-solar calendar. What we have in the Bible is essentially a lunar calendar completely going by the moon, but that would result in only 354 days. So the Muslims, for example, they have a lunar calendar, and that's why they lose 11 days every single year. And Ramadan right now happens to fall in the springtime. Yeah, but in a few years it'll be in the winter, then it'll be in the fall because you're always losing 11 days. The Hebrew calendar, however, has to be fixed because the Torah refers to Passover as Chodesh HaAviv or Chag HaAviv. It's a springtime holiday. So that means whatever happens, you have a lunar calendar, but you have to reset it every so often for Passover to always fall out in the springtime. This used to be done sort of manually on an ad hoc level, that the rabbis would get together and would look at the seasons and the way they're falling out, and they would make a decision whether or not to declare a leap month, the 2nd of Adar, which we have this year. But then in the 4th century, as a result of the Byzantine reaction to the Taoist revolt in 352, the rabbis decided, you know what, you better go with the mathematically calculated calendar, and that's how we have a fixed calendar today. It does not require rabbinic intervention to calculate the month. That's probably a long description of the calendar for your parents, Deshaun, London, Prejean, but I hope it helps. Let's see, Logan. This is so fun. I see lots of names here. Welcome to Sven here. It's a leap year, right? So, there's a whole month added, and there's a cycle over 19 years when we come to that. What's kind of interesting is that this Sunday is a day that only appears when there's a leap year, the 30th day of the month, Adar Rishon. It happens to be a personal anniversary for me. My grandfather passed away on this day, and so that means he doesn't have the same day to observe the death anniversary of your side every year. There are different customs as to exactly when you observe it. But this year we can't, please remember. Let's see. What is the fragment of the Dead Sea Scrolls 4Q541? Hang on a second. Let me just quickly check with the PDF. I don't know offhand which particular scroll that number is, so please forgive me. That's a little too specific question. Let's see. Sven asked me, what do I think of Clement of Alexandria? Was he just a Greek who was trying to self-explain Judaism, or is his understanding of Judaism authentic, regardless of the apparent French view? That's also a hard question. The truth is, I don't know enough about Clement of Alexandria to say I'm intelligent. So, forgive me if I say I'll have to look it up, and if we do another one of these, then I will. Hopefully, I'll say something about Clement of Alexandria. Note here, Clement of Alexandria. Okay. Why don't I go back to the prepared list, and please, whoever's on this live stream, please ask some more questions. So I got a lot of questions about older videos that have to do with the genetics of Ashkenazi. I don't know why people are so worked up about this. There's not even, it's an objective fact that there are Jews that come from all kinds of different racial backgrounds. We have African Jews and Asian Jews and European Jews. There is definitely sort of like a group of people who, especially those who wear tinfoil hats, who want to assume that Ashkenazim are descendants of the Khazar people. There's not a lot of evidence, certainly not a lot of genetic evidence for any significant admixture of the Khazar standing Jewish, as much as these conspiracy-minded people might like to think so. And you can watch my videos where I look at what evidence we have and so on. Ashkenazic Jews seem primarily to be a mixture of Middle Eastern Jews with a large chunk of Italian DNA as well. But Heather Krasna, 5288, asked this question. I hate to ask this, but weren't many of the genetic additions to the Jewish population a result not of intermarriage, but instead of rape? Jews were brought as slaves by the Roman Empire, and female slaves sexual property of their enslavers. Isn't it the case that the reason a person is considered Jewish because their mother is Jewish is because Jewish women were raped for the last 2,000 years? God forbid. A terrible question, but of course a valid historical question. And the answer is complex. The reason why, step back a little bit, when we get to the 21st century, actually we get to the late 20th century, there are Jews who wanted to revise the traditional matrilineal descent of definition of Jews. This is basically the definition of Jews being that a Jew is a child of a Jewish mother or a convert to Judaism. That's the definition that has been the working definition for about 2,000 years, depending on who you ask. We definitely see in the Bible some examples where you have Jewish males who marry women from non-Jewish backgrounds and their children are considered Jewish. Some really important ones like Moses and Joseph and others. And so some scholars have said, well, that's patrilineal Judaism. That Judaism moved from a father-defined religious identity to a mother-defined religious identity. The traditional view is not quite like that, particularly because there's a passage in the book of Deuteronomy that when you read it carefully, it indicates that grandchildren who are birthed from one's daughter are Jewish. Grandchildren birthed from one's son, presumably non-Jewish women, are not considered Jewish. And so there's a lot of discussion in traditional rabbinic commentaries. Well, how do we square these two facts? That we have Joseph and Moses, and Mary, who apparently are non-Jewish women. There's no discussion of their conversion. So how do we square that with the practice of recognizing the children of women as being Jewish and not the children of men? There's lots more to say about how that works out. But in the 20th century, there were more liberal movements that said we should just recognize men as well as parents of children as Jews. And of course, like everything else in Judaism, there's a huge amount of debate. But to get more specifically to this question, we can certainly assume that there is a significant amount of genetic material that is passed along through sexual violence. However, when we look at the Ashkenazic situation in particular, there are these genetic bottlenecks where scholars are able to analyze the DNA and work back through generations to when we can identify major incursions of other peoples into this so-called genetic stream. And genetic scholars have identified the 9th century as an especially important time. And in fact, especially among Levites, they've identified 4 putative Italian mothers to almost half of Jews who call themselves Levites there. So the short answer is Heather Krasna, 5288, you are right. There's certainly a certain amount of rape. However, I think it would be wrong to assume that that is the majority of cases. We simply do not have a strong literary record of that. And it's true that that could be suppressed by the fact that Jews may not want to talk about rape as male-mented lineage, but it's well, actually, so I really don't know what I'm talking about. I would have to say that that's my best guess. On the preponderance of the evidence is that there's some, but not the majority. Fascinating question. Let me just see what else I've got here. Wow, lots of things happening in the chat here. Let's see. Sven asked, sometimes wonder if the early Christians wanted to bridge the chasm between Hebrews and other ethnicities in time. What is it? I would think that's definitely true. Paul, for sure. You know, he had a tremendous intellectual product in the teachings of Jesus, and the idea of, you know, bringing that to the masses was, you know, hugely important in the propagation of Christianity to Greeks, Romans, and all kinds of people. So I think that would be true. That generation, that sort of transitional generation, the first 50 or 60 years after Jesus' death is crucial. I think that one of the turning points, of course, is the destruction of the temple, that, you know, for Jews was seen as a horrific catastrophe. That some of the early Christians, if you look at, for example, you see it kind of like as a representative of the punishment that Jews got what they deserved, as a way of signaling that Christianity was really something that should be followed. So that transitional generation did not last terribly long. The Gospel of John gives us some sense of how acrimonious the dispute would become afterwards. If you're especially curious about that, I think really the best treatment of this is Constantine's Sword by James Carroll. Very, very powerful and evocative work looking at those early generations. I learned a lot. Okay, let's see. Sven also asks, following the question of motherhood, Mary was undoubtedly a Jew, but as Christians believe that Joseph had no part in Jesus' conception, what would Jesus be, Jew or Gentile? Well, you know, Jewish, because his mother was Jewish, right? There's also kinds of Jews that he stayed at home, he was attached to his mother, so that let's see. Abram and Hagar, this is Delshan asking, if Abram and Hagar's child was Ishmael, was he not a Jew, or was he Jew-ish? Again, it really depends on how we understand the development of matrilineal descent as a concept. Tosfot, for example, a very important body of scholars in the Talmud, 12th to 14th century, argue at one point that the idea of matrilineal descent is something that was introduced when the Torah was given to the Jewish people. It was obviously a traditional viewpoint. So that would mean that the birth of Ishmael occurred before matrilineal descent was defined. That's one way of solving the challenge of Joseph and Moses and so on. And so, technically speaking, he could have been considered Jewish if he was, taken in by the father. Of course, the story is that Ishmael and Hagar were sent away to the east and created a different civilization. So, complicated question, but I would think they would not be considered Jewish by these standards of the time, at least understanding it through the lens of this. This is hard to like stump the professor. Barb Todd writes, just a thought, but I think that the reason for mothers to be Jewish could be from Ezra, and the problem was their practice of other religions. That's definitely a very important observation. Barb, if you look at for those of you who may not be so familiar with the book of Ezra, this is written after the Jews returned from Persian captivity to the land of Israel. We can call them Jews at this point. It's not anachronistic. And one of the first things that happened is Ezra makes a rule that no marriages between Jewish men and non-Jewish women. And so it was clearly at that time kind of like a communal acceptance that Jewish men produce Jewish children. And that's basically how it's enshrined for centuries. Although, again, the historical scholarship still points to many examples of Jews who did not have Jewish mothers and still considered Jewish by at least the surrounding society, with Josephus, that seems to be abundantly clear. Alice asks, speaking of Jesus, are there any writings attributed specifically to him? I am unaware of that. I mean, the Gospels were all written by his disciples, for example. Dilshan writes, is vaudeville as important to our Jewish culture as the Yiddish language? I would not Yiddish. We have a recorded history of Yiddish that goes back centuries. Vaudeville is much more recent. Yosef writes that I am being misled when I say Italian DNA. Those genetic studies are speaking of ancient Anatolian, Levantine DNA. It's interesting. My understanding was it was more from the region of Piedmont, but Yosef, if you want to put a citation in the chat, that might be very helpful. Okay, folks, I budgeted half an hour for this experiment. We got a couple minutes left. Is anyone else a little bit at the notes for other questions from the audience? Right, so Tom Guitar 22 asked me to make a video about the historical accuracy and some of the disputes over the Purim study. Right, so I think many Jews, including myself, wonder if the events actually happened. So I'd love to hear what you think about some of the historical conflicts within the Persian royal lineage and how this impacts the validity of the story. Now, this is a really complicated thing. It has to do with the calendar. And for those of you who are less familiar with this, basically you have a challenge that the chronology, traditional Jewish chronology, like right now, the year we're in is 5,784, does not quite jive with non-Jewish calendars of the ancient world, and particularly the reigns of kings in Babylonia. So it's hard to place the Book of Esther in it, and there's also some internal literary difficulties. In terms of the calendar controversy, my go-to work on this is Henry First, who wrote a book under the title, I can't remember it. It's Mitchell First, though, First, and he wrote probably the definitive calendar controversies, chronologies in Hebrew. And from a traditional rabbinic viewpoint, there's a very persuasive essay by Rabbi Shimon Schwab in his collected writings of Volume 3 that explains that. Last question from S2P-org. Where can I go to get historical information about the ancient Canaanites, who, according to the biblical text, inhabited the region of Israel before it was promised by God to Abraham and his descendants, before Joshua led them to them? Have you done a video about this, etc.? I have talked about this a little bit, but since most of my professional interests are in Jewish history, I haven't spent a lot of time on the Canaanites, but there's quite a bit of historical research. My go-to source, my beginning source, is a man named Rabbi, Grabbe. He's written about 40 books looking at ancient Israel, both before and after the advent of the Israelites, and I would start with him. There's also a really nice thin volume by Eric Klein, Clvin. And it's a really short book, An Introduction to Biblical Archaeology, which is a really interesting kind of special sort of archaeology. And I think if you're not looking at 40 books, you're looking at one book that's under 200 pages, so just a quick introduction. I like that book very much. And I thought that Dilshan also mentions that I refer to the Yiddish language as a Creole. It is in the sense that it mixes in lots of other languages, so that's quite good. And Morami Ashikani says she likes this. We should try again. Maybe we should. Okay. And do I have any lectures where I talked about the Rabbi of Klausenberg? I haven't done that yet, but he's quite a fascinating individual. He's a great biography available as well. Okay, I guess that's it for this experiment. I thought this was kind of fun. I talked a blue streak, but it was nice to kind of have an interact with you live. Thank you for the members who decided to support the research with donations. That's really nice. And okay, maybe I'll try and schedule one of these again. thank you very much for listening, and have an excellent day. Hello, everyone. Let's see if this is working. Please write something in the chat if you can hear me all right and see me all right. Let's see, the sound seems to be working. Waiting for someone to say something in the chat. Wait, something here. Oh, very good. Okay, 1,000 elevations. All right, why don't we get started with a few questions? Hello, Yosef, Delshawn, London, Jane, Body Block, Bobby, Barajun. I guess you can all see these names as well. So let's have a quick look at some of the questions I've received in the last while that I think are really useful. Please add your comments here. Oh, and I see Michael Klein. Look at that. I haven't seen you in a long time, although we worked together for many years. Hello, Brant, Marion. Oh my gosh, so many. Okay, I'm going to stop saying hello, hello to everybody, but now let's go to the questions. So, someone asked last time we had a live chat to talk a little bit about Clement of Alexandria. I didn't have a lot of time to look into this individual, but it looks quite fascinating. I'd really like to study a little more of him. His name was Titus Flavius Clemens, and he lived in the end of the 2nd and into the 3rd century. He's one of the church fathers, and apparently he has kind of like a split personality vis-a-vis the Jews. On the one hand, heavily influenced by the Jewish thinker Philon, also known as Philo, very important Egyptian Greek thinker who was Jewish, of course, and spent a tremendous amount of time sort of mediating Judaism for a Greek reading audience. So, in a whole number of areas, Clement of Alexandria, who lived a couple hundred years after Philo, decided to follow his way of thinking in so many areas. However, at the same time, Clement of Alexandria also participated in the Adversos Judaeos tradition, which was basically a kind of epistolary or literary attempt to argue against Judaism. This is very common among the church fathers. So, really quite fascinating going in both directions. On the one hand, very much relying on Philo and appreciating the sort of Jewish philosophy. On the other hand, still criticizing Jews vis-a-vis Christianity. So we'll look into him in a little bit more detail later. It looks like we have the Tominator writing from Toronto. Did Purim really happen? Can you explain the discrepancy between the timelines of Xerxes? So, hard questions. First of all, did Purim really happen? Yes, it was just a few days ago. Had an amazing Purim. Thank you for asking. I suppose what you really meaning are, did the events described in the book of Esther really happen? So, I think the answer to that question depends on who you want to ask. If you will ask rabbis or believing Jews who retain the oral tradition, the vast majority of them say, well, absolutely, this is historical fact. We see all these people lived and all these things happened and so on. Literary scholars, biblical scholars from the academy, from the university and so on, tend to disagree and tend to say that the book of Esther was probably comprised quite a bit later during the Hellenistic period. And so this is like one of those key areas where you have a sort of divergence between the rabbinic world and the scholarly world. To be sure, the holiday of Purim, as I indicated in my argument, is definitely deeply enshrined in Jewish memory and tradition, and is observed with tremendous excitement, especially by kids who get to dress up as Mordecai or Esther. In terms of the discrepancy between the timelines of King Xerxes, and this is, for those of you who may not be familiar with this issue, there's like almost 2 centuries of missing time between the accepted religious chronology that is recorded in a 2nd century document called the Seder Olam, which is written by a Talmudic figure named Rabbi Yossi ben Chalafta. And that's how we get this year 5784. I mean, this is the calendrical year that we're in right now, Jewishly. And the chronologies that we have from outside sources, particularly Greek historians like Herodotus and so on. So, what do we do with the confusion of, what happened to all those years, particularly in Babylonia, and which king is Ahasuerus? Like, that's a king described in the Book of Esther. He should be identified with Xerxes or with other kings. Very, very big confusion. So there are multiple ways to deal with this apparent contradiction between calendars. And I would refer you in particular to an excellent book. It was originally a master's thesis that was later published under a strange title. The author is Mitchell First, First. The title has something like Calendars in Conflict or something. And he goes through all of the theories behind this because the problem has been known for centuries to Jews. And there's basically three ways to solve it. One way is to say that Seder Olam is right and the Greek historians are wrong. And you will find certain segments of scholars who will argue that. There's another way, logically, to argue that no, Seder Olam is wrong, and that the Greek historians that we essentially follow in Western scholarship are correct. And the third argument is that there's a way to synthesize them to somehow mathematically make it work. I find that third argument the hardest to really work with. In my own publications, I typically rely on the Western dating that would make the placement of the actual events of Purim very difficult. And in this, I follow an Orthodox scholar very well regarded named Rabbi who essentially says we're going to wait until the time of the Messiah to figure out the constellation. So that's the short version of it. If you want the longer discussion, have a look at Mitchell First. Great. Someone named I am Joe Paul says, all my beautiful Jewish people stay vigilant, stay the course, we will witness the text of Leviticus on Israel time. Okay, let's see. Now, here, Mike, of course, is asking very, very difficult questions. Again, I really should not have advertised this as unspoken questions. So, what my client is asking, I'm sure you can see the chat there, but, what is the whole deal with the relationship between Esther and Mordechai and Ahasuerus? And once again, it depends a lot on who you ask. If you ask a biblical scholar, let's say, who is living entirely in the world of Tanakh and the Hebrew Scriptures, well, the story as described there is not really, as difficult because the whole relationship she has with Mordecai is one of an adoptive father, perhaps an uncle, or some kind of like a protective figure, but there's no marriage described there, if I'm not mistaken. In the Megillah tractate, however, in the Talmud, which just is mind-blowing in terms of the kinds of things it says about what happens in the book of Esther, which are like, wow, huge, amazing divergences from the text, with tremendous Agadic lessons buried into them. What do these things mean? Like, for example, off the top of my head, Esther is described in the biblical book of Esther as being extremely beautiful, and everyone, loved her. She found favor in everyone's eyes. But in the Talmudic text, it says that she had a green complexion. Maybe you could say nicely olive complexion, but the text seems to imply green as in like green screen. This is the blue screen, but the green screen. And so on one level, there's really it has to do with how do you understand Agadic statements in the Talmud. But on a larger level, I think it's possible to kind of say that the Talmud is saying that physically she may not have been so but there was something about her. She had a level of words pain, a level of she made everyone feel welcome and warm and important. And so everyone liked her as a result. That's sort of the way I tend to understand these things. So one of these big areas that my client is asking about is, Esther married Ahasuerus, but in the Megillah she also married Mordechai. How is that even possible? So the answer that the Talmud arrives with that particular understanding of events has to do with the whole idea of finding what is non-consensual relations. And that's really the crux of the issue when Esther decides, after discussing it with Mordecai, that she has to voluntarily go to Achashverosh, which would ultimately, remove the legal permission that she had granted since things were non-consensual. And that's why it was considered such a huge deal. Mike, you're asking a really tough question. It'd be much better to discuss this, I think, over maybe shot of whiskey. But I appreciate the hard question. Let me go back up to what we got here. We have Hiram Diffidum. Thank you for supporting research. It's very nice of you. So he asked that an interactive discussion. I assume Hiram Diffidum is male. I should, but Hiram Diffidum asks, is it possible the hero protagonist of the Guild of Hope Esther may be represented as an idea of maturity and not personal approval? It's an excellent question. The reality is, it boils down to the question of how do we deal with texts, right? Do we consider them as literal, unmoving, inflexible statements of historicity, or do we have a broader sense of what they mean, possibly poetically, allegorically, in terms of the hidden meanings that may be like how to observe a novelistic mystical event? We have the basic level of four ways of interpreting the biblical text: Shas, Remez, Sod, and Drash, which is sort of translated into English as simple meaning, allusion, secret meaning, and homiletical meaning, like meaning that you don't have to take them exactly literally, but you can expand greater lessons from them. That's one level, and the Talmud itself says, Shivim Panim LaTorah. There are 70 faces to the Torah, just like the Talmud offers a metaphor that when you strike a rock with a hammer, 70 sparks fly out, and 70, by the way, in the biblical imagination means the largest number possible. So, to you, the Torah admits of a tremendous amount of interpretive directions. And so, as a historian, I can answer that way. As a fan of rabbinic scholarship, I can give you some sense of that, but I'm not, because I like to remind people I'm not a rabbi, I'm just a regular guy. Okay, tough questions. Let's see, what else we got here? So, let's see. Shoshana Kiria Ziraba asks, there was a time when Bukharian and Ethiopian Jews were not accepted by the wider Jewish world. What happened that got them accepted? I'm asking the Ugandan Jewish community about it. So, it's an excellent question. I don't know how to answer the question that well. I think a lot of what you're asking here has to do more with sociology than history, where I spend most of my time. But I think that's sort of like a simple answer, simple in the sense of being not very sophisticated, is that, when Jews feel relatively safe, then unfortunately, like many societies, Jews tend to fight with each other. And, tiny differences between various groups of Jews are magnified, and small controversies just get kind of blown out of proportion, and so on. And so the degree of sort of centrifugal force is exerted sociologically in the Jewish community, like many communities, when there's nothing else to argue about, so we'll find things to argue about. On the other hand, when there is an external threat, as many Jews are feeling right now with the current situation in the state of Israel, then those minor differences tend to lose their importance appropriately so, and there's a centripetal effect where people will come together. And I would like to think that, especially with Ethiopian Jewry, which I know much better, there was much more of a feeling of, this is a time of ingathering of exiles, that the Ethiopian Jews should be, welcomed as long-lost cousins, as long-lost siblings, and that's basically what happened, especially in the land of Israel. Bukharian Jews I'm not as familiar with, but I know there's a lot of interest in that, and I intend to work on their history much more closely in the second volume of my book. Question here. Per Olaf Serhammer asks, was Jesus a rabbi? the short answer is basically no. The term rabbi, as used in the first century, involved a level of formal recognition of rabbinic authority. And Jesus never appears in the rabbinic literature where you would think, you would get a legitimate statement as a rabbi. He's sometimes called that man, which is quite a derogatory term. Sometimes he's called Ben Torah or Ben Stat, which is also somewhat derogatory in the sense that it means son of, and then there's the name of a couple different people. And obviously the argument to say that he was not of divine parentage, because you wouldn't call him son of a particular person if he was. So that would be in the rabbinic literature. Definitely, we have no evidence that he was a rabbi. He was, however, definitely a rabbinical student. There's some dispute as to who exactly were his teachers, likely Rabbi Yeshua ben Barachia, but there are others that he definitely followed many of the teachings of the great Rabbi Hillel. So he definitely was within the circle of the Pharisees, but he does not seem to have actually receive that level of coordination, at least among rabbinic sense. Is it possible that this was later omitted in record? Not impossible, because these texts that I'm citing for you right now were written a few hundred years after his death, and so therefore it could be that they simply omitted that, but that's an argument from science. In the Gospels and in the New Testament literature, I'm not sure if he's ever referred to by the title rabbi. Perhaps someone could put it in the chat if they're not familiar with these texts. But he was certainly regarded as a teacher, and the word rabbi basically boils down to teacher. It's more like master, but in the sense of an intellectual master. So that's the technical answer to the question: was he actually a rabbi, like capital R rabbi? Was he a teacher of Jewish things? There's no question. He had a significant following of people, particularly in the north. He was, however, somewhat of a controversial figure even in his lifetime, as we can see, primarily from Christian sources, but also from Jewish sources looking back in time of whatever distortions may happen and struggle that they as a result. Oh my gosh, good question. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see. I don't know what purple deer means. What do I think of Yehuda? Abraham Friedman asks, what do I think of Yehuda Landi, a mentor, licensed archaeological research, who was doing permanent in the Persian Empire and coming here in Yahoo? Unfortunately, I haven't read either of those books, so I don't know what to say about that. I do want to address one issue related to the same as well, but let me just quickly scan the chat here. Why, Melissa Martinez asks, why do Orthodox and ultra-Orthodox John Benet and Newsom conversos from converting back to Judaism? And Moshe, God bless his memory, was also a converso. Wow, lots of questions here. So first of all, I would not say, first of all, I dislike speaking about large groups of people in generality. So, but even with the specific statement, I don't think that Orthodox and ultra-Orthodox people shun specifically Benet and Newsom conversos from converting back to Judaism, because there is a tradition to discourage everybody from converting to Judaism, period. Now, you use the term converting back to Judaism, which I probably should explain to people who may not be so familiar with this particular situation. The term in Hebrew, B'nai Anusim, means the children of those who are forced. And what that is referring to is the descendants of those Jews from the Iberian Peninsula who, primarily in Spain, 1391, and later 1410s, and then in Portugal, and a large number in 1497, were forcibly converted to Christianity and lived for hundreds and hundreds of years as Catholics. The reason being, the Inquisition was horribly persecuting Catholics who had adopted Catholics who had adopted Jewish behaviors. And so even though they were formally converted to Christianity, various degrees of coercion involved, they were nevertheless legally Christians and adopted Judaism. The behaviors was definitely forbidden by the church. So the Inquisition really, went after them for hundreds of years, basically in every Catholic country in Europe, but in particular in the Iberian Peninsula, in South America, Central America, and so on. So in the 18th century, the Inquisition began to really lose force. By the 19th century, it was shut down. And in the 20th century, these communities began to explore their original Jewish identity from hundreds of years ago. And some of them, wanted to retain their current behaviors and still absorb or adopt a Jewish identity. And people can choose whatever identity you want. You can identify as an alligator if you like to, but if you want to join an organized club like Judaism, then you have to, meet certain markers of club membership. And since they could not document, for the most part, continuous matrilineal heritage, because traditional Judaism follows the mother in terms of ruling status. So since they couldn't trace all of their grandmothers, typically all the way back to a Jewish grandmother, they had to go through at least a technical conversion process, which is known in the Hebrew literature as Gerus Mechokah, converting for stringency. And this usually was a little bit lighter process, but it did involve, for example, circumcision for men, an immersion in a mikvah without the reciting of a blessing, and so on. So that happens all the time. And I have members of my family who are in that category, and they are totally beloved and accepted. So I would not say that there is a blanket shunning specifically of any of the subdiversos. However, the whole idea of coming into the Jewish fold, when you don't necessarily have to, is specifically shunned. Not shunned is the right word, just encouraged. Ever since the Hashmonaim, the Maccabean kings, way back in the 2nd century before the Common Era, forcibly converted a few peoples to Judaism, the Idumeans and Itureans in particular. And this was considered a shameful act, which had grave negative repercussions for the Jews. Herod the Great was descended from these Idumeans, and he's kind of like a mixed, record for the Jews. On the one hand, rebuilding the temple, very nice, running, the trains on time, as rebuilt in the 1st century, but on the other hand, a brutal tyrant who murdered most of his own family and all kinds of things like that. So ever since then, we're talking about 2,100 years, there has been sort of a rabbinic impetus to try to avoid anyone converting to Judaism. If they insist, and there's a tradition of sending them away 3 times, things like that, then of course they are welcomed. But it's definitely not something. Judaism is not historically a proselytizing religion. When I say historically, I mean since the 2nd century before the Common Era, it's not been a proselytizing. Wow. Let's see here. Delshan in London, John says, "Why are we so Sheol bent?" Sheol is that's a word in English for the underworld. On being so tired. Yeah, I agree. These are collectible issues. And actually, first volume of my book, I had about 10 pages dedicated to a computer reviewer saying, "Who cares? Just get past it." And so I cut like 10 pages of the book specifically on you. So thank you. I agree. Okay, now let's see. Oh, we got a follow-up question from Pierre Diffidum. Have you ever studied the story of possibly that Yochanan son Gadol, Yochanan Hagadol, found in 9th century could have been Yeshu, Jesus of Nazareth? I think probably you're referring to the remains of there was a crucified remains that were found in Israel. Rather dramatic. Ossuary was found, which is kind of like a box where bones were kept, and it has a few Hebrew names inscribed on it. One of them has, it's actually like a pretty awful thing. It is way, God willing, will come out around kind of the time. That would be nice to see it. And it's got an ankle bone, and there's a nail driven through it, and the nail could not be removed from the ankle, so they simply cut the cross as it were, and buried him with the nail still in his foot. It's unlikely that it's actually Jesus. Jesus is an extremely common name of the period, and there's no other indication to suggest it. He was also buried with other people. Of course, it contradicts the gospel account in so many ways, but so it's unlikely, but that's important. Let's see what we got here. Zoltan Goviness asked, are Yeshu in the Talmud and the Jesus of the Christians the same character? Someone said they are not the same. Yes, that's exactly the case. Again, remember that the Talmudic accounts were recorded about 200 years after the events of the life of Jesus. And, he's sometimes associated with specific rabbis, sometimes associated with other rabbis. And some of those other rabbis, like the Yeshua ben Zakkai that I mentioned earlier, did not live in the first century such that Jesus could be their student. Not too far off, but still very hard to imagine that. And this was exactly the point that was brought out by the great scholar Nachmanides, the Rabbi, in the 13th century when he was forced into a formal dispute with the priest Nicholas Donin, who was a former Jew who was arguing that the Talmud was essentially anti-Christian, and he was brought to trial before King James of Aragon in Spain. And Nachmanides says, "Oh, these passages about Jesus, that's not the same Jesus you're talking about. It's a different Jesus, a different Yeshua." And I think it's very common. So, yeah, there's a lot of argument about these texts. It's most of them, I think, seem to refer to the Jesus of the New Testament, but it's hard to pin it down when you start doing chronologies. So maybe we should be concerned with time. Time is important to understand. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Trying to see lots of statements here. Solar eclipse on Rosh Chodesh Nisan. We do have a movement coming up. I'm looking forward to going to Dallas this Shabbos, but next Shabbos for a Shabbaton there, because it's got a lot of people to talk about the idea of an eclipse in Jewish history and thought, and of course watch the eclipse ourselves. Let's see. Yeah. So I think I'd like to step away from this for a second here to let's look at something that's been coming in the comments over the week. I want to mention one specific thing. So, since October 7th, I put out a lot of videos on Israel, trying to use a little bit more light, a little bit less heat on the history of Jews and Palestinians, and hopefully we can move to a peaceful and lasting resolution to the conflict there, so everyone living there can enjoy, peace and prosperity. And I get a lot of hate online as a result. And one particular scholar, people tend to say to me, like, "Hey, how much you read Elon Musk?" And I did, read Elon Musk. He's a controversial figure in many ways. He's kind of like one of the more extreme of the so-called historians in Israel, who have generally done a lot of, I think, very useful work at re-examining the sort of official narrative that has been widely accepted by state Israel and by Jews worldwide. And, that's what historians do. We establish narrative models, and then, after time, historians come up and say, wait a second, what about this aspect of the narrative model? Is that correct? Should we look at the documents again, go back to the archives, and they discover new things, and we have to revise narrative models, and that's what historians do. But sometimes, historians who spend much more of their energy delighting in, being an iconoclast, and destroying old models, and really building what are effective models. And, that's why I do not rely on blind huntings for research. I do believe there are some value aspects to what he has done with the history of the land of Israel and the Palestinians and so on. And I talk about them in my review. But as you know, as members, I don't make that review public. And the reason I chose not to make that review public is because I think it's worthwhile talking about scholars I disagree with, but I don't think that I have to share my negativity with the rest of the world. There's so much positivity I would much rather put out there for the sake of scholarship and for the sake of people who might want my opinion on something. I do put it behind a paywall, so that's the reason. Okay, let's see. Shoshana Zirka. So Shoshana Akira is Rabbi. Historically speaking, what makes Jewish religious influence grow or become popular? The Chabad movement is growing while resisting the trend towards relaxing tradition. Good questions. Again, another sociological question, and not necessarily something I can speak to historically. But a lot of reasons I think would go into it. I would just add one small detail about the kind of stringency movement. There's a great article that appeared about a year ago in the Atlantic. Sorry, but it was an article on the Mormons, and asking the same kind of question. Mormonism apparently is growing, and why are people converting to Mormonism? What is the attraction? And one of the theses is that it's actually the greater degree of demands placed on Mormons that may be more attractive to people. In other words, why should we assume that people always like things easier? Maybe people like things harder. Maybe people like things stricter. Maybe people feel that rules, boundaries, things like that are actually good. And I would think, I remember being very impressed with that argument, I would think that not only does that speak to a degree of motivation toward conversion to Orthodox Judaism, or not to use the word conversion because a lot of Jews are attracted to it, really the Hebrew with the Q, drawing closer, but at any rate, an adoption of an Orthodox lifestyle. And I think, first of all, there's a lot of appealing things to it intrinsically, a lot of really good things about it that, of course, I enjoy myself. But there is a sociological impetus. I mean, having no boundaries also means no structure, no definition. It really is hard on building communities. Like, for example, the fact that Orthodox Jews will not drive on the Sabbath means that we have to live closer together in order to gather instead of, and that means that we build very tightly and dense communities, that we know our neighbors, and that we spend time not engaged in electronic communication, but in actual face-to-face communication. Those positives are all a result of the restrictions. If it weren't for those restrictions, we would have, as we do in unfortunately many Jewish communities, this diffusion of people living far away by car. They could come together by car, but they tend not to. It's become more diffuse. So the restrictions actually have lots of people. Maybe they're another argument I'm not going to make right now, but if we have more time, I would say that marriage is exactly the same thing. There are incredible benefits to marriage. I have enjoyed them personally for well over 30 years. And those benefits exist precisely because of the restrictions that come along with the institution of marriage. Okay. Actually, we're a little over half an hour now, so let me see what I'll try and get back to any other questions here. Yes. Can I discuss Avery Nunley? Can I discuss Avery in detail? So, probably not in detail, but I can say a little bit about it. The term Avery is usually applied, it's translated as Hebrew. It is a term that is used to describe Abraham, the patriarch in the Bible. And it literally, it comes from the root. All Hebrew words come from a root, usually 3 letters, that means, avar, meaning the other side, to cross. And so people have argued that perhaps calling Abraham from the other side refers to his migration from the other side the Euphrates River down into Israel. It's possible. And then there's a lot of homiletic things that go on. The whole world is on one side, Abraham is on the other. That's where that term comes from. So that's one of the earliest designations of the people we call Jews today are Hebrews people. Let's see. I should really cut this off here. Nodnar ERS asked, do I know how many people have unbroken lineages verifying them as Kohanim? How is this verified historically, and would these men be acceptable, quote unquote, for future sacrificial temple service? So, historically speaking, there are obviously a diminishingly small number of people who have genealogical tables that trace back to, let's say, the first century. It became like much more popular to create these things around the turn of the millennium in the year 1000, more or less. Rashi's family, for example, begin to have genealogies, and so there are some people who connect themselves back to, let's say, the Maharal of Prague, and then back to Rashi, and let's say around the first millennium. But then there's a big gap. How do you get from Rashi back to the first century? 900 odd years. Most historians do not consider those genealogies authoritative. So it's really it's impossible to verify them. On a genetic level, there are some fascinating studies that look specifically at the Y chromosome of people who claim to be Kohanim, and there's like a statistically significant number of them that indicate that they are all similarly related to a single maternal ancestor 3,000 years ago. That's the so-called Kohen gene. But there are a lot of people who have that gene who are not identifying Kohanim, and there's a certain amount of people who identify as Kohanim who don't have that gene either, and that's obviously possible under Jewish law. The bottom line in the argument of Kohanim is that we don't really know for sure who is actually a Kohen today, so much so that the Vilna Gaon, who lived in the 18th century, who was the firstborn male of his family, and there's a ritual called Minyan event where a firstborn male has to receive redemption from a Kohen as a child. The Vilna Gaon would famously perform that ritual for himself with every single Kohen he ever met to be sure they had the best chance of actually fulfilling that command. Jews today, myself, I'm also a firstborn male. It's just done once with some person who says he's a Kohen, and you're good to go. In my case, it was Harry Graham, who drove the snowplow in the winter, the garbage truck in the summer, and he was the local Kohen of Northern Ontario, and that's how I was. Okay, folks, we're already well over my halfway mark. I'm really grateful for all of your participation. Thank you so much for joining me, and I guess we'll try this experiment again. For those of you who celebrate, I hope you have a fantastic Sabbath. For those of you who are marking Good Friday and Easter Monday, I hope you have a wonderful religious experience that's uplifting, and I look forward to speaking to you in the future. All right, take care. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So I'm really excited about this new set that I just received from Corn Publishers. It's a really amazing set. It takes up about a meter of space on my bookshelf. It's a multi-volume set. It's called the Your Family Edition of the Chumash Koren Mikraot Hadorot, the scriptures or the readings of the generations. This is actually this is one volume here, volume 10. This is actually a remarkably new and original new work. It follows on the heels of the remarkable Tanakh of the Land of Israel, another really original work from Corn Publishers. And I think it speaks to the expansive and creative vision of this publishing house based in Jerusalem and its CEO, Matthew Miller. And it makes me feel, I have to say, like, is Corn publishing these books just for me because I feel so personally attached to these new scholarly publishing endeavors. I'm really excited about this. So let me tell you about this particular book, which is really cool. So first of all, I'm sure many of you are familiar with the classic compilation known as the Mikraot Gedolot, which we translate as kind of like the Great Scriptures. It was first published in the 16th century in Venice, and basically it took like a verse or two of the Chumash, the first 5 books of Moses, read in the cycle, and then arranged around it a whole pile of Hebrew commentaries from the ancient period, like Onkelos, through the medieval period, where most of the commentaries come from Rashi and so on. And that's like been a staple of the Jewish study for the last 500 years or so. But this volume is very different. Whereas Mikraot Gedolot is usually published in 5 volumes, one for each of the major books of the Chumash, the Mikraot Gedolot is published with each volume covering one parsha, or in some cases 2 parshas if they are typically read together. So the Mikraot Gedolot really focuses much more deeply on each individual parsha, but it does it not so much by exploiting the space on the page, but by exploiting the time of the commentator. What's that done? They organize the commentaries into 3 large groups. There's one section that focuses on the time of the sages, which is basically anthologized commentaries from the Midrash, from the Talmud, and so on. And then from the classic commentaries is another section, which is basically medieval, and that's most closely related to the Mikraot Gedolot. That's familiar to us. And then finally, a really interesting section, Confronting Modernity, where they present commentaries from the 18th through the 20th centuries. And reading the commentaries roughly grouped by when they were written in major eras of Jewish history, you really get a feel for the historical texture of the commentators and the kinds of issues which remain eternal but are really rooted in the specific kinds of issues that Jews of that time faced. Really fascinating. Like, so great for people who are interested in Torah and Jewish history. Wow. Okay. Let me walk you through the structure of the book, which is also highly unusual. First of all, it's a book that opens from both sides. Right? It takes advantage of the right to left, left to right difference between Hebrew and English. On the sort of Hebrew opening side, you have the Chumash with Rashi, and that's kind of like much more traditional in terms of its content. It is really great in that the translation of the Chumash, which is presented alongside the Hebrew like this, is the translation of none other than the great Rabbi Jonathan Sachs of blessed memory, a beautiful writer and a brilliant thinker. So his translation in itself is tremendous. And then open it from the wrong side. Here's the Hebrew side. So the translation is from Rabbi Sachs, and then there's a translation of Rashi alongside the original Hebrew by Jonathan Mishkin. He also, by the way, translated all the commentators on the other side, which is really useful because it means that one translator, you have sort of a common emotional literary baseline that allows for the idiosyncrasies of individual commentators to really stand out, rather than a jarring kind of collection of translations from different translators. So it's really, really useful. Also, I read of course, the Hebrew Rashi, which I normally do, but I also read the English Rashi, and I actually appreciate it because there was a lot of helpful parenthetical comments. One of the classic issues in studying Rashi is sometimes he will provide a statement, and you wonder, like, why is he saying this? And this is the question that he's saying to Shiva. What's bothering Rashi, right? Why would Rashi feel the need to say this particular thing? So the questions as to why Rashi might be prompted to say such a thing is helpfully included here, and I really benefit from it. The only small criticism I have is that while I am a huge fan of the regular Koren font, which of course the publishing house takes its name from the author of that font, it is really gorgeous. I use it in my own personal prayer books, but I never really liked the Rashi font that Koren developed. I still have difficulty with certain letters in it. I don't think it's quite as beautiful as the main font, but that's a small quibble. I'm overwhelmingly impressed with this series, and I hope that's coming across. Now, let's go to the other side, which is really where you have something unusual. It's not just Chumash Rashi, it's something totally new. So the editing here is the key. And there's a great team involved here. There's a managing editor, Rabbi Navet, but I think the strongest editing voice through this is Rabbi Shai Finkelstein. He's the editor-in-chief, and his vision, it permeates the entire book. It's fascinating. I'm really getting a lot of it. He's the one, of course, who makes the tremendous number of selections here, choosing from more than 40 different commentators that are represented from everything, and it's really fantastic. So let's look at those three main historical sections. In the section that they call the Time of Sages, which has this helpful sort of timeline in front here like this, there are standards like the Talmud Bavli, the Talmud Yerushalmi, lots of Midrashim and so on, but also Philo. I'm like, what? I never studied Philo before. Of course, I've read about him and read little bits and pieces of him, but selecting the sections from Philo that make him stand out really give you a sense of how different the Torah of Alexandria was from the Torah of, let's say, Tiberias or Jerusalem, a place like that. I really appreciate that very much. Then in the middle section, there's the classical commentators, which is more standard, like you'll get Rashi, Ramban, and so on, and the others, but also some voices that I've never studied before, like Abraham ben Avraham, right, the son of Maimonides. It's really interesting when the son of Maimonides quotes his grandfather. You feel like, wow, isn't it so